Chapter 1, Cannibalism. Brother, just eat me. The girl lay weakly in Lu Wei's arms, her face ashen, her chest rising and falling slightly, each breath exhausting all her strength. The eyes, which should have been innocent and bright, were now filled with tears, despair, and a hint of pleading, as if they were hoping for release. When Lu Wei heard the girl's words, his heart felt as if it had been squeezed tightly, leaving him feeling suffocated and bitter. The word eat that the girl mentioned sent a chill down his spine and made him feel a pang of heartache. Lu Wei suppressed the pain in his heart, his eyes slightly red, and gently stroked the girl's dry, yellow hair. Looking at her gaunt face, Lu Wei forced a smile. Silly girl, don't overthink it. Get some sleep, and when you wake up tomorrow, I'll catch you some fish to eat. Although the girl was only 7 or 8 years old, her eyes no longer held the light and innocence that one should have at that age. Clearly, she didn't believe her brother's words. Along the way, the land was frozen solid for miles, the tree bark had been stripped away, and even the grass roots were nowhere to be dug up. How could anyone possibly catch fish? Brother, it's better for you to eat me than for someone else to eat me. That way, I can be with you forever. The girl's voice was weak, growing softer and softer until it was barely audible. Lu Wei felt a sharp tremor in his heart, as if he had been stabbed by a sharp knife. Looking at the girl who was so weak that she could barely open her eyes, his eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. She silently vowed in her heart, "Don't worry, your brother will definitely find you something to eat." He never imagined that he, a transmigrator, would fall so low as to be on the verge of starvation. However, he really can't be blamed for this. Originally, the brother and sister lived a fairly decent life. In the 6 months since he transmigrated, he has used the advanced ideas and methods from his previous life to manage his originally impoverished family quite well. They not only have enough to eat and drink, but also have some surplus grain. Life is just around the corner, and we're about to achieve a comfortable standard of living. Unexpectedly, 2 months ago, a sudden disaster shattered his family overnight. It was this disaster that made Lu Wei realize that this world not only has ordinary people like him, but also powerful martial artists who can soar high and shatter mountains and rivers. It turns out that the monsters and the villagers' legends were real, and it wasn't that they were ignorant. Rumor has it that this disaster was caused by a conflict between martial artists and demonic beasts. As for the specific reasons, it's impossible for someone as insignificant as him to know. All he knew was to run, to keep running, or he would become a snack or dessert in the mouths of monsters. In this peaceful world, with his abilities, he can still live a decent life. However, when faced with such natural disasters and man-made calamities, let alone ordinary people like him, even the once high-ranking landlords are now living in constant fear. Looking at his sister, whose breathing was faint, in his arms, he knew it was time to make a decision. Even with 1,000 regrets and countless concerns in his heart, he had no choice but to do this now that things had come to this. He took a breath, gently placed his sister on the haystack, and got up to boil a pot of water in a chipped earthenware pot. Then I tore off another strip of cloth, put it in the jar, and boiled it in hot water. Then he held his younger sister in his arms, picked up the wood chopping knife stuck in the ground, and heated it in the fire. This wood chopping knife was the most valuable thing left in his and his sister's small family. No matter how difficult things got, he never considered selling the wood chopping knife. Not only can it be used for chopping wood and hunting, but with this knife, ordinary people would have to think twice before trying to cause them trouble. In this chaotic world where starvation was rampant and no one could hear the crowing of roosters for miles, these helpless and destitute people might have already become someone else's food if they hadn't had this knife. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wei's lips trembled slightly with nervousness. As someone with modern civilized thinking, he had only ever seen such things in movies or novels. I never imagined that I would be forced into this situation one day. Prepare yourself mentally, raise the machete in your hand, and press the blade against your wrist with trembling hands. The next second, Lu Wei gritted her teeth and lightly slashed with the machete. Instantly, blood gushed out, dripping bright red blood onto Lu Xiaoxiao's lips. Lu Xiaoxiao had a dream. She dreamt that she had returned to her infancy, lying in her mother's arms, suckling milk greedily. The sweet juice was like nectar to her burning hunger, and she wished she could suck it up with all her might. It wasn't until quite a while later, when she could no longer suck out a single drop of juice, that she finally fell into a deep sleep again. Seeing that the wound on her hand had stopped bleeding, Lu Wei quickly wrung out the water from the sterilized cloth strips that were boiling in the jar and bandaged the wound to prevent infection. After doing all this, Lu Wei felt a little dizzy. He quickly leaned against the edge of the pit and closed his eyes to rest. The hunger of several consecutive days had already emptied his body, and the recent loss of 200 or 300 milliliters of blood had only worsened his already broken state. But he had no choice but to do it. If his sister continued to go hungry, she might not make it through the night. In a daze, Lu Wei felt as if he saw his great-grandmother, and she was saying something to him. Ding! The host has sacrificed himself for others, meeting the system activation requirements. Ding! Returning system bindings. Third brother? Third brother? Hey, stop yelling like that. Are you trying to summon our souls? Do you want everyone to know what we're up to? Lazy was startled upon hearing this. He looked around, smiled cautiously, and moved closer with his hands tucked in. Third brother, it's time to make a move. I just saw that kid cut off his own hand and feed the girl with his blood. I reckon even if they don't die now, they won't be able to move. Upon hearing this, Ma San narrowed his beady eyes slightly and looked at Lazy, who was covered in snow, up and down. His eyes were like those of a hungry wolf seeing its prey, green and menacing. Are you sure you saw it clearly? That kid has a knife. Even though there are 3 of us, one of us might get caught if we're not careful. Upon hearing this, Lazy hurriedly said, Third brother, how could I dare to lie to you? If I were to lie, my father would die a horrible death. Shin Shi, standing to the side, spat out, Go to hell, your father's bones are all rotten to the bone, what's the use of him swearing an oath? Upon hearing this, Ma San glared and said, Damn it, you dare to play me? Do you believe I'll chop you up alive? Lazy trembled under Ma San's glare and hurriedly protested, Third brother, I really didn't trick you. If you don't believe me, I'll step in front of you later. Ma San and Shen Shi were waiting for him to say that kid had a knife, and they didn't want to take the risk. Okay, you said it yourself. Let's go, hurry up and get there before someone else gets there first. In the darkness, the 3 of them crouched low and stealthily moved through the wilderness camp. Along the way, many people saw the 3 of them and immediately became wary. These 3 were notorious for all sorts of evil deeds, from petty theft to extortion. By now, killing people for their flesh and sucking their marrow from their bones has completely stripped them of their humanity. Watching the 3 men's furtive figures disappear into the distance, some people couldn't help but shake their heads with a sigh. I wonder which unlucky person got targeted by these 3 beasts. Let me see those familiar names, are they still there? Did you miss me? Chapter 2, Drinking Blood. Ding, host unconsciousness detected. Automatically bound to return target Lu Xiaoxiao click to view. Ding, the host has given 321 milliliters of blood to the target Lu Xiaoxiao as a first return reward, and has been granted the right to choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, 3,210 milliliters of blood. Reward 2, 3.21 cards of health and mana. Reward 3, 1.605 calories of chi and blood, 1,605 milliliters of blood. Upon hearing the notification sound, Lu Wei's previously drowsy mind immediately cleared up. System? He was very familiar with this thing. He had read countless novels in his previous life, so he naturally knew the system all too well. With the help of the system, even a pig can become Zhu Beiji Pigsy. As soon as he finished speaking to himself, a system interface appeared in front of him. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Root bone, 51. Comprehension, 55. Constitution, 2.65. Chi and blood, 2.75. Mental state, 411. Technique, none. Skills, none. Talent, none. Supernatural powers, none. Cultivation level, none. Freedom attribute, 0. System level, level 115. Note, you will gain 5 free attribute points for each level you gain. Level 1 can bind to one target, and each person can receive a return once per day. The return multiplier is related to the target score. Click for details. The first binding target is of the opposite sex, and subsequent targets must also be of the opposite sex of the host. Same-sex binding is not possible for the time being. The same item can only be returned once when gifted to the same target. Repeated gifts are invalid. Items obtained through refunds cannot be gifted to other bound targets and refunded repeatedly. Target already bound, Lu Xiaoxiao. Click to expand. Looking at the system interface that suddenly appeared in front of him, Lu Wei felt a surge of excitement, and his heart pounded. His previously weak body seemed to experience a brief resurgence of energy before death, and at this moment he actually had some strength. Lu Wei knew that this was an illusion caused by his excessive excitement and increased blood flow, and that he might faint again in a moment. Surrounded by wolves, even if he tried his best to hide in a secluded place far from people, if he fainted, the chances of him and his sister being killed were still very high. Never underestimate the limits of extreme hunger. If even cannibalism is possible, how much more likely would someone be to eat two strangers? There was no way before, but now that we have a system, we must think of a way to protect ourselves before we faint. Oh, and the reward. Lu Wei stared at the 3 reward options that appeared on the side of the screen, and had to make a choice as soon as possible. The first one was 3,200 milliliters of blood. Without hesitation, this option was abandoned. Although 3,200 milliliters of blood is a lot, it's enough for him and his sister to have 2 meals. But after 2 meals, nothing was left. The second option is 3.2 units of qi in blood. Although Lu Wei wasn't quite clear about the effects of qi in blood, the fact that it appeared on the attribute interface meant that it was very important. However, no matter how important it is, nothing is more important to him right now than filling his stomach. Therefore, in order to balance both aspects, Lu Wei decided to choose the third option. This not only increases qi in blood, restoring them to near normal levels, but also allows the remaining blood to fill the stomach. I choose the third one. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1.605 calories of qi in blood and 1605 milliliters of blood. Qi in blood will be automatically added, and blood will be automatically placed into the system space and can be retrieved at any time. The system's voice faded away. Lu Wei felt a surge of heat throughout her body, and her heart pounded wildly like an engine with the accelerator floored. His previously weak body was instantly filled with strength. As the saying goes, when qi and blood are abundant, no disease will arise. Qi and blood are the root and the source, driving the whole body and nourishing the 5 internal organs. If we compare the human body to a machine, then qi and blood are one of the fuels that supply the operation of this machine. This is just a simple analogy. The actual effects of qi and blood on the human body are much more complex. The most important step in a martial artist's physical training is to circulate and strengthen their qi and blood, thereby tempering their entire body. When one's qi and blood are strong, the body is like a furnace, forged into steel through repeated tempering, and becomes indestructible. Of course, these things are still quite far away for Lu Wei. Currently, the 1.605 calories of qi and blood he has received only slightly exceed the normal level. This is already extremely rare for him. On this journey of fleeing famine, having extraordinary vitality is extremely important. Apart from martial artists, not everyone can necessarily achieve it. Once his qi and blood are replenished, he only needs to eat enough to restore his physical condition to a normal level. As for the food, Lu Wei looked at the earthenware jar next to him. Without saying a word, he put the earthenware pot back on the fire and started boiling water. As for the fact that the earthenware pot had just been used to boil strips of cloth, that's no big deal. For someone who was extremely hungry, let alone having just boiled rags, even if they had just boiled some olige, a type of spicy snack, they would still put it in their mouth without hesitation. The water boiled quickly, and Lu Wei took out the blood directly from the system space and put it into the boiling water. When fresh blood comes into contact with boiling water, it is instantly scalded, just like egg white, turning into irregular, thread-like shapes. Lu Wei boiled all the blood, ate it all, and then gave some to his little sister. Seeing that the blood had been cooked, Lu Wei gently took the earthenware pot off the fire. I smelled it, but it had no smell at all. Since it was a system reward, there shouldn't be any bacteria or viruses, so Lu Wei wasn't worried about any problems after eating it. He couldn't wait to pick up a twig, break it in 2, use it as chopsticks, and then start eating it in big mouthfuls. Blood is very nutritious, containing a lot of iron and protein, dozens of times more than beef. Ignoring the fact that it was too hot to eat, Lu Wei took several bites in a row. After eating, my burning hunger finally subsided a bit. Gradually, he regained some strength in his limbs. After eating some, Lu Wei didn't dare to eat anymore. If he didn't eat for a long time and suddenly ate too much at once, his stomach and intestines couldn't handle it. He planned to let the rest of the food cool down before waking his sister up to eat some too. After resting for a while and recovering somewhat, Lu Wei was preparing to open the system and study it carefully. Suddenly, he heard the soft sound of footsteps on the snow. Startled, Lu Wei grabbed a machete and quietly peeked out from the edge of the pit, looking in the direction from which the footsteps were coming. Chapter 3: Beheading. Although this world looks similar to ancient Earth, it does not have the concept of countries or dynasties. It's somewhat like the period of feudal lords in ancient times, where a system of city-state lords was practiced on this vast land. A power owns one or several cities and rules over a territory spanning thousands of miles. Lu Wei's original location was near the endless forest in the northeast and Yangzhou in the north. That area belonged to a certain family and was a very large region, nearly 1,000 li wide from east to west and nearly 2,000 li long from north to south. However, within such a large area, there are only 3 large cities, a dozen or so small cities, and a few hundred villages, with a population of less than 3 million. Clearly, this is a remote and harsh place, hence the sparse population. During this disaster, those who could escape basically fled, and those who couldn't were probably devoured by the monsters. Most of the villagers from Lu Wei's village followed a caravan, even though the caravan wouldn't protect them. However, if they encounter wild animals or bandits, the caravan will usually intervene to deal with them for their own safety. These refugees were essentially granted free asylum. Therefore, the people following the caravan were not just from Lu Wei's village initially, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Although their behavior was somewhat unscrupulous, the caravan members did not drive them away. Because, in the event of a real danger they cannot handle, these tens of thousands of people would become excellent bait. However, of the tens of thousands who set out, only a few thousand remain after nearly 2 months, with almost 80% eliminated. Some perished on the road, becoming food for wild beasts or others, unable to walk any further, could only find a place to hide, hoping the beast tide would not find them. Lu Wei once thought of hiding away in a remote mountain forest, just like them. But when he thought of those powerful monsters, he gave up on this naive idea. For an ordinary person to want to survive in a forest teeming with monsters is nothing short of a pipe dream. So no matter how difficult or painful it was, he gritted his teeth and persevered. As time went on, most people had long since run out of food. From then on, the evil in human nature was revealed even more vividly. Rice and meat, vegetable people, 2-legged sheep, and bones rotten. These words were presented to him in a real and bloody way. As Mr. Zhou said, history can be summed up in just 2 words, cannibalism. At first, those people only picked up dead bodies to eat, but gradually they started killing people to eat. Lu Wei knew that he and his sister belonged to a vulnerable group and were likely to become targets of those people. Therefore, he was very vigilant throughout the journey, and no matter what he did, he would not be separated from his sister. When they sleep outdoors at night, they will find a secluded place to hide. Just like tonight, he took his sister to a small ditch, which not only blocked the wind but also kept them out of the sight of those with ulterior motives. But to his surprise, those people still found him. It seems that they may have already set their sights on themselves and their sister. Seeing the 3 people slowly approaching, Lu Wei quickly turned around, put out the fire, and then picked up her younger sister and placed her a little further away to prevent her from getting hurt if anything happened later. Then he dragged over 2 pieces of wood, one large and one small, and placed them where he and his sister were. Most people nowadays suffer from night blindness, meaning they can't see anything at night. Even those with better eyesight can only vaguely see a dark mass and can't tell whether it's a person or wood. Finally, he found a secluded spot, covered himself with snow, and secretly observed the 3 people. Seeing the 3 people crept up from not far away, Lu Wei tightened his grip on the machete, suppressing his fear and tension as he pondered a solution. Beg for mercy? That's like putting yourself on a chopping board and being at the mercy of others. Therefore, the only way is to fight to the death. Thinking of this, Lu Wei took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and tried to calm herself down. At this moment, panic and fear are the most useless emotions, they will only hasten your death. His eyes were fixed on the 3 people who were getting closer and closer. Because it was too dark, Lu Wei couldn't see who the 3 people were or what they looked like. He could only see that each of them was holding a thick wooden stick. Seeing that they had no knives or sharp weapons, Lu Wei's anxiety eased slightly. With a machete in hand and his body restored to near normal strength, he was not without the ability to fight against 3 unarmed, hungry, and weak ordinary people. As for why Lu Wei was certain that these 3 people were just ordinary people, it's very simple. If someone is truly a martial artist, they don't need to eat people. There are plenty of ways to obtain food. Even if they act as guards for merchant caravans, they won't have to worry about food and drink. Moreover, if a martial artist wanted to kill him, they wouldn't need to be so sneaky. Therefore, these 3 people must be ordinary people just like him. As the 3 drew closer, Lu Wei's eyes grew increasingly fierce, and his killing intent intensified. In this dog-eat-dog world, if you don't kill someone, someone will kill you, you have no choice. Suddenly, the 3 stopped. A moment later, one of them took the lead, while the other 2 lagged behind. Upon seeing this, Lu Wei frowned, not expecting these 3 people to be so cautious. Ma San poked Lazy with a wooden stick, shook his head, and gestured for him to go first. Lazy didn't want to go, but if he didn't, he might be thrown into a pot and stewed in his sleep when he got back. Tightening his grip on the stick to prevent slipping when he was about to smash the other man's skull, Lazy walked toward the ditch where Lu Wei had just been. He no longer feels the nervousness and fear he felt the first time he did this. After killing so many, you get used to it and it doesn't feel like much anymore. In fact, you start to feel quite comfortable with it. Lazy tiptoed to the edge of the pit and poked his head out to look carefully into it. Just as Lu Wei had guessed, Lazy saw two long, dark shadows and assumed they were two people. Without hesitation, he raised the stick and smashed it down hard on the longer piece of wood. If this blow hits a person, even if it doesn't kill them, it can render them unable to resist. However, just as he swung his wooden stick down, a figure suddenly darted out from the side and pounced on him. Before Lazy could react, he felt a chill on his neck, as if something had been expelled from his body. Then I felt a sudden dizziness and fell headfirst into the pit. The wooden stick in his hand veered off course and struck the ground beside him with a dull thud. Witnessing the blood spurt several meters away and the head almost falling off, Lu Wei felt his heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. His first murder filled him with both extreme fear and a sense of excitement. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and he couldn't see the horrific sight of people with half their heads chopped off, otherwise he probably would have been too scared to move. Lu Wei secretly pinched his thigh to force himself to calm down, then looked at the two remaining people not far away. Chapter 4 There Are No Fools. In the pitch-black night, Ma San and Chen Qi, who were following behind, couldn't see what was happening ahead. They could only vaguely see that Lazy seemed to have jumped into the pit. After a while, Lazy still didn't make a sound, and both of them had a bad feeling. Ma San pulled Chen Qi back, who was about to step forward, and asked into the pit, "Tiger, are you done?" All done." A muffled voice came from the pit. Ma San and Chen Qi exchanged a glance, their expressions both changing drastically, and they decisively turned and left. Lu Wei knew he had been exposed when he saw the two of them run away. This is inevitable given how cautious the other party is. Whether he answers or not, they will find out. Lu Wei leaned against the edge of the pit and let out a long breath. It's good that they ran away. Facing two people alone, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get hurt. If the injury was too severe, in a place like this, it would be practically a death sentence. Now that we have the system, given time, he'll definitely be able to turn things around. The future is bright, there's no need to ruin it here because of a moment of anger. So he didn't plan to chase after those two people, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge later. Meanwhile, a few miles away in the caravan center, there was a luxurious carriage lowered by 12 fine horses. The carriage looked like a moving luxury palace. The 2 zhan long and 2 zhan wide fragrant wood carvings, the exquisite carriage wrapped with gold threads, and the jade belt and frame adorned with gemstones. Inside the carriage, there was a jade table, a soft couch, a brazier, and an incense burner, everything one could need. On the soft couch, a stunningly beautiful woman was intently flipping through an account book. Her figure was graceful and alluring, and her fiery and seductive posture under the thin veil was enough to make anyone's blood boil. The woman had a face as white as jade and skin as white as snow. She had a slightly masculine, foxy face that was as beautiful as a poppy and full of charm. Her slender hands turned page after page of the ledger, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, as if she had some dissatisfaction. "Miss, it's late, you should rest." A pretty young maid stepped forward and reminded her softly. The woman slowly raised her head, her jet black hair cascading down, and her eyes, bright as stars, seemed to be shining. "What time is it?" The woman's voice carried a touch of childlike elegance, which made people's imaginations run wild. "It's just past 9 p.m., the maid Xiaobei quickly replied. The woman nodded, closed the ledger, and handed it to Xiaobei. "Did you ask the question I told you to ask?" The woman's lips moved slightly. Xiao Baihan nodded, "I've already asked. Captain Lin said that we'll be arriving in Yunzhou in less than a month." The woman nodded upon hearing this. Although Yunzhou was also considered to be in the north, it was warmer than Yangzhou, where they were currently located. The refugees should be able to have an easier time there. What did Captain Lin say about the other matter? Captain Lin said, "Refugees resorting to cannibalism is a desperate act to survive. Our caravan is short-handed and unable to investigate or intervene." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the woman's eyes, but she nodded calmly as if nothing had happened. "Yes, the guard team has indeed worked hard. Tell everyone that once we reach Yunzhou, everyone will receive a 50% increase in their reward." Upon hearing this, Xiaobei quickly nodded and flattered, "Mrs. Kind-hearted and considerate of her subordinates. I'm sure the guards will be extremely grateful to you when they find out. All right, you can go now. I'm going to rest." Yes, Xiaobei replied, then turned and left. The woman watched her retreating figure, her eyes filled with a strange mix of emotions. Finally, she sighed softly and murmured to herself, "What goes around comes around." On the other side, Lu Wei rested for a while, stripped Lizzie of his clothes, dragged the corpse to the side, covered it with some snow, and then left it alone. He didn't have the energy to dig a hole for him. Whether it was eaten by wild animals or by later people was not his concern. For a moment, Lu Wei hesitated, wondering whether he should taste human flesh. After thinking it over, I decided to give up. Before the system existed, he might have had to eat in order to survive for himself and his sister. However, now that he has the system and his body has recovered somewhat, surviving will no longer be so difficult, so he naturally won't think about eating human flesh anymore. Back in the pit, Lu Wei rekindled the fire, picked up his younger sister, and began feeding her the cooked blood from the earthenware pot. The little girl was so weak that she didn't even open her eyes while eating. Just close your eyes and chew instinctively. Worried that the little girl might eat too much at once and her body wouldn't be able to handle it, Lu Wei fed her a little and then stopped. The rest is enough for her to have a meal tomorrow morning. With these 2 hearty meals, the little girl was out of danger. Lu Wei, meanwhile, began to think about how to get food tomorrow. It's a snowy wonderland outside, and the tree bark and grass roots along the roadside have been dug up by the people ahead. If you venture further into the forest, you are likely to encounter wild animals or even monsters. Lu Wei didn't think he could defeat those wild beasts or monsters. He didn't want to risk going in unless absolutely necessary. As for catching fish, the ice on the river is at least half a meter thick now. Without ice-breaking tools, it would be exhausting to even try to drill a hole in the ice. Moreover, even if you carve out an ice hole, you might not be able to catch any fish. After pondering for a long time, Lu Wei finally focused his gaze on the slightly bulging snowdrift to the side. The next morning, Lu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and woke up in Lu Wei's arms. I subconsciously rubbed my stomach and suddenly felt something was wrong. I used to wake up every morning with a stomach that felt like it was on fire. But when I woke up this morning, I found that I didn't feel so bad. Although I was still a little hungry, I was no longer so weak and powerless. The little girl blinked her adorable big eyes and climbed off Lu Wei. The noise the little girl made woke up Lu Wei, who was already not sleeping soundly. Awake? Still feeling unwell? Lu Wei smiled and ruffled the little girl's messy hair. The little girl shook her head, then looked at Lu Wei with a blank expression. Brother, what's going on? Can I eat my fill in my dreams? But that doesn't make sense. I used to dream about eating all the time, so why didn't it work? The little girl felt a long-lost sense of fullness, and in her excitement and joy, she kept chattering away. Lu Wei smiled and said, "This time, it's possible that a handsome immortal is giving you delicious food in your dream." Just as the little girl was about to say something, she suddenly caught sight of a glaring red mass of blood not far away. That large patch of blood was so conspicuous and eye-catching in the snow. Brother, that's... The little girl was startled and immediately burrowed into Lu Wei's arms. Lu Wei patted the little girl on the back and told her everything that had happened last night, without hiding anything. Lu Wei didn't hide it from her because he wanted her to realize the cruelty and danger of this world. This kind of world is not suitable for cultivating gentle, innocent girls. Only fierce wolves can survive. Chapter 5: The Unknown Side. Brother, are you injured? Hearing Lu Wei's description and seeing the bandage on his hand, the little girl looked at Lu Wei with eyes full of pity. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Come on, go get the pottery jar. Lu Wei smiled and patted the little girl's head as he gave the order. Lu Xiaoxiao obediently picked up the pottery jar and looked at the contents inside with a puzzled expression. Brother, what is this? Is it edible? The little girl had never seen cooked blood before, so she didn't recognize it. Okay, let's eat quickly. After we finish eating, let's go out for a walk and see if we can find something to eat. It's pretty good, bro, you should have some too. I've already eaten, you can eat. No, you eat too. The 2 siblings politely declined each other's offer and ate most of the boiled blood, along with the broth, until it was all gone. In this freezing weather, it's so rare to be able to eat something hot. It makes me feel warm and cozy from head to toe. Lu Wei discovered that the people in this world were much stronger physically than the people on Earth. Otherwise, in this awful weather, let alone fleeing famine and not having enough to eat, even if we had enough to eat and drink, we would freeze to death. After finishing their meal, Lu Wei noticed that the caravan had resumed its journey. So he quickly packed his things and prepared to follow. The two didn't have much: a clay pot, a wood chopping knife, 2 quilts, a pile of hay, a few pieces of clothing, and some miscellaneous odds and ends. These items filled just one sled. After packing everything, Lu Wei carried Lu Xiaoxiao up and covered her with a blanket before they set off. However, while other people use oxen, horses, or dogs to pull their sleds, Lu Wei has to pull theirs. After thinking for a moment, Lu Wei dug out Lizie's body again. It had been buried in the snow all night and was frozen solid. Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale when she saw Lizie's horrific death. What? Are you scared? Lu Wei asked with a smile, looking at his sister's expression. No, I'm not afraid at all. He's dead, what do I have to be afraid of? Lu Xiaoxiao said, forcing a smile. If you're scared, just keep staring at him. Once you get used to it, you won't be scared anymore. Think about it, if I hadn't killed him, we'd probably both be boiled alive by now. Lu Wei's educational methods may seem cruel, or even perverse. However, it is the best form of education in this cruel world. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded and didn't say anything more, but her big eyes remained fixed on Lizie's corpse. She believed her brother's words. As long as she kept watching, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. For some reason, after watching for a while, she found it quite amusing and even touched it when Lu Wei wasn't looking. The moment she touched the pale corpse, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes gradually brightened, seemingly with a hint of excitement. On the other side, Ma San and Chen Qi, who had returned home in fear the night before, remained vigilant until dawn. Seeing that Lu Wei didn't chase after them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Third brother, Lizie is dead. Should we avenge him? Chen Qi asked fiercely. Slap. He had barely finished speaking when Ma San slapped him on the head. Is Lizie your father? You want to avenge him? If you want to go by yourself. You deserve to be stabbed to death by that kid. Don't drag me down with you. Chen Qi scratched the spot where he had been hit and mumbled, what if that kid comes back to retaliate? Upon hearing this, Ma San narrowed his beady eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them. If he really dares to come, the sticks we have aren't just for show. Yeah, let's do it. Chen Qi was eager to try. Smack. No sooner had he finished speaking than he received another big slap on the head. Fuck your grandpa. All you ever do is work, all you ever do is work. The martial arts world is about human relationships and social interactions, not fighting and killing. Don't you understand, you idiot? Ma San spat out a mouthful of saliva, spraying it all over Chen Qi's face. Then, what should we do? Chen Qi was a little confused after being scolded. Ma San thought for a moment, then said with some reluctance, take the half-pound of millet we stole and come with me. Chen Qi listened and obediently did as instructed, not daring to ask any more questions, for fear of being beaten again. The fleeing group numbered in the thousands, stretching for several miles in a scattered manner. Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao were in the middle, towards the back. The people on the road, seeing that their sleds were pulling a dead man whose head had almost been chopped off, all looked at him with great suspicion. Ignoring the wariness in everyone's eyes, Lu Wei picked up the clothes he had taken off Lizie and shook them. If anyone knows this person, tell me about him, and this garment will be theirs. Clothing, though not as precious as food, is still essential for these refugees. Especially in such icy and snowy conditions, clothing becomes even more precious. Lu Wei offered his clothes in exchange for information because he didn't lack them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to give them up. Therefore, as soon as Lu Wei said this, many people stood up. I know, I recognize it. I know him too. I'm his neighbor, and I know him best. I'm his relative, I'm the one who knows him best, choose me. Pick me, pick me. A group of people rushed to get the dress, regardless of whether they knew each other or not. Lu Wei could tell at a glance that there were definitely a lot of people trying to take advantage of the situation. Then he roared, shut up, all of you. The scene immediately fell silent. Let me tell you, if anyone tries to take advantage of the situation and try to fool me with fake news, don't blame me if I find out. As Lu Wei spoke, he drew the machete from his hand, his eyes cold and fierce as he looked at the crowd. This action instantly scared away a group of people who were planning to take advantage of the situation. However, a few people remained, and they were clearly not afraid, so they must have really known this person. Just as Lu Wei was about to choose one of those people to question, suddenly a familiar voice came from the side. The voice was sharp and dry, making people feel uncomfortable. Brother, may I have a word with you in private? Lu Wei turned his head and saw two men holding wooden sticks watching him from a short distance away. Lu Wei's pupils contracted when he saw the wooden sticks in the two men's hands. Coupled with those familiar voices, Lu Wei already guessed who they were. After staring at the two for a while, Lu Wei narrowed his eyes and walked forward with a wood chopping knife in his hand. With each step he took, his eyes grew colder, and the murderous aura emanating from him intensified. Lu Wei still remembers an article he learned in elementary school called 1,000 Miles of Leap into the Dabi Mountains. He firmly remembered a great man's words: when two armies meet on a narrow road, the brave will win. Since we can't avoid it, we have to be more ruthless and vicious than the enemy. Even if we can't beat them, we have to knock out one of their teeth. Ma San and Chen Shi were startled by Lu Wei's fierce expression, as if he were about to fight to the death. They didn't come here to fight Lu Wei to the death, nor did they have the guts. "Brother, we've come to you to clear up the misunderstanding," Ma San hurriedly explained, afraid that Lu Wei's woodcutter's knife would come crashing down at any moment. Although neither of them is necessarily going to lose, this kid has a machete, and he might just take one of them away. What if that's me? Chapter 6: Chaotic Times. Misunderstanding? Do we have a misunderstanding? Lu Wei looked at the two of them with a forced smile. His gaze swept back and forth over their necks, making the two men feel a chill run down their spines and their scalps tingle. Yes, definitely. Yes, it happened last night. We were both tricked by that rascal, and we were misled by him, which led to the misunderstanding and disrespect towards our brother. That bastard is dead now, and he deserved it. Fortunately, you weren't hurt, brother, otherwise we would feel terrible. However, it was wrong of us to disturb your rest so late at night. That's why we came over early this morning, just to apologize to my brother. If we just offer a little something extra, we can get this over with, okay? After Ma San finished speaking, he took the bag containing half a pound of millet from Chen Shi's hand and showed the golden millet inside to Lu Wei. After hearing Ma San's words, Lu Wei dismissed them as nonsense, believing that not a single word of them was true. However, when Lu Wei saw the xiaomi they brought, his eyes lit up involuntarily. In the north, where water is scarce, the staple food is usually wheat or millet, which is mainly millet. This thing held an extraordinary position in ancient times. It was the grain in the phrase, the state and its people. Although it tasted far worse than wheat flour and rice, in those famine-stricken times, it was a lifesaver. Taste? Did it even matter? I was just wondering where to get something to eat today, and this is like a pillow delivered to my sleepy head. If he could get this half pound of millet, plus the return system, the millet would be worth 10 times more in his hands. Moreover, given the current situation, it's best to avoid pushing yourself to the limit if possible. If you want revenge, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now that the other party is willing to reconcile and even offer gifts, that's fine too. Let's get this rice first. As for what will happen in the future, who can say for sure? Lu Wei nodded and said, I see. I misunderstood you too. Since this isn't your fault, let's do it your way. Let bygones be bygones, and nobody should hold a grudge. Anyone can lie through their teeth. As he spoke, Lu Wei put the woodcutter's knife back at his waist, and the murderous aura around him instantly dissipated. Seeing that Lu Wei had put away his machete, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Ma San stepped forward and handed half a pound of millet to Lu Wei. It's just a small token of my appreciation, brother, don't think it's too little. Lu Wei took it without any hesitation and said with a fake smile, hee, not at all. We become friends through a fight. Let's keep in touch in the future. Ma San's tiny, bean-like eyes were almost invisible from laughing. Of course. We'll head back now and talk later. Good. Lu Wei smiled and nodded, watching the two figures disappear into the distance, his gaze thoughtful. These two are suspicious. Could they have poisoned the rice? Third brother, that's half a gene of millet, and you just gave it to him like that? Chen Shi asked with a pained expression. Ma San scoffed, what can we do if we don't give it to him? If we don't get rid of him, do you want to lose sleep every night? If you're a thief for 1,000 days, you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Damn, what a waste of that half a pound of millet. It would have been so much more delicious to stew it with some dairy products. Because of the delay, Lu Wei hurriedly pulled the sled to catch up with the caravan ahead. At noon, the caravan stopped to rest, and the refugees following behind dared not go forward alone and could only stop as well. Around this time every day, some refugees would bring out items to trade. Some people sell clothes, some sell gold and silver, some sell their children, some sell themselves, and some even openly display their human flesh for sale. Almost all transactions were aimed at exchanging grain. But at that time, food was life itself, and no one would give it up, no matter who had it. Even if someone offered 10 taels of silver per caddy, they still couldn't get a single grain of rice. Therefore, most people are lucky if they can trade for some wild vegetables and herbs. Lu Wei only had half a pound of millet, which she needed to save for raising her baby, so she definitely wouldn't use it to buy these useless things. Although he was somewhat tempted by the round, large buttocks of Wu Laoer's wife from the same village. Along both sides of the road, there were people with numb expressions and on the verge of death everywhere. Women and children wore straw tags on their heads and were being sold at a low price. Lu Wei looked around and sighed inwardly. In chaotic times, human life is as worthless as grass. After resting for a while, Lu Wei pulled his sister along and continued on their way, trying to stay as close to the caravan as possible. This way, we can find a place to sleep in advance. Looking at the fully armed guards and the truckloads of supplies ahead, Lu Wei couldn't help but feel a little envious. If he had known earlier that martial artists existed in this world, he would have found a way to learn martial arts long ago, and he wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. When he first arrived, he thought it was some ancient period on Earth, since the writing system and language were the same. The villagers are short-sighted and lack knowledge. Some have never even left the village in their entire lives. I asked them, but I couldn't get any answers. The village is far from the city, with hundreds of miles of mountain roads where all kinds of wild beasts roam. The only way to get into the city is to join a group of villagers. The village only organizes a trip to the city to purchase supplies once a year. Lu Wei has been in the world for half a year, but she hasn't had the chance to go to the city. It wasn't until this famine relief effort that I realized the world is not so simple. Fortunately, their village was on the road to the south, so they were relatively well informed. Otherwise, they might not even know how to escape and would become food for monsters without even realizing it. There are countless villages like this. What are you looking at? Get away from me! Just as Lu Wei's thoughts were wandering, a reprimand came from his ear, bringing him back to his senses. Looking up, he saw a guard with a sword at his waist, dressed in a thin, close-fitting outfit, looking at him with disgust, as if he were a stray dog. Lu Wei remained silent, calmly turned around, and walked to the side. Although he was very annoyed, he could only endure it. These guards were all martial artists, not ordinary people like him who could afford to provoke them. Otherwise, with so much food in the caravan and only a little over 100 people and so many refugees, wouldn't anyone want to rob the caravan? Yes, of course it exists. At the very beginning of the famine, some people incited others to rob caravans. As a result, thousands of people rushed forward at once, and within a quarter of an hour, a field of corpses was left behind. Of the several thousand people, more than half returned. Even so, the caravan owner did not let them go. During the pursuit, none of those involved in the robbery escaped. Many innocent people who were not involved also died. Lu Wei also witnessed the terrifying power of martial artists firsthand. Their movement speed was something that ordinary people simply couldn't react to. With a single sweep of his blade, more than a dozen people were cut in half at the waist, their internal organs spilling all over the ground, making him turn pale. Therefore, he dared not provoke such a martial artist who was completely different from ordinary people. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Fortunes change. Never underestimate a young person's potential, nor underestimate a middle-aged person's potential. Once I'm rich, I'll see how I deal with you. Once the caravan had gone far away, Lu Wei continued forward. Before we knew it, the sky was gradually darkening. The caravan stopped where it was and began preparing to camp. Lu Wei also pulled Lu Xiaoxiao along and found a secluded, sheltered spot to stop, preparing to start a fire and begin camping. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly remembered. Ding, the host has consumed gifted 1 point of stamina to return to the target, triggering a return reward of 10 points of stamina. Chapter 7. You had someone cook you? This actually works? The sudden system notification surprised and delighted Lu Wei. He never expected that simply walking with the little girl would be considered a free gift. If I had known, I wouldn't have stopped. I could have walked with the little girl all night. Just as he was filled with regret, he suddenly felt a warm current appear out of nowhere and begin to flow through his entire body. Moreover, the warm current began to flow through his entire body, and it flowed faster and faster. His heart also began to beat stronger and stronger, and Lu Wei could even hear the thumping sound, like the beating of a drum. Then my skin started to turn red and hot, like a steamed crab radiating heat. This scene startled Lu Xiaoxiao, who was standing nearby. He exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, what happened to you? Did someone cook it? Why is it smoking?" Lu Wei's face immediately turned dark red, and he glared at her. Keep your voice down, don't make a fuss. This is something that definitely can't be seen by others. But what you? Lu Xiaoxiao looked at her brother, whose head was starting to emit white smoke, and was so frightened that she didn't know what to do. It's okay, don't worry, I'm just a little tired, I'll be fine in a bit. Sure enough, after a while, Lu Wei felt the temperature drop. Although it still feels a bit hot, it doesn't feel cooked anymore. I clenched my fist and felt like I had inexhaustible strength. Lu Wei quickly opened the system to check the changes. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Root bone, 51. Comprehension, 55. Constitution, 1515. Qi in blood, 6.66.6. Spirit, 1111. Freedom attribute, 0. System level, level 115. Target already bound, Lu Xiaoxiao clicked to expand. Slightly. My physical condition has reached 15 points, which is 3 times the original level. No wonder the reaction was so intense. Moreover, Lu Wei discovered that improving his physique not only made his body stronger. Even strength, speed, and other aspects have seen significant improvements. It seems that constitution affects overall physical fitness, and can be said to be the most important attribute. Lu Wei tried to lift the sled and found it to be very easy. Even the punches thrown out had a whooshing sound, making them more powerful and swift. He felt that with his current speed and strength, he could kill those 2 guys even with his bare hands. He always felt that those 2 guys had ill intentions and seemed to have ulterior motives for delivering the rice. Moreover, their actions raise many questions. However, with my current strength, I should find an opportunity to deal with them. Leaving them alone doesn't feel right. There's no way you can guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're a thief for 1,000 days. What Lu Wei didn't know was that the other person had exactly the same thoughts as him. Continuing to check the system interface, Lu Wei discovered that his stamina had not only doubled. Even all the stats were fully restored, just like a game character leveling up. This feeling of being fully energized is incredibly refreshing and makes you feel great. Next, Lu Wei carefully reviewed the rules regarding the return. These rules have many limitations. First of all, at level 1, you can only bind to 1 target. Moreover, this goal only offers 1 chance to be returned per day. The items given cannot exceed the recipient's strength too much, nor can they be too valuable, even the quantity is limited. As for the return multiplier, it is calculated based on the target's score. Seeing this, Lu Wei opened Lu Xiaoxiao's information interface. Name, Lu Xiaoxiao. Age, 7 years old. Root bone, 80. Comprehension, 76. Constitution, 3-4. Cultivation level, none. Appearance, due to young age, it is not included in the calculation. Body shape, due to young age, it is not included in the calculation. Talent, none. Affection level, 100 young age, not included in the calculation. Overall score, 77.5. Meets the binding requirements, already bound, and will receive a 10x return. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao's comprehension and talent, Lu Wei looked at his own and felt awkward. I thought I was pretty good, but I didn't expect this girl to be so much taller than me. With her body so thin, like a bean sprout, and her constant dazedness, how could she have such high innate talent and comprehension? However, this 100% favorability rating made him very gratified. It seemed that his love for this girl had not been in vain. The little girl's overall score is 77.5, so the return multiplier is 10. Lu Wei looked at the return rules and found that a comprehensive score of 50 would result in a 2x return. A score of 60 will earn you 5 times the reward. A score of 70 will earn you 10 times the return. A score of 80 will earn you 20 times the return. A score of 90 will earn you 50 times the return. A score of 100 will earn you 100 times the return. The scoring rules are simple. It's a comprehensive score based on innate talent, comprehension, appearance, physique, and favorability. If you give something back to someone else, you will not get it back. Furthermore, an item can only be gifted to a target once, it will not be returned the second time. In other words, after Lu Wei gave Lu Xiaoxiao his blood, he never returned any blood he gave her afterward. However, it can be given to others, but the gift cannot be a returned reward, it must be given with one's own blood. Although there are many restrictions, they are mainly to prevent the bug from causing repeated infinite card games. Therefore, even with these limitations, the help to Lu Wei is immeasurable. Now that you're at level 1, you only need to get 4 more refunds, which takes 4 days, to upgrade to level 2. I wonder what changes might occur by then. After shutting down the system, Lu Wei, as usual, surveyed his surroundings to check for any potential dangers. After all, safety is the top priority when camping in the wilderness. If there are often wild animals around, then you have to find another place. However, to Lu Wei's surprise, instead of finding the beast, he spotted a person sneaking around on a nearby hilltop, watching him. If it weren't for the improvement in my physique and the enhancement of my overall physical fitness, I might not have been able to find that person. Lu Wei glanced at it, but to avoid arousing the other party's suspicion, he didn't look any further. He pretended not to see anything, walked around the area, and then returned to his campsite. Then Lu Wei pulled out the planks from the sled and set up a simple wooden bed on the sled. Then, a large piece of patched-up cloth was used as a tent, and the sled was placed inside the tent. Lay a layer of dry grass on the wooden board, then a layer of old clothes, and finally a quilt. The bed for sleeping at night is now ready. At night, you can put a charcoal brazier under the sled to heat the wooden planks and warm the bedding. However, it's important to note that the charcoal fire shouldn't be too strong, otherwise you'll end up burning yourself. Once everything was set up, the temperature inside the tent slowly rose. "Brother, what are we having for dinner?" As the little girl spoke, her eyes involuntarily drifted to the bag of millet beside her. "What? Are you hungry?" Lu Wei smiled and hugged the little girl in his arms, rubbing her little face. Looking at the little girl's thin face, Lu Wei felt a pang of sadness. "It's okay, I'm not very hungry." The little girl had barely finished speaking when her stomach started rumbling. "Don't rush, wait a little longer, you can eat it after midnight." Chapter 8 is ridiculous, isn't it? Although the little girl didn't understand why she had to wait until midnight to eat, she was very sensible and didn't make a fuss. Instead, she lay quietly in bed. Because only by staying still can you reduce energy expenditure and avoid going hungry. Although Lu Wei felt sorry for him, there was nothing he could do. The half-pound of millet was seeds, which he would have to use to return the reward later. Not a single grain can be wasted before they are returned. Missing even 1 grain is equivalent to missing 10 grains. Time passed by unnoticed, and the night was unusually quiet except for the occasional bird calls. Although several thousand people were sleeping in the vicinity, hardly anyone spoke. Because when a person is truly hungry, they don't want to talk. Everyone lay silently in the snow, their expressions blank. It's like quietly waiting for death to come. Some people lie down and never get up again. Time passed slowly, and Lu Wei glanced at the countdown on the system interface. Midnight has passed, and new cashback opportunities have been created. Lu Wei immediately took out the millet and stuffed it into Lu Xiaoxiao's arms. "Xiaoxiao, I'll give you this half a pound of millet." Lu Xiaoxiao, who was lying in bed and almost asleep, was a little confused by Lu Wei's sudden action and didn't react for a moment. Seeing the girl standing there in a daze, Lu Wei quickly urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take it. Don't you want to eat?" Lu Xiaoxiao subconsciously took it, thinking that her brother wanted her to cook. To her surprise, just as she took the rice, her brother snatched it back. "All right, you lie down now, I'll go cook you some porridge." With that, she took the rice and left the tent. Lu Xiaoxiao looked blankly at her empty hands, then at her brother's back. He slowly uttered 2 words, "Are you sick?" Ding, the host has gifted half a caddy of millet soaked in bewitching grass juice to Lu Xiaoxiao, triggering a 10x return reward, and you have received 5 caddies of millet and 1 caddy of bewitching grass juice. Upon seeing the returned reward, Lu Wei sneered. Just as he expected. These 2 guys had no good intentions, and he naturally knew what this bewitching herb juice was. Bewitching herb is a type of drug with very significant effects. It is generally used for hunting, fishing, or by certain criminals when committing crimes. Just a tiny bit of this stuff is enough to knock out a wild boar. And in this half pound of millet, there was actually an ounce mixed in. If he and Lu Xiaoxiao ate it, they would definitely sleep for 3 days and 3 nights without waking up. Actually, from the moment that guy delivered the rice to the moment he left, although his attitude was respectful, if you paid attention, you could have found many flaws. First of all, since the purpose of this visit is to make amends and apologize, how could they not even ask each other's names? Moreover, Lu Wei couldn't believe that a shameless rogue who would even eat human flesh would be willing to part with half a pound of grain to please an ordinary person like him. Unless, of course, they can gain something greater from themselves. And of all the things I own, the 2 of us siblings are worth more than half a pound of millet. As he had predicted, there was indeed something wrong with the millet. Fortunately, the system returned the 2 items separately. Although the half-pound was inedible, the 5 pounds returned were perfectly fine, and I even got a pound of bewitching grass juice for free, which wasn't cheap. 5 pounds of millet, if eaten sparingly, can last 2 people 5 days. However, they will be starving again in 5 days, so they need to think of a way to secure a stable food source within 5 days. Looking at the half-pound of millet that had been spiked, Lu Wei revealed a thoughtful expression. This thing might be somewhat useful. Lu Wei lit the fire and started cooking the millet porridge. Then, carrying some millet with added ingredients, he went to the edge of a nearby grove of trees. After clearing a space, I scattered a handful of millet on the ground. After finishing all this, Lu Wei returned to the fire and continued cooking porridge. On a small mound more than 100 meters away from him, 2 furtive figures lay prone in the snowdrift, their eyes fixed on this side. Seeing that Lu Wei had finally started cooking porridge, Ma San and Chen Shi both breathed a sigh of relief. This kid, he's really got guts. He actually managed to hold back until now to cook rice, Chen Shi muttered under his breath. He lay in the snowdrift all night, and he felt like he was going to freeze to death. Ma San sneered, it seems this kid isn't stupid. He probably suspects there's something wrong with the rice. But suspicion is useless. I don't believe he can endure being so hungry. When people are starving, they won't hesitate to eat rice, even if they know it's poisonous, let alone suspect it. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi gave Ma San a thumbs up. Third brother, I have to say, your open strategy is brilliant. Upon hearing this, Ma San couldn't help but feel a little smug. He admonished, remember, when you're out in the world, being ruthless and good at fighting isn't important. You need to be able to use your brain. Third brother, look. That kid's cooked it and he's taking it inside. It looks like he's about to eat it. Don't rush, wait a little longer. He can't escape anyway. With so much bewitching herb juice, even 10 wild boars could be taken down. Once he eats it, he won't wake up for a while. Lu Wei cooked the porridge, brought it into the tent, and called Lu Xiaoxiao to start eating. Wow, half a pound of rice made so much porridge. Lu Xiaoxiao's mouth watered as she saw the earthenware pot full of golden millet porridge. She couldn't remember the last time she ate rice. You can't eat too much late at night. Have 1 bowl and go back to sleep. You can eat the rest tomorrow morning. The 2 of them don't have much food right now, so they have to be careful. They just need to be hungry. Wanting to eat their fill is too much of a luxury. Soon, Lu Xiaoxiao finished her bowl of porridge and reluctantly went back to bed to sleep. Lu Wei drank 1 bowl and then stopped. He is currently full of energy and vitality, and is at the peak of his physical condition. Eat something, just enough to barely sustain your body's energy needs. After finishing his meal, Lu Wei tidied up and quietly left the tent. Since the fire had gone out, the surroundings were dark, with only the white snow on the ground reflecting the faint starlight. Avoiding the gaze of the 2 people on the hilltop, Lu Wei hid in a snowdrift not far from the tent entrance, covering himself completely with snow. In the darkness of night, the average person's visibility is extremely limited. However, it didn't have much of an impact on Lu Wei. Although he couldn't see as clearly as during the day, he was still much better than the average person. Lu Wei lay in the snow for more than an hour before he saw 2 figures walking towards him from a distance. The 2 walked very slowly, making almost no sound under their feet. As the 2 figures drew closer, Lu Wei sneered. It really was you 2. You 2 were pretty quick to act. Before I even went to them, they came to my door. The 2 arrived at the tent entrance, exchanged a glance, and one of them carefully used a stick to lift the curtain. The other person raised the stick high, ready to swing it down. Just then, Lu Wei moved. Chapter 9 kills 2 people. Miss, Captain Lin just delivered a golden pheasant. Would you like it braised or made into soup? The young lady frowned. Let's make soup. Okay, I'll go get it now. Little Lily left with a smile. Wait a moment. Little Lily paused, slightly taken aback. The young lady looked at her and said in a calm tone, next time, you can't accept other people's things without my permission. After all, the guards have it tough in this environment. But, Captain Lin, Hizayabe wanted to say something more. The young lady interrupted directly, do as I say. Her stunningly beautiful face, which could bring ruin to a country, turned cold. Yes. Little Lily didn't dare to say more and quickly agreed. Go down. Yes, ma'am. Zayabe stepped out of the carriage, her expression constantly changing. Finally, she glared angrily at the carriage before turning around to prepare to stew chicken soup. As soon as she walked to a tent not far from the kitchen, the tent flap suddenly opened, and a hand grabbed her with lightning speed, pulling her into the tent before she could react. Just as little Lily was about to scream, her mouth was covered. When she saw the face so close to hers, her struggling body went limp instantly. "You little hussy, your reaction is way too much." Little Lily leaned shyly against the man's chest and playfully patted his shoulder. "You rascal, you scared me to death. I thought I had run into a bad guy. I bet you're just hoping to run into him, aren't you? Ha ha ha." The man said, his hands constantly grabbing and squeezing. If you don't come looking for me, I'll really go and cuckold you." The man grabbed Xiaobe's hair and cursed viciously. "Fine, you slut, kneel down. Hiss, you rascal, you always know how to make me feel bad." A moment later. "What did your young lady say?" the man asked while straightening his clothes. "I'll accept it this time, but she warned me to inform her first next time," little Lily replied weakly, slumped on the ground. This woman is really troublesome. If they weren't difficult to deal with, they wouldn't be able to manage such a large family business. Soon, at most 10 days, and she and that family business will belong to both of us." The man's eyes revealed undisguised greed. "Xiaolin, what if you don't want me anymore after you get Miss?" Xiaobe asked with a pitiful and resentful expression. "How could that be? I will love you for the rest of my life." "Okay, you go and make the chicken soup. I have something to do, so I'll be going now." With that, he walked out of the tent and disappeared into the night. After the man named Kobayashi left, Sayuri, who had been feeling weak and listless, immediately sat up from the blanket. Then, with a look of disdain, he muttered, "All show and no substance, it's exhausting for me to act like this." Meanwhile, outside the young lady's carriage, a one-armed man stood quietly in the shadows. "Uncle Luo, has the matter been investigated thoroughly?" Reporting to Miss, it has been investigated and found out that the second young master colluded with the bandits to keep you in Yangzhou forever, and Lin Xiaolin was also bribed by the second young master. However, he seems to have greater ambitions, wanting to control the entire Yang family through you, Miss. The carriage remained silent for a long time. "Then let's keep him for now and deal with him after we reach Yunzhou. We can replace this group of guards then. In addition, some talented individuals should be selected from among the disaster victims for training. The family needs a constant influx of fresh blood." "Yes." Chen Shi carefully lifted the curtain with a stick, while Ma San hid to the side, holding the stick high in his hand, ready to give the kid a good whack if he didn't fall asleep, and rushed out. As a result, there was no movement even after the tent flap was fully opened. Seeing this, the two breathed a sigh of relief and put down the wooden sticks in their hands. It seemed that the boy had drunk the porridge and fallen into a deep sleep. However, just as they were preparing to enter the tent, a dark figure suddenly darted out from behind them. Lu Wei's face was contorted with rage as he swung his woodcutter's knife down, aiming for Ma San's neck. The reason for choosing Ma San, rather than the more robust Chen Shi, it was because he realized that Chen Shi was just a simpleton with strong limbs but a simple mind. This Ma San is cunning and treacherous, full of evil intentions. Such people are the most dangerous. Neither of them noticed anyone behind them, and by the time they heard the sound and tried to turn around, it was too late. Put. Chen Shi felt something hot and sticky spray onto his face, along with a strong fishy smell. He watched as Ma San's head slowly slid off his neck and fell to the ground. In an instant, an extreme fear spread through his heart, causing his body to stiffen for a moment. And it was in that instant that he lost his life. Chen Shi only saw a thin, dark shadow flash past him, and after a dizzying spin, he was plunged into eternal darkness. Huff huff huff. Lu Wei gasped for breath, his heart pounding violently. He was also very nervous for a moment. Although he had killed someone before, he still couldn't get used to this kind of thing in a short time. However, the reaction this time was much stronger than the last time. After resting for a while, Lu Wei dragged the two corpses out, stripped them of their clothes, and searched their bodies for a lot of things. Surprisingly, there were also quite a few silver coins and gold and silver jewelry. After looting the place, Lu Wei covered the two corpses with snow and then left them there. After relighting the fire, boiling some snow water, and quickly washing up, Lu Wei went back to his tent to sleep. Perhaps due to the excitement just now, Lu Wei's mental energy was somewhat depleted, and he fell asleep not long after lying down. However, his physique is strong, and his recovery speed in all aspects is naturally very fast. After sleeping for a few hours, Lu Wei got up as soon as it was light. Rekindle the fire, take out the leftover millet porridge from last night, heat it up, and have it for breakfast. Soon, the porridge was ready, and Lu Wei woke Lu Xiaoxiao up to eat. Brother, did someone come again last night? Lu Xiaoxiao blinked and asked, noticing the large bloodstains at the door. Lu Wei nodded and hummed in agreement. Were they the same two people from yesterday? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei looked up and glanced at the girl in surprise. How did you know? I guessed. Those two people didn't look like good people at all. Besides, we're not officials. How could anyone possibly send us food at this time? Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Even this girl could see it, those two guys thought they couldn't. After breakfast, Lu Wei asked Lu Xiaoxiao to tidy up, while he went to the place where he had scattered millet yesterday. Yesterday, he heard birds chirping in the vicinity, so he decided to try catching a few birds by soaking millet in the juice of this bewitching herb. To Lu Wei's surprise, he saw something lying on the cleared ground in the distance. Upon closer inspection, they realized it wasn't a bird, but two large field mice. Lu Wei quickly stepped forward and picked up the two field mice, his face immediately lighting up with a smile. These two field mice are exceptionally large and plump, each weighing at least 2 pounds. Great, at least we can have meat to eat. Lu Wei quickly looked around and, seeing that no one was paying attention, twisted the necks of the two field mice, put them in his pocket, and returned to the camp. Chapter 10 How Dare You Poop? Don't forget to add a bookshelf. Brother, where have you been? Seeing Lu Wei's furtive appearance, Lu Xiaoxiao felt that her brother's condition might have worsened again. Lu Wei chuckled and didn't say anything. He had already hidden the two field mice so that the little girl wouldn't see them and start thinking about them again. I'll just wait for the return opportunity to refresh before taking it out to surprise her. I went to take a dump, Lu Wei said casually. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao frowned and looked at Lu Wei like a little adult. Brother, you can't do this. We've only had 2 full meals, how can you go and take a dump? You're being too extravagant. Lu Wei. Well, it seems that taking a dump is indeed a luxury for them. Alright, I know. I just couldn't hold it in any longer. Let's go, it's time to set off. Pulling the sled again, Lu Wei felt much more relaxed. Previously, we would need to stop and rest for about half an hour while pulling it. Now, I can poop all the way until noon without breaking a sweat. Improving physical fitness means improving overall physical quality. All aspects of the body are strengthened. At this moment, Lu Wei's combat power was not much different from that of a novice martial artist. Just like the guard who told him to get lost yesterday, he wasn't necessarily much stronger than Lu Wei in terms of physical fitness. What he lacks is probably combat experience and the unique skills of a martial artist. Of course, Lu Wei would never dare to clash with the guards. He could only think about it in his mind and curse them a couple of times. However, even if he really dared, he wouldn't have the chance today. Because the person in charge of bringing up the rear in the guard team has been changed today. He was a middle-aged man who looked somewhat weathered. This man only has one hand, and several scars on his face, including one that cut right across his eye. He held a long knife in his hand, and his only eye had a piercing gaze, seemingly radiating murderous intent. Unlike Lu Wei's murderous aura when he was fighting desperately, the uncle's murderous aura seemed to emanate from his very bones. One look from him could send chills down one's spine. Sensing that this older man was not someone to be trifled with, Lu Wei didn't dare get too close to the caravan, but followed at a distance. However, to his surprise, the older man came looking for him even though he wanted to hide. Lu Wei was pulling the sled, focused on his journey, when suddenly a dark shadow blocked his way, startling him. Looking up, he saw the one-eyed, one-armed man scrutinizing him, giving him a chilling look. Uncle, do you need something? Lu Wei looked at the uncle who suddenly appeared in front of him with some wariness. Although the caravan never deliberately made things difficult for these refugees. However, the absence of something doesn't mean it won't happen. We must remain vigilant. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Wei again before asking, a martial artist? His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against a stone. Lu Wei looked blankly at the middle-aged man in front of her and pointed to her own nose. A martial artist? Me? I've never practiced martial arts. The uncle frowned upon hearing this, seemingly puzzled. Such a rich aura, even reaching the point of blood chi rising, yet he is not a martial artist. However, if we're talking about a martial artist, his footwork doesn't seem like it. It's clearly powerful but disordered, and he certainly doesn't look like a martial artist. However, the man's brows quickly relaxed. Whether someone is a martial artist or not, you'll find out by trying. Brush. The one-eyed man drew his long knife and slashed at Lu Wei. Lu Wei's expression changed when he saw the man draw his knife. They've already pulled out a knife, so they definitely don't want to invite me to dinner. Damn, is this guy crazy? I didn't provoke him, and I'm quite far from the caravan, why is he attacking me? However, there was no time for him to think about it anymore. Lu Wei quickly took 2 steps back to create distance, and at the same time drew out the machete he always carried. Although he didn't know why the other party wanted to attack him, since they had already done so, he couldn't just surrender. So what if you're a martial artist? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Okay, I'm still a little scared. Even though he was just fantasizing about beating up the martial artist who insulted him yesterday. But when it really came down to fighting against a martial artist, I still felt uncertain. The one-armed warrior's slash came incredibly fast, like a silver streak of light, carrying a chilling killing intent. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lu Wei and slashed down on his head. Lu Wei had never realized that death was so close to her. At that moment, he truly regretted it, regretting why he had stayed so close to the caravan. He wouldn't have died if he had camped later. He regretted not discovering sooner that this world was a cultivation world. If he had cultivation, he wouldn't be in this situation today. However, it's too late to regret it now. We have no choice but to fight with all our might, even if we know it's certain death, we absolutely have to give it our all. He instinctively raised his machete to parry. Ding ding ding. It was clearly a single slash, but there were 3 consecutive impacts. Lu Wei felt a numbness in his arm, and instantly lost his grip on the wood chopping knife, which fell to the ground. However, the middle-aged martial artist did not let him go just because he lost his weapon. The blade flashed and slashed straight at his neck. If Lu Wei were to be struck by this, he would definitely be joining Ma San and Chen Qi in death. In a moment of desperation, Lu Wei rolled to the side and barely managed to dodge. However, just as he was about to get up and run away, he felt a heavy kick to his butt and fell face first into the snow. The icy snowflakes touched her face, and Lu Wei's heart felt just as cold. Damn it, in my next life, I'm going to cultivate fiercely, cultivate to the highest level, and never be bullied again, and never die such a pathetic death again. Just when Lu Wei thought he was going to die, a childish voice suddenly rang out behind him. Don't hurt my brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei turned around immediately and roared, Xiao Xiao, run. As Lu Wei spoke, he lunged forward and grabbed the middle-aged man's leg, trying to stop him from chasing Xiao Xiao. I know I'm doomed, but I must fight for Xiao Xiao's survival. Although he knew in his heart that it was almost impossible for a child like Xiao Xiao to escape from a martial artist. But that's all he can do. Lu Wei had never hated himself as much as he did today, hated his own incompetence and his own lack of strength. He finally realized that in the world of martial arts, strength is everything. If you have power, you can arbitrarily decide the life and death of others and do whatever you want. Without strength, you're just a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Bastard, let go of my brother. Lu Xiaoxiao didn't run away. She picked up the wood chopping knife that Lu Wei had dropped and charged at the middle-aged martial artist like a madwoman. Chapter 11: Becoming an Apprentice. However, how could a child like her possibly injure an adult martial artist? The one-eyed warrior easily snatched the wood chopping knife from Lu Xiaoxiao's hand, and used his hand to hold Lu Xiaoxiao's head, preventing her from going forward. Even though Lu Xiaoxiao was trapped, she didn't give up. She bared her teeth and claws, as if she had gone mad and was trying to tear things apart. Ha! The one-armed warrior paused slightly, as if he had noticed something. His face showed a hint of surprise. In the instant he lost his focus, Lu Wei opened his mouth wide and took a bite out of the one-armed martial artist's calf. The one-armed martial artist immediately felt pain. He was a martial artist, not a god, and being bitten hurt him too. At this moment, he couldn't care less about Lu Xiaoxiao. He turned around and pinched Lu Wei's mouth shut, forcing him to let go. Then he grabbed Lu Wei by the back of his clothes and threw him into the snow. Brother! Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed and ran towards Lu Wei. Although covered in snow, Lu Wei didn't have time to think about it. He quickly got up and shielded Lu Xiaoxiao behind him, looking warily at the one-armed martial artist not far away. He kept thinking about escape strategies. However, the one-armed warrior's next words stunned him completely. Would you like to become my disciple and learn martial arts? Lu Wei didn't react for a moment. What do you mean? He didn't want to kill me? Could it be that the previous test was for taking on apprentices? That seems to make sense. Although it felt very dangerous just now, neither I nor Xiao Xiao were injured. With this martial artist's strength, if he really wanted to kill me, I would probably be decapitated long ago. Master, please accept my bow. After figuring it out, Lu Wei knelt down on the ground and began to kowtow without saying a word. Although it was just a test, the feeling of helplessness and despair was real. He never wants to experience that again in his life. So, as long as you can guide me in cultivation, I'd be willing to kneel down and become your disciple, or even become your godfather. They say a man's knees are worth gold, so what's wrong with me spending a little of my own gold? However, the one-eyed warrior's next words embarrassed him. He glanced at Lu Wei and said indifferently, "I wasn't talking about you, I was asking about the little girl." Lu Wei. Damn, so all that bowing was for nothing? No, we absolutely cannot miss this opportunity today. Master, look, Xiao Xiao is still too young and needs someone to take care of her. I am her only family member, so she definitely can't leave me. Why don't you just take me in? Don't worry, I'll definitely train hard in martial arts and won't let you down. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Your aptitude is average. Even if you work hard, your future achievements will be limited. Master, I never aspired to become the #1 expert in the world. I only hope that if I encounter something like today again in the future, I will not be left without any chance to fight back." Lu Wei spoke with unwavering resolve, his expression deeply moved. Today's events had greatly affected him. It was lunchtime, and a crowd of onlookers had gathered around. The middle-aged man glanced around and finally nodded. "Come with me." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the woods on the side. Lu Wei was overjoyed and quickly pulled Lu Xiaoxiao to follow. The refugees who were watching the spectacle were filled with envy and jealousy when they saw Lu Wei and his sister being accepted as disciples by martial artists. Becoming a martial artist's apprentice means, at the very least, that you won't have to go hungry every day like them. Some people watched Lu Wei and his group's retreating figures, their eyes darting around, a thoughtful expression on their faces, as if they were plotting something. The one-armed martial artist led Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao to the edge of the woods. Then he took out a finely crafted dagger from his pocket and handed it to Lu Xiaoxiao. "I didn't prepare anything, so consider this a small gift for you." Lu Xiaoxiao reached out and took it. "Thank you, master." Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao had given her a gift, Lu Wei quickly followed suit, saying, "Thank you, master." Then she looked on expectantly. However, the one-armed martial artist seemed not to hear him and continued, "Before I teach you martial arts, there are some things I need to explain to you. After you hear them, you can consider whether you want to become his disciple. As you all know, I am a guard for this caravan, and this caravan belongs to the Yang family, so I am also a member of the Yang family. The Yang family has done me a great favor, so unless something unexpected happens, I will be a member of the Yang family for the rest of my life. If you become my disciples, you won't have to be loyal to the Yang family for life like I have. However, we hope you will lend a helping hand when the Yang family needs it. Of course, if you want to join the Yang family, that would be even better. The Yang family can not only provide you with cultivation resources, but also various cultivation techniques from the Yang family's treasure trove. Since ancient times, practicing martial arts has been an extremely expensive activity. Without resources, let alone cultivation techniques and secret skills, one cannot even afford precious medicines for body tempering and replenishing qi and blood, let alone cultivate. I suggest you join the Yang family, so you can focus solely on your cultivation. Of course, the final choice is up to you, there's no rush. After listening, Lu Wei understood what was going on. So he nodded and said, "Don't worry, master, we will consider it carefully." What's there to think about? Who would want to be someone else's slave for life? Although the status of a martial artist is incomparable to that of a servant. However, they are ultimately subject to others' control, and anyone with a bit of ambition would not choose this path. Of course, if he hadn't obtained the system, Lu Wei might have considered it. After all, a secure job for life isn't bad. But now that we have the system, the future potential is limitless. As long as you survive and develop stealthily, one day you will become a force to be reckoned with. You can eat whatever you want then, whether it's raw or cooked. You can sleep with whomever you want, whether it's a man or a woman. Why would I serve as someone's bodyguard? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to transmigrators? My name is Luo Yin. I am not a martial arts master, but just a veteran who survived the battlefield. Therefore, all I can teach you are some basic body strengthening methods and combat techniques on the battlefield. If you want to learn more advanced martial arts and cultivation techniques in the future, you will have to find your own way. These techniques are generally held by powerful families or city lords. Whether you can learn them depends on your abilities. Lu Wei nodded, indicating that she understood. He realized that his chief master was implying that he wanted them to join the Yang family. Joining is out of the question. I need to master the technique first. However, I will certainly repay the kindness of passing on my skills today if I have the opportunity in the future. Alright, next I will teach you the basic body strengthening method. This is a basic technique that uses your own qi and blood to temper your body and step into the path of martial arts. Lu Wei watched Luo Yan demonstrate the body strengthening method intently. The body strengthening method consists of stance training, fist techniques, and physical exercises. It is a kind of exercise that combines gymnastics, yoga, martial arts, and other physical training methods with a unique breathing technique. Half an hour later, Luo Yan demonstrated this body strengthening method. How was it? Did you learn it? Lu Wei was a little confused when he heard this. Learn what? It takes me several lessons to learn a set of radio calisthenics. You only did it once. Who can learn it? However, to his surprise, Lu Xiaoxiao nodded and said crisply, I understand. Chapter 12 With a master, you'll be well fed. What? Is there such a big difference between 76 and 55 in comprehension? Lu Wei was a little dumbfounded. Luo Yan nodded approvingly at Lu Xiaoxiao, then turned to look at Lu Wei. Now you know why I didn't want to take you as my disciple, right? Your physical constitution is average, and your comprehension isn't much better. For a martial artist, physical constitution and comprehension are both indispensable. Xiaoxiao, you demonstrate it once, and you watch from the side. The last sentence was addressed to Lu Wei. Lu Xiaoxiao began her demonstration with a serious expression. Although there were some mistakes, she had completed all the actions. Luo Yan occasionally offered a few pointers from the side, his expression growing increasingly satisfied. As for Lu Wei, he had long forgotten about him. They taught for an hour, and the caravan had gone quite a distance before the three of them finally stopped. Okay, that's all for today. Xiaoxiao, when you go back, you don't need to study too hard. You're still young. Just practice once a day, otherwise your body will be set and you won't grow taller. After instructing Lu Xiaoxiao, Luo Yan turned his gaze to Lu Wei. The gentle expression vanished, replaced by undisguised disdain. As for you, take good care of Xiaoxiao, work hard, and ask Xiaoxiao for advice more often. Once you've mastered this body strengthening method, I'll teach you combat techniques. Let's go, let's hurry and catch up with the main group. Although they were an hour behind, Lu Wei was physically strong and walked quite fast with Lu Xiaoxiao in tow. Luo Yan was also a martial artist, so the three of them caught up with the main group in no time. Luo Yan gave the two some instructions, and said he would visit them again when they went camping that night. Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao leisurely followed the caravan, continuing their journey forward. 2 hours later, darkness fell, the day's journey came to an end, and the caravan stopped to set up camp and prepare defenses. Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao found a place far away from the refugee group to set up camp. Although this poses a risk of encountering wild animals, it also ensures that they can eat without being discovered. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. If the refugees find out that they still have food, they might be ambushed. Although Lu Wei is not afraid now, he doesn't want to be targeted by others. It's better to avoid trouble. Besides, Lu Wei might not be afraid of wild animals now, he might even see it as a good thing, so he won't have to worry about meat in the future. Of course, if you encounter a monster, hiding anywhere won't help. Let alone him, even an ordinary martial artist would face a near-death experience if they encountered a demonic beast. After setting up the tent, Lu Wei took a handful of millet and went into the woods. I found an open space, cleared it out, and sprinkled some millet soaked in the juice of the bewitching herb on it. Today, Lu Wei caught 2 extra large field mice. He wondered what he would find tomorrow. He was filled with anticipation. After setting up the traps, Lu Wei returned to the camp and began preparing dinner. Because they hadn't eaten lunch today, Lu Wei cooked extra porridge. Lu Xiaoxiao stared at the pot full of millet, her big, innocent eyes filled with questions. Brother, where did you get so much rice? She remembered that the two men had only given them half a pound of millet, which they had finished for dinner. She had thought she would go hungry tonight, but her brother brought her so much rice that she was completely stunned. Lu Wei naturally wouldn't tell her about the system, and directly used a common phrase used to coax a child. What are you little kids asking about? Just eat your food. Come on, before the porridge is cooked, teach me the body strengthening method first. Lu Wei fully demonstrated the fine tradition of not being ashamed to ask questions of those less knowledgeable than himself. He began to ask Lu Xiaoxiao for advice on body strengthening methods. Although this set of movements is complicated, it is not too difficult if you really want to memorize it. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoxiao wouldn't have been able to remember almost everything after just one look. With Lu Xiaoxiao's guidance, Lu Wei memorized half of it in half an hour. After finishing your meal, practice for a while longer, and you'll be able to memorize almost everything. The porridge is ready, let's eat first. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's face immediately lit up with a smile. Yay, let's eat. Let's eat. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at her, annoyed. Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know we have food to eat? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately covered her mouth and looked around warily. Children from poor families mature early. In this era, children like Lu Xiaoxiao, who are only 7 or 8 years old, understand many things. This disaster taught her many lessons. Alright, eat up. After you finish eating, continue teaching me your skills. Munhum. In this freezing cold, having a bowl of hot millet porridge is an incredibly happy thing. Don't let Lu Xiaoxiao's small size fool you. She devoured a bowl of porridge in no time, licking the bowl clean even better than if she had washed it. Brother, I'm full. That's what she said, but Lu Xiaoxiao staring intently at the porridge pot said it all. Seeing this, Lu Wei took her bowl and filled it to the brim. Eat up. You've used up a lot of energy practicing martial arts today, so you need to eat your fill. There are still a few kilograms of rice stored at home, and 2 large field mice that haven't triggered the return yet. For the time being, they no longer had to worry about food, so Lu Wei certainly wouldn't let his sister go hungry anymore. The brother and sister were enjoying their meal when a person walked over from a distance. Are you eating? I was just about to bring you some food, but I didn't expect you to be eating it all by yourself. Luo Yan looked at the porridge in the pot, somewhat surprised. He knew all too well what the situation of refugees was like. Being able to eat grass roots and tree bark is already considered good, but I didn't expect these 2 siblings to even be able to cook porridge. They do have some skill. Lu Wei looked at the cloth bag Luo Yan was carrying and took it from him. He chuckled and said, "It's so good to have a master. Thanks to you for still thinking of us, otherwise we would have gone hungry tomorrow. Master, please rest assured, Xiaoxiao and I will definitely take good care of you in the future." As he spoke, Lu Wei opened the package and glanced at it, his eyes immediately lighting up. The package was full of steamed buns, about 10 or so. With so many steamed buns, if we return them, it will be enough for the siblings to eat for about 10 days. Luo Yan gave Lu Wei a disapproving look. Alright, stop with the glib talk. A martial artist can't go hungry. I'll see if I have a chance in a couple of days, and I'll get you some meat. Just make do for the next couple of days. The items belong to the young family after all, and given the current difficult circumstances, I can't take too much. However, it shouldn't be a problem to feed you siblings. Just hold on for less than a month, and once we reach Yunzhou City, everything will be alright. Master, will we arrive in Yunzhou in less than a month? After we arrive in Yunzhou, will we no longer have to travel? After walking for more than 2 months, Lu Wei really felt terrible. Upon hearing that we would arrive in Yunzhou in a month, I immediately felt much more relaxed. Thank you everyone for your love, flowers, and support. Chapter 13 Introduction to Cultivation. Yunzhou is a city protected by experts at the Frost Transformation Realm. Ordinary demonic beasts dare not invade it, so Yunzhou is relatively safe. When the topic turned to the Frost Transformation Realm experts, Lu Wei noticed a clear look of reverence in his one-eyed master's eyes. It seemed that these Frost Transformation Realm experts were definitely not ordinary. Master, how are martial arts realms divided? Could you explain it to us? Lu Wei asked curiously. He had only heard of martial artists and knew they were powerful, but he didn't know exactly how powerful they were. Alright, I'll tell you about it today, so you won't accidentally offend the wrong people in the future. Martial arts cultivation is divided into 4 stages: body tempering realm, chi gathering realm, dew condensation realm, frost transformation realm, and core formation realm. As for what came after that, it only exists in legends. Whether it actually exists or not, even if it did, it would not be known to the world. Generally, reaching the chi gathering realm makes one a renowned expert, while the dew condensation realm allows one to guard a city and become its lord. As for the frost transformation realm, that's a cultivation level that only sect leaders, heads of aristocratic families, or city lords of major cities possess. As for the core formation realm, it is generally referred to as the core formation ancestor. Some aristocratic families or sects have this level of cultivation. After listening, Lu Wei frowned slightly. This frost transformation realm didn't sound that strong, it was just the 4th realm. Luo Yan seemed to have seen through Lu Wei's thoughts. glanced at him sideways and said indifferently, "Are you thinking that the frost transformation realm is only the fourth realm and not that much stronger?" Lu Wei was startled. Damn, he can see right through me with just one eye? Fortunately, Lu Wei didn't hide anything and nodded frankly, "I do have some doubts." Seeing Lu Wei's honesty, Luo Yan nodded in satisfaction. "I had the same idea as you at first, but what you don't know is that each of these realms is further divided into many smaller realms. For example, the body tempering realm is divided into 7 stages: skin building, flesh training, tendon strengthening, bone forging, internal organ restoration, blood exchange, and marrow cleansing. Next comes the Qi gathering realm, which is further divided into 3 stages: early, middle, and late. The Qi gathering realm is followed by the dew condensation realm, and the dew condensation realm is followed by the frost transformation realm. Each realm has 3 stages. Now, do you still think the frost transformation realm is easy? With your talent and aptitude, it would be an incredible stroke of luck for you to even reach the dew condensation realm in this lifetime." Lu Wei was stunned when he heard this. He hadn't expected that the first 2 realms would be so difficult. Therefore, reaching the Qi gathering realm is indeed not easy. However, Master One-Eyed is likely to be proven wrong this time for saying that he has not reached the dew condensation realm. "Although my talent is average, I have a cheat code." Luo Yan stayed for a while and then left. Before leaving, he told Lu Wei to work hard in his cultivation. "If you lack talent and then become lazy, then there's really no hope for you." Lu Wei quickly nodded in agreement, and did just that. However, Lu Wei didn't notice the mocking look in his one-eyed master's eyes when he turned his head. Otherwise, he would have definitely noticed something was wrong. After dinner, he pulled Lu Xiaoxiao aside to teach him cultivation. Lu Xiaoxiao is too young to engage in high-intensity exercise. Otherwise, once the muscles and bones are fully formed, you won't grow taller. Unless they have the money to buy elixirs for medicinal baths. However, that kind of expense is extremely high. Even prominent families typically only use it to cultivate their direct descendants. Lu Wei is now penniless, and even if he had money, there's nowhere to buy anything in this desolate wilderness. Hard work pays off. Before going to bed that night, Lu Wei finally mastered the set of movements. At the same time, the system interface has also undergone some changes. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Root bone, 51. Comprehension, 55. Constitution, 1515. Qi and blood, 6.66.6. Spirit, 1111. Technique, body tempering method beginner 2 100+. Cultivation level, skin building realm 1 100. Freedom attribute, 0. System level, level 125. Target already bound, Lu Xiaoxiao clicked to expand. With both cultivation level and skill proficiency at 100 points, leveling up shouldn't be difficult. Cultivation practice increases proficiency by 1 point per session, while martial arts techniques increase proficiency by 2 points per session. If you practice a few more times each day, you'll level up quickly, right? This visible progress filled Lu Wei with motivation. Since I have to wait for the return opportunity to refresh at midnight, I might as well practice a few more times. After getting into position, Lu Wei began practicing his boxing, a wide stance, a back extension, leg stretches. As they gradually became more proficient in their movements, and with the help of their unique breathing techniques, their skin began to warm up. This is the result of the body's qi and blood tempering the skin. Because the first stage of the first realm, the body tempering realm, is to temper the skin. Only through the continuous tempering of qi and blood can the skin become more resilient, able to accommodate more power and stronger qi and blood. 15 minutes later, Lu Wei completed the entire sequence of movements and let out a long breath. Just as I was about to do it again, I suddenly felt a wave of weakness and almost lost my balance and fell to the ground. This reaction startled Lu Wei. Damn, why am I suddenly so weak? I haven't been doing any handicrafts lately. I've been malnourished lately, and I had to temporarily put aside this skill a long time ago, so why is this happening? Lu Wei opened the system interface with a puzzled look. I discovered that my qi and blood level, which was originally 6.6, suddenly dropped by 3 points to only 3.6. No wonder I'm so weak. Could it be that practicing this body tempering method will consume one's vital energy and blood? Suddenly, Lu Wei realized the reason. Yes, Master said that the body tempering realm is about tempering the body with qi and blood. Since it is tempered with qi and blood, it will naturally consume qi and blood. However, I didn't expect it to consume so much energy. It wasn't obvious when I was just starting out, and I didn't even notice it myself. I only managed to perform the complete fist technique less than twice, and I already consumed 3 points of chi and blood. Even if you eat meat at every meal, you still can't get enough nutrition. No wonder the one-eyed master said that martial arts practitioners spend a lot of money, and only by using tonics can this rate of consumption be reduced. Fortunately, this energy and blood wasn't wasted. My cultivation level increased by 2 points. Sure enough, practicing the body tempering technique once increases cultivation level by 1 point. The skill progress also increased by 4 points of proficiency, which should be 2 points per round. Lu Wei lay on the ground, silently calculating. All things considered, including the speed of blood and chi recovery, I can only practice the body tempering technique 3 times a day, which is 6 points of proficiency and 3 points of cultivation. Then I only need a little over half a month to level up my skill proficiency. As for his cultivation level, it will take more than a month to break through. I don't know if that's considered fast or slow. After resting for a while, Lu Wei got up and ate the remaining porridge from the evening, and his blood and energy slowly began to recover. Perhaps due to excessive physical exertion from practicing martial arts, Lu Wei fell asleep without realizing it. She slept exceptionally soundly until Lu Xiaoxiao shook her violently the next morning, finally waking her up. Brother, wake up. Don't die. What will I do if you die? Lu Wei was shaken awake from his sleep, and upon hearing the girl's words, he was nearly driven mad with anger. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Seeing Lu Wei wake up, Lu Xiaoxiao patted her chest like a little adult and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, we've finally saved your life. Chapter 14 Human Market. After the two siblings laughed and joked for a while, Lu Wei finally remembered the important matter. Girl, do you want to eat meat? Lu Xiaoxiao tilted her head upon hearing this. Meat? Human flesh? I can try some. Lu Wei was speechless. He hadn't expected this girl to have such unusual tastes. It's not human flesh, search, it's this. As Lu Wei spoke, he pulled 2 large rats out from beside the sled. Speaking of which, the field mice in this world are really big. It's quite common to see ones that weigh 1 or 2 pounds. Wow! Field mice? Brother, where did you get them? Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when she saw the 2 big field mice. She'd eaten this before her brother had made it for her before, and she still vividly remembered the taste. Thinking of this, tears involuntarily streamed down Lu Xiaoxiao's face. Want some? Lu Xiaoxiao nodded her little head repeatedly, almost leaving afterimages. Alright, here you go. Lu Wei said, and directly put the 2 big rats into Lu Xiaoxiao's arms. Lu Xiaoxiao stared blankly at Lu Wei, with only one thought in her mind: why does this scene seem so familiar? Before she could react, her hand was suddenly empty, and Lu Wei took the 2 mice back. Alright, I'll go make it for you. Get up and get ready. We'll leave after we eat. After Lu Wei finished speaking, he took the 2 mice and went out. Once outside, Lu Wei shook his head helplessly. This system didn't allow him to find any loopholes. You can only send one at a time. The other one will have no effect and will not be returned. Since Lu Wei gave one away, the other one can no longer be given to Lu Xiaoxiao. If she wants to return it, she can only give it to the next target she is bound to. Lu Wei placed one of the field mice that hadn't been returned behind the sled, hoping to find a chance to give it to someone else to return later. Then take out all 10 returned field mice, hide 9 of them, and use the remaining 2 for breakfast. Ugh, this garbage system space is impossible to store once you take it out, and you can't even retrieve it in multiple sessions. Fortunately, it's the dead of winter, otherwise all this meat would have spoiled. Stewing 2 large field mice at once is no ordinary luxury. However, now that they all need to practice martial arts, which consumes a lot of energy, they must eat their fill. In particular, the recovery of chi and blood is difficult without meat. Moreover, Lu Wei now has the means to indulge in luxury. With 10 large field mice saved up, plus the steamed buns that haven't been returned yet, it's no problem to last a month. Most importantly, Master also said that there would be no problem providing enough food from now on, and with his own critical strikes, he could even support several more people. Lu Wei quickly boiled the water and then threw the whole field mouse into it. First, scald it with boiling water, then pluck the hair little by little. Normally, peeling is the easiest way, but removing the skin will result in a significant loss of protein, collagen, and fat. These things are very important to Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao, so they can't be lost. If it weren't for the fact that the fur and poop were inedible, Lu Wei wouldn't have been able to throw them away at all. Only those who have truly experienced hunger know the value of food. By the time Lu Wei finished cooking, the rest of the group had already set off. However, Lu Wei was not in a hurry. With his current physical strength, it wouldn't take him long to catch up with the team. While the meat was stewing, Lu Wei practiced the body tempering fist again. After finishing the first round, I felt extremely hungry. My energy, which had just been fully restored overnight, dropped by 2 o'clock. Just then, the stew was ready, and Lu Wei quickly called Lu Xiaoxiao over to eat. Each of them had a large steamed bun, and a whole earthenware pot was filled with stewed meat. The two siblings devoured their food. The meat was simply boiled in plain water, without even salt, and had a strong earthy smell. If this were in my past life, even a dog wouldn't eat it. But now, Lu Wei was eating with exceptional relish, wishing she could eat the pot too. After finishing his meal, Lu Wei felt a bit full, so he didn't rush on his way. Instead, he first took Lu Xiaoxiao to the place where the trap had been set the day before. Unfortunately, there was nothing today, but the millet was still lying on the ground, perfectly fine. Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao picked up the millet again, not wasting a single grain. After they finished packing, the two continued their journey. As Lu Wei hurried on his way, he thought to himself that he could return the steamed buns tonight. The master brought 12 steamed buns. That should be just enough for them to eat for a day. I ate 2 this morning, 2 more at noon, and 2 more tonight. That leaves 6. We'll return them tomorrow morning, so it'll still be 16. If things continue like this, we can still have some food reserves. How about we go to the market at noon and sell a few steamed buns? These days, a single steamed bun can easily fetch 1 tael of silver. This is an excellent opportunity to make money. A month later, I arrived in Yunzhou. It won't be easy to have such a good opportunity again. With that in mind, Lu Wei decided to go for a stroll at noon. I'll make as much money as possible now, because there are so many places to spend money in the city later. My sister and I need money to practice martial arts. We absolutely cannot do it without it. Before he knew it, Lu Wei caught up with the fleeing group around noon. As far as the eye could see, the mountains and fields were filled with famine refugees, their faces pale and sickly. After 2 months of fleeing famine, the food that everyone brought with them had been almost completely exhausted. The remaining people must have come from relatively well-off families. Those from poor families couldn't go that far. They either died along the way or stopped altogether. Now everyone is walking and digging for wild vegetables and grasses in the snow. But in this freezing weather, how much could they possibly dig out? Many people walked along and then collapsed in the snow, never to rise again. And such people will mysteriously disappear after a while. As for where they went, it's self-evident. Lu Wei stayed behind the group and did not chase after the caravan. Around noon, the group gradually came to a stop. Those digging for wild vegetables began to dig through the snow, while those cutting tree bark brought it back, removed the hard outer layer, and slowly crushed the soft inner layer. If you find a patch of moss, that's a treat. Everyone's face was expressionless, their eyes were numb, and they remained silent, like walking corpses. Their only thought right now is probably to survive. Some people lay on both sides of the road, taking advantage of the rest time, not daring to move at all, for fear of expending too much energy. Those with wives and children would also bring them along, but most of them would have a withered grass or twig stuck in their hair. The placement of this straw marker signifies that they have become commodities and can be bought and sold. In this chaotic world, women and children are the least valuable and the easiest to be abandoned. Young master, come and see the most beautiful courtesan in Yingchun Pavilion. Such a stunning beauty can be taken home for just 10 caddies of rice. Young master Lu, come and see my wife. Look how beautiful she is, and how fertile she is. All you need is 3 caddies of grain, and she will be yours. Master Lu, come and see my daughter. She has just come of age and is in the prime of her life. If you want her, just give her 5 caddies of grain. As soon as Lu Wei entered the market, many people began to actively recommend their goods. This enthusiastic attitude left Lu Wei a little bewildered for a moment. Chapter 15, Is the system's surname Chow? Lu Wei was only stunned for a moment before she realized what was happening. The news of their apprenticeship yesterday must have spread, so they all think they have food in their hands. This is not surprising, after all, being taken as a disciple by a martial artist means you'll never have to worry about food and drink. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes approached Lu Wei with a smile. Nephew Lu Wei Xian, my name is Zhou Yuanshan. Your father and I are old friends. I even met you when we were children. I wonder if you still remember me. Lu Wei was slightly surprised when he saw who had arrived. Zhou Yuanshan? Zhou the Skinflint? He was a local tycoon from the surrounding area, owning thousands of acres of fertile land and reportedly shops in the city with dozens of servants. He was undoubtedly a top-tier local tycoon. However, he is most famous for his stingy nature. He would even taste the manure cart as it passed by their house to see if it was salty or not. As for the claim that he was an old friend of his father, that's pure nonsense. Her adoptive father left when her daughter, Xiao Xiao, was just born. She barely remembered him, only that he had gone out to do business and hadn't even returned after her mother died. Therefore, Lu Wei assumed that he was dead. However, it's not surprising that such a heartless and ungrateful father knew Zhou Bapi, since they were birds of a feather. So it's Master Zhou. I've long admired your name. May I ask what brings you here? Lu Wei was too lazy to beat around the bush or rack her brains to guess, so she directly asked what his purpose was. Zhou Yuanshan looked around and said with a smile, "There are too many people here, it's inconvenient. May I ask if we can talk in private for a moment?" Seeing him smiling like a flower, Lu Wei knew that this guy probably needed something from her. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to understand something. However, he also wanted to befriend such a wealthy person, since he was currently short of money, and he wouldn't refuse such a benefit that was offered to him. Lu Wei nodded, "Come with me." Lu Wei pulled Lu Xiaoxiao along, followed by Zhou Yuanshan and several servants, and came to the side. "All right, Mr. Zhou, you can speak now." Zhou Yuanshan waved his hand, signaling the servants to step back before speaking. "Nephew, you can just call me uncle. Our two families must not become distant. I remember when your father was still alive, our two families were very close and visited each other frequently." Lu Wei didn't believe a single word of this. "If we really had such a good relationship, why haven't I seen you visit me all these years? Then I shall respectfully accept your offer. May I ask what business Uncle Zhou has with me?" Zhou Yuanshan could also tell that this kid didn't want to waste words with him. The original plan to build rapport was no longer working, so I could only explain my purpose. "I wonder how old my dear nephew is this year." 18. "Have you ever been married?" Lu Wei blinked, understanding dawning on her. She had long heard that the Zhou family had a young lady who was beautiful and in the prime of her life. It seemed that she wanted to marry him. As for why such a powerful man would take a fancy to a penniless young man like himself, it's not hard to understand. Zhou Yuanshan was no incompetent man to have built such a large business empire. Although Lu Wei is currently penniless, he has taken a martial arts master as his teacher and also has a younger sister. These two siblings will surely become martial artists in the future. In this world, the status of martial artists is quite extraordinary. Despite Zhou Yuanshan's considerable family fortune, his status is not as high as that of a martial artist. So, despite their wealth, they couldn't even afford to hire a martial artist. At most, they would hire some strong men who were skilled in martial arts to guard the house. Furthermore, living in a chaotic era makes the role of martial artists even more important. If Lu Wei were to marry into their family would essentially have a martial artist backing them up in the future. This is extremely important for a family that only has money. Putting aside other issues, some refugees are already eyeing their family's food supplies. If thousands of refugees were to target him, his dozens of servants would certainly be overwhelmed. But with martial artists, things are different. Who would dare to steal from a martial artist? They haven't forgotten those thousands of corpses from a few days ago. As for Lu Wei, he was indifferent to this marriage proposal. Although Zhou Yuanshan is rich, Lu Wei's days of being rich are not far off. With the system in place, making money is incredibly easy. It's practically like picking it up for free. Besides, when I marry a wife, she must be someone who can help me, otherwise, what's the use of her being beautiful? After making up his mind, Lu Wei smiled and said, "My parents died early, and I have never been married." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan's smile widened even more. "Then I'll get straight to the point. The reason I've come here is to arrange a marriage between you and my nephew." As luck would have it, Mr. Zhou had a daughter who was the same age as his nephew, and she was not yet betrothed. Although I wouldn't dare say my daughter is as beautiful as a fairy, she is certainly pretty and delicate. Moreover, she possesses a gentle and generous nature, is virtuous and courteous, making her a perfect match. I wonder what my nephew thinks. Under normal circumstances, this kind of thing definitely wouldn't be said by the girl's parents. However, in these special times, we can only handle things on a case-by-case basis. If we continue to follow those red tape and formalities, we might end up with nothing but scraps. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei pretended to think for a moment before saying, "Uncle Zhou's suggestion is a bit sudden. I need to go back and think about it." Besides, although my parents are no longer with me, I still have my master. I need to ask for his opinion on this matter. Zhou Yuanshan was taken aback when he heard this, not expecting to be politely rejected. He looked Lu Wei up and down again and noticed that although he was smiling, it seemed a bit fake. Looks like this kid doesn't think much of my family. However, he couldn't find fault with the excuse Lu Wei gave. Although I felt very unhappy, I couldn't show it. They still greeted me with a smile. It was Zhou who was presumptuous. He should indeed have asked his master for his opinion at this time. Then I, Zhou, will take my leave now and await news from my nephew. Okay, take care. After seeing Zhou Yuanshan off, Lu Wei shook his head and smiled. When you're poor, no one cares even in the bustling city. When you're rich, even distant relatives come to visit. He continued to take Lu Xiaoxiao to the market. The entire market sold almost only one type of commodity, people. The rest were valuables such as jade and gold. Lu Wei looked around and was about to exchange some gold and silver when the system notification sounded. Ding, a target that can be bound has been found. Do you want to view it? Lu Wei's heart stirred, but on the surface he remained calm and glanced around. Silently repeat to yourself, check the target. Instantly, an interface that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Name, Wu Lu. Age, 21. Root bone, 71. Comprehension, 68. Constitution, 25. Cultivation level, none. Appearance, 79. Body size, 85. Talent, none. Favorability, 10. Overall score, 62.2. If the binding requirements are met but not bound, the return multiplier will be 5. Wu Lu Shi. Upon seeing this name, Lu Wei was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this Sister Wu from their village? She's already a mother of one child, yet she still meets the binding requirements? System, is your surname Chao? Chapter 16. What? You've taken a fancy to your sister-in-law? Looking in the direction of the target, one could see a woman dressed in coarse linen clothes, with a pale face, holding the hand of a 4 or 5-year-old girl, standing to one side with a blank expression. Judging from the straw tags stuck in their heads, they were obviously selling their wares. Although the woman was dressed in tattered clothes and looked pale and disheveled, her charm was undeniable. Her slender figure, due to prolonged starvation, was somewhat thin, which only made her curves more exaggerated. Lu Wei heard that Wu Lu Shi was originally the daughter of a restaurant owner in the small town. She was later seduced by Wu Laoer from their village and had no choice but to marry him. Wu Laoer usually idles around in the village, stealing chickens and dogs, peeping at widows bathing, snatching children's snacks. There's nothing he won't do. He has no bottom line at all. He's the worst kind of person. But this guy has one advantage: he's handsome. For this reason, he even changed his name to Wu Shuai. This guy used his looks to swindle people in the city, and ended up winning over the restaurant owner's daughter. At this moment, Wu Shuai was lying lazily on the dry grass by the roadside when he saw Lu Wei staring at his wife, and his eyes lit up. Xiao Wei, what's up? Have you taken a fancy to your sister-in-law? Come, take a good look. This woman has fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs. Look at that perky, but she's definitely fertile. And look at that big white rabbit. I guarantee your child and you won't go hungry. Look at this. Hey, we're from the same village, would I lie to you? Come on, touch it if you don't believe me, don't be shy. If all else fails, you can take her home and experience it for one night, it's very moisturizing, As she spoke, she pulled the bewildered Wu Lu Shi over and placed her in Lu Wei's arms. Wu Lu Shi blushed with shame and indignation, but dared not speak. These days, women have the lowest social status. If she dared to resist, she would only be met with a brutal beating. Lu Wei was stunned by Wu Laoer's crazy move. This guy, is he really that generous? To be honest, he was tempted. Of course, he was tempted mainly because Wu Lu Shi could offer him cashback, and it was definitely not because he was lusting after her body. So Lu Wei went straight to the point and asked, how do you want to sell it? When Wu Laoer heard Lu Wei ask about the price, his eyes lit up immediately. Brother, to be honest, your sister-in-law is not only beautiful, but also virtuous and obedient. She doesn't eat much either, so I really can't bear to sell her. But there's nothing I can do in this world. If I don't sell to her, I'll die if she dies. I wouldn't feel comfortable selling it to someone else, but if you buy it, then I won't have these concerns. We're from the same village, and everyone in the village gives him a thumbs up for his character. Here's what we'll do, give me 10 jin of grain, and I'll give you your sister-in-law. Upon hearing the price, Lu Wei turned and left without saying a word. So your wife is priced the same as a courtesan? Do you really think I'm stupid and have too much food? If I had 10 jin of grain, I'd rather go see the courtesan. Someone who can become the courtesan must be pretty good, right? However, before Lu Wei could take 2 steps, he was stopped by another person. Looking up, he saw that he was from the same village as Zhang, but he didn't have a given name. Everyone called him Zhang Laosan. Xiao Wei, don't be fooled by Wu Laoer. He said he'd spend 10 jin of grain to buy a wife. How could he even say that? Come here, look at my wife. She's as strong as an ox. Buy it and take it home, it'll be a great help both inside and outside the house, in the fields. Just 5 pounds of grain will do. Lu Wei was completely stunned by Zhang Laosan's outrageous actions. He stared at Zhang Laosan with wide eyes, and even stammered a little. Uncle Zhang. I just turned 18 this year. Could you be any more outrageous? Your wife is almost 40, a whole size older than me, and she's practically Kivya than me. Am I supposed to buy her to be my mother? When Wu Laoer saw that someone was stealing his business, he immediately became anxious. Zhang Laosan, get out of here and stop causing trouble. Your wife is so old she can barely walk. Are you buying her to take care of her in her final days? Xiao Wei, don't go. Let's talk about it again. If you don't have that much grain, 8 jin will do. However, Lu Wei left without looking back. Even if he did have 8 caddies of grain, he wouldn't be a sucker. Although the system is about to be upgraded, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the upgraded system should be able to increase the number of users who can bind their accounts. Although Wu Lusher was what he urgently needed, there wasn't enough food. Unless he traded it for field mouse meat, but Lu Wei was a little reluctant to do so. He plans to come back tomorrow and see if Wu Laoer will lower the price again. If he still doesn't, he'll have to bite the bullet and buy it. Upgrading is the most important thing now. As long as we can bind one more person, we can make up for the loss of resources with one refund. Next, Lu Wei took out a few steamed buns and exchanged them for a few taels of silver. Then he took Lu Xiaoxiao to find a place to rest. At noon, they didn't cook, but took out steamed buns and ate one each with boiled water. After eating these 2 steamed buns, there are 3 left to eat tonight, and 1 to return to the family. As for those few he had just sold for money, he got a total of 5 taels of silver. After resting for a while, we continued on our way until it got dark before finding a place to rest. After setting up the tent, Lu Wei, as usual, found a spot, scattered a handful of millet, and waited for his prey to come and eat it. Then I went back to prepare dinner. This time, Lu Wei took out all the field mice except for the one he kept to return. Tonight, he plans to get rid of all the field mice so he can take some out to eat later, instead of dealing with them every day, which is too much trouble. Anyway, it's freezing cold, so I'm not worried about it breaking. Brother, where did you get so many field mice? Lu Xiaoxiao was stunned when she saw so many field mice. I was filled with disbelief. What are you asking around for, you little kid? Hurry up and help me remove the feathers. This trick always works on kids. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted, and although she was dissatisfied, she still obediently cooperated and began to remove the fur from the field mouse. After an hour, as darkness fell, the 2 finally finished cleaning all the field mice and put 2 of them into a pot to stew. While stewing field mice, Lu Wei pulled Lu Xiaoxiao to begin practicing the body tempering technique. The body tempering method can now only be practiced 3 times a day, once in the morning and twice in the evening. There was no other way, they had to keep traveling. Firstly, they didn't have time, and secondly, their nutrition wasn't keeping up. Being able to cultivate 3 times was already their limit. After practicing the body strengthening method once, both siblings were covered in sweat, and their physical strength and energy were greatly depleted, so they had to stop for the time being and continue practicing after eating. Not bad, not bad. It seems you've all gotten the hang of it. With more practice, you'll naturally improve. Just as the 2 finished their boxing match and were about to rest, Luo Yan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, carrying a bag in his hand. When Lu Wei saw the bag in his hand, her eyes lit up, and she immediately stepped forward with a smile to take it. Master, you've arrived? Please, have a seat. Luo Yan glanced at him sideways, ignored him, turned to Lu Xiaoxiao, and asked with a smile, Xiaoxiao, are you tired from practicing? Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head, I'm not very tired, I just ate a lot. Luo Yan smiled and patted Lu Xiaoxiao's head, don't worry about eating a lot. This time, your master brought you 10 caddies of rice, 2 caddies of meat, and some salt. That's enough for you to eat for a few days. I'll get you more when you're done. Lu Xiaoxiao's big eyes lit up immediately, and she grinned at Luo Yan. Thank you, master. Luo Yan's feelings were complicated. This girl didn't even say thank you for teaching him cultivation, but she was extremely grateful for giving him a few pounds of grain. Chapter 17 Learning Martial Arts. Master, when can I learn some powerful martial arts techniques? Lu Wei seized the opportunity and ran to Luo Yan's side to ask. He knew that cultivation was divided into 2 types, cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Cultivation methods were used to improve one's cultivation level. Martial arts skills, on the other hand, are used to fight against enemies. As the saying goes, practicing boxing without internal strength training is ultimately futile, while practicing internal strength training without boxing is like a rudderless ship. Technique and skill are both indispensable. Now that Lu Wei has mastered the basics of martial arts, he naturally wants to learn more martial arts techniques. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan looked Lu Wei up and down, thought for a moment, and then handed him his personal sword. Go, take this knife, and chop at that big tree with all your might. Don't stop until I tell you to. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei took the sword with a bewildered look, examined it, and then weighed it in his hand. This is a long sword somewhat similar to a horse-slaying sword, with a handle over 10 inches long, a blade over 3 feet long, and a weight of at least 20 Jin 10 caddies. Holding a long sword, Lu Wei approached the large tree and swung the sword at it. The sharp blade sliced through the air, producing a buzzing sound. With a thud, the blade cut deep into the tree trunk. Lu Wei pulled out his sword and struck again. And so, one slash after another, Lu Wei slashed dozens of times in a row. With each slash, I silently chanted 80, 80, 80. The tree was instantly chopped down, sending wood chips flying and branches trembling. He chopped the tree hundreds of times, carving a deep groove into it. However, since his master didn't tell him to stop, Lu Wei didn't stop either, he just kept swinging his arms and slashing continuously. In the past, Lu Wei might have been unable to withstand dozens of blows. However, his current physical strength is several times that of an average person, so this amount of physical exertion is nothing to him. They kept chopping for almost half an hour. Until a loud crash, a tree thick enough for one person to hug was chopped down. Lu Weikai turned to Luo Yan and asked, Master, shall we continue cutting? Luo Yan was filled with utter disbelief. What kind of beast is this? Is it a reincarnation of a cow or horse? Its stamina is astonishing. Can an ordinary person chop down a large tree with a 20-pound broadsword? Even a martial artist who has just entered the Yi Jin Jing muscle tendon changing realm cannot do this. Although he was very surprised, Luo Yan remained outwardly calm. No need to chop anymore. Come here, I'll teach you a set of fist techniques. He originally thought that the kid had just started learning body tempering techniques and that his physical strength was insufficient to support him in learning martial arts. I never expected this kid to have such abnormal stamina. He's more than capable of mastering some low-level martial arts techniques. Cultivating Qigong involves constantly tempering the body with Qi and blood. Martial arts training, on the other hand, involves consuming physical strength through continuous practice until muscle memory is formed. With strong physical strength comes sufficient power and speed, resulting in powerful techniques. Upon hearing that his master was willing to teach him martial arts, Lu Wei immediately beamed with joy and ran back to return the 2 swords to Luo Yan. Master, what martial arts techniques will you teach me? Luo Yan said solemnly, all martial arts are based on fists and feet, so today I will teach you a fist technique called Killing Fist. This Killing Fist was originally a military combat style that emphasizes defeating the enemy with one move, with ruthless attacks that target vital points. Although it is a fist technique, it is actually a mixed martial arts style. It includes a series of attack methods such as wrestling, leg techniques, finger techniques, ground chokes, etc. Pay close attention. After Luo Yan finished speaking, he began to demonstrate and explain the set of Killing Fist techniques. This set of boxing techniques is very simple, with only 26 moves in total, but each move is extremely ruthless. Lu Wei, listening from the side, felt a chill run down his spine. This was truly the fighting technique of the military. They really used every means possible. Because the moves were simple, Lu Wei remembered most of them after Luo Yan explained them once. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao, standing to the side, was already fighting quite skillfully. Seeing the girl's comprehension, it would be a lie to say that Lu Wei wasn't envious. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He had a system that allowed him to add points and eventually max out his comprehension. It seems we need to hurry up with the system upgrade. Since Master brought so much rice today, we can consider buying Wu Lushur back tomorrow. With a sharp snap, Lu Wei felt a sharp pain on his head and saw stars. What are you thinking about? Look carefully. Luo Yan gave Lu Wei a hard slap and scolded her impatiently. Lu Wei immediately stopped daydreaming and watched intently as his master taught him the boxing techniques. After his master finished hitting him, he made him hit him again, while the master gave him pointers. After practicing twice, Lu Wei had mastered the basics of this boxing technique. Of course, this only means you've learned the moves. It's still a long way from actually having combat power. Alright, that's enough for today. Only through more practice and real combat can you gain a deeper understanding of martial arts. As long as you have the energy, keep practicing and don't be lazy. After speaking of Lu Wei, Luo Yan turned to look at Lu Xiaoxiao, his tone immediately softening considerably. Xiaoxiao, you're still young. There's no need to rush into practicing martial arts. Just practice once or twice a day. Don't overwork yourself. Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao both nodded, indicating that they understood. After the lesson ended, Luo Yan left. Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Wei could finally start having dinner. During the meal, Lu Wei gave the little girl a steamed bun and served her a full bowl of meat. He had just picked up a steamed bun to eat when he seemed to suddenly remember something and put it away. Xiaoxiao, what do you think about us buying sister-in-law Wu? Although he had already decided to buy Wu Lushur, he still needed to persuade the maid and get her opinion. Upon hearing this, the little girl looked up and blinked her big eyes at Lu Wei. Brother, do you want to get married? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei shook his head, both amused and exasperated. No, it's because it's useful to buy it. How do I use it? Lu Xiaoxiao asked, blinking her innocent big eyes. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at her and said irritably, Why are you asking so many questions, you little kid? I'm just asking if you have any thoughts on this. How can you use it? How can a woman use it? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Do we have that much food? Is it enough for 3 people? The little girl continued to ask. Having endured hunger, the little girl's biggest concern was still having enough to eat. Lu Wei nodded, Don't worry, there's enough food. I'll never let you go hungry again. With the grain and meat that Master brought, and by buying back Wu Lushur to get another chance to return the food, there would be no problem with food in the future. Lu Xiaoxiao thought for a while and then suddenly said, Brother, can we not buy it? We're already martial artists, and Wu Laoer can't beat us. Why don't we just kill him and snatch Wu's wife away? Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. I'll knock. Could this child have been led astray by his parents? To kill someone at such a young age? Who taught him that? Well, Xiaoxiao, even though we are martial artists, we can't do whatever we want, and we certainly can't kill people indiscriminately. This world also has its order. If you kill people so casually and people find out, you'll become a monster and eventually be killed. Lu Wei felt that his younger sister, such a cute little girl, could not turn into a ruthless female demon. Before the sapling leans too much, we need to quickly straighten it back. Oh, then just don't let anyone know. Helpless, Lu Wei could only continue, that won't do either. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it in the first place. Besides, what did Wu Laoer do wrong? Why kill him? It's not like we can't afford to pay for that little bit of food. After hearing her brother's words, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything more, but lowered her head and continued eating. As for what she's really thinking, only she knows. Chapter 18 Buying People. Uncle Luo, how was it? Did you get anything? A hoarse, childish voice with a slight hint of babyishness came from inside the carriage. Luo Yan stood respectfully outside the carriage and said in a low voice, I have found a brother and sister who could be trained. My younger sister has extraordinary bone structure and exceptional talent, but she is too young. Although my brother is not particularly gifted, he is resilient and kind-hearted, and is worth nurturing. Moreover, there are some. Luo Yan couldn't continue speaking. He always felt that the kid was a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Oh? Is there a problem? A voice inside the carriage said calmly. No, that's not it. It's just that the kid's talent is average, and he doesn't have many resources to cultivate, but his cultivation speed is not slow. In that case, let's observe it further. Yes. The next morning, after having breakfast, Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao went to check the trap as usual to see if they had found anything. My luck was still so-so today. I got nothing. After Lu Wei finished practicing with Lu Xiaoxiao, they started eating breakfast, and while eating, they returned the supplies for the day. At this point, Lu Wei only needed one more return to upgrade the system. Lu Wei was quite looking forward to the system upgrade, because the upgrade would not only increase the number of people who could bind and receive the rewards. You will also receive a bonus of 5 free attributes, which can be added to any attribute. This includes one's innate talent, comprehension, chi and blood, and even skills and cultivation level. However, Lu Wei had already figured out how to allocate those 5 attribute points. Now we just have to wait until after tonight for another refund. The system has been upgraded. After finishing their meal, the two set off. Today, the weather was fine and sunny, a rare good day. Lu Wei was in a good mood, and seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao was bored, he started telling her a story. Lu Wei didn't know many stories, most of them were familiar ones. To reflect the current situation, Lu Wei told her a story about a little match girl. After hearing the story, Lu Xiaoxiao felt sorry for the little girl, but mostly thought she was too stupid. How can the little girl be stupid? Lu Wei asked curiously after hearing his sister's words. Since she had matches, why didn't she find a house to light them? A big fire is needed to keep warm, and a single match would freeze to death. Moreover, if it were me, I would burn all those who treated me badly to death while they were asleep. Lu Wei was stunned for a moment after hearing his sister's words. Could this little girl be a superhuman hybrid? This idea is a bit outrageous. No, if this child continues like this, he'll go astray sooner or later. We need to correct him while he's still young. So, Lu Wei thought for a moment and then threatened, if you do that, you'll be arrested by law enforcement, and the little girl will be in danger too. However, Lu Xiaoxiao said disdainfully, let them arrest us. We're going to die anyway. Even prisoners get a bowl of last food before they die. It's better to eat our fill than to freeze to death, right? Lu Wei was speechless for a moment. He really wanted to teach his sister that it was wrong to think that way. However, he also felt that what the girl said seemed to make sense. And so, the two siblings chatted as they walked on. Lu Wei noticed that the weather was a little warmer today, not as cold as it had been a few days ago. He guessed that the temperature had risen a few degrees because they were gradually moving closer to the south. Before I knew it, a day had passed. That evening, the two took the prepared food and prepared to go find Wu Laoer to buy his wife. As a result, as soon as they arrived near the camp of the refugee group, they found a large crowd gathered to watch the spectacle. Out of curiosity, Lu Wei also went over. In the snow, Zhang San, who had wanted to sell his wife to him yesterday, was leaning against his wife, looking dazed as if he had gone mad. His wife lay on the ground, her face covered in blood, and she was no longer breathing. Beside them, there was a child, a few years old, crying loudly. That's Zhang San's grandson, Zhang Xiaowu. At that moment, Lu Wei suddenly heard someone sigh beside him. Sigh, what a cannibalistic world. With that, the man turned and left. As he left, the people around him gradually dispersed. This kind of thing seems to happen every day, and everyone has long been used to it. Lu Wei also learned what had happened from the people around him. The matter is simple, we can't survive anymore, and someone in this family has to make a sacrifice. Zhang San is a man, and he has to support this family. Hu Zi is the future and the hope. Their son and daughter-in-law had died on the road long ago. Zhang San's wife, having had enough of this hopeless world, chose to commit suicide, thus fulfilling the wishes of the remaining grandfather and grandson. This kind of thing was a huge shock to Lu Wei, who was born in modern times. In an era when everyone could have enough to eat, such things were only heard about online, and no one could have experienced the shock of witnessing them firsthand. Even Lu Wei has seen many such examples over this period of time. But the contrast between the fact that someone was alive and well in front of you yesterday and then suddenly died left him with many feelings. Xiao, do you think if I had bought Zhang San's wife yesterday, she wouldn't have had to die? As a modern person with a strong soul, Lu Wei is the kind of person who, despite his own unsatisfactory life, cannot bear to see the suffering of others. Despite feeling pity, I had no choice but to stand by and do nothing. Call him a saint or a hypocrite, it doesn't matter. But aren't most ordinary people like that? Well, but more people will die tomorrow, and we don't have that much food, Lu Xiaoxiao said expressionlessly. Lu Wei nodded silently and sighed, yes, we can't save them all, we'll be lucky if we can save ourselves. Lu Xiaoxiao continued, besides, even if I give them all the food for free, they won't be grateful to us. They might even talk behind our backs about how stupid we are. Even when we need to be rescued, they won't come to our rescue. Lu Wei nodded, yes, that's right. After leaving the crowd of onlookers, the two arrived at Wu Laoer's place and saw them eating. What they ate was crushed tree bark. This kind of food, although it can make you feel full, is not easy to digest. If you eat too much of it, you will die from overeating. Therefore, during times of famine, many people starved to death, yet they all had large bellies. As soon as he saw Lu Wei coming over, Wu Laoer's eyes lit up. "Hey, brother, you're here. Come in, have a seat. Have you eaten yet?" Or, "Oh dear, look at how stupid I am, brother, how could you eat something like this?" Lu Wei raised her hand to interrupt his polite words, and directly took out the 5 jin of rice she had prepared, opened it, and showed it to Wu Laoer. He said in a detached tone, "Here is 5 jin of rice. If you agree, I will take the person away. If you don't agree, I will turn around and leave." Wu Laoer's eyes widened as he looked at the 5 jin of white rice, and he kept swallowing. "Brother, please have pity on your older brother and add a little more." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei didn't even look up. Without saying a word, he simply put the rice away and turned to leave. When Wu Laoer saw the rice disappear, he panicked and grabbed Lu Wei. "Brother, don't go yet, let's talk about this some more." The clean, white rice had him drooling. If he hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have cared. But now that he had, how could he possibly let it go? There's nothing to discuss. Whether you switch or not, it's a simple yes or no. Upon hearing this, Wu Laoer closed his eyes and stamped his foot. "Change it, okay? I'll change it." After saying that, he didn't hesitate any longer. He grabbed Wu Lusher and handed her to Lu Wei, while he himself held onto the rice bag tightly. Lu Wei didn't continue to argue with him. She simply gave him the rice and then left with Wu Lusher and Lu Xiaoxiao. He didn't want to get close to Wu Laoer, and he was too lazy to engage in pretense with him. In the normal buying and selling of people, a contract needs to be drawn up and a notary public needs to be found. But at this point, it was obviously impossible. There was no paper or pen, so how could a contract be drawn up? "Brother, wait a minute." Just as Lu Wei was about to leave, Wu Laoer called him back. "Is there anything else?" Lu Wei asked, frowning. Wu Laoer chuckled, "Look, we're all from the same village. If you buy my wife, it's like you're giving her away as a dowry. You have to give her some dowry, right?" "Brother, I don't have much to give you. How about this, you can have this little brat. It's buy one get one free, you're getting a great deal." As he spoke, he pushed his 4-year-old daughter to Lu Wei's feet. Lu Wei looked down at the little girl with yellowish-brown hair, thin and frail, and 2 snotty noses, and felt speechless. That Wu Laoer is really good at scheming. Before Lu Wei could speak, Wu Lusher, who had remained silent all along and whose expression hadn't changed even after being sold, suddenly knelt down with a thud. He immediately kowtowed to Lu Wei. "Young Master Lu, please take Xiaoya in. I will work harder and eat less, as long as I can support her. Please take her in." Lu Wei looked at the bewildered little girl, then at Wu Lusher kneeling on the ground pleading, and finally sighed helplessly, "All right, get up. This child will stay with us from now on." The reason he agreed to take Wu Xiaoya in was because Lu Wei knew that if he didn't, the little girl might not live much longer. Who knows when Wu Laoer will switch him out? If such a young child is switched out, there's only one outcome: he'll be eaten. Moreover, taking in Wu Xiaoya, even if for no other reason than to improve Wu Liusher's favorability, is not a bad deal. This favorability rating is related to the return multiplier, so we certainly can't let it pass us by if we can increase it. Upon hearing Lu Wei's agreement, Wu Lusher immediately knelt down and kowtowed to him repeatedly. "Thank you, thank you, thank you for your great kindness. I will repay you by working like a slave. To be treated like a beast of burden? Does that mean I have to give you grass too? You woman, I kindly took you in, and you still want payment." Slurp. Ding, target Wu Lu has been detected. Bind? That's why we came, how could we not be bound? Lu Wei was about to say bound. Then the system issued another notification. Ding, target Wu Xiaoya detected. Bind? Lu Wei was stunned. Who? Wu Xiaoya? This little one? System, you've gone too far. Chapter 19 Buy one get one free. Lu Wei looked down at the tiny, beansprout-like creature and silently checked it out. Instantly, Wu Xiaoya's system interface appeared. Name, Wu Xiaoya. Age, 4 years old. Root bone, 65. Comprehension, 70. Physical constitution, 1-3. Cultivation level, none. Appearance, too young to be considered. Body shape, too young to be included in the calculation. Talent, perceiving people's hearts. Affection level, 10, too young to be included in the calculation. Overall score, 67.5. If the binding requirements are met but not bound, the return multiplier will be 5. It's alright. Although there's no way to increase the return multiplier in the short term, once I cultivate, nurture it, it should be pretty good. This girl actually has a talent, sensing people's hearts? Lu Wei clicked on the talent in surprise, and the talent description immediately appeared. To perceive people's hearts, to be able to sense whether a person is good or bad, and what their character is like. Wow, that's a pretty amazing talent. Being able to sense whether someone is good or bad, that skill is really useful. I never expected such a pleasant surprise from a free gift. However, the child's health is too poor, and we must find a way to save him quickly, otherwise he might die at any time. So, Lu Wei took the mother and daughter back to his camp. You two find a place to sit first. I'll get you some porridge. You're both too weak to eat anything else. As Lu Wei spoke, he took out some millet and prepared to cook porridge. Millet porridge is better for people with weak constitutions. Wu Lushur quickly stood up, looking somewhat flustered, and said, "Young Master Lu, let me do it." At that moment, she felt both nervous and relieved. Fortunately, with Lu Wei by her side, she shouldn't go hungry anymore, and her daughter would have a chance to survive. What's nerve-wracking is not knowing what fate awaits them next, nor what kind of temperament Lu Wei has. She was merely bought, like livestock, and could be disposed of at the owner's discretion. Even if Lu Wei beat her to death, no one would stand up for her. Lu Wei knew she would be nervous, so he smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Now that we're in this family, we'll be one family. We used to be from the same village. As long as you do your job well, we won't make things difficult for you. As for the little girl, feeding her and raising her shouldn't be a problem." Although Lu Wei's words were gentle, they were not without warning. The premise is that you should keep to your place and not think about being a wicked servant who will bully his master. Upon hearing this, Wu Lushur immediately knelt on the ground. "Young master, please rest assured, this servant will definitely do her job well to repay the young master's kindness in saving my life." Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, get up. You don't have to kneel down all the time. We don't have that many rules in our family. You know what, a stunningly beautiful woman kneels down for you all the time. Tell me, isn't that awesome? By the way, what was your original name? Now that you're one of my people, I can't call you Wu Lushur anymore." "My maiden name is Lu Ruyan said shyly in a low voice. Upon hearing this name, Lu Wei thought to herself, "Holy crap, Emperor Ruyan? Can I control this myself? Alright then, I'll call you Ruyan from now on." "It's entirely up to you, young master," Lu Ruyan said softly. "You know what, this woman truly lives up to her reputation as a young lady from a wealthy family. She has a good foundation, although her face shows some signs of weathering. Her skin looks good from her neck down." It was snow white. As Lu Wei looked at the photos, she inexplicably felt a little hungry. He quickly shifted his focus to Lu Ruyan's attribute interface. Name, Lu Ruyan. Age, 21. Root bone, 71. Comprehension, 68. Constitution, 25. Cultivation level, none. Appearance, 79. Body size, 85. Talent, scumbag woman's sacred body. Favorability, 60. Overall score, 72.6. If the binding requirements are met, but the binding is not yet complete, the return multiplier will be 10. The favorability rating jumped from 10 to 60, and the score also rose from over 60 to over 70. Therefore, the return multiplier also increased, jumping to 10 times. It seems that taking in Wu Xiaoya was not only not a loss, but actually a gain. Wait, when did she suddenly develop a talent? I definitely didn't see it last time I watched her. Could it be because you changed your name? Is the name Lu Ruyan really that impressive? The holy body of a scumbag woman? What kind of talent is this? Holy Communion? Since it's called the holy body, it must be very strong, right? Lu Wei quickly opened it to check. The scumbag woman's sacred body, those who have been rejected or cheated on by her will have extraordinary encounters or greatly increased strength, and have the opportunity to become the chosen ones. Note, the deeper the hurt the other party experiences when you refuse, the greater the opportunity you will gain. Lu Wei was horrified when she saw this. Holy crap, what kind of talent is this? Forget it, let's not think about it now. Let's feed them first, otherwise they might starve to death at any time. What Lu Wei didn't know was how much of a surprise Lu Ruyan's special talent would bring him in the future. Come on, let's eat first. Just then, the porridge was cooked, and Lu Wei added some snow to it before letting the mother and daughter eat. The mother and son, who hadn't eaten grains for a long time, pounced on the steaming millet porridge like madmen. What is modesty, what is shyness? In the face of hunger, none of it matters. Those who have never experienced hunger will never know how terrifying it is. Fortunately, Lu Wei had anticipated this scene and added some snow to cool the porridge after it was cooked. Otherwise, even if they don't die from the heat, they'll scream in pain. Eat slowly, don't eat too fast, or your body won't be able to handle it. Soon, the two finished the porridge in their bowls and then looked at Lu Wei expectantly. Lu Wei shook her head, you can't eat too much at once. Wait an hour before eating. With that, she put the pot of porridge aside and stopped feeding them. Thank you, young master. Lu Ruyan hugged Wu Xiaoya and thanked her gratefully. She knew, of course, that Lu Wei was doing it for their own good, so even though she was still very hungry and wanted to eat, she forced herself to endure it. Ding! Lu Ruyan is extremely grateful to you. Your favorability rating increases by 5. Lu Wei. This favorability gained was quite easy. However, you should probably give up on this scumbag woman, lest you sell her out one day. Ding! Talent is not the same as personality. Talent is merely her ability, and it doesn't mean she's a fickle woman. System, you can even speak on your own initiative? System. The system? Damn, he's not saying anything again. Alright, move around a bit, it'll help with digestion. Also, tidy up the tents. Lu Wei said curtly. However, Lu Ruyan didn't care. In the past, Wu Laoer would often beat and kick her. Lu Wei was considered a good thing. Yes, I'll go right away. Lu Wei shook his head helplessly and turned to practice his boxing. He practiced the killing fist twice, and then practiced the body tempering fist technique once more. The killing punch consumes stamina. Lu Wei's stamina is several times that of an ordinary person, a full 16 points. Each punch consumes 2 points of stamina, enough for 5 or 6 rounds. However, the body tempering fist technique mainly consumes qi and blood, and excessive consumption of qi and blood can also affect physical strength. His qi and blood only have a little over 6 points, and he needs to save at least 4 points to maintain basic bodily functions, so he can only fight once at a time. Today, I spent my time cutting down trees and learning boxing, and I've almost exhausted my energy. Just as Lu Wei finished practicing his martial arts, Lu Ruyan's soft voice came over. Young master, the bet has been made, you can rest now. If there are any parts that you are not satisfied with or that make you uncomfortable, I apologize to everyone. I will try my best to change what I can. If you have any opinions, you can tell me. I haven't done anything immoral, right? There's no need for everyone to get so angry it's bad for your health. Let's calm down and talk things over. I understand. You were angry because you were drawn in by the story, right? If you didn't think it was worth watching, you wouldn't be angry. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hate. I understand #nervousface #. We can discuss it together and make this story even more interesting. Chapter 20 System Upgrade, 3 Types of Rewards. Lu Wei was a little worried. He hadn't thought much of it when he and Lu Xiaoxiao were staying in the tent, but now that there were 2 more people, it was bound to be very crowded. However, we can't just kick Wu Xiaoya and Lu Ruyan out. In this freezing weather, we'll just have to squeeze in a little. Let's leave it at that for now. Let's hold on for a few more days, and then we'll be able to get into the city. You and Xiaoya will sleep here. These are the conditions, so please make do for now. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Lu Ruyan's face flushed slightly, and she quickly said softly, it is already a great fortune to have the young master's favor. Ruyan will always remember the young master's great kindness. Lu Wei nodded and lay down on the bed. Lu Xiaoxiao squeezed into Lu Wei's arms first, letting her brother hold her. It was as if they were afraid someone would snatch this embrace away. Don't let her mature demeanor fool you, she's still just a 7 or 8-year-old child. Lu Wei naturally understood the little girl's thoughts, smiled, patted her head, and hugged her in his arms. Lu Wei knew that although the little girl hadn't said it, she was clearly not so easy to accept Lu Ruyan and her daughter. In her mind, the two newcomers were there to share her brother, so she instinctively felt repulsed. Lu Ruyan blushed and hugged Wu Xiaoya in her arms, then lay down not far from Lu Wei. The two were only a meter apart, and they could even hear each other breathing. As someone who has been single for 2 lifetimes, this is the first time Lu Wei has ever been lying so close to a woman. It's impossible to say that I didn't have any thoughts about it. However, it's unlikely that anything can actually be done. Because there are 2 children between them, even if Lu Wei is a beast, he can't do that kind of thing in front of his sister. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Wei wouldn't mind being a traitor like Cao Cao. Lost in his thoughts, Lu Wei gradually drifted off to sleep. As night deepened, a pair of pale red eyes suddenly appeared in the snow. Those eyes, no bigger than mung beans, darted around for a moment, glanced in the direction of the caravan, and then quietly slipped back into the snow, heading in the direction of the caravan. It was a mouse, at least half the size of a normal mouse. The mouse was pure white, without a single blemish, and seemed to be invisible in the snow. No one could spot it. Soon, the rat arrived at the center of the refugee camp, sniffed the air, and quickly found a tent and crawled inside. The person inside the tent frowned when they saw the little mouse. "What are you doing here?" The little mouse came up to the man, opened its mouth, and spat out a piece of paper. The man picked it up, glanced at it, and then burned the note to ashes on a candle. "All right, I understand. Don't worry, it won't delay your business, sir." The little mouse nodded, turned around, crawled out of the tent, and disappeared into the snow. A short while later, the little mouse had just left the camp area when it saw some millet on the ground. The little mouse sniffed the air, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes, before lowering its head to begin eating. After eating, the little mouse seemed completely unaffected by the bewitching herb and turned to run into the depths of the forest. Before it could even take its first step, a streak of light suddenly flew by, as fast as lightning. With a thud, it struck the little mouse on the head. The little mouse froze and collapsed to the ground. The next morning, Lu Wei got up early to prepare breakfast. He'd been thinking about the system upgrade for quite a while, since it was finally happening today. If Lu Xiaoxiao hadn't been sleeping so soundly last night, Lu Wei would have wanted to drag her out of bed. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that the berth next to him was already empty. After getting dressed and going outside, I saw Lu Ruyan starting a fire to boil water. Upon seeing Lu Wei emerge, he quickly bowed and greeted him, saying, "Good morning, young master. I have prepared hot water, please wash up." Lu Wei nodded. "Okay, you get ready first, I have something to do." After Lu Wei finished speaking, he turned around and went back into the tent. Looking at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was sleeping, he pinched her little nose and woke her up. Lu Xiaoxiao, who had just woken up, had a blank look in her big eyes. Turning to look at the culprit, just as she was about to ask Lu Wei what she wanted, she was hit by a large piece of flesh. "Xiaoxiao, this piece of meat is for you. How would you like to eat it?" Lu Xiaoxiao was a little confused. Why was she woken up so early in the morning just to give me the meat? Lu Xiaoxiao was about to say, "I want a stew meat." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Wei interrupted him. "Forget it, you won't be able to explain it to me anyway. I'll take it back first and we'll talk about it tonight." After saying that, Lu Wei didn't give Lu Xiaoxiao time to react and hurriedly ran out of the tent. Lu Xiaoxiao was left alone, so angry that she really wanted to beat up this guy who had ruined his sister's life. The reason Lu Wei was in such a hurry was because his system had been upgraded. Just as Lu Xiaoxiao took the meat, the system notification sounded. "Ding, the system meets the upgrade requirements. Upgrade now?" Lu Wei found a quiet place, quickly opened the system, and commanded, "Upgrade." "Ding, congratulations host, the system has been upgraded to level 2. This upgrade rewards 5 free attribute points, offers 1 chance for duplicate rewards, and adds 1 new bound user. Today's reward count has been refreshed." Lu Wei quickly opened the system to check the rewards. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 51+. Comprehension, 55+. Constitution, 15+. Qi and blood, 6.66.6+. Spirit, 11+. Technique, body tempering method beginner 12 100+. Martial arts skill, killing fist beginner 6 100+. Cultivation level, skin building realm 6 100+. Free attributes, 5. System level, 2010. Target already bound, Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Items can be returned once, valid for 3 days. 3 rewards, no, to be precise, 4, because the return opportunity that Lu Xiaoxiao had just used has been refreshed. In other words, Lu Xiaoxiao can get 2 refunds today. Lu Wei looked at the rewards carefully, and the first one was the one he wanted the most. With 5 free attribute points, Lu Wei thought for a moment and then added them all to his health and mana. Because of his vital energy and blood, this is currently the only obstacle preventing him from making progress in his cultivation. Adding this to your qi and blood will bring your qi and blood levels to 11. After reserving 5 points to maintain normal bodily functions, you can use 6 points for cultivation. Originally, one could only practice the body tempering fist technique 3 times a day, but after adding points, one can practice it 6 times a day. With his cultivation progress doubling, how could Lu Wei not choose qi and blood? As for why bloodletting is not chosen to restore qi and blood, it's because what is restored after bloodletting is not necessarily qi and blood, but more likely just blood. The first time was because of a special reward, and there were 3 choices, but that's no longer the case. System, add some qi and blood. After making the decision, Lu Wei no longer hesitated and immediately started adding points. Chapter 21, Finding a Level 2 Monster. As soon as the order was given, Lu Wei felt the blood in his body flow rapidly, like a surging, roaring river. As the blood flow accelerates, the body temperature begins to rise. Lu Wei's skin began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time, it turned as red as if it had been doused with a pot of boiling water. The snow around him, as if meeting a hot fire, began to melt rapidly. The snow water soaked Lu Wei's clothes, but it evaporated quickly, releasing a lot of steam. With all 5 points of qi and blood replenished, everything returned to calm, except for the black earth exposed behind the melted snow on the ground. Lu Wei opened her eyes, looked herself over, and her first feeling was that she was no longer cold. Surprisingly, I didn't feel much cold in this icy and snowy place, I just felt a slight chill. He clenched his fist, his muscles bulged, and one could vaguely feel the flow of blood and energy. This feeling will gradually dissipate as the body adapts. Lu Wei got up and looked around at the marks he had made. He quickly gathered some snow and used it to smooth them out. After doing all that, Lu Wei turned his attention to the second reward. The second reward is a chance to get it back once, but there is a time limit. At first glance, this reward doesn't seem to be of much use, it's just that it allows you to get an item back once. For example, if Lu Wei gives Lu Xiaoxiao 1 pound of meat, he will return 10 pounds. Previously, the 10 gene of meat that was returned could not be given away and returned again. Now with this duplicate return feature, you can give away 1 pound of the 10 pounds of meat and get it returned again. By returning the meat twice, 1 pound of meat becomes 20 pounds of meat. It doesn't seem to have much effect. However, if this reward is used well, it can be a hugely helpful opportunity. What if we don't use him to return the pork, but instead use it to return something else? For example, he could return the body tempering technique taught by his master and then teach it to Lu Ruyan himself. What will be returned? After pondering for a while, Lu Wei gradually came up with an idea. However, there's no rush. We'll talk about it when we get back to camp. As for the third reward, binding an additional person is also expected. Lu Wei bought Lu Ruyan back for this very reason. Without hesitation, Lu Wei first bound himself to Lu Ruyan. Finally, the refund opportunity refreshes. Lu Wei thought about it for a moment and realized that there was enough food at the moment, so there was no rush to return it. The fact that there is too much grain might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Therefore, what is lacking now is a weapon for self-defense. Thinking of this, Lu Wei remembered his master's horse-slaying sword. If you return that knife, you'll definitely get a treasured sword. If I ever get the chance to meet my master, I'll ask if I can get one. After tidying everything up, Lu Wei turned and went into the nearby woods. After taking a piss, I arrived at the place where I had set the trap yesterday. Seeing something in the distance near the trap, Lu Wei hurriedly went forward to investigate. It turned out to be a mouse, and a small one at that, weighing no more than 2 ounces. The little mouse had eaten all the millet on the ground, not a single grain was left. Lu Wei picked up the little mouse with a bit of helplessness. This tiny thing had eaten an ounce of his millet, he had lost out big time. Lu Wei held the little mouse and examined it carefully. The little mouse was pure white, without a single blemish, and its fur was glossy and shiny. Unfortunately, it's a bit small, not enough for one meal. However, even a small mosquito is still meat, and we can't waste it. Besides, it ate a handful of my rice, so I definitely can't let it go. Seeing that the little mouse was completely unconscious, Lu Wei simply picked it up and returned to the camp. When he returned, Lu Xiaoxiao was already awake, only Wu Xiaoya was still asleep. Lu Ruyan was afraid that Lu Wei would be angry, so she wanted to wake the child, but Lu Wei stopped her. She's still too young and has been malnourished for a long time. Right now, she needs sleep so she can get some rest and recover. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes welled up with tears. No one had ever cared for her and her daughter like Lu Wei had. Wu Laoer only knew how to punch and kick them. He had never been as gentle and considerate as Lu Wei. Lu Ruyan was deeply moved, but she didn't say anything. She turned around and went to prepare water for Lu Wei to wash his face. She wanted to repay this kindness with her actions. Ding, Lu Ruyan is very touched by your actions, favorability +5. Hey! Brother, you caught a little mouse? It's white, it's so pretty. Lu Xiaoxiao asked excitedly, looking at the mouse in Lu Wei's hand. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Lu Wei didn't think much of it and handed the little mouse to Lu Xiaoxiao. Just as Lu Xiaoxiao reached out to take it, Lu Wei heard a system notification. Ding! The host has gifted Lu Xiaoxiao a level 2 snow spirit rat, granting her a return opportunity. Would you like to return it? Ding, the host and the recipient's levels are too low to be returned. The 2 consecutive system notification sounds left Lu Wei stunned. This little mouse is actually a level 2 monster? Lu Wei reacted immediately and shuddered in fright. Damn, a level 2 demon beast. Isn't that equivalent to a level 2 chi-gathering realm martial artist? With its tiny body, it would be crushed with a single swipe of its paw, wouldn't it? Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao still fiddling with the little mouse, even trying to wake it up, Lu Wei broke out in a cold sweat. Instinctively, Lu Wei snatched the sleeping little mouse back from Lu Xiaoxiao's hand. Lu Xiaoxiao felt her hand go empty and was immediately bewildered. Looking up, she saw that Lu Wei had snatched it away. Her face was full of resentment as she stared at Lu Wei with wide eyes, feeling incredibly angry. Not again? Looking at his sister's resentful face, Lu Wei said seriously, I just remembered, I have a use for this little mouse. I'll give you something even better later, okay? As Lu Wei spoke, he patted Lu Xiaoxiao's head, then turned and ran off with the little mouse in his hand. Once outside, Lu Wei carefully looked at the sleeping little mouse in his hand, his brows furrowed deeply. This little thing is actually a level 2 monster? That's incredible. If he wakes up, his life will definitely be in danger. No, not only myself, but probably very few people in the entire caravan could handle it. Lu Wei held the little mouse carefully in her hand, not daring to move at all, for fear that it would wake up. All he wanted now was for his little darling to sleep a little longer and not wake up at this moment. But holding on to it like this indefinitely isn't a good solution. We need to figure out a way to deal with this. Kill them and eat them? Monster meat must be incredibly nutritious. The key question is, can I kill him myself? If I fail to kill it with my first strike and it wakes up instead, then I'll be the one who dies. Don't think this is impossible. Demonic beasts specialize in physical cultivation, so their bodies are incredibly powerful. A level 2 demonic beast is virtually impervious to ordinary swords and blades. In other words, even a beginner-level martial artist like Lu Wei would find it difficult to inflict damage on it. If we can't kill him, should we let him go? I'm so reluctant to part with it. A level 2 monster. Even if Lu Wei didn't know its exact value, he knew it was worth a fortune, and it would be a shame to let it go. After thinking it over for a long time, Lu Wei gritted his teeth and stood up. Damn, fortune favors the bold. The dead are buried in the nest, the living live forever. Let's do it. Chapter 22: A Hot Potato. Back at the camp, Lu Wei didn't even have time to cultivate or eat before telling the girls to come with him. There is no time to lose. If the little mouse wakes up, they'll be in danger. Lu Wei led the women directly to the vicinity of the caravan. Upon seeing someone approaching, the caravan guards immediately stepped forward to drive them away. Get out of here. Take one more step and I'll kill you all. The guard looked at Lu Weihe with a woman and 2 children, his eyes filled with contempt and coldness as he drew his sword and stared at them coldly. Lu Wei was speechless. How did he run into this idiot again? The man in front of him was the guard who had driven him away last time. I'm looking for someone. His name is Luo Yan. Do you know Luo Yan? The guard looked at Lu Wei with suspicion. However, his tone was no longer as aggressive as before, and he was clearly very wary of Luo Yan. I know him, Lu Wei said calmly. Seeing Lu Wei's confident demeanor, the guard gave him a deep look and said, You'd better not be lying to me. After saying that, he turned and left. A short while later, Luo Yan arrived and, upon seeing Lu Wei, hurried over. What happened? He knew that Lu Wei would never come looking for him if nothing was wrong. The guard following behind, upon seeing that the refugee, who looked like an ant, actually knew Luo Yan, immediately turned his face into a riot of colors. Lu Wei didn't have time to deal with him. That level 2 demon beast, the snow spirit rat, was a ticking time bomb in his hands, and he had to get rid of it quickly. The only person who could help him was this cheap master. Although he had only recently become an apprentice, he didn't know whether his master was reliable or not. But he had no choice unless he decided to release the monster. But that's obviously impossible. Even if you hand it over to your master, you'll still gain some benefits. Even if you don't get anything, at least you'll see people's true colors. Master, look at this, do you recognize it? Lu Wei pulled Luo Yan aside, took out a cloth bag containing rats, and showed it to Luo Yan. Luo Yan curiously glanced into the bag and saw a white mouse inside. Without thinking much, he reached out, grabbed its tail, and pulled it out. It wasn't that he was careless, nor that he lacked knowledge. The key point is that he never expected that Lu Wei, a martial artist who had just entered the field, could capture a level 2 demon beast. When he picked up the little mouse, intending to ask Lu Wei what the kid meant, suddenly, I realized that the little mouse in my hand seemed a bit unusual. Comparing the memories in his mind, Luo Yan's expression changed instantly, and his hand trembled, almost causing him to drop the rat in his hand. This is... Luo Yan stared wide-eyed at Lu Wei, his expression one of horror and disbelief. He was completely dumbfounded. How could this kid have a level 2 demon beast? He was still unconscious. If he were to wake up, most of these people would die on the spot. At this moment, he felt that the little mouse in his hand was extremely hot, and he didn't know whether to throw it away or keep it. Lu Wei nodded and whispered, "Master, this little thing ate the millet I soaked in bewitching grass and is sleeping now. I see this little thing looks quite unusual. I guess it's not an ordinary creature. Judging from your expression, do you recognize it?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yan almost cried. "I know him? I know him way too well." Luo Yan gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Wei. "You brat, you really know how to cause trouble for me. This is very likely a level 2 demon beast. If it wakes up, we're all doomed." Lu Wei feigned surprise. "What? This is a level 2 demon beast? Master, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Luo Yan shook his head. "It should be right, he's awake. I don't have time to waste with you, you go back first and wait for my news." After saying that, he gently placed the snow spirit rat into the cloth bag, then jogged back to the caravan center with the bag in his hand. Although this scene was done behind the guard's back, he could still tell that Lu Wei and Luo Yan's relationship was not simple. Who is Luo Yan? He is the young lady's trusted bodyguard. In the entire caravan, when it comes to their relationship with the young lady, even the captain of the guards can't compare. "Brother, it was all a misunderstanding. I didn't expect you to know Brother Luo Yan." "No doubt about it, if Brother Luo Yan is a friend, then he's my friend too. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me anytime." As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Although Lu Wei knew that this person had changed his attitude because of Luo Yan, he didn't care too much. Isn't that how the world is? No matter where you are, it doesn't matter if you don't have money, but don't expect anyone to treat you kindly. So Lu Wei laughed and said, "Brother, what are you saying? Since we're all friends, there's no need for misunderstandings. You're being too formal. We brothers should keep in touch more often in the future." No problem, no problem. My name is Xia Ren. May I ask how I should address you, brother?" "Shrimp?" Lu Wei was taken aback by the name. Did the person who named you watch silly cartoons too? But he didn't ask that question out loud. "My name is Lu Wei." After introducing themselves to each other, they probably felt a bit closer. Xiaoren whispered to Lu Wei, "Brother Lu, what's your relationship with Brother Luo Yan? They seem quite close." Lu Wei smiled mysteriously. "You should ask him about this." Xiaoran was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, but he could tell from Lu Wei's words that Luo Yan probably didn't allow him to speak. So, their relationship can't be that close, otherwise Luo Yan wouldn't have stopped him from speaking. Thinking of this, Xia Ren's enthusiasm cooled down a bit. "Alright, Brother Lu Wei, you go ahead with your work. I'll continue my patrol." "Alright, Brother Xia, please go ahead." Lu Wei noticed the change in this guy's attitude but didn't pay it any mind. He's just a nobody, there's no need to try to please him. However, he didn't see that when Xia Ren left, his gaze lingered on Lu Ruyan for a moment. "Alright, let's cook and eat." I didn't have time to eat breakfast this morning because of the little mouse incident. Upon hearing that they were going to eat, the 3 women, 1 adult and 2 children all wore smiles. What in this world could be more blissful than eating? On the other side, Luo Yan nervously carried the snow spirit rat to the young lady's carriage. "Young miss, I have something important to report." "What is it?" came the captivating voice from inside the carriage. Luo Yan looked around and, seeing that no one was there, approached the carriage and whispered, "Reporting to Miss, my apprentice has drugged a snow spirit rat and doesn't know what to do with it. He just handed it over to me, and I would appreciate your decision, Mississippi." The young lady in the carriage sounded somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "Your apprentice? The refugee brother and sister you just took in 2 days ago? It's him. That's quite unusual. Come, let me see that snow spirit rat." As she spoke, the carriage curtains were drawn back, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. Luo Yan hurriedly handed over the snow spirit rat, and then added with concern, "Miss, please be careful." The woman nodded without speaking and took the snow spirit rat into the carriage. After a while, the young lady's voice came from inside. "Since he's your apprentice, you can't treat him unfairly. Ask him what he wants." "Thank you, Mississippi. I'll be going now." "Go." After Luo Yan had walked away, a muttered voice echoed in the carriage, "A bewitched snow spirit rat? Interesting, this is getting more and more interesting." Chapter 23 Make a Fortune. When Luo Yan arrived, Lu Wei and the others were just about to eat. Upon seeing Luo Yan approach, Lu Wei's eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward to greet him warmly. "Master, have you eaten yet? Shall we grab something to eat together?" Luo Yan waved his hand and turned to look at Lu Ruyan and Wu Xiaoya beside him. "This is?" Lu Wei quickly explained, "They're from our village. They couldn't make a living, so I bought them. Sigh, I'll save as many as I can." As he spoke, Lu Wei let out a compassionate sigh. Luo Yan glanced at him and sneered, "Is that how you save people? I don't even care to expose you. Alright, I don't have time to waste on your nonsense." The caravan left your snow spirit rat behind. Of course, the caravan owner won't take you for nothing. "Let me ask you, what do you want?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's eyes darted around for a moment before he said with a grin, "Master, you see, I don't really understand these things, so I'll have to rely on your advice." "What do you want?" "How would I know what I want? I don't even know how much that level 2 monster is worth, how can I ask for it? What if I order too little? Wouldn't I lose a fortune?" Luo Yan seemed to have anticipated Lu Wei's response, as he was aware of the situation of Lu Wei and his sister. "Since you trust me, I'll tell you what I'm saying. Whether you agree or not is entirely up to you." Lu Wei chuckled and said, "Master, you're being too polite. I would be more than happy to receive your guidance." Luo Yan, though still keeping a straight face, felt quite pleased with himself upon hearing this. "My suggestion is that you first need a qi gathering realm cultivation technique. What I'm teaching you is just the most basic body tempering technique. After you get through the body tempering period, qi gathering realm techniques are extremely rare. This is an opportunity." Lu Wei nodded upon hearing this. The cultivation method for the qi gathering realm was indeed the most important to him. Even if he can use a chicken to lay eggs, he still needs to have chickens first. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will do as you say." Luo Yan nodded upon seeing this. The price of a level 2 demon beast is not just a qi gathering realm cultivation technique. You can also exchange the rest for some pills or medicinal liquids to speed up your and Xiaoxiao's cultivation progress. Lu Wei was even happier to hear that he could exchange it for some pills. "I originally thought that getting a cultivation technique would be quite a good deal, since it was practically free." Unexpectedly, this level 2 monster was worth so much, so Lu Wei happily said, "It's all up to Master." Seeing that Lu Wei showed no suspicion or dissatisfaction, Luo Yan nodded inwardly, thinking that the boy had a decent temperament. For an ordinary person, they might be tempted to suspect that the Chamber of Commerce was undercutting prices or even taking kickbacks themselves. Then he continued, "I see there are already 4 of you, so it's inconvenient to use that little sled. How about this, I'll see if I can get you a carriage to lend you for now, and I'll also get you some daily necessities while I'm at it." Lu Wei was even happier upon hearing this. "That's enough, Master. I'm already satisfied with having so much. I would be ashamed to accept any more." Lu Wei was afraid that the caravan owner would think the price was too high, get angry, and refuse to buy it, and then send the snow spirit rat back to her, which would be terrible. Luo Yan nodded, "Okay, that's all then. Don't worry, a level 2 monster is worth the price. Lu Wei said gratefully, that's all thanks to you, master. Without you, I might not have gotten anything at all. He meant what he said sincerely. No matter how much a level 2 monster is worth, even if it's priceless, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on it without Luo Yan. There's no need for flattery. You just wait and see. I'll go and report back to the caravan owner. Ultimately, it depends on what the caravan owner thinks. After Luo Yan finished speaking, he turned and left. Lu Wei and the others continued eating. This breakfast was quite an ordeal, but we finally got to eat it. In the morning, Lu Wei made some simple porridge and heated up some of the field mouse meat from yesterday. When the little girl saw the meat, her eyes widened and her mouth almost watered. This little girl was already skin and bones, with a big head and a small body, and with her wide open eyes, she looked like an alien. Lu Wei picked up a piece of meat and put it into Xiaoya's bowl, saying gently, Xiaoya can't eat too much meat right now. Wait until your stomach gets used to it before eating. Just have a small piece to satisfy your craving. Don't worry, there's still plenty of meat. Although the little girl is only 4 years old, she knows who to listen to at home. Naturally, she wouldn't dare to disobey Lu Wei. So he silently lowered his head and ate the porridge and the small piece of meat in his bowl bit by bit. But those big eyes would occasionally steal glances at the meat bowl. Lu Wei smiled and was just about to eat when a bowl was suddenly handed to him and placed directly in front of him. Me too. Lu Xiaoxiao's face was expressionless, but anyone could hear the grievance in her tone. Lu Wei chuckled, of course I can't forget my dear sister. Here, this bowl of meat is all for my sister. No one else is allowed to eat it. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile slightly on her usually expressionless face. Seeing this, Lu Wei smiled and looked up to meet Lu Ruyan's gaze. They smiled at each other. This child was still just a child. Ding, Lu Ruyan felt the warmth of home and her favorability towards the host increased by 5 points, with a current favorability of 70. Not long after Lu Wei and the others finished breakfast, the group set off. The sparse crowd of refugees stretched for miles. Lu Wei, meanwhile, pulled the sled, following the caravan at a leisurely pace. On the sled, Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoya, 2 little ones, were whispering to each other under the covers. Lu Ruyan tied a rope to the side of the sled and helped Lu Wei pull it. However, her frail body could only offer limited help, and she soon became covered in sweat from exhaustion. Even so, Lu Wei didn't stop her. The main reason was that if you treated this woman well, her favorability would increase, and Lu Wei dared not be nice to her anymore. What's troubling him now is that he hasn't used the refund opportunities that Lu Ruyan and Lu Xiaoxiao refreshed today. If I give her something later, will this woman's favorability rating increase? As for the second chance to get a refund, Lu Wei has already decided what to give. I'll give you a body strengthening technique. With Lu Ruyan's talent, she should be able to learn it tonight. I wonder what will happen after the body tempering technique is returned. With a 10x improvement, it should become incredibly powerful, right? What changes will occur if I give the improved body tempering technique to Lu Xiaoxiao? Thinking of this, Lu Wei felt a surge of excitement and anticipation, hoping that night would come soon. As Lu Wei wandered off into his own thoughts, he walked for about half an hour. A carriage emerged from the caravan center and proceeded against the flow of people towards the back. The nearby refugees saw a horse-drawn carriage coming from the opposite direction and looked over curiously. This is a flatbed carriage, which should be used for loading goods, not the kind of box carriage specifically for passengers. Although it's called a horse-drawn carriage, it doesn't actually have wheels. Underneath the carriage floor are 2 tracks like sleds. In this icy and snowy environment, these tracks are much smoother and faster than wooden-wheeled horse-drawn carriages. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of Lu Wei. Luo Yan got off the carriage and handed it to Lu Wei. How are things going? Will you be able to catch the train? Lu Wei shook her head, no, but I can learn. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Alright then, I'll teach you for a bit. First, put everything on the carriage. Thank you, I'm really touched. Thank you to all the fans who send me messages every day, and thank you everyone for sticking to the updates. I can't repay you enough, so I'll just have to update more. I'll start adding more updates tomorrow. Chapter 24 Qi and Blood Pill. Lu Wei and Luo Yan tied the tent directly to the carriage. As for other miscellaneous items, they continued to put them in the sled and drag it behind the carriage. Now, Lu Wei doesn't have to pull the cart anymore and can finally get some rest. In addition to the carriage, Luo Yan also brought a pot, some oil, salt, and grains. Although the quantity was not large, the variety was quite complete. Luo Yan also said that they could ask him for more food after they finished eating. The caravan owner instructed that the caravan would take care of their food and drink until they reached the city. Lu Wei felt relieved to hear that someone was providing food and drink, and with the supplies he returned, he might even be able to make a profit from this opportunity. Save more money so that you'll have something to live on when you move to the city. Moreover, Lu Wei felt that Yunzhou might not be safe either. He planned to rest in Yunzhou for a while before continuing south to the Central Plains, where the population was dense and powerful, and it should be much safer. Finally, Luo Yan took out 2 more small bottles. In addition to these living supplies, there are also 10 body tempering pills and 10 qi and blood pills here. These 2 kinds of pills will be of great benefit to you as a beginner in martial arts, so use them sparingly. Lu Wei reached out and took the 2 bottles of pills, nodding solemnly, "Thank you, master." These 2 bottles of pills are indeed very important to him, as they can turn 2 bottles into 4. He wonders how much these pills can sell for. Finally, it's time for the main event, the cultivation techniques for the Qi gathering realm. As for the cultivation techniques for the Qi gathering realm, the caravan owner has 2 here, both of which he acquired in Yangzhou. If you'd like, you can bring them over and choose one. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait until you reach Yunzhou City. The Yang family treasury there contains all sorts of martial arts techniques. You can choose any that suits you. Lu Wei thought about it and decided that he didn't need the Qi gathering realm technique at the moment, so he would wait until he got to Yunzhou. Moreover, given my current strength, it's not safe for me to carry around a Qi gathering realm cultivation technique. Master, I want to wait until we get to Yunzhou to talk about it. Luo Yan nodded in satisfaction. This kid wasn't blinded by desire, his character was indeed good. Yes, that's for the best. Alright, let me teach you how to catch the carriage. The refugees not far away were so envious when they saw that Lu Wei actually had a carriage. If they had a horse, they would bring it to eat immediately. They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a luxury as using a horse-drawn carriage. Besides those who envy, there are also those who harbor wicked thoughts of jealousy. Among these people was Wu Laoer. Seeing his wife and children in Lu Wei's carriage, Wu Laoer didn't mind too much. What made him uncomfortable was that Lu Wei actually owned a carriage, while he only spent 5 caddies of rice to buy his wife and children, which made him feel very unbalanced. He felt that Lu Wei was too stingy and taking advantage of the situation. He's already eaten 1 pound of that 5 pounds of rice. If this continues, he'll run out of food in a few days at most. Lu Wei and the others, on the other hand, were able to eat their fill and ride in carriages every day, which made him start to have some other thoughts. Before I knew it, the morning had passed. In that morning, Lu Wei also learned how to drive a horse-drawn carriage. Luo Yan left during the lunch break. Lu Wei and the others also began preparing lunch. I used to eat only 2 meals a day. I wasn't hungry, but I wasn't full either. Now that someone is providing meals, I certainly can't let myself suffer. Because of a little accident this morning, I didn't have time to practice my boxing, but now I can make up for it. When it comes to martial arts, if you don't practice for a day, your hands and feet will become slow. If you don't practice for 2 days, you'll lose half of what you've learned, and if you don't practice for 3 days, you'll become a complete novice. Therefore, once you've chosen to practice martial arts, you can't stop. You must persevere to achieve something. After practicing the body tempering technique twice and throwing 2 killing punches, half an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Wei's qi and blood have now reached 11 points, and he can practice the body tempering technique at least 8 times a day. 3 times in the morning, twice at noon, and 3 times in the evening. His cultivation level and proficiency in body tempering techniques increased rapidly. As for the killing punch, proficiency increases faster due to ample stamina. You can gain 2 points in one go, and you can gain at least 10 points of proficiency per day. Looking at his own blood and energy, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. Based on the current cultivation progress, it will only take about 10 days for my cultivation level to improve. Moreover, this is without using body tempering pills and blood qi pills. If you use these 2 kinds of pills, it will be even faster. The purpose of qi and blood pills is to counteract or replenish the consumption of qi and blood during cultivation. It doesn't increase your maximum health or mana, it's only temporary and will disappear after a while. In other words, after consuming the qi and blood pill, cultivation will not consume one's own qi and blood, but rather the energy of the qi and blood pill. Once the qi and blood pill's energy is depleted and not replenished, it will consume one's own qi and blood. However, the qi and blood pill lasts for quite a while. With most cultivation techniques, it's enough for 3 sessions. As for the effect of the body tempering pill, it is to accelerate the effective cultivation techniques. For example, Lu Wei's cultivation progress increases by 1 point after practicing the body tempering technique once. Consuming a body tempering pill might increase your cultivation progress by about 3 points. If you have higher talent, you might gain even more. However, Lu Wei was in no hurry to use the body tempering pill or the qi and blood pill. This primordial elixir is a treasure. It can help you have offspring in the future. So try to keep it as much as possible, so you can give it away later and get a refund. He can just keep the refund. As for ways to replenish qi and blood, Lu Wei also considered feeding Lu Ruyan some blood. However, there was one thing that worried Lu Wei. What if, after feeding her blood, what returned was not qi and blood but blood? That would be a double loss. He has no use for blood now. After finishing our meal, the team set off again. In about 20 days, we would enter Yunzhou and then we would be able to see the city. Having a city would undoubtedly make things much safer, and I wouldn't have to travel so much every day. I could rest properly and focus on practicing martial arts. Just as Lu Wei was about to set off in the carriage, someone called him from behind. Brother, brother? Brother Lu Wei? Lu Wei turned his head and saw that the person who called him was Wu Laoer, and his brows furrowed slightly. Brother Wu, is there anything I can help you with? Wu Laoer chuckled obsequiously and stepped forward. Brother Lu Wei, look, we're all good brothers, can you give me a ride? If not, I can sit on the sled in the back. Lu Wei frowned upon hearing this. The sled was full of their food and supplies. If Wu Laoer sat on it, wouldn't that be like letting rats into the granary? Excuse me, Brother Wu, my family consists of women, and it's not convenient for outsiders to get close. You should go back. Upon hearing this, Wu Laoer became somewhat displeased. This guy took such a huge advantage of me, buying my wife with just 5 jin of rice, and now he won't even let me ride in a car. He's such a scoundrel. What's wrong with that? I don't go near them. Besides, she used to be my wife. What's inconvenient about it? You agree, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei felt even more displeased. However, although he was angry inside, he smiled on the outside. I didn't take care whose wife she was before, but now she is my maid. If I say no, then no. Chapter 25 Earth Level Kung Fu Technique, Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. Inside the carriage, Wu Xiaoya saw Wu Laoer and tugged at Lu Ruyan's sleeve. Mother, it's father. Lu Ruyan lowered her head and hugged Wu Xiaoya into her arms, whispering, Xiaoya, remember this, that's not your father anymore, he sold us. Lu Ruyan had absolutely no attachment to Wu Laoer. I married him out of necessity. After marrying him, she never had a good day. Not only was she treated like a slave every day and frequently beaten and scolded by Wu Laoer, but even her father refused to acknowledge her as his daughter. If it weren't for Xiaoya, Lu Ruyan might not have made it this far. The difference between how Lu Wei treated him now and how he was treated is like heaven and hell. This is why she frequently increases her affection for Lu Wei. The difference in their feelings is simply too obvious. Wu Xiaoya looked at her mother with a blank expression and asked, then who is my father? Lu Ruyan was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain it to her. She couldn't very well say, you don't have a father anymore, can you? Just as she was wondering what to say, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly interrupted. From now on, Lu Wei will be your father. Since Lu Wei's physique improved, his physical abilities have become several times stronger than those of ordinary people, so the conversation in the car naturally did not escape his notice. Hearing Lu Xiaoxiao say that, he almost fell headfirst into the snow. That brat, she's always causing trouble. If she's going to be a father, she'll have to be Lu Ruyan's father, cough cough cough. Lu Ruyan was also startled and quickly said, Miss, please don't say that. I am just a servant girl. How could I dare to have improper thoughts? Lu Wei no longer cared about what was happening inside the car, because now he had already decided to kill Wu Laoer. After hearing Lu Wei's clear refusal, Wu Laoer knew he wouldn't get any benefits here, so he stopped being so polite. Brother Lu Wei, don't forget, our deal not only lacks witnesses, but also lacks evidence. Tell me, if I... Lu Wei laughed in anger upon hearing this. What? Are you trying to back out? Does this Wu Laoer really think he's still that honest little villager? Old Wu, with a smug, unyielding expression, shook his head, go back on my word? How could I? However, I've heard that abducting a woman is a crime, and the city lord won't allow it in the city. Okay, this guy won't live more than 3 days. I told you, even Jesus couldn't save him. Are you done talking? If you're done, then get lost. Lu Wei still had a smile on his face, seemingly not angry at all. Those watching from a distance assumed the two were having a pleasant conversation. Wu Laoer snorted coldly at Lu Wei, then turned and left. Although Lu Wei was a disciple of a martial artist, the martial artists in this caravan would never attack ordinary people like them. Therefore, he is not worried about being retaliated against. As for Lu Wei, he's just a beginner in martial arts. It's uncertain whether he can defeat him. Moreover, Wu Laoer wasn't the only one eyeing Lu Wei's family fortune. Those who were starving to death would rush forward as if their lives depended on it, given even the slightest chance. Then, my wife will still be mine, I'll just let you play with her for a few days. Watching Wu Laoer's departing figure, Lu Wei's eyes gradually narrowed, and his killing intent grew stronger. The carriage continued on its way, and before they knew it, it was getting dark. The group stopped and began preparing for the night's lodging. The caravan members surrounded the entire caravan with a ring of iron barriers similar to barricades, and also set up some traps outside. This was to prevent attacks from people or wild animals. Early warning devices are also placed in some important locations to guard against attacks by monsters. Watching the caravan busily making preparations, Lu Wei frowned and thought. He should also devise some defensive measures. In the past, people were poor and few people had any interest in it. Now that there is food, it is inevitable that some people will risk their lives. Don't expect those people to be afraid of being martial arts apprentices. This thing has some deterrent effect in a safe environment, but for those who are about to starve to death, what is more terrifying than hunger? Lu Wei himself wasn't afraid of being attacked at night, but he would be in trouble if the women and children got hurt. While pondering a solution, he set up the small tent at the campsite with Lu Ruyan's help. With Lu Ruyan around, Lu Wei could easily delegate many miscellaneous tasks to her, which saved him a lot of trouble. After the tent was set up, the food was given to Lu Ruyan so she could cook. With salt, meat, and enough grain, the meal was more sumptuous than ever before. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoya played in the tent. Lu Wei called Lu Ruyan out and led her to the edge of the grove. "Young master, what brings you here?" Lu Ruyan approached Lu Wei and asked in a somewhat reserved voice. The surrounding environment made her think a lot. Could it be? Lu Wei glanced at her and saw the two giant rabbits. A thought suddenly came to mind. Would these things affect his martial arts practice? Shaking his head, Lu Wei said solemnly, "Starting today, I will teach you martial arts. Although you are old and may not achieve much, it will still be fine for you to strengthen your body and protect yourself." Lu Ruyan was also extremely surprised when she heard that Lu Wei wanted to teach her martial arts. "Me? Can I do it?" Lu Wei scolded impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense. I told you to learn, so you'd better study seriously. You're not allowed to eat until you learn it, understand?" This woman always gives off an urge to abuse her. And you can't give her a nice look, she'll start beaming at the slightest bit of kindness. Upon hearing that she wasn't allowed to eat, Lu Ruyan's body trembled instinctively. He quickly assured her, "I understand, I will definitely study hard. Look carefully." After Lu Wei finished speaking, he began to demonstrate the body tempering technique to Lu Ruyan. Lu Wei practiced while explaining to Lu Ruyan. This woman, though she looks honest and a bit slow, is actually quite perceptive. Lu Wei, with her mediocre skills, learned it after being taught 3 times. "Okay, type it out and let me see." Having seen Lu Ruyan and remembered her skills, Lu Wei then instructed her to begin her demonstration. He would occasionally offer a word of advice from the side. Hiss. As Lu Ruyan began practicing body strengthening techniques, especially yoga-like postures, Lu Wei gasped in astonishment. Why does it feel like the technique isn't quite proper when she practices it? Just as Lu Wei was about to drool over the sight, a system notification startled him awake. Ding! The host has gifted Lu Ruyan a low-level yellow-grade cultivation technique called Basic Body Tempering Technique, triggering a return reward. Ding! It has been detected that the bound object Lu Ruyan has a special physique. The first reward triggered can be selected as follows. 1. 10 copies of the yellow-level low-level cultivation technique body tempering technique. 2. Intermediate-level earth-level kung fu technique, dragon elephant prison suppression technique. Lu Wei was overjoyed when she saw the reward. She never expected that Lu Ruyan's terrible constitution would have this benefit. Chapter 26. Has the illness worsened? Looking at the 2 rewards, Lu Wei chose the second one without hesitation. Who would choose the bad option when there's a better one? Are you out of your mind? System, select Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. As soon as Lu Wei gave the command, a massive flow of information rushed into his mind. Lu Wei felt his head throbbing, making him dizzy and lightheaded. It took me a while to recover. At the same time, he also received all the information about the dragon-elephant prison suppression technique. As long as he gradually practices and becomes familiar with it, he will soon be able to master the technique. However, Lu Wei's expression changed instantly after reading about the difficulty of cultivating the dragon-elephant suppressing prison technique. This dragon-elephant prison suppression technique seems a bit of a trap. Lu Wei quickly opened the system to check. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 51+. Comprehension, 55+. Constitution, 15+. Chi and blood, 11.6+. Spirit, 11+. Technique, body tempering method beginner 12-100+ yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant prison suppression technique beginner 1-1000 earth level intermediate. Martial arts skill, killing fist beginner 6-100+. Cultivation level, yellow level skin building realm 6-100+, earth level iron skin realm 1-1000+. Freedom attribute, 0. System level, 2010. Target already bound. Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Lu Ruyan click to expand. One of the two opportunities to return the item will be available, valid for 1 day. Looking at the progress of his mastery of the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, Lu Wei felt a slight toothache. Not only has the proficiency in the technique changed, but even the progress of cultivation has changed. The original 100 has been directly changed to 1000. The power of the technique has increased, but the difficulty has also increased tenfold. 10 times faster. How long would it take to train like that? Lu Wei felt as if her head had instantly swelled to more than 3 sizes. Moreover, this is only the first time it's returned. If we use the chance to return it repeatedly, wouldn't it be 10 times the original amount? 10,000 proficiency? What level of technique is that? Heavenly level? If we calculate based on 1 point of progress per day, wouldn't it take decades to cultivate even the first level? To be honest, Lu Wei hesitated. This was simply inhuman. With his talent and comprehension, even if he obtained such a technique now, his progress would be incredibly slow. It would be better to cultivate a yellow level technique to quickly improve one's cultivation level and increase combat ability. However, Lu Wei was somewhat unwilling. If she gave up this opportunity, would she have another chance to get it back in the future? If not, then you've missed a chance to obtain a heaven level cultivation technique. A heavenly level cultivation technique. That's a technique that countless people dream of. In this world, cultivation techniques are also divided into levels. From lowest to highest, they are yellow level techniques, which are some basic techniques, such as the basic body tempering technique taught to him by Luo Yan and the killing fist. Next comes the Shen level cultivation techniques, then the D level techniques, and finally the Tian level techniques. Each level of cultivation technique is further divided into 4 sublevels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. The power and effectiveness of a technique increase significantly with each level it advances. In particular, the body tempering technique is the foundation of cultivation and affects the strength of future Qi cultivation results. Moreover, even without practicing Qi cultivation, a purely powerful body cultivator is an invincible force. However, the more powerful the cultivation technique, the more demanding the conditions for its cultivation. Moreover, the difficulty of cultivation is directly proportional to the power. Even if a martial artist of average talent obtains a heaven-level cultivation technique, it is extremely difficult for them to achieve success in cultivating it. Only those exceptionally talented individuals can cultivate this level of technique. Therefore, for ordinary people to want to rise above the elite is truly a pipe dream. Moreover, there is another crucial point that cannot be ignored. A yellow-level cultivation technique consumes 2 points of Qi and blood per session. Earth-level cultivation techniques are even more powerful, so does each session consume even more Qi and blood? After all, the better the cultivation effect, the more energy will be consumed. This is a law. What about heaven-level cultivation techniques? Lu Wei strongly suspected that with his current amount of vital energy, let alone a heaven-level technique, even if he were to cultivate an earth-level technique once, he would likely be completely drained. To prove his idea, Lu Wei decided to give it a try. He turned his head and glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was practicing the body tempering technique. At this moment, she is opening the dragon's spine, the purpose of which is to relax her body. Starting from the spine, she trembles her whole body to make it easier to control each muscle more flexibly. This movement involves placing your hands on the ground, similar to a push-up. At the same time, shake your entire body, starting from your head and moving down to your toes. The action itself was fine, but it was ruined by Lu Ruyan's figure. With that jerk, her breasts and buttocks rippled outwards, a sight that was breathtaking. Lu Wei felt a burning sensation in her nose and quickly covered it with her hand. He left with the words, "Go back and rest after you finish this round of training," and then turned and went into the tent. As soon as Lu Wei arrived at the door, he heard Lu Xiaoxiao say to Wu Xiaoya, "Call me aunt, and I'll give you an extra piece of meat tomorrow." When Wu Xiaoya heard that she could eat an extra piece of meat, her mouth watered. But remembering her mother's strict teachings, she shook her head. "My mother won't allow it. She says you are a young lady, a mistress, and you can't call anyone else." Lu Xiaoxiao continued to coax, "It's okay, there's no one else here, even if you call me, I won't tell your mother." Lu Wei, listening from the side, was utterly exasperated. "What? Am I not a person?" The two girls were startled by Lu Wei's sudden appearance. "Hey! Brother, you're back." Lu Wei flicked her forehead in an annoyance. "Stop looking for trouble all the time and teach this little girl something serious. Here, keep this." As Lu Wei spoke, he took out a qi and blood pill from his pocket and handed it to Lu Xiaoxiao. "It's obvious that you can't get the whole bottle back at most, you can only get one pill back. The system stipulates that the level and quantity of the returned items are determined by the target cultivation level. Currently, Lu Xiaoxiao has just started cultivating and is still an ordinary person, so only one cultivation material can be returned. The number of cultivation materials returned will increase after she makes a certain breakthrough in her cultivation. After all, the value of qi and blood pills and millet is worlds apart. Ding, the host has gifted Lu Xiaoxiao a qi and blood pill for return. Do you wish to return it? Wow! You even know to ask after the upgrade. Looks like the system's service quality has improved quite a bit. Return it. Ding, you have received 10 qi and blood pills as a return. They have been placed in the system warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. Seeing that the return was over, Lu Wei took the qi and blood pill back before Lu Xiaoxiao could react. Never mind, you don't need to cultivate too fast right now, it will affect your physical development. There's no need for you to take this. I'll take it. After saying that, Lu Wei put the body tempering pill back into the bottle, then turned around and left without looking back. Lu Xiaoxiao stared blankly at Lu Wei's disappearing figure for a moment, then said worriedly, "It used to be once a day, why twice today? Could it be that the illness has worsened? Forget it, I'll just ignore him. Come here, little girl, call me mom, and I'll give you 2 pieces of meat." Chapter 27: Cultivating the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. Meanwhile, in the camp, some people were plotting to get something out of him. This man was none other than Wu Lao from earlier in the day. "Uncle Chen, I'm leaving this matter to you. If you can get it done, we won't lack food anymore," Wu Lao said mysteriously, trying to entice us. Opposite him was an elderly man in his 50s or 60s. For someone of that age to have survived to this day on this famine-stricken road was remarkable. "Okay, I understand. This can't be rushed. Wait for my news." Looking at the half-pound of rice on the table, Uncle Chen agreed without hesitation. Although Wu Lao was skilled at persuasion, he was already quite old. What hadn't he seen? Wu Lao was too naive to fool him. He agreed to this entirely because of the half-pound of rice. "Okay, I'll head back now and wait for your reply." "Okay." Uncle Chen nodded, not getting up to see him off, wanting to save his energy. After Wu Lao left, the old man let out a disdainful snort, his tone full of mockery. "You think you can use me as a pawn? You must be out of your mind." However, when he turned his head and saw the half-pound of rice, he fell into deep thought again. On the other side, in the camp of the wealthy Zhou family, the 3 members of the Zhou family were gathered together in a large tent, their brows furrowed, as if they had encountered some problem. "Master, we need to think of a solution quickly. If this continues, our guards will lose their temper before anyone else even makes a move." Madame Zhou looked to be in her early 30s, a woman at the age when she was full of mature charm. In addition, she was naturally beautiful with fair skin and a gentle temperament, and she looked like a ripe peach, sweet and juicy. "If all else fails, just give them more money." A cool and clear voice rang out. It was Zhou Muxue, the young and beautiful eldest daughter of the Zhou family. She was born with a beautiful face and a head of jet black hair that cascaded down her shoulders like a black waterfall. Her face was dignified and beautiful, her eyes were like autumn water, and her every move exuded an undeniable elegance. However, her eyes were unusually cold, as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Zhou Yuanshan shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. No, that's the family fortune I've worked so hard to build up. How can I just give it away to them? Those ungrateful bastards have forgotten who fed and clothed them and trained them in martial arts. Now they actually want to turn around and devour their master. They are utterly heartless. You want my money? No way. Mrs. Zhou looked helpless. This man was good in every way, but his stingy personality was really speechless. This is a typical case of someone who would rather die than part with money, valuing money more than their own life. If he hadn't been so stingy, treating his servants poorly and often shortchanging them, those people might not have developed rebellious thoughts. Sir, you can't refuse to give me the money. Do you really want to put me and Shuer in danger? Madame Zhou was also anxious. It was rare for her, a woman of gentle nature, to speak so forcefully. Zhou Yuanshan waved his hand. You don't need to worry about this. I already have a solution, and I can get it done tomorrow. When Madame Zhou heard him say that, she stopped trying to persuade him and became curious about his solution. As for Zhou Muxue, she only said one sentence from beginning to end and then said nothing more, appearing aloof and detached from worldly affairs. Lu Wei went outside, wrapped up the returned qi and blood pills, and put them in his pocket. Looking up at Lu Ruyan practicing her martial arts, he felt his mouth dry and his blood boiling, and he couldn't help but swallow. A thought arose in his mind: this woman is actually very useful for regulating one's qi and blood. As soon as you see her practicing, her blood and energy levels instantly double. Sigh, I wonder if I'd become rusty with my skills after not doing them for so long. Do I really have to go back to my old ways? Young master, I've finished practicing. Lu Ruyan wiped the sweat from her forehead. The long hair at her temples clung to her face because of the sweat, making her look even more charming. Lu Wei nodded indifferently. Okay, you go back and rest first, I'll practice for a while longer. Young master, I'll head back now. You should get some rest too. Lu Ruyan bowed slightly. Seeing Lu Ruyan leave, Lu Wei took a deep breath, took out a qi and blood pill, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it directly. In an instant, blood rushed to Lu Wei's head, and his body began to heat up. If it's a basic body tempering technique, one qi and blood pill can support him to practice it 3 times. However, Lu Wei was a little unsure about cultivating a level 1 technique, and he didn't know how much qi and blood would be consumed in one go. He was prepared if one wasn't enough, he would quickly add another to avoid running out of food. Taking advantage of this surge in energy and blood, Lu Wei focused his mind and began to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison technique. The Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression technique is a powerful physical cultivation method. Among all cultivation systems, body cultivators, even if not the strongest, are still among the top. Compared to other cultivation methods, body cultivation is an exceptionally arduous process. What they seek is for every inch of flesh and blood to transform through sweat and pain. This is both a physical transformation and a test of will. Ultimately, one achieves indestructibility, using the strength of the physical body to withstand all attacks. The Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression technique is a mid-level earth-grade martial art. Upon successful cultivation, one can obtain the power of a dragon and elephant, which is extremely powerful. In theory, a mid-level earth-grade martial arts technique is 10 times more difficult than a low-level yellow-grade technique. This cultivation technique demands extremely high levels of talent from its practitioners in all aspects. The cultivation method involves visualizing the power of a dragon and an elephant using spiritual energy. With exquisite control over itself, it manipulates every muscle in the body. It also requires a very high level of comprehension to gain more insights from visualization practice. Fortunately, Lu Wei had lived 2 lives, so his mental strength was naturally strong. In addition, his physique was far superior to that of ordinary people, and he had good control over his body, so he could barely cultivate. Rumble. As Lu Wei continued to cultivate, his body's qi and blood surged like a tsunami, constantly tempering his body. Lu Wei's body began to gradually heat up, and steam rose from his body in the icy and snowy landscape. My heart was pounding like a drum, my blood was rushing like a torrent, and my skin was burning hot. An inexplicable sense of pressure began to emanate from him. This oppressive aura was terrifying, as if one were facing an ancient behemoth. However, this feeling is very faint, almost imperceptible. This is an inherent effect of the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. When cultivated to a high level, it naturally possesses the might of a dragon and elephant. People with weak mental strength or a lack of willpower would be terrified and run away in fear under such pressure. Lu Wei could clearly feel that his skin was being forged and tempered by fire, gradually becoming stronger. However, this feeling didn't last long before Lu Wei suddenly felt that his blood and qi were not being supplied properly, and the effects of the cultivation technique were gradually weakening. Fortunately, at this point, the first round of the exercise was nearing its end. After a while, Lu Wei finished a full cycle of practice and let out a long breath. Pinching her skin, Lu Wei felt that there seemed to be some changes, but they weren't very obvious. I opened the system and took a look. The first thing I saw was the qi and blood section, which showed only 611.6. Including the qi and blood pill, one cultivation session consumed 10 points of qi and blood. As expected of a mid-level earth-grade cultivation technique, the consumption is justified. Fortunately, the energy consumption wasn't 10 times greater than the power of the technique, otherwise Lu Wei really wouldn't have been able to complete even one round of practice. However, even so, the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique cannot be practiced frequently at present. It can only be practiced occasionally. After all, the consumption is just too great. Those geniuses in cultivation all have access to top-tier pills and elixirs, making their cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. But he didn't have any. With so few qi and blood pills, he should focus on improving his strength first, so that he wouldn't be powerless to fight back if he encountered danger. Therefore, the most important goal at present is to improve that yellow-level cultivation technique. Only when the cultivation level is improved will the qi, blood, and physical strength naturally improve as well. Once your qi and blood are replenished, then you can consider earth-level or heaven-level cultivation techniques. There's nothing he can do. He's poor. If he wants to become stronger, he can only take it one step at a time. There's no use rushing it. Although it's a bit slow to get going, we'll be on the highway soon. Are you ready? Chapter 28 teaches Lu Xiaoxiao the dragon elephant prison suppression technique. I wiped the sweat from my brow, checked the time, and realized it was already very late. After surveying the surroundings to identify any dangers or malicious spying, Lu Wei returned to his tent to rest. As soon as they entered the tent, Lu Ruyan quickly brought over the prepared foot washing water and placed it beside Lu Wei's feet. "Young master, let me wash your feet." Lu Wei looked at it and instinctively wanted to refuse. He wasn't a rich landlord, so why would he need someone to wash his feet? Before he could finish speaking, he stopped, thought for a moment, and then nodded and hummed in agreement. Then, like a lord, he lay down on the bed and let Lu Ruyan wash his feet. Feeling Lu Ruyan's small hands rubbing his smelly feet, Lu Wei sighed inwardly. Alas, things have deteriorated. Feeling the soft warmth on his feet, even though those hands weren't as tender and smooth from long hours of work, Lu Wei couldn't help but let his mind wander when he thought they were a woman's hands. In Lu Ruyan's view, washing his feet was not a difficult thing at all. On the contrary, it relieved her. Because in the past 2 days, she has done far less than she used to at home. She doesn't seem like a maid or servant at all. She seems more like a lady. This treatment made her constantly uneasy, fearing that Lu Wei might one day abandon her, sell her, or return her. She would have to go back to those days of hunger and thirst, and the thought of it terrified her. Therefore, she kept trying to find something to do that Lu Wei needed, even if it was just washing his feet or using his mouth, she wouldn't refuse. After washing her feet, Lu Wei went straight to bed and went to sleep. Lu Ruyan poured out the water, hesitated for a moment, and then lay down on the other side. Although there were 2 children between them, they could clearly hear each other's breathing. Lu Wei secretly thought that he needed to find a chance to separate. Sleeping together all day long, even if nothing happened, something was bound to happen. Lost in thought, Lu Wei fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Wei opened his eyes again, startled awake by the sound of Lu Ruyan getting up. Now that he was awake, Lu Wei decided not to go back to sleep and got up to start practicing his boxing. Lu Wei handed some rice to Lu Ruyan and instructed her to cook, then went to attend to his own business. The first thing to do, as usual, is to check the millet trap I set yesterday to see if there were any gains. I was lucky today and caught a golden pheasant, which weighed about 3 or 4 pounds. With this chicken, plus the field mouse that hasn't been returned yet, we won't lack meat for a while. Back at the camp, Lu Wei practiced his boxing while waiting for Lu Xiaoxiao to wake up. The second chance to return the skill only lasts for 3 days. It was too late last night, so I had to teach Lu Xiaoxiao the dragon elephant prison suppression technique today. He wanted to see what level of cultivation technique he could regain. However, the dragon elephant prison suppression technique is extremely difficult to master, and even Lu Xiaoxiao probably wouldn't be able to learn it in a single day. I just hope she can learn it within 3 days, otherwise I'll have to return something else. After waiting for a while, seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao was still fast asleep, Lu Wei was so anxious that he went straight into the tent and pulled her out of bed. Lu Xiaoxiao, get up, it's time to practice your skills. Let me sleep a little longer, I'll practice again at noon. Lu Xiaoxiao curled up in the quilt, refusing to get out of bed. Lu Wei pulled back her blanket and said in an unquestionable tone, get up quickly, I'll teach you a new technique. You? Teach me? Lu Xiaoxiao felt like she wasn't fully awake. With your talent, you think you can teach me? She didn't say it aloud, but her eyes betrayed her thoughts. Lu Wei naturally noticed it as well. Get up quickly, I'm waiting for you outside. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted as she got out of bed, thinking to herself that her brother's condition seemed to be getting worse. With messy hair, unbrushed teeth and unwashed face, Lu Xiaoxiao followed Lu Wei to the edge of the grove. Watch closely, this technique is much more difficult than what Master taught. Listen carefully to my explanation. Next, Lu Wei explained the cultivation method of the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique to Lu Xiaoxiao in detail. After listening, Lu Xiaoxiao was mostly confused. Most importantly, she was worried about the origin of her brother's martial arts technique. If I were to cultivate, would there be any problems? She had heard that haphazard cultivation could lead to qi deviation and demonic possession. Children can't keep things to themselves, so he asked directly, brother, where did you get this kung fu technique? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei said irritably, why do you, a child, care so much? Just practice what you're told. No, if you don't tell me, I won't practice. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei thought, oh ho, they've really gone too far. She threatened him with a stern face, do you believe I'll spank you? I won't practice even if you hit me. The little girl stubbornly turned her head away, her eyes reddening and tears welling up. Lu Wei naturally couldn't hit the little girl, but he was also a bit troubled. Why had this little girl suddenly become rebellious today? He naturally didn't know that the little girl was acting this way because the presence of Lu Ruyan and her daughter made her uneasy, and she was afraid that her brother would be taken away. That's why she became sensitive and rebellious at this time, she longed for her brother's care even more. Although Lu Wei didn't know what the little girl was thinking, seeing that she looked like she was about to cry, he couldn't bear to continue being so forceful. Helpless, he could only squat down and coax her, saying, all right, how could I bear to hit Xiaoxiao? Your brother has never hit you. The reason I'm not telling you is because the old man who passed on the technique to me forbade me to tell others. However, since you're curious, I'll tell you. Grandpa? What grandpa? Lu Xiaoxiao felt a lot after hearing Lu Wei's comforting words. The old man in my dream, last night I had a dream. Lu Wei began telling Lu Xiaoxiao a story, following the typical formula of fantasy novels. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she listened, her face filled with curiosity and surprise. After she finished listening to Lu Wei's story, she asked a question that made Lu Wei so angry that he almost couldn't help but hit her. You're so untalented, why did that old man choose you? Why didn't he choose me? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei was furious and really wanted to slap her little bottom a few times. He silently told himself several times that this was his own sister and he had to restrain himself, which prevented him from making a move. Alright, now that you know the origin of this technique, you can learn it, right? Yes, I'll learn. Lu Xiaoxiao's big eyes were full of anticipation. Such a magical old man, his skills must be amazing. Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to fool the little girl. Honestly, this kid is getting harder and harder to fool. It was so much better when he was little. He believed everything I said. Next, Lu Wei began to explain the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique to Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao was indeed very intelligent. She remembered the gist of Lu Wei's explanation after he explained it once. Next, Lu Wei explained it to her twice more, until she remembered it completely without missing a single detail, before stopping. Lu Wei originally thought that he would teach Lu Xiaoxiao the basics, just like Lu Ruyan, and only after she learned the body tempering technique would he be able to consider the gift complete. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lu Xiaoxiao memorized everything, he received a system notification. Ding! The host has gifted the low to medium level cultivation technique Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique to the target Lu Xiaoxiao and received a tenfold return, obtaining. Chapter 29 The Astute Village Chief. Ding! The host has gifted the low to medium level cultivation technique Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique to the target Lu Xiaoxiao and received a tenfold return. The host has also obtained the heaven-level top-grade cultivation technique Jade Bone Golden Body Sacred Scripture, which will be temporarily stored in the system space and can be claimed at any time. The Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture? A heaven-rank supreme cultivation technique? Lu Wei's heart pounded wildly with excitement. Heavenly grade top quality, does that mean this is the most advanced cultivation technique? This level of cultivation technique only exists in legends. In reality, no one has ever been seen practicing it. If I obtain this technique, won't I be invincible from now on? Thinking of this, Lu Wei wished he could immediately go and experience cultivation. However, he seemed to realize something, and his excited expression froze. He had thought of a problem. It seemed that the higher the level of a cultivation technique, the more difficult it was to cultivate and the more resources it consumed. If the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique is already so difficult, how difficult must the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture be? Lu Wei simply couldn't imagine it. This is something he can't cultivate at the moment. However, no matter how difficult it is, we have to try. Giving up is out of the question. Only a fool would give up such a powerful technique. So what if the cultivation is difficult? I have my own system. If all else fails, I'll just max out my comprehension and innate talent. I refuse to believe I can't cultivate this heavenly level technique. Having made up his mind, Lu Wei was no longer in a hurry to look at the cultivation technique. Looking at the time, it was already late. Lu Wei called to Lu Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, let's stop practicing and go back for dinner." Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "Huh? But I haven't learned it yet." "It's okay, don't learn it anymore. I'll teach you something even better in a few days." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao chose to believe without reservation and readily agreed. Good. The two walked together toward the camp. "Brother, I'm tired, carry me on your back." Lu Xiaoxiao hugged Lu Wei's arm and acted coquettishly. "Come on," Lu Wei said with a smile as she squatted down. Lu Xiaoxiao pounced on him, shouting with a grin, "Giddy up." "Okay." Lu Xiaoxiao giggled on Lu Wei's back, her smile bright and pure. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxiao's smile faded. She pressed her face against Lu Wei's back and whispered, "Brother, will you abandon me?" Lu Wei paused slightly, then smiled and said, "Silly girl, you are the most important person to me in this world. Even if I were to give up my own life, I would never give up on you." Meng Meng blinked and said with a grin, "Well, I won't abandon you either." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei feigned disgust. "Oh, you don't want me? I'd be thrilled." The two siblings chatted and laughed as they returned to the camp. Lu Ruyan had already prepared the meal and was just waiting for Lu Wei and the others to come back for dinner. Wu Xiaoya was drooling with envy, but since her master, Lu Wei, hadn't returned, her mother naturally wouldn't let her eat first. After breakfast, the group continued their journey. Because Lu Wei's instruction of Lu Xiaoxiao's cultivation technique took some time, by the time they set off, the entire group had already traveled a considerable distance. Lu Wei wasn't in a hurry and slowly followed behind in the carriage. At that moment, he was pondering something. Actually, there's one more thing with an extremely high cost-performance ratio that hasn't been returned, the Constitution attribute. When he took Lu Xiaoxiao away, he returned 10 points of his physique. If you also expend 1 point of stamina on Lu Ruyan, you will definitely get a refund. The problem is that now that there are Malays pulling the sleds, there's no need for him to pull them at all. He can't possibly refuse to ride in a carriage and insist on carrying Lu Ruyan on his back, can he? People would think he's crazy. Therefore, Lu Wei kept thinking about what to do about this matter. That's 10 points of stamina. He didn't want to give it up. Just as Lu Wei was thinking about what to do, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Lu Wei immediately pulled the carriage back, narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly glanced at those people, and slowly took out a wood-chopping knife and held it in his hand. "You all wait here, don't wander off." Lu Wei turned to the people in the carriage and instructed them, then jumped off the carriage and walked towards the group. Creak, creak. Lu Wei walked steadily without the slightest panic, his footsteps making a crisp sound as he stepped on the snow. Although the other side appeared to have 30 or 40 people, most of them were thin and weak refugees, and there were even women and children among them. If a fight really breaks out, Lu is confident he can keep them all here. Inside the carriage, Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Ruyan watched Lu Wei's retreating figure, their eyes filled with worry. Wu Xiaoya, on the other hand, was full of curiosity. At her age, she was still innocent and ignorant. As Lu Wei approached, a person stepped out from the front of the crowd. When the person got closer, Lu Wei frowned after seeing his appearance clearly. "What do you mean by this?" Lu Wei looked at the newcomers, his tone somewhat cold. The person who arrived was Qin Zhong, the village chief of Lu Wei's original village. Lu Wei had little dealings with this village chief and didn't know him very well, but he had heard that the village chief was a very smooth person. Seeing Lu Wei's cold face, Qin Zhong didn't mind at all. With a slightly fawning smile, he said, "Little Wei, you are now the pride of our village. Now that we heard you have become a martial artist, everyone wants to come and see and share in the joy. I should have brought a gift, but as you know, I don't have anything to offer, so I had to come empty-handed. Please don't mind, I'll make it up to you next time." Lu Wei's indifferent expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. He rarely interacted with the people in this village after he transmigrated here. Their house is at the entrance of the village, quite far from the village itself. They only frequently interact with a few families and don't have much contact with most of the villagers. Therefore, Lu Wei neither liked nor disliked them. "Well, you've seen it all, let's call it a day. We need to get going," Lu Wei said ruthlessly, urging everyone to leave. He's not stupid, he understands what these people are trying to do. They simply wanted to see that they had become martial artists and their circumstances had improved, so they wanted to come and see if they could give them something in return. However, Lu Wei believed that although he was not a bad person, he was not a saintly, overly kind person either. Although he had some food, he also had Lu Ruyan as a critical hit item. But that's not enough to support so many people. Besides, they wouldn't give things to strangers for free. Qin Zhong is clearly a seasoned veteran. Even though Lu Wei is so disrespectful, he still has a smile on his face. "Xiao Wei, actually, there's something I wanted to tell you secretly." As he said this, Qin Zhong looked around, as if afraid of being overheard. Lu Wei's eyes flickered, then he asked casually, "What is it?" Qin Zhong whispered mysteriously, "Wu Laoer came to me yesterday and asked me to incite the villagers to deal with you. I outwardly agreed to his request, and that fool believed me. Doesn't he realize that I am, after all, the village head? How could I possibly collude with a local scoundrel like him to harm the village's hope? That's why I came over today to warn you to watch out for that bastard. Although I didn't help him, he has a bunch of shady friends who might try to sabotage him behind his back. You'd better be careful." Lu Wei frowned slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Wu Laoer to act so quickly. It seemed he would have to deal with him tonight to avoid causing him any trouble. Looking at the village chief with a warm and enthusiastic face, Lu Wei nodded. This village chief is really a smart man. He knows to seize this opportunity and do me a favor. "I know about this. Tell me, what do you all want from me?" Lu Wei didn't mince words. He accepted the favor and was willing to lend a hand as long as the other party didn't go too far. If they go too far, then don't blame me for not giving them face. Qin Zhong smiled awkwardly. "Xiao Wei, look, you are a martial artist. Your vision and mind are definitely much better than those of us who toil in the fields. Can you show us a way to survive? Here are 3 long chapters. Please don't bother sending gifts, I feel unworthy. If it's convenient, just watching a short ad or sending a message is the biggest support you can give. If it's inconvenient, that's fine too, just come and follow the updates every day, and I'll be very grateful." Chapter 30 Lu Wei's Quirks. Lu Wei glanced at the ragged, emaciated people and pondered for a moment. To be honest, seeing the hardships these refugees have been putting him through these days has also been painful. Those who haven't witnessed such a scene can never truly understand how shocking and impactful it is. Lu Wei once witnessed a family of 3 where the husband secretly sold off their nearly starving child without his wife's knowledge. When his wife found out, she chased after him and saw her son being killed and cooked. The despair was too much for the wife to bear. She broke down on the spot and committed suicide by hitting her head against a rock. Finally, seeing that his wife and children were dead, the man lost all will to live and committed suicide as well. Some parents even bled themselves and cut off their own flesh to keep their children alive, only to freeze to death in the snow. There were countless heart-wrenching tragic scenes, which severely impacted Lu Wei's modern soul. He even fantasized about unifying the world and freeing all people from such horrific suffering. He himself was well aware of his own capabilities. Let alone unifying the world, just surviving would be a stroke of luck. Looking at the expectant faces and pleading eyes not far away, Lu Wei thought for a moment and felt that there was a way he could try. He may not be a good person, but he is a human being. You all wait here. After saying this, Lu Wei turned and went back to the carriage. Those who remained on the spot immediately brightened up upon hearing this. Lu Wei's words were their hope for survival. The worst thing about fleeing famine is not seeing any hope. As long as there is hope, you can persevere. Chen Zhong also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had made the right bet this time. However, even if Lu Wei didn't help them, Chen Zhong never thought of joining forces with Wu Laoer to deal with Lu Wei. He's not stupid. Lu Wei is a martial artist's disciple and will surely become a martial artist in the future. What is Wu Laoer anyway? At most, he's just a local thug. Even a fool would know which one to choose. Moreover, even setting aside strength and potential, Lu Wei's character is far superior to that of Wu Laoer, that scoundrel. Even if they did manage to rob Lu Wei and obtain food, whether they would even have the life to eat it was another matter entirely. Lu Wei returned to the carriage, took out a bottle, and handed it directly to Lu Ruyan. Here, take this. Lu Ruyan was taken aback, wondering why Lu Wei had given her a bottle. However, she still instinctively pushed him away, saying, "Young master, I can't." Before she could finish speaking, Lu Wei interrupted her, saying, "From now on, whatever I give you, you must accept it without hesitation. You are not allowed to refuse. If you can't do it, go back and follow Wu Laoer, understand?" Lu Wei spoke very seriously, leaving no room for refusal. Upon hearing that she was to be driven away, Lu Ruyan immediately knelt on the ground and begged. "Young master, please don't send me away. I'll eat less and work more. I can even warm the bed. Please don't send me away." However, Lu Ruyan's pleas did not elicit Lu Wei's sympathy, but only a colder question. "I'm asking you, can you do what I just said?" Lu Ruyan cried with tears streaming down her face, nodding vigorously, "Yes, yes, I definitely can." "Okay, as long as you remember to accept anything I give you immediately, I won't send you away." "Yes, yes, I will definitely accept it." Although Lu Ruyan felt that Lu Wei's request was a bit strange, even a little perverted, she did not dare to ask any further questions. Seeing that Lu Ruyan remembered his words, Lu Wei stopped making things difficult for her. He turned around and took out half a pound of millet, poured it into the earthenware jar, then took the bottle from Lu Ruyan's hand and poured some of the liquid inside into it. He had just tried to see if the 1 pound of separated bewitching herb juice could be returned, but it turned out it couldn't be returned. There was nothing else Lu Wei could do but take it back and use it to soak rice. Only about 1 ounce of this pound of bewitching herb juice is needed to soak 1 pound of rice. After mixing it well, Lu Wei took the earthenware pot, got off the carriage, and walked towards the crowd. Watching Lu Wei's retreating figure, Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. She had been terrified just now, thinking that Lu Wei was really going to kick her out. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly said from the side, "My brother has a strange habit, which is that he gives things to people and then asks for them back. You'll get used to it. If he gives it to you, keep it. If you want it back, give it to him, understand?" When Lu Ruyan heard Lu Xiaoxiao say this, she suddenly realized that someone had such a strange quirk. "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction. It felt really good to order others around, and she couldn't help but get a little addicted to it. "Little girl, next time we play rock paper scissors, you can only choose rock, understand?" "Understood." The refugees looked at Lu Wei as he brought over a clay pot, their bright eyes showing a hint of disappointment. Even if there's only one earthenware pot filled with rice, it's only enough for these people to eat a bowl of thin porridge. It's practically useless. However, being able to eat a meal is good, it's better than going hungry. Lu Wei approached Chen Zhong and handed him the earthenware pot. Then he said, "This is some medicinal rice, not for eating, but for hunting. Once prey eats this rice, it will be drugged and even demonic beasts cannot resist it. You distribute the legitimate medicinal rice, or arrange for people to set traps and hunt. I've caught 3 prey. I don't care how you distribute the rest, but mine can't be less. If it's less, I won't give you any more medicine rice. If you can bring back 3 prey animals, I will continue to give you medicine rice tomorrow, understand?" Chen Zhong wasn't stupid. He quickly reached out and took the earthenware jar. He knew the importance of the medicinal rice and the principle that it's better to teach someone how to fish than to give them a fish. So, holding the pottery jar, he knelt down and said, "Thank you for giving us a way to survive. On behalf of the remaining 36 people in the village, I kowtow to you." As he spoke, Chen Zhong kowtowed heavily on the ground. Lu Wei didn't stop him. After he finished kowtowing, he said, "All right, get up. Whether you live or die depends on yourselves. This is all I can do to help." Chen Zhong nodded with tears in his eyes, "We cannot thank you enough. The 46 people of Nyojia village will never forget this kindness. All right, you can go now, don't delay your journey." After everyone left, Lu Wei returned to the carriage and continued on his journey. This was the only way he could think of to save the villagers without suffering any loss himself. He could even make a small profit, not only by not having to set traps and delay his cultivation every day, but also by having meat to eat, and incidentally by solving the villagers' livelihood problem. As for whether they can catch prey, that depends on their luck. Even if we can't catch any, we can take the millet back and set a trap in a different place tomorrow. All he can do is provide this medicinal rice. The only thing he might lack is the juice of the bewitching grass. He doesn't know if the caravan has any. He can ask his master about it later. Before the carriage started moving again, Lu Wei glanced at a snowdrift in the distance and a cold smile appeared on his face. If you weren't still somewhat useful, I'd leave you lying there forever. Once Lu Wei had driven the carriage away, the person in the snowdrift got up and stared at Lu Wei's departing carriage with a gloomy expression. Damn it, you coward! I thought you were so tough, but in the end you still obediently handed over the rice. He couldn't see clearly what was happening from a distance, but he could see Lu Wei give the village chief a jar of something, and he subconsciously assumed that the village chief had successfully extorted money from him. Since the first plan didn't work, we had to use the second one. Thinking of this, a ruthless glint flashed in Wu Laoer's eyes. Many people say that helping the villagers is too saintly, but I think cooperation and mutual benefit are great. The protagonist saves time and effort, can use the time spent hunting to cultivate, and can also save some people. Isn't that great? Chapter 31 For money, is it worth making a sacrifice? Jizhou, located in the southeast of Yunzhou, is one of the important northern barriers in the chaotic area of Tianshan continent. This place is bordered by the Mahai Sea to the east, Yunzhou to the north, and the Central Plains to the south, making it a vital strategic location connecting the north and south of this chaotic land. Inside a luxurious mansion in the bustling and grand city of Jizhou, a handsome man with fair skin and a sunny disposition is combing a woman's hair. He was focused and careful, handling the woman's hair as if it were a precious treasure. Not far behind him, a martial artist dressed in a tight-fitting outfit stood respectfully to the side. Where is my beloved sister now? The man's voice was magnetic and gentle, and the smile that unconsciously curled at the corners of his mouth could make many women's hearts flutter. Reporting to young master, Miss and her party have reached the edge of Yangzhou. In another 5 days, they will be able to pass through Shuangfeng Ridge and enter Yunzhou. Alas, my poor kind sister, she was leading quite a few refugees along the way. I heard that the journey was very difficult, which really breaks my heart as the younger brother. Since my sister likes those refugees following her, it's their honor. Let them stay with her forever in Shuangfengling. Your subordinate obeys. The handsome man waved his hand, and the martial artist respectfully withdrew. The man continued to comb his hair with concentration, when suddenly, he accidentally broke off a strand of hair. The man sighed, his handsome face filled with regret. What a pity! As he spoke, he picked up the head in front of him and casually tossed it aside. It was the head of a beautiful young girl, and the look of terror in her eyes had not yet disappeared. There were hundreds of such heads on the shelf next to it. Each one has been treated with a special solution, so that even after a long time, they still look lifelike. At noon, the caravan took its usual rest, and Lu Wei and his group also stopped. Lu Ruyan was in charge of cooking, while Lu Wei focused on his cultivation. Now that his qi and blood have risen, Lu Wei no longer needs to be so careful when cultivating, for fear of accidentally consuming too much qi and blood. Having practiced the body tempering technique 3 times and the killing fist 3 times, I felt a surge of motivation as I watched my proficiency increase on the system interface. After completing this set of exercises, the 1-hour lunch break will be over. Finish your meal quickly and continue your journey with the group. Before we knew it, it was evening. The caravan began setting up camp, and Lu Wei handed over all the affairs to Lu Ruyan, while he continued to focus on his cultivation. He practiced each martial arts technique 3 times as usual. After finishing, he was about to go back to rest when he saw several people walking towards him. Lu Wei had noticed those people long ago. They had been standing there for quite a while. Perhaps they saw that he was cultivating, so they didn't come over to disturb him. "Ha, nephew Lu Weixian, we meet again." Zhou Yuanshan greeted him with a cheerful laugh even before he had come in from afar. "Uncle Zhou." Lu Wei greeted him with a faint smile, but in his heart he was thinking about Zhou Yuanshan's intentions. Could it be that he still wanted to marry his daughter to me? "Nephew, we met in a hurry last time and I didn't prepare any gift. This time I'm making up for it. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." As Zhou Yuanshan spoke, he took a box from a servant and handed it over. Lu Wei looked at the box that was handed to her, somewhat surprised. Everyone says that Joe Boppy is notoriously stingy, even risking his life for money. He was quite curious about what kind of gift Joe Boppy would give him this week. Uncle, you're too kind. I can't accept something for nothing. I appreciate your kindness, but please take the things back. Joe Boppy's things are not easy to take, and I don't lack anything now, so there's no need for me to owe him a favor. Oh dear, nephew, why are you being so polite with me? Our two families are old friends. Come, accept this. Lu Wei still didn't accept the gift, but instead said directly, Uncle, forget about the gift. It's getting late. Just tell me what you need to say. I should go back now. Seeing that Lu Wei really wouldn't accept it, Zhou Yuanshan had no choice but to take the gift back. Nephew, I've come here for no particular reason, but I would like to invite you to my place tomorrow night for a casual meal. After all, our two families have such a good relationship, so now that we've run into each other, we should make sure to visit each other more often. Lu Wei was taken aback when he heard this. Eat? At this time, food was extremely precious, and it wasn't particularly delicious, especially since it was Joe Boppy's food. Uncle Zhou, you're too kind. There's no need for a meal. If you really have anything to say, just say it. Seeing that Lu Wei was unmoved by reason, Zhou Yuanshan felt quite helpless. However, now that things have come to this, for the safety of the whole family, even if it's unavoidable, we have to make things clear. Nephew, about the matter I asked you last time, I wonder what your master's opinion is. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei understood and said with a smile, My master warned me that now is the time to concentrate on cultivation and not to be distracted by other things, let alone get close to women. So, let's talk about marriage in a few years. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan became anxious. He gritted his teeth and said directly, Nephew, I won't lie to you. I have no sons, only this one daughter. The family business will all belong to her in the future, and whoever marries her will naturally inherit it. In my opinion, my nephew is a first-rate person in terms of character and talent. I hope he will not miss this excellent opportunity. Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. It seemed that Joe Boppy was really desperate this time, otherwise he wouldn't have brought out all his assets to tempt her. But you know what, these conditions are actually quite tempting. This week, the skin-peeling family business is quite large. If it could fall into my hands, it would indeed provide a lot of help in my cultivation. Besides, in this world, as long as you have the power, no one cares how many wives you marry. Or, for the sake of money, why not just compromise a little? Uncle, I think that marriage is a major event, and in the end, it depends on whether the two people can appreciate each other. After all, a forced marriage is never sweet. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan's eyes lit up immediately. The kid had finally relented. He quickly replied, What you say makes sense, my dear nephew. How about this, my dear nephew, come to my house for a simple meal tomorrow evening, and you can also meet my daughter. What do you think, my dear nephew? Since you think so highly of me, uncle, it would be disrespectful of me to refuse. So I will shamelessly pay you a visit tomorrow. Miss, something terrible has happened. A young maid, about 14 or 15 years old, rushed into Zhou Mushua's tent. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Zhou Mushua's cold voice came from behind. Miss, I heard that master has found you a husband, the maid said breathlessly and anxiously. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushua's previously calm and beautiful face changed slightly. What exactly happened? The maidservant recounted the news she had overheard to Zhou Mushue. After hearing this, Zhou Mushue sighed inwardly, It seems that I have no choice but to disobey my master's orders and reveal some of my cultivation level. I just hope that if my master finds out, he won't blame me. Chapter 32 Intensive Training. When Lu Wei returned to the camp, Lu Ruyan had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him to come back to eat. Lu Wei wanted to tell him that he didn't need to wait for her anymore. But after thinking about it, she didn't say it. Some rules really need to be established, otherwise it's easy to spoil the people below. However, you don't have to do that with your own sister, just look at her drooling while clutching her stomach. Lu Wei smiled and patted her head, If you're hungry in the future, you can eat first, you don't have to wait for me. No, I want to wait for my brother to eat together. Alright then, I'll practice my skills after I finish eating from now on. Alright, let's eat. Upon hearing that it was time to eat, the two children immediately began to wolf down their food. Lu Wei watched with a smile, occasionally putting food on their plates. How much food do we have left at home? Lu Wei asked casually while eating. Lu Ruyan hurriedly replied, there are also 3 gene of wheat flour, 2 gene of rice, 2 gene of beans, 2 gene of millet, 5 field mice, 1 pheasant, and 10 gene of pork. Lu Wei nodded, take a pound of pork and come out with me in a bit. Yes. Lu Ruyan didn't dare to ask any more questions and subconsciously agreed. After dinner, Lu Ruyan went to prepare pork. Lu Wei was about to take her out when they ran into his cheap master, so they had to put their plans on hold for the time being. Master, you finally arrived. Lu Wei's eyes lit up when he saw Luo Yan. What? You need something? Luo Yan glanced at Lu Wei and asked. Lu Wei chuckled, his smile a little obsequious. Master, look, do you still have that knife? Get me one too. That's simple, we'll talk about it later. Come with me first, I have something to tell you. Luo Yan said, walking to the side. Lu Wei followed behind upon hearing this. After the two had traveled some distance from the tent, Luo Yan stopped. With a somewhat serious expression, he asked Lu Wei, what are your plans for the future? Lu Wei was taken aback by the question, but seeing his master's serious expression, he thought about it carefully. Not yet. I just plan to find a place to settle down after arriving in Yunzhou, and then make a decision after things have stabilized a bit more. Actually, Lu Wei had some ideas in his mind, but his ideas were a bit crazy, and he was afraid that if he said them out loud, his master would think he was crazy. Luo Yan nodded, hesitated for a moment, as if he had made up his mind. The caravan area may not be very safe these days, so you should make plans as soon as possible. Lu Wei was startled upon hearing this. What does that mean? Could it be that someone is planning to attack the caravan? This is really not good news. These people all depend on caravans for survival. If something really happens to the caravan, they certainly won't be able to escape either. What to do? This news came too suddenly, and I wasn't prepared at all. For a moment, Lu Wei felt anxious and worried. Run? Where to run? There's a horde of monsters behind us, and the mountains on both sides are high and densely forested. Who knows what might be inside? Run forward? If I'm not mistaken, the people who attacked the caravan are waiting ahead. Lu Wei's mind raced as he considered a solution. Master, now that the caravan knows there's danger, is there any way to deal with it? Lu Wei didn't believe the caravan would be helpless. Since they knew they were going to be attacked, they would surely come up with a way to deal with it. Seeing that Lu Wei could come up with this idea in such a short time, Luo Yan nodded in approval. This kid isn't stupid after all. The caravan should be able to handle this. The young lady is exceptionally intelligent and talented, and she will surely have a solution. However, those following behind might not be able to help. When the fighting breaks out, casualties are inevitable. You should prepare yourself mentally. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's heart sank. If he were alone, even if there was danger, he could hide and his chances of survival would be greater. However, with Xiao Xiao and the others around, it will be difficult to protect them. After much thought, the only solution now is to take the cheap master in front of me. Master, I don't need to worry too much about my own safety, but do you have any way to protect Xiao Xiao and the others? At this point, Lu Wei couldn't care less about being reserved. It would be foolish to insist on being stubborn and not use connections. Luo Yan frowned and pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, now, there are only 2 ways. One is for you to join the Yang family as a guard. The Yang family will also spend resources to train you and will naturally protect your family. However, in this way, you will have to sign a 20-year contract with the Yang family. After listening, Lu Wei looked somewhat helpless. He didn't want to lose his decades of freedom unless absolutely necessary. So he quickly asked, what's the second option? The second way is for you to cultivate to the second level of the body tempering realm, the flesh refining realm, before the danger comes. That way you can work as a temporary guard for the Yang family. Temporary guards have more freedom and can leave at any time, but they have relatively few resources. However, their families can receive protection from the caravan. However, with your aptitude, it's basically impossible for you to advance to the second rank in a short period of time. After Luo Yan finished speaking, he looked at Lu Wei, waiting for him to make a choice. In his heart, he naturally hoped that Lu Wei would become a member of the Yang family. In this way, not only would Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao have a stable environment, but the Yang family would also have a loyal protector, and he would also have another loyal subordinate. Second grade? Lu Wei silently calculated in his mind. He currently has 11 points of qi and blood, 19 qi and blood pills, and 10 body tempering pills. After all of them are returned, he he will have 30 body tempering pills and 29 chi and blood pills. With these pills, reaching the second rank in a short period of time doesn't seem so difficult. Master, how many more days until the danger arrives? Luo Yan looked Lu Weikai over and said, the team will reach Shuangfeng Ridge in 5 days at most. After passing Shuangfeng Ridge, we will reach Yunzhou. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, these words were practically a tacit agreement. Thank you, Master. I understand. Luo Yan was somewhat disappointed when he heard Lu Wei say this, but he didn't say much. He just told her, all right, be careful. I'll think of something when I get back. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Lu Wei nodded, don't worry, I understand. Luo Yan nodded, turned and left. Lu Wei stood there alone for a while, lost in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. After turning back to the camp, Lu Wei called Lu Ruyan out, gave her a body tempering pill, took it back, and then sent her back to her tent. I was planning to deal with Wu Laoer tonight and test Lu Ruyan's talent, but it seems I don't have time now. I need to focus on my cultivation. Once outside, Lu Wei consumed a body tempering pill and a chi and blood pill before beginning his cultivation. Using both types of pills together produces a more pronounced effect, causing the body's energy and blood to surge, the blood flow to become even faster, and the tempering effect to be better. Without a system, even with elixirs, it would be difficult for him to reach the second level of body tempering within 5 days, given his aptitude. However, the system has a very buggy feature: as long as you practice, your progress will increase, and your efforts will not be in vain. This ability is simply heaven-defying. That night, Lu Wei cultivated until midnight, consuming a total of 5 chi and blood pills and 15 body tempering pills. Only when his mental energy was completely depleted did he have to stop and rest. Of course, the effects of this kind of training are also very obvious. System, open the properties interface. Chapter 33 Demons. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 51+. Comprehension, 55+. Constitution, 17+. Chi and blood, 14+. Mental state, 411+. Technique, body tempering method beginner 6100+ yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant prison suppression technique beginner 1000 earth level intermediate. Martial arts skill, killing fist beginner 15100+. Cultivation level, yellow level foundation establishment realm 6100+, earth level first phenomenon realm 1000+. Freedom attribute, 0. System level, 2410. Target already bound. Lu Xiaoxiao clicked to expand. Lu Ruyan clicked to expand. The first thing Lu Wei noticed was the change in his physique and blood circulation. My physique was originally 15 points, and now it's 17 points, which means that I've gained 2 points in physique during this period of cultivation. This improvement in physique wasn't just the result of this training session, there must have been improvements before as well. Although the system didn't show it, Lu Wei could sense the changes. However, this time the increase was significant, so the system displayed it. My chi and blood have also increased by more than 2 points, reaching 14 points. Now I can cultivate more often and no longer have to worry about being drained of energy. Next was his proficiency in the body tempering technique, which increased by 30 points. That means he had just practiced the body tempering technique a total of 15 times. The combined effect of each chi and blood pill, along with the original chi and blood value, after practicing the body tempering technique nearly 3 times, was still very good. Finally, there's the much needed progress in cultivation. He practiced the body tempering technique 15 times, but Lu Wei used 15 body tempering pills. Each body tempering pill triples the effect, which is 45 points of cultivation progress. Adding the original 15 points, it brings the total to 60 points. At this rate, once my mental energy recovers tomorrow, breaking through to the body refining realm will be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, I've almost used up all my body tempering pills. I won't have many left after I finish my cultivation tomorrow. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible for me to break through to the third grade tendon changing realm within 5 days. Rubbing his throbbing head, Lu Wei went straight back to the tent. To his surprise, Lu Ruyan was still awake. When she saw him come in, she quickly brought over a basin of hot water. She said gently, "Young master, soak your feet before you go to sleep." Lu Wei nodded and softly hummed in agreement, "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Ruyan quickly replied, "It's not tiring at all. Being able to wash the young master's feet is the happiest thing in my life." Looking at her genuine smile, Lu Wei felt a strange stirring in his heart. This woman is so good at it. Under the gentle caress of her soft little hands, Lu Wei fell asleep without realizing it. Meanwhile, in the former city of Yangzhou, in a luxurious mansion, a snake-headed, human-bodied monster sat on a chair in the hall, savoring a plate of delicious meat. If you look closely, you'll see that the flesh is clearly made up of parts of a person's body. The trembling nerves on the flesh proved that it had just been cut off a living person. The monster was naked, covered in scales, 10 feet tall, and had a robust build. Its arms were as thick as an adult's waist. The enormous head had a gaping maw full of sharp teeth, and pale yellow eyes as big as copper bells, gleaming with a cruel and bloodthirsty light. With each bite, the snake-headed, human-bodied monster would squint its eyes, looking quite content, letting the blood drip everywhere. Delicious, really delicious. When it comes to eating people, the freshest ones are the most delicious. Beside it was a huge fox, 2 meters long, with fur as red as flames. Upon hearing the snake demon's words, the fox bowed and scraped with a fawning smile, saying, "If you like, sir, I have also prepared infants less than 3 days old for you. They will taste even more tender and delicious." The snake demon nodded in satisfaction. We'll eat that next time. By the way, the snow spirit rat has been gone for 3 days, has any news come back? The fox quickly replied, "Not yet, but it should be soon." The snake demon nodded. "If we can take Yunzhou this time, your Firefox clan will deserve the most credit, and I will reward you handsomely." The fox quickly knelt down and respectfully said, "Thank you, sir. The Firefox clan will always be the most loyal vassal of the Taipan clan. Go ahead, and give me another 10 gene of heart and liver." "I'll go right away," Firefox replied, turning and leaving. Outside, the cold wind howled and snowflakes danced. The once prosperous Yangzhou city was now a scene of desolation, with reddish-brown bloodstains and piles of white bones everywhere. Uncivilized monsters were gnawing on the corpses on the ground, and the stench permeated the entire city. Under the cover of night, no human voices could be heard, only the roars and howls of wild beasts filled the air. The beautiful love story between humans and demons depicted in picture books now seems utterly ridiculous against this hellish backdrop. Just then, a little fox hurriedly ran back and squeaked a few times beside the Firefox. Upon hearing this, Firefox's expression changed immediately, and he quickly turned around and returned to the hall. "My lord, something terrible has happened. The snow spirit rat may be in danger." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, the Taipan snake demon, who was devouring bloody human flesh, slammed his hand on the table. With a loud crash, the table was smashed to pieces, and the entire hall trembled. "What did you say?" "My lord, the low-level demon who went with the snow spirit rat just sent back a message. After the snow spirit rats entered the human camp, they didn't return. They waited all night, but still saw no sign of them, so they hurriedly sent a flying eagle back to report." Upon hearing this, the snake demon was furious. "You audacious human! How dare you harm my snow spirit rats? You're courting death. I'll grind them into mincemeat and make them into meatballs. Send messenger to convey my order. The entire army must accelerate its march and reach Yunzhou within 1 month." Upon hearing this, the fox demon's fur stood on end in alarm, and he hurriedly advised, "My lord, please calm down. Yunzhou is guarded by people from the Qingling sect. You must not act rashly." Upon hearing this, the snake demon was even more enraged, opening its blood-red maw and roaring, "My Taipan clan is full of powerful figures. Are we afraid of a mere disciple of the Qingling sect?" Upon hearing this, the fox immediately advised earnestly, "My lord, please think it over. It is easy to deal with that Qingling sect disciple, but the great formation in Yunzhou city is not so easy to break. We finally found a solution this time, so we mustn't ruin our plans because of a moment of anger. Besides, the snow spirit rat might not necessarily be in trouble. After all, it is a level 2 demon beast, and it is agile and stealthy. Maybe it encountered some accident and got trapped. I'll send some more subordinates to investigate further before making a decision." After listening to the Firefox's words, the snake demon gradually calmed down and, after much deliberation, sat down again. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Go and get me 10 more people's eyeballs. I want to have them with my drinks and vent my anger. Also, the person we've been told to keep an eye out for must report immediately if they discover even the slightest clue. There must be no error." Your subordinate obeys. Chapter 34 Obstruction. The next morning, Lu Wei was fast asleep when Lu Xiaoxiao woke him up. When he opened his eyes, he found Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoya, the 2 little ones, lying on either side of him, looking at him curiously. When Lu Wei woke up, Lu Xiaoxiao looked at him with suspicion. "Tell me, what naughty things did you do last night? Why are you still sleeping?" Wu Xiaoya subconsciously tried to nod along, but accidentally snot dripped from her nose. Lu Wei ignored them, pushed their little heads away with one hand each, and sat up from the bed. I checked the system and saw that my mental energy had returned to normal. I glanced at the time and quickly put on my shoes and got out of bed. At this time, the caravans are almost ready to depart. Hearing the noise, Lu Ruyan came in from outside. Seeing that Lu Wei had gotten up, she quickly said, "Young master, village chief Chen just came and brought 2 pheasants and a field mouse. I told him that you were still not awake and asked him to come back at noon." He put the things down and went back. Lu Wei nodded upon hearing this. "Is the food ready? The caravan should be setting off soon, right?" Lu Ruyan nodded. "The caravan has already set off. I was just about to call you." "All right then, let's follow along. We'll eat on the way." "Okay, I've packed everything, and we're ready to go anytime." Lu Wei glanced at Lu Ruyan with satisfaction. With this woman around, he had indeed saved himself a lot of trouble. Lu Wei re-hitched the horses onto the sled, cracked his whip, and caught up with the caravan, setting off again. On the way, Lu Wei gave Lu Ruyan a qi and blood pill and Lu Xiaoxiao a body tempering pill. At this point, all the qi and blood pills and body tempering pills have been returned. However, Lu Wei also left behind 3 body tempering pills and 3 qi and blood pills. Because, including today's 2 refunds, there have been 6 refunds in total. The system will be upgraded again after just 2 more days of refunds. At that time, there will likely be an additional person who can bind their account, and then the qi and blood pills and body tempering pills can be returned again. Moreover, at this rate, it won't take more than a few days to bind a 4th person. Therefore, you should keep 1 qi and blood pill and 1 body tempering pill to be returned when you reach level 4. As for level 5, by then they should have already entered the city. Once inside the city, with the help of its vast resources and by taking advantage of the return rules, one can quickly accumulate enormous wealth like a snowball. Lu Wei believed that his improvement speed would be even faster at that time. That was when we entered a phase of rapid development. At noon, Chen Zhong came over and, as agreed, took half a jin of bewitching rice from Lu Wei. "How much prey did you catch yesterday?" "Don't worry, I'm just curious, I don't want your stuff." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhong said excitedly, "I have to thank Xiao Wei for the bewitching rice. Last night, we caught a total of 12 pheasants and 7 field mice, enough for the whole village to have a full meal. When I arrived, they wanted to come along to thank you. However, I was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't let them come over. They also asked me to pass on a message: if you need anything in the future, just tell them, and they'll take care of it without hesitation." Lu Wei nodded upon hearing this. "It's good that you can eat your fill. However, this kind of good luck doesn't come every day. Use the bewitching rice sparingly, I don't have much left. Once it's used up, it'll be gone." Chen Zhong quickly assured him, "Don't worry, we didn't waste a single grain of rice. We even removed everything the chicken ate." Lu Wei was speechless for a moment after hearing this, but then he thought it made sense. They are all people who have experienced the despair of hunger, and they will be mindful of thrift without needing to be told to. After seeing Chen Zhong off, Lu Wei began practicing his boxing. He currently has 14 points of qi and blood, and even without using qi and blood pills, he can cultivate the body tempering technique 5 times using only his own qi and blood. After I finished my training, the caravan set off. Lunch had to be eaten in the carriage. At this moment, Zhou Muxue found her father, Zhou Yuanshan, at the Zhou family's convoy not far away. "Father, I heard you're looking for a husband for me?" Zhou Muxue's cold eyes remained unwavering, as if she were asking someone else's question. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Zhou Yuanshan immediately looked smug. "Daughter, your father has carefully selected a martial artist as your husband. His character and appearance are impeccable. I know his father, and I have watched this child grow up since he was a child. In the past, no matter how good his character was, he wouldn't have been good enough for my daughter. But now, he's a martial artist. My daughter will never have to worry about anything for the rest of her life if she marries him." Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue's expression remained unchanged. She simply said, "I will not marry. If this is your way of resolving the family crisis, then there is no need for this. I have my own way of protecting our family." Just as Zhou Yuanshan was about to speak, he was stopped by a look from Madame Zhou. Then, Mrs. Zhou held her daughter's hand and said with a smile, "My dear daughter, your father didn't say that you had to marry him. Today you're just getting to know each other. If you feel it's a good match, then naturally everyone will be happy. If you don't like it, then your parents won't force you, is that all right?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue pondered for a moment and then nodded. Now is not the time to reveal his cultivation level. His master had instructed him not to reveal his cultivation level in front of others unless absolutely necessary. Although she didn't understand why her master said that, she still trusted his words. Therefore, even her biological parents did not know that she was actually a powerful cultivator. Before they knew it, it was evening. As agreed, Lu Wei arrived near the Zhou family's group, ready to attend the banquet. The Zhou family's group was of medium size compared to the rest of the refugee groups. Besides the Zhou family, there were several other wealthy families, also with groups of over 100 people. The Zhou family only has about 30 people, which is not a large number. Therefore, there have always been many people eyeing their team. However, most people didn't have the courage to face those 20+ fully armed guards. Just because it didn't exist before doesn't mean it doesn't exist now. As more and more people became so hungry they were almost driven to madness, some people no longer cared about anything else. Many people have reached their limit of patience, they are just one spark away from igniting a fire. Lu Wei's carriage was stopped by several people as soon as it arrived near the Zhou family's caravan. He was stopped by 7 or 8 burly men. Judging from their ruddy complexions and strong voices, and the weapons they carried, it was clear that these men were not hungry and belonged to the group with ample food. Such people are incomparable to those refugees who are so hungry they have no strength left. Lu Wei, with a solemn expression, grabbed the carriage, looked at the group of people in front of him who clearly had ill intentions, tightened his grip on the wood chopping knife, and stepped down from the carriage. He approached the group step by step, calmly asking directly, "What do you want?" Chapter 35 Breakthrough. Are you going to the Zhou family for a banquet? The first man saw Lu Wei holding a wood chopping knife and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Not bad, who are you? Lu Wei looked at the group of people thoughtfully. I am Lu Hailong, the captain of the Zhou family guards. I have conveyed the message from the master and young lady that there are matters to attend to at home today and it is inconvenient for me to receive you. Please leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei frowned, glanced at the group, his eyes flickered slightly, and then, without saying a word, drove the carriage away. Watching Lu Wei's decisive departure, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Hailong's eyes, followed by a thoughtful expression. A henchman standing nearby said with a disdainful look, "Boss, this kid isn't anything special. He's a coward. We scared him and he ran away without uttering a sound." Lu Hailong frowned and waved his hand. You two, go over there in a bit and keep an eye on this kid from a distance, don't let him cause any trouble. The subordinate, somewhat dismissive, said, Boss, is there no need to be so cautious? This kid doesn't look like anything special. He's just a beginner in martial arts. Although we haven't practiced real martial arts, we've been practicing for so many years. Are we afraid of him? As he spoke, he brandished the steel knife in his hand, looking arrogant. Lu Hailong glared at him and angrily rebuked, What do you know? Just do what I tell you to do. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't get a single penny after it's done. Watching Lu Wei's departing figure, he always felt that this kid was not so simple. Whether Lu Wei noticed the problem or not is self-evident. Even a fool could see that there was something wrong with these people. However, Lu Wei did not choose to force his way in. Although there were only 7 of them, Lu Wei could kill them on the spot if he went all out. However, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get hurt, and besides, the other side would definitely have reinforcements later. On my side, besides myself, there are 3 women and children, and I could easily hurt them if I'm not careful. Most importantly, an even greater crisis is just a few days away, and Lu Wei cannot afford to get injured at this time. As the saying goes, a wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall, and besides, he had a better solution. But it's impossible for him to give up so easily. The Zhou family has such a large business, if there's an opportunity, he should take it. He is currently 35 points away from breaking through to the 2nd grade of the body tempering realm, the flesh refining realm. He only needs to cultivate for an hour or 2 when he gets back. When he comes back, these people won't be able to hurt him at all. After finding a place to set up camp, Lu Wei parked the car, instructed Lu Ruyan to set up the tent and cook, and then went to cultivate on the side. I used 15 body tempering pills last night, and I have 15 left. After finishing my cultivation last night, my cultivation progress increased to 60 points. I practiced 5 more times this noon, and my current progress is 65. I only need 35 more points to reach the 2nd grade body refining realm. Therefore, 12 body tempering pills are enough. The remaining 3 can be kept and given to the next target for return later. As for chi and blood pills, they are more economical. My own chi and blood is 14 points, which is enough for 5 cultivation sessions. Taking 3 more pills will be sufficient. With a plan in mind, Lu Wei began his cultivation. Each time he cultivated, he could feel himself getting stronger, and this feeling was particularly noticeable. After 3 repetitions, Lu Wei noticed that his physical condition had improved slightly, which gave him even more motivation. Currently, it takes Lu Wei about 15 minutes to complete 1 round of body tempering techniques. It takes only 1.5 hours to complete, 12 times. Without worrying about insufficient qi and blood, Lu Wei didn't rest for a moment and finished all 12 repetitions of the body tempering technique in one go. The moment he finished his final round of cultivation, he suddenly felt as if his blood and qi had transformed into a ferocious beast, surging wildly throughout his body. The skin became scalding hot from the rapid stimulation of blood and qi. Lu Wei felt a mix of pain, itchiness, tingling, and numbness all over his body. The sensation made him feel agitated, and he couldn't help but punch the big tree next to him. Bang! The bark flew off, leaving a clear fist mark on the trunk. The entire tree trembled slightly from the impact, and the snow on the treetops melted instantly upon landing on him, turning into steam that rose up. Fortunately, this feeling came quickly and went quickly. Within seconds, a cool and comfortable sensation spread throughout his body, and his skin trembled slightly, as if countless tiny hands were massaging him. Lu Wei hummed comfortably, wishing this feeling could last a little longer. Unfortunately, after a few dozen seconds, all the sensations subsided like the tide, and everything returned to its original calm. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough in cultivation. You are rewarded with 5 free attribute points. A system notification sounded, making Lu Wei's eyes light up. Unexpectedly, there are attribute points to be gained from improving cultivation level? Lu Wei quickly opened the system to check. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 51+. Comprehension, 55+. Constitution, 45+. Qi and blood, 42+. Mental state, 612+. Technique, body tempering method beginner 94-100+ yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant prison suppression technique beginner 1-1000 earth level intermediate. Martial arts skill, killing fist beginner 15-100+. Cultivation level, yellow level flesh refining realm 101-250+, earth level first elephant realm 1-1000+. Free attributes, 5. System level, 2-6-10. Target already bound. Lu Xiaoxiao clicked to expand. Lu Ruyan clicked to expand. Lu Wei first noticed that his physical constitution and qi and blood attributes had each increased by 28 points. 3 of those points were gained during cultivation. In other words, upon breaking through to the body refining realm, both of his attributes increased by 25 points. Even his mental strength has increased a little. At this moment, Lu Wei felt as if he had inexhaustible strength, and that one punch could smash through the earth. Of course, this is just an illusion caused by the recent breakthrough. After a period of adjustment, this feeling will disappear. In addition, the proficiency of the technique has reached 94 points, and it only needs to be practiced 3 more times to break through to the next stage. I don't know what changes will occur in the next phase. But there's no rush. I'll practice a few times tomorrow morning and I'll break through. Then I'll know. Next, his cultivation will enter the flesh refining realm, which is self-explanatory. The skin building realm is complete. The skin on the body is like cowhide, and the defensive power has increased at least several times. While it cannot prevent damage from ordinary swords and knives, it can reduce a large portion of the damage. Finally, there was the unexpected bonus of these 5 free attribute points. Lu Wei had no idea before that breakthroughs in cultivation would also reward attribute points. But where would be the best place to add these 5 attributes? Logically speaking, for the long term, it would be best to invest in qi and blood. However, given the limited cultivation time available, 42 points of qi and blood are sufficient. There's no way to use up anymore. Therefore, it's better to invest in mental strength than in blood and qi. However, after thinking it over, Lu Wei eliminated all the options, leaving only 2, and was still hesitant. Lu Hailong, Wu Laoer, Lin Xiaolin, Xiao Baihe, many of these characters are guest appearances by readers. If you're interested in a guest role, feel free to contact me. Chapter 36 Strength further improved. 1 is added to physique, which affects physical qualities such as strength, speed, recovery ability, and other attributes that influence combat effectiveness. The stronger one's physique, the stronger one's combat power. The ultimate goal of body tempering is to continuously strengthen the body and lay a solid foundation so that it can accommodate more spiritual energy. Most importantly, the crisis will arrive in 5 days, and increasing physical fitness and combat effectiveness is clearly more worthwhile. The other option is cultivation progress. Both cultivation progress and skill proficiency can be improved by allocating points. Lu Wei was unaware that adding a free attribute value would increase his cultivation progress by a few points. He is currently 149 points away from advancing to the 3rd grade of the body tempering realm, the tendon changing realm. If these 5 attribute values can increase by 149 points, then that would be a huge gain. However, this possibility is very small, because the system would not leave such an obvious vulnerability. If 5 attribute points can be upgraded, then upgrading directly will not only increase the attribute but also grant another 5 attribute points. Isn't that like stepping on your own foot and flying straight to the sky? Therefore, it is definitely impossible to reach the Yi Jin Jing level with only 5 attribute points. However, even if he can't upgrade directly, it's still a good deal if he gains 100 points. With the remaining 49 points, Lu Wei can upgrade in about a day if he works hard. By this time tomorrow, he will be a martial artist at the Yi Jin Jing level. Reaching the Yi Jin realm in cultivation, while not making one a true master, grants them some ability to protect themselves. With that in mind, Lu Wei decided to take a gamble. Adding 5 attribute points to stamina wouldn't result in any significant improvement. If one can advance to the 3rd rank of the Yi Jin realm, their combat power will at least double. System, add some attribute points to my cultivation level. Lu Wei decided to try it out first, just in case the increase in cultivation level was small, so he could stop the loss in time. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a warm current flowing through his body. The warm current was not as swift and violent as before, it was unusually gentle and soothing. Wherever it went, it made me feel warm and comfortable, as if I were soaking in a hot spring. Lu Wei couldn't help but close his eyes and enjoy the sensation. The tingling and numb feeling in his muscles was even more comfortable than soaking in hot water on a winter's day. Unfortunately, before he could enjoy it for long, the warm current gradually disappeared. Lu Wei hurriedly opened the system and took a look. He smiled as soon as he saw it because his cultivation progress had increased by 20 points, and it was now 121,250. In other words, adding 5 attribute points can increase proficiency by 100 points. With the remaining 49 points, I can break through to the Yi Jin realm after a day of cultivation tomorrow. Just thinking about this growth rate made Lu Wei want to stand up, put his hands on his hips, and yell, "Who else?" What made him even happier was that not only did his cultivation progress increase by 20 points, but his physique and chi and blood also increased by 1 point each. This is not hard to understand. As one's cultivation level increases, one's physical constitution and blood circulation will inevitably follow suit. In other words, this 1 point of attribute bonus is a triple win. It's incredibly awesome. If I had known, I should have put those 5 attribute points into my cultivation level. Lu Wei regretted it so much that she wanted to slap herself. Fortunately, my cultivation level will improve tomorrow, and I will also gain 5 free attribute points. Moreover, the system was upgraded the day after tomorrow, and I can gain another 5 points of free attributes. I wonder if adding these 10 attribute points will be enough to advance to the 4th grade bone forging realm. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Even the geniuses of great families can't achieve this kind of improvement speed, right? Lu Wei also knew that in the early stages, when one's strength was weak and cultivation was low, the role of attribute points would be very obvious. As your cultivation level increases, the effect of attribute points will weaken, and it will be impossible to achieve such a significant improvement again. At that time, the real purpose of attribute points should be to be added to constitution and comprehension. Thinking about those things now is a bit premature. Right now, the priority is to improve our strength and be able to protect ourselves. Next, Lu Wei added all of his remaining 4 attribute points to his cultivation level. My physique increased by 5 points, reaching 50 points. This number is incredibly strong. If we were to compare ordinary martial artists using data, then even a martial artist at the Yi Jin Jing level who cultivates a yellow grade technique would only be at this level. In other words, although Lu Wei's current cultivation level is at the flesh refining realm, he has actually reached the tendon changing realm level. The only thing I'm lacking right now is martial arts skills. I've only just begun. In a real fight, my combat power will definitely be somewhat weaker. There's nothing that can be done about it. His cultivation time was too short. Martial arts skills, apart from using attribute points to increase progress, can only be honed little by little over time. In addition to physical constitution, chi and blood also increased by 5 points to reach 47 points. My cultivation progress has reached 201,250, only 49 points away. If I work hard tomorrow, I can easily reach the third grade E-gene realm. With a satisfied expression on the system interface, Lu Wei stretched, his muscles and bones crackling and popping as if they were firecrackers. Letting out a long breath, Lu Wei suddenly turned to look at the distance not far away. There were two people there, openly staring at him without any intention of hiding, clearly not taking him seriously. Lu Wei glanced at them, a cold smile on his face, and turned back to his tent at the camp. Inside the tent, 3 people, 1 adult and 2 children were eagerly waiting for him to return for dinner. Lu Wei shook his head helplessly. Next time, eat first when you're hungry. What if I don't come home for a few days? Are you planning to starve yourselves to death? Okay, I won't wait for you next time. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling a little wronged. Lu Wei gently rubbed Lu Xiaoxiao's head. All right, let's eat. I need to go out after dinner. Please stay home and be careful. I want to go with you too. As soon as Lu Wei went out, Lu Xiaoxiao put down her chopsticks, grabbed Lu Wei's hand, and looked at him pitifully. Sweetie, I'll be right back. Just pretend I went out to poop. Ugh, we're eating, can you please stop being so disgusting? Lu Xiaoxiao disgustedly let go of Lu Wei's hand and quickly moved away. Wu Xiaoya, standing to the side, giggled and fanned her nose with her little hand, saying, It stinks, it stinks. Lu Wei was amused by the 2 little girls and mischievously threatened them, when I come back, I'll bring each of you a lump. Don't want. It smells awful, I don't want it either. After finishing the meal, Lu Wei asked Lu Ruyan to clear the dishes, while he picked up a wood-chopping knife and left the house amidst the worried gazes of Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Ruyan. Brother, come back soon. Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but call out from behind. Lu Wei smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm just going to take a dump. After Lu Wei finished speaking, he walked out of the tent. He looked up at the 2 people watching him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. On the hillside, the 2 men watched Lu Wei walk over, their eyes filled with contempt. That kid's coming over, he seems to have spotted us. One of them casually spat out the straw he was chewing and said disdainfully, So what if you're coming? We never intended to hide it anyway. If you ask me, the boss is being too cautious, he should have just killed this kid. No, I heard he's a disciple of a formal martial artist. We can't afford to offend him. It's best to avoid conflict if possible. As the 2 were talking, Lu Wei had already arrived in front of them. He asked directly, What happened to the Zhou family? Chapter 37 You're a martial artist. Lu Wei wasn't stupid after a little thought. He understood that if those guards dared to lie in Zhou Yuanshan's name, then something must have happened to the Zhou family. And the culprits are almost certainly these guards. In a time when people devour each other, it's not surprising at all that guards would betray their masters. Upon hearing Lu Wei's question, one of the guards sneered and looked at Lu Wei with disdain. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Just go back to sleep. It has nothing to do with you. Another person chimed in, This is none of your business. You'll only get yourself into trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei didn't bother with any more words. He slowly drew his wood-chopping knife, glared at the 2 men with murderous intent, and walked towards them step by step. The 2 were furious when they saw Lu Wei's attitude. This kid actually dared to fight them, he's courting death. Since he doesn't know what's good for him, then they shouldn't blame them. Without saying a word, he also drew his long sword from his waist and said fiercely, Boy, since you're courting death, don't blame us. Stop talking nonsense and teach him a lesson, or he won't know his place. As they spoke, the 2 swung their knives at Lu Wei. The 2 didn't intend to kill Lu Wei with this strike. After all, Lu Wei had a martial arts master. I just want Lu Wei to see some blood, so he'll back down. However, in Lu Wei's eyes, the 2 men's knives moved as slowly as snails, posing absolutely no threat. The difference between a true martial artist and an ordinary person is like heaven and earth. At this moment, Lu Wei finally understood why he couldn't even touch the hem of his master's clothes when he faced him back then. With a light flick of his machete, a streak of light flashed in the darkness, followed by 2 soft hissing sounds. With a clang, the 2 arms that had been gripping the long sword suddenly fell to the ground. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Only then did the 2 realize what was happening and let out a shrill scream. Ah! My hand! My hand! Lu Wei frowned at their calls and said in a calm tone, It's late at night, keep your voice down. It's not good to disturb other people's sleep. The 2 looked at Lu Wei with terror in their eyes, their previous arrogance completely gone. The 2 men held down the severed wrists tightly, trying to stop the bleeding, as this was the only way to save their lives. You're a martial artist? Lu Wei looked at them expressionlessly and said calmly, "Now, I'm asking you, what exactly happened to the Zhou family?" One of them glared at Lu Wei with hatred in his eyes, gritting his teeth and saying hatefully, "You won't get a single piece of information from us. Even if you're a martial artist, I don't believe you can be a match for dozens of us. Our boss will definitely avenge us," and then. Whoosh! A streak of dark light flashed by, and a spurt of hot blood sprayed out, directly covering another person next to him. The man felt a chill on his neck, and it felt like something was constantly gushing out of his body. His eyes widened in terror as he tried to speak, but his mouth was filled with blood, and he could no longer utter a sound. Gradually, he felt his body getting colder and colder, and he collapsed to the ground in despair and resentment. Lu Wei didn't even glance at him, turning her head to look at the other one. "Do you want to be like him, waiting for your boss to avenge you?" "No, no, sir, spare my life. I'll tell you everything." The remaining man was so frightened that he wet his pants. Next, he recounted everything that had happened to the Zhou family. "Actually, the matter is quite simple. These guards wanted to embezzle from their own posts, wipe out the Zhou family, and seize their property. The operation will take place tonight." They hadn't planned to act so quickly, but when they heard that Zhou Yuanshan wanted to find a martial arts disciple to be his son-in-law, they immediately panicked. If they didn't act soon, it would be even more troublesome if martial artists got involved, so the team leader decided to take action tonight. Lu Wei's expression turned strange after hearing this. He hadn't expected that this whole thing was caused by him. Sigh, someone as kind as me can't stand by and watch others suffer the tragedy of having their entire family wiped out because of me. Moreover, Uncle Zhou's family is a long-standing friend of ours, so we can't just stand by and do nothing, both morally and logically. I have to take care of this matter myself, no matter what. Yes, that's it. It's definitely not because I'm after the Zhou family's wealth." With a casual slash, he finished off the last man. Under the man's desperate and resentful gaze, Lu Wei began searching the two men. After searching for a long time, they only found a dozen taels of silver and 2 long knives. "This longsword seems to be of decent quality. It's much easier to handle than my own wood chopping knife." Lu Wei put the machete and another long knife back in the camp, and with the other long knife in hand, headed straight for the Zhou family's camp. Meanwhile, Wu Laoer gathered a few cronies together to discuss how to launch a surprise attack on Lu Wei's camp. Some couldn't help but worry. "I heard that kid has been taken in as a disciple by a martial artist. If it gets out, we're all doomed." A gaunt, withered man said in a harsh voice, "What's there to be afraid of? If this continues, we won't live for more than a few days. Rather than starve to death, we might as well take a gamble. Yes, let's be careful and kill them all without leaving any clues. I don't believe they'll know it was us. If we're seen by someone, we'll handle it if we can, otherwise we'll just run away. Second brother, your wife and daughters are right there. Can you really bring yourself to do that?" Someone looked at Wu Laoer. A struggle flashed across Wu Laoer's face, but he finally gritted his teeth and said, "We don't need to worry about that bitch. Lilia won't survive on her own anyway. Let them go together, so they won't suffer in this world." The men looked at Wu Laoer with disdain. This kind of person had no bottom line, capable of harming even his own wife and daughters. Even thugs and hooligans like them wouldn't look down on someone like that. The leader, however, gave a fake smile and praised, "Good, you're a real man. Let's get ready then. There's no time like the present, let's go today." "Okay," the group said in unison. Before long, 5 figures took advantage of the darkness, avoiding everyone's sight, and slowly made their way towards the camp where Lu Wei and the others were. At this moment, Lu Wei had already arrived near the Zhou family camp. Before he could get close, 2 burly men wielding weapons blocked his way. "What are you doing? This is a private camp. Get out of here." One of them brandished a steel knife, trying to drive Lu Wei away. Before they could react, a flash of light appeared, and 2 heads flew off. Without even glancing at the 2 of them, Lu Wei continued walking and went straight into the Zhou family camp. As soon as Lu Wei entered the camp, he smelled a pungent stench of blood. My heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, am I too late? Looking at the corpses scattered around him, Lu Wei couldn't help but sigh. Alas, what a pity, we're too late. It seems we can only help the Zhou family collect their bodies and, incidentally, look after their property. Just as he was preparing to deal with those wicked servants who had betrayed their master and avenged the Zhou family, he suddenly heard voices coming from the large tent ahead. Lu Wei quickly walked over and saw a group of more than 20 people surrounding the tent, eyeing it menacingly. Zhou Yuanshan's voice came from inside the tent. Lu Hailong, you ungrateful bastard, if you dare to come in, I'll burn the whole tent down and all the gold and silver treasures will go down with me. A man stepped out from the front of the group. It was the guard leader who had stopped Lu Wei that afternoon. Zhou Yuanshan, I'll give you 10 breaths. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can try setting it on fire. Gold and silver aren't afraid of fire. At most, you'll just lose some treasure. Inside the tent, Zhou Yuanshan laughed heartily. Really? Do you think I, Zhou Yuanshan, am so brainless that I would carry all that real gold and silver on me? I have nothing but silver notes and gold notes here. Tell me, aren't you afraid of burning them? Chapter 38 Slaughter on a Snowy Night. Upon hearing this from behind, Lu Wei immediately panicked. That's all my money. How can you burn it? Absolutely not. Looking at the more than 20 people around him, Lu Wei calculated in his mind that he could take them down in a head-on fight. But I'm afraid that if I kill these people, they'll be too scared to continue and will scatter and flee. In the dark, there'll be nowhere to catch them. It would be troublesome if those who escaped kept thinking about it every day. We need to find a way to keep them all here to completely eliminate the future troubles. Oh, right. Lu Wei's eyes lit up. He thought of a movie he had seen in his previous life, The Spy Who Loved Me, where the assassins killed the doctors during the alien dissection. So, Lu Wei quietly crept towards the back of the crowd. Find a lone person, cover their mouth and nose from behind, and simultaneously slash them with a knife. The person shudders twice, then becomes completely still. Throughout the entire process, the person was completely controlled by Lu Wei's powerful strength and was unable to make a sound. Upon hearing Zhou Yuanshan's words, Lu Hailong's expression grew even more somber. He believed Zhou Yuanshan's words to a large extent, because he had not seen a large amount of gold and silver jewelry in the team for so long. I thought Zhou Yuanshan had hidden them away, but now it seems he probably exchanged them for gold and silver notes. Zhou Yuanshan, we have been master and servant for a time. As long as you hand over all your wealth, I guarantee your family will be safe and sound, and I will also give you enough food to last until you reach Yunzhou. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Pa, Lu Hailong, do you think I'm stupid? You can't even fool a child with something like that. Now, take your lackeys and leave us immediately. I'll give you the money then. Upon hearing this, Lu Hailong's face darkened even more. Who the hell doesn't know that Zhou Yuanshan is a notorious skinflint? If we let you leave, there's no way you'd hand over the money. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Your whole family will be buried with your money. Men, prepare to rush in. Lu Hailong didn't plan to delay any longer. The longer it went on, the more unexpected things might happen. Inside the tent, Zhou Muxue sighed inwardly. It seemed that she had no choice but to expose herself today. Seeing her parents' pale faces, Zhou Muxue gently comforted them. Father, mother, don't worry, I'm here. Zhou Yuanshan swallowed nervously, looking at his wife and daughter with a resolute glint in his eyes. Swear, I'll use the silver notes as leverage to get them to let you leave. You take your mother and run quickly to find Lu Wei. He's near the caravan. With him here, you will be safe and sound. These gold notes are my life's worth of wealth, and now I'm handing them all over to you. You can give some to Lu Wei, but remember, you must be careful. Zhou Muxue felt a little moved when she saw her father's resolute expression. In such a critical moment, he was thinking about his own survival and also worrying about his future. Although this father was very stingy, he never treated himself badly. Father, don't worry, actually Ah. Who is it? Everyone be careful, there are people behind us. Just as Zhou Muxue was about to reveal her identity, screams and panic sounds suddenly came from outside. Zhou Yuanshan's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, someone has come to rescue us. It must be Lu Wei. There is no one else but him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be that Lu Wei? He had heard his father say that Lu Wei had only just begun to learn martial arts. Would he dare to barge in alone to rescue people? At this moment, outside the tent, Lu Wei looked helplessly at the Zhou family guards who had turned around and surrounded him. Man proposes, God disposes. Everything was going smoothly until a guard suddenly turned around and ruined his plan. Naturally, everyone then discovered that he was the sixth brother who had launched the sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, in such a short time, he had quietly dealt with half of the people, leaving about 10 left, which shouldn't be a big problem. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground behind him, Lu Hailong's face immediately turned so gloomy it seemed as if water could drip from it. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and said in a hateful voice, "Kill him for me." Upon hearing this, all the guards raised their steel swords and slashed at Lu Wei. Seeing this, Lu Wei did not retreat but advanced, rushing directly in front of two of them. Before their knives could strike, a cold light flashed, and the two heads flew off, blood spurting more than a meter high. Immediately afterwards, Lu Wei slashed repeatedly with his steel blade, and before those people could even react, all of them who were surrounding him were decapitated. The remaining people turned pale with fright, and Lu Hailong trembled uncontrollably like a leaf. You're a martial artist?" He couldn't believe it at all. Someone who had only been cultivating for a few days could possess such formidable strength. Is there really an insurmountable gap between ordinary people and martial artists? Lu Wei was too lazy to waste words on the dying, and with 2 swift strokes of his sword, the remaining men all fell to the ground. Only then did Lu Wei, covered in blood, finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the mangled corpses scattered all over the ground, he could hardly believe that he had done it. For a moment, I couldn't help but feel nauseous. Suppressing his discomfort, Lu Wei called out into the tent, "Is Uncle Zhou all right? The traitors outside have all been dealt with, Uncle can come out now." Zhou Yuanshan felt both gratified and excited upon hearing Lu Wei's voice. He turned to his daughter and boasted, "See? I told you, the husband I chose for you is guaranteed to be top-notch in both character and ability. Come on, let's go outside and take a look." As Zhou Yuanshan spoke, he hurriedly walked out of the tent, calling out, "Nephew, you've finally come. I knew you wouldn't abandon us. We owe you so much this time." Hearing her father's exaggerated yet slightly obsequious voice, Zhou Muxue felt helpless. However, she was also quite curious about what this boy, whom her father praised so highly, actually looked like. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Muxue followed in her father's footsteps and walked out of the tent. As soon as I stepped outside, I was almost choked by the overwhelming smell of blood. Upon seeing the scattered limbs and dismembered bodies on the ground, his face turned deathly pale, and his stomach churned. Although her master taught her many skills, as a young lady from a wealthy family, she never had the opportunity to use them, let alone kill anyone. Seeing so many dead people now, and so tragically dead, it's hard to accept for a moment. She quickly looked away and saw the young man holding a long knife, exuding a murderous aura, yet with a calm and composed gaze. In the darkness, the boy seemed like the Grim Reaper, his cold gaze sweeping over everything before him. It was as if he had killed not people, but chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs. Chapter 39. Xiao Zhao's mischief saves her life. "Mother, I need to go to the outhouse." In Lu Wei's camp, Wu Xiaoya clutched her stomach, her face contorted in a grimace. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan quickly got up. "Hold on, don't wet the bed." As she spoke, she hurriedly picked up the little girl. Then, turning to Lu Xiaoxiao, who was idly scratching and carving with a dagger, he said, "Miss, I'm taking Xiaoya out to relieve herself." Lu Xiaoxiao said impatiently, Go on, go on. What are you talking to me about when you're in the outhouse?" "When her brother is home, he doesn't let her play with the dagger, afraid she'll cut herself. She can only take it out to play with for a while when her brother isn't looking." Lu Xiaoxiao was delighted with the gift her master had given her. Holding the dagger, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Oops. My hand slipped, and I accidentally poked a hole in the tent." Realizing she had made a mistake, Lu Xiaoxiao quickly looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Lu Ruyan and Xiaoya had already left. Luckily, no one saw it. "Well, if my brother asks, I'll just say it was Xiaoya who did it." Looking at the small hole she had poked, Lu Xiaoxiao curiously poked at it with her finger and peered out through the hole. Sometimes, children's naughtiness is just so inexplicable. However, the sight seen through the small hole made Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widen in astonishment. Under the cover of night, the bright moonlight shone on the snow, making the night exceptionally bright. Beside the tent, Lu Ruyan was helping Xiaoya urinate. Not far behind them, several dark figures were stealthily approaching. Those men were acting suspiciously. You could tell at a glance they had ill intentions. Lu Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned a little pale. After all, she was just a 7 or 8-year-old child. Suddenly faced with this situation, and with her brother not at home, fear instantly overwhelmed her. However, fear did not overwhelm her. Instead, she felt a hidden excitement within her. In this emergency, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't have time to think. She quickly climbed out of bed and rushed outside the tent without even putting on her shoes. Once outside, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately lay down on the ground. She learned this from Lu Wei, because Lu Wei had told her the detailed process of ambushing others twice. Lu Xiaoxiao kept it in mind and wondered what she should do if she had to do it. After concealing herself, Lu Xiaoxiao saw that the group of people had already approached her. Lu Ruyan and Xiaoya hadn't noticed them yet, and it was too late to warn them now. To avoid being exposed, Lu Xiaoxiao simply hid quietly to the side. "Mom, there are people." Just as Lu Ruyan was helping Xiaoya pull up her pants, Xiaoya suddenly saw several people not far behind her mother and couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Ruyan turned around and saw the 5 dark figures, which startled her. "We've been exposed, move out." Once the leader realized that their whereabouts had been exposed, he stopped hiding and, with a shout, the group pounced on Lu Ruyan and her daughter like hungry wolves. Lu Ruyan screamed in fright, her mind went blank, and she grabbed Wu Xiaoya and turned to run. "Wang Laoqi, you go after them. The rest of you, come with me and surround the tent. Don't let the people inside escape." At the leader's command, one of the 5 men was sent to chase after Lu Ruyan and her daughter. The remaining 4 men, armed with wooden sticks and kitchen knives, charged menacingly toward the tent. One of them tried to rush in, but was held back by the leader. "Wait, don't rush, surround the tent first, don't let them escape." Several people surrounded the tent, staring at it with tense and wary expressions, their eyes showing some panic. They weren't exactly ruthless bandits or thugs, they were just street urchins in the village. Although he doesn't usually do anything productive, he has never committed robbery or murder. When the moment arrives, it's inevitable to feel a little nervous. After catching their breath, the group gradually calmed down. Their bodies were already weak from prolonged hunger, and after running a few more steps, they were so tired that they could barely stand. "Hey Lu, come out here. I know you're inside." Wu Laoer stood at the door, brandishing a stick menacingly. The leader grabbed Wu Laoer and pulled him aside, yelling, "Get out of here. If you can't speak properly, shut your mouth." Wu Laoer was a little confused by the scolding. He looked at the leader with a wronged expression, not understanding what he had done wrong. The leader forced a smile and tried to keep his voice calm before saying, "Brother Lu Wei, we brothers don't mean anything by this. We're just starving and have nowhere else to turn, so we've come to borrow some food from you. We know that you have food in your hands, and you can't finish it all. Why don't you lend us some? It would be a good deed and a blessing. We brothers will be eternally grateful. If you lend us the grain, we'll leave immediately and won't disturb your rest. What do you say?" After the leader finished speaking, he waited quietly for Lu Wei's reply. However, he was met with complete silence, there was not a sound in the tent. After waiting for a while, there was still no sound from inside the tent, and the leader frowned. "Brother Lu, it's not hard to lend it to us if you want to give us a reply, is it? It's freezing outside, and we can't stand it." However, he was met with silence. The leader's face finally darkened, and he gave Wu Laoer a wink, signaling him to go forward and check. Wu Laoer was startled when he saw this. He wasn't stupid. What if Lu Wei was lying in ambush at the door, waiting for them to go in? If I go there myself, wouldn't I be walking into a trap? So, Wu Laoer pretended not to see and stood still. Seeing that Wu Laoer did not move, a hint of anger flashed in the leader's eyes. "Wu Laoer, go check if Brother Lu Wei is asleep and didn't hear us talking." Wu Laoer's face instantly darkened. Damn it, this bastard wants him to be cannon fodder. Just as Wu Laoer was contemplating whether to turn hostile, a cold, sharp object slowly pressed against his waist. Wu Laoer was startled and turned his head to meet a pair of cold eyes. "Go quickly," the leader shouted in a low voice. Wu Laoer cursed the ancestors of the other people for 18 generations in his mind. He finally took a step and dawdled toward the tent. The other 3 were also on guard, ready to make a move when Lu Wei came out. Wu Laoer dawdled for a while before finally walking to the tent door. To him, the dark tent looked like a man-eating monster that could swallow him whole at any moment. Hesitantly, Wu Laoer still didn't dare to reach out and open the door. The leader waited for a long time, but when he saw that Wu Laoer still hadn't made a move, he lost his patience. "What the hell are you dawdling for? Hurry up!" "Ah!" Just then, a scream came from afar, startling everyone. The voice sounded incredibly familiar. It belonged to Wang Laoqi, who had gone to chase after Lu Ruyan and her daughter. Chapter 40. My mother-in-law is a monster. This person is terrifying. This was Zhou Mushue's first impression of Lu Wei. However, she also knew that those people deserved to die, and even if Lu Wei didn't kill them, she would still take action. Moreover, because of Lu Wei, she was prevented from revealing her cultivation level, and she was quite grateful to Lu Wei. However, while I am grateful, I wouldn't say I like them. Lu Wei, too, subconsciously turned his gaze to Zhou Mushue. At first glance, he thought the girl was very beautiful, with an indescribable elegance and otherworldly charm. The system notification sounded the next second. Ding, a target has been found that can be bound. Please check if you wish to bind it. Looking at it, Lu Wei silently said something to himself. Instantly, a light screen that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhou Subai Linger. Race, Demon Mochizuki Taipan Clan. Age, 422 years old. Root bone, 97. Comprehension, 88. Physical constitution, 100, 100000 after death, reborn in another's body. Cultivation level, 7th realm demon king severely injured. Appearance, 96. Body size, 94. Talent, flooding the Golden Mountain. Favorability, 1. Overall score, 82.21 point is added for each cultivation level. Unbound, can return 20 times the amount. Lu Wei was slightly taken aback when she first saw the name. Zhou Su Sure? Who is this? This name sounds like that of a married woman. Furthermore, what does the name in parentheses after the given name mean? Suddenly, Lu Wei forgot to look down and quickly turned her head, looking at a woman on the other side of Zhou Yuanshan with a strange expression. She was a woman exuding mature charm, in her early 30s, well maintained with fair and delicate skin and a curvaceous figure, like a ripe peach, full and juicy. Hiss. Lu Wei gasped. Damn it, this damn system, does it want to die? Aren't you afraid the sensors will slap you to death? Ding, please do not use dirty thoughts to speculate about this system. This system only provides returnable targets to help the host become stronger, and does not restrict the identity of the targets. Ha! You damn system, you're actually talking back? What do you mean? If you're not the one who's despicable, then who is? Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. Lu Wei inwardly pursed his lips. He was curious about what kind of person this Mrs. Zhou was, and what the name in parentheses meant. However, when Lu Wei saw the following introduction, he felt as if his head had been hit hard with a hammer. Suddenly feeling dizzy and lightheaded, with a dry mouth and throat, I couldn't help but swallow. This Madame Zhou was actually a demon king who was reborn in another body? What is a demon king? He didn't know. However, the 7th realm demon king seemed to understand something. His chief master had told him about the realm divisions in the cultivation world, and that the highest combat power of the human race was currently at the 5th realm, the core formation realm. The same applies to demons. The most powerful demon known is a 5th realm demon. However, this Madame Zhou was actually a demon king of the 7th realm. It's 2 realms higher than the highest level currently known. What kind of level is this? Lu Wei didn't even dare to imagine it. Looking at the string of zeros after his physical attributes, he felt his heart pounding, and he panicked so much that he just wanted to run away. Seeing Lu Wei's expression, Zhou Yuanshan stepped forward with some concern and asked her what was wrong. Nephew? Are you all right? Were you injured just now? Ha? No, it's nothing. Lu Wei tried to calm her heartbeat and kept reassuring herself. Don't be afraid, what's there to be afraid of? Since she is currently concealing her cultivation level, it means she cannot reveal it for the time being. As long as you don't expose it, there is no immediate danger. Thinking this, Lu Wei felt her heartbeat finally calm down, and she was no longer so nervous and scared. Madame Zhou, or rather Bai Linger, looked at Lu Wei with a hint of doubt in her eyes. This kid looked at me strangely just now, and then my heart started racing. Could it be that he discovered something? No, absolutely not. Don't even mention that he's just a newbie in the early stages of body tempering. Even if he is an 8th level expert, it is impossible for him to see through his true form. If that's the case, why did his heart race when he saw himself? Could it be that? Meanwhile, Lu Wei was incredibly tempted by Madame Zhou's various attributes. Despite having only 1 point of favorability, she still managed to achieve a rating of 80 points. If we cultivate this level of goodwill, wouldn't it be possible to reach 100 points? 100 points. That's a 100x drop rate bonus. At that time, even if you just give her an ordinary pill, it will become a miraculous medicine that can bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded. Give her any stone, and it will turn back into a gem. If I can win her over, how far away will my rise to prominence be? Thinking of this, Lu Wei's eyes lit up, and for a moment he even forgot his fear of the Demon King. So what if he's a Demon King? What's so scary about him? She dared not make a move, dared not reveal her identity, so what was she afraid of? Besides, what's the use of being afraid? If she wanted to kill him, she could probably do it with just a glance. Therefore, the feeling of fear is completely unnecessary. It would be better to think of a way to gain the favor of this demon king and then take the opportunity to return the favor. You have to lick it hard, even if it means becoming a sycophant. You have to raise that favorability level. If you are sincere, there is no woman you can't win over. Moreover, by licking Madame Zhou's boots, not only will you be safer, but you can also increase the return multiplier, killing two birds with one stone. Perfect. In a short period of time, Lu Wei went through countless internal struggles and finally made a decision. With a goal in mind, Lu Wei calmed down and glanced at Madame Zhou's attribute interface again. Seeing the flood of Jinshan's section under the talent category, Lu Wei was somewhat puzzled. What kind of talent is this flooding Jinshan temple? Isn't this a story from an Earth novel? How could it exist in this world? Could it be that this Madame Zhou is a demon race member skilled in water magic? Before Lu Wei could figure out what this flooding Jinshan temple talent was, Madame Zhou suddenly spoke. She looked Lu Wei up and down, then said with a smile, "Master, is this the young Master Lu, the son of a family friend you mentioned? He is indeed a handsome man." Lu Wei felt as if he were naked under Madame Zhou's gaze, completely transparent and without any concealment. Upon hearing Madame Zhou's words, before Zhou Yuanshan could even speak, Lu Wei hurriedly bowed in greeting. Junior Lu Wei greets Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhou, and Sister Zhou. We can't be disrespectful, this woman is too fierce, a 7th realm demon king. She could probably drown herself with a single pea. Zhou Yuanshan laughed heartily. That's right, this is the young Master Lu Wei that I've been talking about. Xiaoxue, why don't you come over and pay your respects? Chapter 41 Zhou Muxue. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhou Muxue gracefully stepped forward and bowed slightly. Zhou Muxue greets the Lu brothers. Generally, women, especially unmarried women, do not use their maiden names when speaking to outsiders. However, if you are close to someone, there is no need to avoid it. Zhou Yuanshan had just mentioned Zhou Muxue's name, so Zhou Muxue didn't hide it. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei quickly returned the greeting. Sister, you are too kind. I dare not accept your greeting. Your mom is terrifying, I wouldn't dare. She's probably not her biological mother. The system explained that this demon king was reborn by possessing another's body. Although it's unclear how he did it, it's certain that Madame Zhou is no longer alive. Ding, a target has been found that can be bound. Please check if you wish to bind it. Hearing the system notification sound again, Lu Wei had a guess in his mind. This time the target should be Lu Muxue. No, damn it, that's not right either. Never mind. Check. Name, Zhou Muxue. Age, 18. Root bone, 90. Comprehension, 91. Constitution, 5515 5515. Cultivation level, Frost Transformation Realm. Appearance, 95. Body size, 92. Talent, Immortal Spirit Body. Favorability, 30. Overall rating, 83.6 rating +1 for each additional cultivation realm. Unbound, can return 20 times the amount. Lu Wei suddenly looked up at Zhou Muxue, his eyes filled with disbelief. Frost Transformation Realm? This woman is actually at the Frost Transformation Realm? Holy crap, are the Zhou family members cursed? How come the monsters are hiding one after another? That's the Frost Transformation Realm. My chief master once said that only sect leaders possess the strength to reach the Frost Transformation Realm. Zhou Muxue, this seemingly frail girl, actually possesses the strength of a sect leader? What exactly happened? Was she also reborn through body transplantation? Wait a minute, if it's about being reborn through a second body, the system should show that. Then there's only one possibility, this girl's true cultivation level is the Frost Transformation Realm. Looking at her natural talent and comprehension, it seems possible that she could cultivate to this level given the right resources. However, it seems she was also hiding her cultivation level, otherwise she wouldn't have waited for me to come to her rescue. Why is that? Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. The Zhou family was truly in an extraordinary state of chaos. However, while Zhou Muxue's cultivation level could be kept secret from Zhou Yuanshan, it would be difficult to hide it from Madame Zhou, also known as Bilinger, since she was a 7th realm demon king. It's impossible for someone at the 4th level to hide from someone at the 7th level, especially since they've lived together for so long. Perhaps only Zhou Yuanshan is unaware of just how twisted his family is. Otherwise, Zhou Yuanshan wouldn't have come to me for help, or even offered to marry his daughter to me. On the other hand, if someone at the Frost Transformation realm were to marry him, would he dare to do so? You could easily crush yourself to death just by turning over in your sleep, right? Ha, my dear nephew, what do you think? I'm not bragging, but my daughter truly deserves the title of outstandingly beautiful, doesn't she? When Zhou Yuanshan saw Lu Wei staring at his daughter with wide eyes, he assumed that Lu Wei was captivated by his daughter's appearance. He couldn't help but feel a little smug. Kid, weren't you unwilling at first? Weren't you so proud? How come you're acting like a pig now? I still prefer your rebellious and unruly nature. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei quickly came to his senses and respectfully cupped his hands, saying, I was rude and hope that my uncle and aunt will forgive me. I was so amazed by your beauty that I couldn't help but be a little distracted. I hope that my uncle, aunt, and sister will not blame me for my impetuousness. His heart was pounding. He couldn't afford to be disrespectful. Someone at the Frost Transformation realm could easily flatten him with a single slap. Fortunately, this girl seemed to have some feelings for him, which made him feel a little more at ease. Unlike that fairy, who looks kind and friendly but actually only has a 1-point favorability rating. Looking at Zhou Mushua's 4 attributes, they are all above 90, which is simply outrageous. If her favorability rating is also increased, wouldn't she be able to reach a score of 90? At that time, the return will be 50 times the original amount. 50 times. What does that even mean? Even if you give her a yellow level cultivation technique, you can directly return a heaven level 1. With this woman by my side, I'll be able to take off on the spot. No, we absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip by. We're not afraid of a level 7 Demon King, so why would we be afraid of a level 4 cultivator? Lick it, you have to lick it really hard. So what if I'm a simp? What's so shameful about that? So many people are simps, what's one more? However, this young lady's talent is a bit strange. A mortal spirit with a lowly body? What kind of constitution is this? Could it be a system error or a typo? Ugh, this idiotic system even makes typos, it's so garbage. Forget about those details later. Let's figure out how to win over these two women first. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Madame Zhou smiled and said, Hee, this child really knows how to talk. No wonder your uncle kept praising you when he came back. You are indeed very likable. Lu Wei listened with a fake smile, thinking to himself, but I haven't seen you like it. Zhou Muxue, standing to the side, also blushed slightly. No woman dislikes being praised, and she felt both shy and happy about Lu Wei's compliments, but her face remained cold and aloof. Although she possesses astonishing cultivation, she is very pure of heart. From a young age, she secretly followed her master to cultivate herself without her family's knowledge, which resulted in her staying in the attic and never leaving the house. My understanding of things outside is limited. So, despite being a powerful cultivator at the Frost Transformation realm, she herself doesn't even know how strong she truly is. In other aspects, she is no different from an ordinary girl, completely lacking the aura and temperament that a strong person should have. Her master didn't tell her much about the cultivation world, in order to keep her pure and innocent heart. Only with a pure mind can one follow the natural way, make rapid progress, and establish a solid foundation. Of course, besides these, there are some other special reasons. Zhou Yuanshan felt that Lu Wei was being particularly kind to him today, unlike before when he acted all high and mighty, which made him even happier. Come, my dear nephew, let's go inside the tent and talk. Well, uncle, how about we do it another day? I'm in such a sorry state, it's really too rude of me. Lu Wei looked at the bloodstains all over his body. Normally, I probably wouldn't care, but now I have two people I want to fawn over, so I have to be mindful of my image. The key is that his mind is a bit confused right now. Who can withstand this series of shocks? He needs to go back and think things through carefully, figuring out how to implement his plan to become a sycophant. Otherwise, if you accidentally lick the wrong spot, you might die without even knowing how. Ha, it's no big deal, I'll have someone boil water for you to wash up right away. Zhou Yuanshan stopped there, looking at the corpses scattered all around him. It seems that apart from Xiao Huan, the maidservant of Zhou Muxue, the rest of their family members either ran away or died. Lu Wei also understood the Zhou family's current situation, they had a lot of things to deal with. So he quickly said, Uncle, there's no need to trouble yourself. There's nothing else here, so I'm relieved. There's no one home here either. I've been away for so long, I should go back now. I'll visit my aunt and uncle again when I have time. Zhou Yuanshan nodded. Thanks to you, Xiaowei, today. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's really inconvenient at home today. I'll wait until I've taken care of things here, prepare some food and drinks, and then you can come over. Lu Wei chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself, without me, those people might have died even more tragically. Chapter 42 Xiao Xiao awakens. Then we'll see each other, uncle, aunt, and sister. I'll take my leave now. Okay, see you later. Lu Wei nodded to the group and then turned and left. As the Zhou family watched Lu Wei's retreating figure, their thoughts varied. Zhou Yuanshan, seeing his daughter staring at Lu Wei's retreating figure, chuckled and teased, "Daughter, how do you like the husband I found for you? Are you satisfied?" Zhou Mushue's face flushed slightly, then disappeared, and she returned to her aloof and ethereal appearance. In this way, people who don't know her might think she's a cold, aloof fairy who has no desires. In reality, Zhou Yuanshan and his wife both knew that their daughter's behavior was merely a cover for her adorable foolishness. This girl looks cold and unapproachable, but she is actually simple and gentle. Seeing that her daughter remains silent, a hint of mockery flashed in Madame No's eyes. She pretended to sigh and said, "Oh, sir, it seems that your daughter is not satisfied with Lu Wei. Why don't you find someone else?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan immediately understood and replied, "Is that so? Then I'll look for it some more. We can't let our daughter suffer." Zhou Mushue frowned slightly, feeling helpless. Find another one? Wouldn't that mean going on another blind date? Besides, would finding someone else be better than Lu Wei? Recalling Lu Wei's performance just now, he was frank and sincere, and also witty and polite. It's worth trying to get to know him. So Zhou Mushue braced herself and said, "The marriage is entirely up to my parents to decide, and I dare not have any objections. However, I still want to observe the situation for a while before making a decision." All right, let's observe a little longer, no rush." "Ha ha ha, no rush." Zhou Yuanshan laughed, a very happy laugh. He could perfectly understand what his daughter meant. When a woman goes on a blind date and agrees, she usually says that it's entirely up to her parents to decide. If they disagree, they will say, the daughter wants to stay with her parents for a few more years. How could he not understand such a thing? Zhou Yuanshan made up his mind that he would find an opportunity to settle down with Lu Wei and get married someday. Although the wedding cannot be held, this title must be confirmed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang. Ah. Mother. You bitch, you're running again? Damn it, you bitch, you're pretty fast. Wang Laoqi panted as he looked at Lu Ruyan lying on the snow and cursed viciously. If this woman hadn't been carrying a child, I really wouldn't have been able to catch up with her, and she might have really gotten away. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, my young master is a martial artist. If you dare to mess around, he won't let you off when he gets back. Upon hearing this, Wan Laoqi showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, you won't let me go? Damn it, I'm starving to death, what's the point of letting me go? Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take a gamble. Lu Ruyan looked at Wang Laoqi, who seemed to be going crazy, with fear in her eyes. She was just an ordinary, respectable woman. Even though Lu Wei had taught her how to cultivate, it was only the beginning, and no effects had been seen yet, let alone any combat power. However, what Lu Ruyan didn't know was that, in comparison, this Wang Laoqi was even weaker than her. She has been able to eat her fill these days, and her health has returned to normal. Wang Laoqi, on the other hand, was already extremely weak due to prolonged hunger. If she had run a little longer, Wang Laoqi might have gotten too tired and given up chasing her. Under the moonlight, Wang Laoqi looked at the fair and plump Lu Ruyan, a savage lust flashing in his eyes. This woman always gives off a pitiful vibe, yet it also makes you want to abuse her. However, the current Wang Laoqi has the desire, but not the physical capacity. Even if you want to do something, you can't. Wang Laoqi swallowed hard with regret, and said with envy and jealousy, "Damn it, Wu Laoer is really lucky to have married such a slutty woman like you. If it weren't for the bad timing, I would definitely have to have a taste of it too. However, even if it's not really satisfying, it's still okay to have a little fun, hee hee hee." As Wang Laoqi spoke, he reached out and grabbed at Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan turned pale with fright and sat on the ground, kicking wildly with both feet. Caught off guard, Wan Laoqi was kicked to the ground and rolled several times before finally stopping, dazed and disoriented. Lu Ruyan was in good health, and her kick was quite heavy. Wang Laoqi was almost knocked unconscious by her kick and didn't recover for a long time. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan seized the opportunity, grabbed Wu Xiaoya, turned around and ran, shouting for help as she ran. Wang Laoqi, who was lying on the ground, changed his expression immediately upon hearing Lu Ruyan's shouts. He quickly got up and was about to chase after them. However, just as he was about to get up, a small figure suddenly darted out from behind him. The small figure held a sharp dagger in its hand, raised it high, and plunged it viciously into Wang Laoqi's neck. Lu Xiaoxiao had heard her brother recount his experiences of killing enemies twice, both times by slitting their throats with a knife, so she remembered them vividly. With a soft plop, the dagger pierced through the back of Wang Laoqi's neck. The intense pain and fear caused Wang Laoqi to suddenly scream loudly. Lu Xiaoxiao was so frightened that she trembled, slipped, and fell flat on her backside. Staring wide-eyed in horror at Wang Laoqi, who was lying on the ground convulsing, he seemed to be stunned for a moment. She was just a child after all, and had never experienced anything like this before. If it weren't for some special reason, she would never have done something like murder. In that instant, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a surge of heat rush to her head, making her brain explode as if it were about to burst. At that moment, it seemed as if something was awakening within her. All fear and dread vanished in that instant. Looking at the blood splattered on the snow, Lu Xiaoxiao gradually forgot her fear, only feeling her heart racing and an indescribable excitement. That tender little face, with a pair of big eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. She slowly stood up from the ground and walked step by step to Wang Laoqi's corpse. They pulled the dagger directly from the corpse. The gushing blood made her laugh involuntarily, a very happy laugh. So this is what killing feels like. It's not bad at all. Turning her head, she looked at the 4 people surrounding the tent in the distance, and her eyes gradually brightened. The darkness, in her eyes, was as bright as day. Chapter 43, forcing Lu Ruyan to kill. On the other side, Lu Ruyan hadn't run far when she encountered someone. Seeing the flustered Lu Ruyan, the man's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to ask with concern, "Miss Lu, what happened? Why are you here so late at night?" "Xia Ran? You're that young master Xia Ran?" Lu Ruyan looked at the person in front of her and instantly remembered this caravan guard. "Yes, it's me. What's wrong?" Xia Ran looked at Lu Ruyan, whose face was rippled from heavy breathing, and couldn't help but swallow hard. When Lu Ruyan saw Xia Ran, it was as if she had grasped a lifeline. "Young Master Xia, please, hurry, go and inform Lord Luoyan that someone attacked us while you were away, and Miss Xiaoxiao has been captured." Upon hearing this, Xia Ran's eyes darted around, as if he was plotting something. "Miss Lu, please don't panic. Tell me what happened. How many people attacked your camp?" He had already made up his mind that if there weren't many people and he could handle them, he would play the hero and win Lu Ruyan's favor. "If there are too many people, then go find Luoyan and let him have a headache. There are 5 people in total, all of them refugees. They wanted to steal our food. Young master is not home, and we are no match for them. I don't know if Miss Xiaoxiao has escaped yet." Lu Ruyan said, her anxiety growing. "In my panic, my mind went blank, and all I knew was to run. Now that I think about it, wouldn't it be dangerous if Lu Xiaoxiao fell into the eyes of those people? At that point, Lu Wei might even kill her. Even if they don't kill her, they'll drive her away and never want her again." Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan knelt down before Xia Ran with a thud. "Young Master Xia, please go and inform them for me quickly, or it will be too late." Upon hearing that there were only 5 refugees, Xia Ran felt reassured. He didn't care about 5, or even 15 or 50, those starving refugees. After all, he was a legitimate martial artist. Although he was only at the body refining realm, dealing with refugees was still a piece of cake for him. "Miss Lu, don't worry. It's too late to inform Brother Luo now. They're just 5 refugees. I can handle them myself. Come on, lead the way, I'll go with you." "Really? Thank you, thank you." Lu Ruyan cowed out excitedly, then got up and hurriedly ran towards the camp. When they arrived at the camp, they saw the 4 people who had been surrounding the tent lying on the ground. They emitted chilling howls, and upon closer inspection, it became clear that their hands and feet had been cut off, leaving only their bodies. The wounds were also bound with strips of cloth to prevent them from bleeding to death. Beside those 4 people stood 2 figures, one tall and one short, namely Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Lu Wei was back. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoxiao was alright, otherwise she would have been beyond redemption. Although it wouldn't make any difference if she stayed, abandoning her master and running away in this critical moment is simply unacceptable. Xiao Ren, who was standing to the side, saw the scene and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He was still hoping to save Lu Xiaoxiao and make Lu Wei and Lu Ruyan owe him a favor, but now it seems that the opportunity is gone. Brother Lu Wei, you're back? Looks like I'm a step too late. You've already taken care of all these bastards. Upon hearing Xiao Ren's words, Lu Wei's angry expression subsided, and he smiled slightly. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xia. I will remember your kindness in coming. Hearing the words he wanted, Xiao Ren smiled and waved his hand, pretending not to care, saying, Brother, what are you saying? Your business is my business. If a brother is in trouble, I will do my duty without hesitation. Lu Wei chuckled, but felt helpless inside. Xiao Ren was reminding him that he had helped with his matter. If I need anything from you, don't refuse. What frustrates Lu Wei is that although Xiao Ren couldn't actually help, he had the intention to, and that's a matter of goodwill. Of course. Brother Xia, please feel free to ask me for help in the future, and I will certainly not refuse. Alright, Brother Lu, you still have things to do here, so I won't bother you any longer. See you later. Okay, see you later. After Xiao Ren left, Lu Ruyan knelt down on the ground with a thud. Young master, it's all my fault. Please punish me. You can hit me or scold me. Lu Wei didn't even glance at her, but asked in a cool tone, what did you do wrong? My mistake was that I forgot about you in my panic. Heh, you forgot? If it were Xiaoya who was left behind, would you still forget? Lu Wei asked in a somewhat cold tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was speechless for a moment. Yes, if it were Xiaoya who was left behind, would I forget? Even in the most chaotic situation, I wouldn't forget. However, Lu Wei said something that surprised her. Get up first, I don't blame you for this. After all, it's impossible for you to treat Xiaoxiao completely and without reservation as your own daughter. Because I know that people are selfish, even if they don't usually show it. However, once a crisis occurs, their true colors will inevitably be revealed. However, just because I understand doesn't mean I can accept it, you understand? Although Lu Ruyan was completely confused, she still obediently nodded. This servant understands. Lu Wei didn't care whether Lu Ruyan truly understood or not. Just as he said, it was unrealistic to expect Lu Ruyan to treat Xiaoxiao the same way she treated Wu Xiaoya. He didn't need it, because Lu Ruyan was just his servant, and she didn't have that right. Xiaoxiao, go and take Xiaoya back to the tent to sleep. Lu Wei looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was holding a dagger and whose little face was still covered in blood. He felt both helpless and heartbroken. This child would give him a lot of headaches in the future. However, she is my own sister. Even if she really turns into a ruthless witch, I will become a professional corpse collector. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at the people writhing and struggling on the ground, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Brother, how about I kill them for you? Look how much pain they're in. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at her, annoyed. Thank you, but no need. Go back to sleep. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted helplessly. If you don't need it, you don't need it. Why are you being so fierce? Xiaoya, let's go back to sleep. The silly little girl was very obedient and followed Lu Xiaoxiao back to the tent. After the two children left, Lu Wei glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was still kneeling on the ground, and threw the long sword in front of her. With a clang, the long knife landed right in front of her, startling Lu Ruyan. What does this mean? Does the young master want me to commit suicide? I said that although I understand, it doesn't mean I accept it. As you know, in this chaotic world, to survive, you not only need strength, but also a ruthless heart. Go, use this knife to chop off all 4 of their heads. Lu Ruyan is still useful, and Lu Wei won't kick her out, but not kicking her out doesn't mean he won't do anything. Sometimes, punishing someone psychologically can be more damaging than physical punishment. Chapter 44 Xiaoxiao wets the bed. Ugh. In the morning, inside the carriage, Lu Ruyan looked at the white porridge in her bowl and suddenly felt a little nauseous. What's wrong with you? Are you pregnant? Lu Xiaoxiao asked, her eyes wide as she looked at Lu Ruyan, who was covering her mouth and dry heaving. She had heard people in the village say that if a woman vomits, it's very likely she's pregnant. Seeing Lu Ruyan like this now naturally brings that to mind. Although she didn't even know what pregnancy was. Lu Ruyan was startled and quickly waved her hand. No, it's just that my stomach is a little uncomfortable, I'll be fine in a bit. As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Wei secretly. Seeing that Lu Wei's expression was calm and unchanged, she breathed a sigh of relief but also felt a little disappointed. As for Lu Wei, her feelings were also very complicated. It's impossible not to be angry about what happened last night. Lu Xiaoxiao is the closest and most important person to her in this world. The thought of her being in danger made him unable to help but feel angry at her, even though he didn't blame Lu Ruyan. The reason why Lu Ruyan was sent to personally cut off the heads of those 4 people was, while part of the reason was to toughen her up, another part was to punish her. Because among those 4 people was Wu Laoer. Even though Wu Laoer had treated her badly in the past, they were still husband and wife. How could she possibly bring herself to kill Wu Laoer and cut off his head? So, after gritting her teeth and killing the 3 people with her own hands, Lu Ruyan broke down when faced with Wu Laoer's pleading eyes. She knelt directly in front of Lu Wei and cried bitterly, "Young master, I can't do it, please, don't make me kill him, I really can't do it, sob sob sob." Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was crying her heart out, Lu Wei sighed inwardly. It's good that you can't bring yourself to do it. If you really could, I wouldn't be able to keep you alive either. Although he was a cold-blooded man, he did not want his subordinates to be cold-blooded, ruthless, and ungrateful. Because if someone can turn on a former relative today, they can turn on him tomorrow. How can you trust someone like that? Ding, due to your cold-bloodedness, Lu Ruyan's favorability towards you has decreased by 5 points, and the current favorability is 70. You too, you scoundrels, you'll die a horrible death. Even as a ghost, I'll haunt you. I'm going to kill you all, I'm going to kill you all. Ah! You will all die a horrible death. You bitch, I really regret not killing you today. Wu Laoer's voice grew softer and softer as he cursed, until he breathed his last, his eyes still fixed on the 2 men. A few minutes later, Lu Wei shivered from the cold wind. Ding, due to your brutal treatment, Lu Ruyan's favorability towards you has decreased by 5 points, and her current favorability is 65. Let's go back and rest. After saying that, Lu Wei went back to the tent to sleep first. Lu Ruyan silently shed tears, washed up, and then went back to sleep. The next morning, before Lu Wei was fully awake, he suddenly felt a warm and damp sensation beside him. I opened my eyes and couldn't help but burst out laughing. It turns out it was Lu Xiaoxiao who wet the bed. Seeing the little girl slowly open her eyes, probably because she had wet herself, Lu Wei burst into laughter. Oh my, there's a kid, 7 or 8 years old, who's still wetting the bed, ha 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 ha. Lu Wei's merciless mockery immediately made Lu Xiaoxiao realize what was going on. Looking down, I saw that my clothes, pants, and the mattress beneath me were all soaked, which showed how much urine I had urinated. Lu Xiaoxiao's face flushed red instantly, and she hurriedly covered Lu Wei's mouth. Don't say it, shut up. Feeling the wetness beneath her, Lu Xiaoxiao almost cried out in embarrassment. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao was really about to cry, Lu Wei quickly said, Okay, I won't say anymore, I won't say anymore. Don't cry. I'll go out first and have Lu Ruyan come over to help you change your clothes. Lu Wei walked out of the tent with a smile. He was not laughing because Lu Xiaoxiao had wet the bed and he was mocking her. It was because Lu Xiaoxiao wet the bed that it proved she was still a normal child. Thinking back to seeing Lu Xiaoxiao's profile page yesterday, Lu Wei couldn't help but feel a little heavy-hearted. Name, Lu Xiaoxiao. Age, 7 years old. Root bone, 80 plus 10. Comprehension, 76 plus 10. Constitution, 10-10. Cultivation level, early stage of skin building realm. Appearance, due to young age, it is not included in the calculation. Body shape, due to young age, it is not included in the calculation. Talent, which awakened, growth type, cold-blooded and ruthless, possessing powerful talent and strength, capable of growth. The more lives she kills, the faster she grows and the stronger her bloodlust becomes. Affection level, 100 young age, not included in the calculation. Overall score, 77.5. Meets the binding requirements, already bound, and will receive a 10x return. Being a witch is indeed a very powerful talent, giving Lu Xiaoxiao a physique that is twice that of an ordinary person. They also possess additional innate talent and comprehension. However, the side effects are also very obvious. As she grows, she becomes increasingly bloodthirsty. Lu Wei didn't want her to become a serial killer, he just wanted Lu Xiaoxiao to live a happy and peaceful life. Well, let's take it one step at a time. I should focus on improving my skills first. Today, I need to break through to the Yi Jin realm, and then I'll go and meet those 2 ancestors of the Zhou family. Chapter 45 found a system vulnerability and exploited it to farm attribute points. I won't break it down into separate sections today, it'll be one large chapter. Then, Lu Wei began practicing his body tempering techniques in the snow. With abundant qi and blood, there is no need to worry about the danger of qi and blood depletion. When practicing, one can concentrate without distraction and make rapid progress. Before he knew it, Lu Wei had practiced the body tempering technique twice in less than 15 minutes. My cultivation speed today was noticeably faster than before. Just as Lu Wei finished practicing for the second time and was about to practice for the third time, he suddenly received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the proficient level in the yellow grade low-level cultivation technique, basic body tempering technique. You are rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Lu Wei was overjoyed when he heard the notification sound. He hadn't expected that increasing the proficiency level of a cultivation technique would also grant attribute points. Lu Wei quickly checked the system and, sure enough, the proficiency level of the body tempering technique had upgraded from beginner to proficient. At the same time, there are indeed 5 extra free attribute points. Looking at the 5 points of freedom attribute, Lu Wei added 2 points to his cultivation without hesitation. The original cultivation progress was 203-250, but now with these 2 free attributes added, it instantly became 243-250. With just 7 more training sessions, my cultivation level will reach the 3rd grade E gene realm. Without further ado, Lu Wei began cultivating. As his proficiency with the body tempering technique improved, Lu Wei's cultivation speed increased further. He used to be able to complete 1 cycle in 15 minutes, but now he can complete 3 cycles in 25 minutes. Moreover, Lu Wei discovered that in the past, his cultivation level would always increase by 1 point after practicing the body tempering technique once, and this had never changed. However, now that his mastery of the cultivation technique has improved, he suddenly discovered that sometimes, practicing it once would actually increase his cultivation level by 2 points. This surprised and delighted Lu Wei. Was this the effect of improving his cultivation progress? It can actually accelerate the growth of cultivation. Does that mean that the higher the proficiency of a cultivation technique, the greater the increase in cultivation level? Originally, he couldn't understand what the purpose of this skill proficiency level was. Now I understand, it can actually accelerate the improvement of cultivation level. This effect is simply too heaven-defying. With this feature, even without great talent, as long as you are willing to work hard, your cultivation speed will increase faster and faster. Originally, it would take 7 repetitions of the body tempering technique to level up, but now it only took 5 repetitions to level up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing your cultivation to the E gene realm. You are rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Please check your account. Instantly, Lu Wei felt as if his body was on fire, and the tendons inside his body seemed to be constantly being tempered in the flames. It wasn't until the large tendon trembled and emitted a soft buzzing sound, as if a bowstring had been plucked, that it gradually stopped. Lu Wei opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. He felt an urge to unleash it, and suddenly threw a punch at the air. Boom! A loud bang echoed through the air, the sound of air being shattered. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lu Wei decisively opened the system. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 51+. Comprehension, 55+. Physical condition, 100+. Qi and blood, 100+. Spirit, 13+. Technique, body tempering method proficient 14300+ yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant prison suppression technique beginner 1000 earth level intermediate. Martial arts skill, killing fist beginner 2100+. Cultivation level, yellow level E gene realm 25500+, earth level first phenomenon realm 1000+. Free attributes, 8. System level, 2610. Target already bound. Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Lu Ruyan click to expand. My qi and blood circulation have doubled, no wonder I feel so much stronger. Lu Wei looked at the 8 extra free attribute points, then at the system interface, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He then thought of another opportunity to farm attribute points. System, add 1 attribute point to my killing fist progress. Whoosh, the progress after kill fist increased by 20 points. Lu Wei looked at it and thought to himself, there's a chance, let's continue. After adding a total of 4 points, the system notification sounded as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your yellow level low grade martial skill killing fist has been upgraded from beginner to proficient. You are rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Please check your account. Sure enough, skill upgrades also grant attribute points. In an instant, a series of images flooded into Lu Wei's mind. The scene was so vivid, it was as if he were there, experiencing it firsthand. In the video, he keeps punching in the snow, practicing his killing punches, until a loud boom, like thunder from a clear sky, blows the surrounding snowflakes several meters away by the force of his punches, and then he stops. The killing fist technique has been refined to the level of proficiency. Opening his eyes, Lu Wei looked at the fist in his hand. Now, the power of his punch was at least 50% stronger than when his killing fist hadn't advanced. So, the improvement of martial arts skills can have such a big impact, Lu Wei murmured to himself. If it weren't for the need to increase his freedom attribute, he would never have considered improving his martial arts skills. It seems that I can't neglect my martial arts skills in the future, otherwise I will be at a great disadvantage when fighting others. Lu Wei was overjoyed to see his attribute value increase from 8 points to 9 points in the blink of an eye, and his killing fist had even advanced to the proficient level. Next, we need to find a way to use these 9 attribute points. There's no need to hesitate. In a few days, someone will attack the caravan. The stronger your cultivation, the safer you'll be. Therefore, Lu Wei put all 9 attribute points into cultivation. His cultivation progress has also increased to 400-3,500. I'm only 70 points away from upgrading to the 4th grade bone forging realm again. However, Lu Wei doesn't plan to use those 70 attribute points to upgrade. At the current cultivation speed, about 50 cultivation sessions are enough to level up. It should be ready by tomorrow morning at the latest. After the upgrade is completed tomorrow, you will also receive 5 attribute points. At the same time, you will also gain 5 attribute points when your cultivation level is upgraded to the bone forging realm. Lu Wei already had a plan in mind for those 10 free attribute points. Seeing that it was getting late and the caravan had already set off for a while, Lu Wei quickly closed the system interface and returned to the carriage. Young master, breakfast is ready. Please have some. Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Wei with an unusually complicated expression in her eyes. This man rescued her from hell, only to push her step by step into the abyss. The scene of Wu Laoer dying before her eyes last night, his suddenly bulging eyes, and that vicious curse lingered in her mind for a long time. She never imagined that one day she would do such a thing in front of her husband. The shame, guilt, and utter embarrassment she felt were driving her to the brink of collapse. However, what made her even more uneasy was that, gradually, she was able to accept it, and even felt a strange sense of excitement. This made her feel even more like a shameless woman, and she felt extremely distressed and conflicted. Lu Wei glanced at Lu Ruyan, feeling a little awkward, or rather, a little embarrassed. It's all because of my poor performance last night. It really hurt my self-esteem. You can't blame him. His body is still very weak, and it's his first time eating meat. It's understandable that he was excited. What could he do? The only thing we can do is to train harder in the future and make up for what we lost today. Where you fall, you have to stay there a little longer. Because they set off late, in order to catch up with the caravan, everyone had to eat breakfast on the horse-drawn carriage. Lu Ruyan gagging during her meal was just a minor incident. Aside from her and Lu Wei, no one knew the specific reason. After finishing his meal, Lu Wei remembered that he hadn't used his chance to get a refund today. So he took out some flour and a golden pheasant, and gave them to Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Ruyan respectively. The types of food returned recently were limited, and since Lu Xiaoxiao wanted both noodles and chicken, Lu Wei chose to return those 2 types. Having had experience with this before, Lu Xiaoxiao returned the chicken to Lu Wei the moment she received it, so that Lu Wei wouldn't ask her for it again. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan quickly returned the flour. Lu Wei was very satisfied with the 2 men's tact. Although Lu Ruyan sometimes wondered why the food in the house kept increasing. But at this moment, having food is an immense blessing, and no one cares about anything else. They just assume it was secretly given to them by Master Lu Wei. At noon, the convoy stopped for a rest as usual. Just as Lu Wei and his group were about to have lunch, an uninvited guest arrived. Brother Lu Wei, where have you been all morning? I've been looking everywhere for you. Xia Ren's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Wei's carriage, and he quickly came to greet him. Oh, I wonder what brings you here, Brother Xia? Lu Wei looked at Xia Ren with some doubt. He didn't have any connection with this kid, did he? This kid was trying to get close to him for no reason. There must be an ulterior motive. Xia Ren laughed and said, "It's nothing much. I just hunted a golden pheasant this morning and was thinking of asking Brother Lu Wei for a drink." As Xia Ren spoke, he shook the golden pheasant in his hand, looking quite pleased with himself. In this desolate wilderness, the area on both sides has been visited countless times by refugees from the front, so it is very difficult to catch prey. Even for their guard team, although they had enough food, it wasn't easy to get meat. Xiao Ren guessed that Lu Wei would definitely swallow hard when he saw the pheasant, because the refugees' food was even worse, and they couldn't even get enough rice, let alone meat. However, to his surprise, Lu Wei only glanced at the pheasant before looking away, without any lingering or covetousness. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xia, but as you know, something like that happened at home yesterday, and there's still a mess to clean up. I'm afraid I won't have time today. Another day, I'll treat Brother Xia to a meal to repay his help yesterday. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ren's face stiffened, and his eyes subconsciously glanced at Lu Ruyan beside him, his expression revealing his disappointment. I was presumptuous. Consider this pheasant an apology to Brother Lu. Lu Wei naturally noticed Xiao Ren's gaze and seemed to be deep in thought. Hearing Xiao Ren's words, he smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xia, but we have plenty of food at home. You should take this chicken back with you for a treat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ren quickly said, No, look how thin the two children have become from hunger, and Miss Lu doesn't seem to be in good health either. Let's keep them to help them recover. If you consider me a brother, please accept them. He came here to curry favor with Lu Ruyan. If Lu Wei doesn't accept him, wouldn't that be denying him a chance? Lu Wei finally understood, this kid's real interest wasn't in the wine. However, you probably have no idea what kind of person you like is. Alright, I'll accept your offer. I'll take the chicken. I'll treat you to a drink sometime, Brother Xia. Bah! You're despicable. You're eyeing my women and you want me to buy you drinks? Alright, then I'll head back now. Xiao Ren saw that Lu Wei had accepted the golden pheasant, and feeling there was no reason for him to stay, he could only take his leave. Lu Wei watched Xiao Ren leave, then casually tossed the chicken to Lu Ruyan. They certainly didn't lack meat now. Even if there were no return, they couldn't finish the 3 game animals that the village sent them every day. Take a few chickens and sell them later, Lu Wei casually said to Lu Ruyan before turning to practice his martial arts. Food is very valuable these days. It's normal for a chicken to sell for tens of taels of silver. If we don't seize this opportunity to make a fortune, how will we settle down in the city? Although Lu Wei is now a martial artist, he has no desire to go out and risk his life to make money. Being able to stay safely at home is of course the best option. With a system, as long as you can survive, you'll eventually become invincible. On the other side, Xiao Ren had just returned to the caravan when he encountered someone and quickly greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Captain. Lin Xiaolin nodded indifferently. Where were you just now? I heard you've been going out a lot these past few days. Going to see a friend. Xiao Ren was completely confused by the question. Many people were going out, why was he being asked specifically? What kind of friend? You're friends with refugees? That person must be someone special, right? Lin Xiaolin stared intently at Xiao Ren and pressed him for an answer. Xiao Ren was speechless for a moment. He had heard that Captain Lin and Deputy Captain Luo had never had a good relationship. It seems I've inadvertently gotten caught up in a struggle. On the other side, Lu Wei seized the time to practice his boxing and martial arts. He only had 1 hour to rest at noon, so he didn't have time to waste. Even meals were eaten on the carriage after the journey had begun. However, as Lu Wei continued to practice the body-strengthening techniques, he discovered a problem. That means the consumption of qi and blood has increased. Previously, practicing the technique once only consumed 1 point of qi and blood, but now it consumes 3 points. Sometimes, when a cultivation technique increases cultivation progress by 2 points at a time, it can even consume 5 points of qi and blood. This forced Lu Wei to think about the reasons. After some thought, he seemed to understand what was going on. It's like his body is an engine. When it had 10 horsepower, the fuel consumption was naturally low. However, now that the horsepower has increased to 100, the fuel consumption required to run this engine is naturally higher. Each time one's cultivation level increases by 2 points, it's like stepping on the gas pedal hard, thus increasing fuel consumption. After understanding this principle, Lu Wei couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought that with the increase in his qi and blood, he would no longer have to worry about insufficient qi and blood. It seems that we may never have enough qi and blood, otherwise there would be no reason for the existence of qi and blood pills. Looking at the remaining dozen or so points of qi and blood, Lu Wei did not continue cultivating. The consumption of qi and blood has increased, but the recovery speed has not increased much. It's good if they can recover 2 or 3 points in an hour. Eating good, nutritious food can help you recover faster. If there's monster meat, that would be even better. Unfortunately, Lu Wei had none of them and could only choose to use qi and blood pills to recover. If donating blood could return vital energy, that would be wonderful. Unfortunately, even if I painfully bleed myself, all that's returned is blood, so it's completely useless to me. Fortunately, the midday cultivation progress was finally completed, and the cultivation level increased by 19 points, which is a considerable increase. Reaching the bone forging realm tomorrow should be a sure thing. Chapter 46, Preparing to Scam Xia Ren. It seems like Xia Ren is after you. Lu Wei suddenly said this while they were traveling by carriage. Lu Ruyan's expression changed, and she hurriedly explained, "Young master, please believe me. I have absolutely not done anything to wrong you. If you don't believe me, I can prove my innocence with my life." Lu Wei waved his hand. Relax, relax, of course I believe you. But that kid's no good. If he tries to get close to you again, you should yell at him, humiliate him, and hurt his pride. The harsher the better. Otherwise, he won't learn his lesson. Isn't it true that the deeper the wound, the greater the opportunity? Well, you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Then I'll give you a chance. I'm just that kind of helpful person. Although Lu Ruyan felt that this was a bit unreasonable, she still nodded in agreement. If she didn't agree, and Lu Wei really misunderstood her, she would have no face to live with. Moreover, the young master is right. Only by decisively rejecting him can we make him give up completely. Okay, I'll do whatever you say, young master. That's a good girl. Lu Wei chuckled and pinched Lu Ruyan's cheek. This made Lu Ruyan blush. In the evening, as usual, they set up camp. Lu Ruyan cooked, and Lu Wei seized the time to cultivate. Because my qi and blood were almost depleted by noon, and I only recovered a few points by the afternoon, I could only use qi and blood pills to replenish them. Looking at the remaining 10 or so qi and blood pills in his hand, Lu Wei sighed. I originally thought that once my cultivation level increased and my blood and qi limit rose, the blood and qi pill would become useless. Now it seems I was overthinking things. The qi and blood pills weren't useless, they were clearly insufficient. Crack, crack. With each movement Lu Wei made, his bones would make a series of crisp sounds, and at the same time his muscles and skin would tremble slightly in a magical rhythm. With a single punch, the air crackled repeatedly, like the cracking of whips. A punch strikes a single line, a kick lands in a wide area. A single sound is priceless. Only when the mind and intention are in harmony, intention and energy are in harmony, energy and strength are in harmony, and power and speed are both indispensable, can one achieve the effect of thunderclaps from flat ground and punches as powerful as iron hammers. After completing one round of punches, Lu Wei could clearly feel that he had improved a little, and his qi, blood, and physical constitution had also improved. I opened the interface and took a look. After finishing this round of punches, my cultivation level increased by 2 points, but my health and vitality also consumed 5 points. Lu Wei discovered that as long as he focused on practicing his boxing and entered a state of immersion, the training effect would be better. If your mind is distracted, the effect will be mediocre. Lu Wei practiced for more than a dozen times in one go, from sunset until it was pitch black before he finally stopped. With a sigh of relief, Lu Wei slowly stopped and checked his cultivation progress. He figured that if he practiced a little more tonight and a few more times tomorrow morning, he should be able to break through to the bone forging realm. Looking at the earth-level martial art, Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, its progress hasn't increased at all. However, there's no rush. Lu Wei plans to first cultivate the yellow-level technique to the point of body tempering perfection before considering cultivating the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique and the Jade Bone Golden Body Sacred Scripture. After all, those two things are too resource-intensive and time-consuming. The most important thing now is to improve our strength so that we don't become cannon fodder when the crisis comes in a couple of days. During the meal, Lu Wei looked at Lu Ruyan, who was bowing her head and remaining silent, and said, "After you finish eating, come with me to practice your skills. You will practice once in the morning, once at noon, and once in the evening every day. Try to gain combat power as soon as possible. This woman has good talent, at least better than me. If she cultivates, even without the aid of pills, it shouldn't be difficult for her to reach the skin-building realm." Lu Ruyan lowered her head and replied, "Yes. Brother, I want to cultivate too." Lu Wei shook his head, "You can't do it. You're too young. One practice session a day is enough. Otherwise, you'll never grow taller." "No, I'm going to train too. If I don't grow tall, I don't grow tall. Being a child will make people lower their guard, and then I'll..." The girl said, gesturing with her chopsticks as if to poke someone, her meaning clear. Lu Wei was speechless for a moment. He didn't want Xiao Xiao to be small forever, because she would regret it later. No, I said no, and that's final. There's no room for discussion. Lu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, just looked at Lu Wei with a stubborn and aggrieved expression, clearly unconvinced. She wanted to become stronger to help her brother, so she wouldn't be helpless when faced with danger. Lu Wei looked at Lu Xiaoxiao's stubborn appearance and felt somewhat helpless. How about this? Although you can't practice martial arts right now, you can practice other martial arts techniques. You've already learned the killing fist, haven't you? You can practice that. Will practicing that make me stronger? Lu Wei quickly nodded. Yes, of course. Not only will you become stronger, you'll become super powerful. Alright, then let's practice the killing fist first. Chapter 47 Aristocratic Monopoly. Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief after successfully fooling Lu Xiaoxiao. This witch of a sister was getting more and more stubborn, and he was really afraid that one day she would stop listening to him. When that time comes, you won't be able to bring yourself to hit them, and scolding them won't work either. What will you do then? At this moment, Lu Wei finally understood the helplessness his daughter felt when she was looking for Huang Mao. After dinner, Lu Wei took Lu Ruyan and Lu Xiaoxiao outside to practice their martial arts. Wu Xiaoya also joined in the fun, gesturing wildly on the side. Lu Wei didn't care. Anyway, without the incantation, even if she was smart, she wouldn't be able to learn it. It's not that Lu Wei is stingy, it's just that the little girl is too young and shouldn't start practicing martial arts right now. The group was engrossed in their practice when Luo Yan, whom they hadn't seen all day, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Upon seeing the three practicing their martial arts, his expression immediately changed, and he said sternly, "Lu Wei, come with me." As he spoke, he hurriedly walked to the side. Seeing his serious expression, Lu Wei thought something had happened and quickly followed him. "Master, what's wrong?" Luo Yan glared at Lu Wei and questioned, "I'm asking you, who gave you permission to casually pass on that body tempering technique to others?" "Ha? This." Lu Wei was speechless for a moment. It was indeed his fault he taught the martial arts to Lu Ruyan without his master's permission. Although this is only the most basic cultivation technique, it is still an invaluable treasure for ordinary people, and it can even change their lives. "Master, this was indeed my oversight. I passed on the cultivation technique to the servants in my household without your permission. I promise that it will never happen again. Furthermore, to make amends for my mistake, I'm willing to copy down for you the cultivation technique the Yang family gave me. Is that all right with you? If you're wrong, admit it. If you get punished, stand up straight. Since it's your own fault, there's nothing more to say except the punishment and make compensation." However, Luo Yan became even angrier upon hearing this. "Do you think I'm reluctant to part with that cultivation technique? I'm saving you." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei was momentarily bewildered. What was the meaning of this? He was about to die just because he taught a martial art technique? Seeing Lu Wei's blank expression, Luo Yan sighed helplessly and explained to him, "Do you think that the cultivation techniques in this world can be taught casually? Is that not possible?" Lu Wei frowned, seemingly understanding. "Of course not. The martial arts techniques in this world are all in the hands of powerful families or major sects, and cannot be easily passed on. Even if you are lucky enough to receive their teachings, you cannot pass them on to others without their permission. The reason I can teach you in Xiaoxiao is because I have served in the Yang family for many years and have made contributions, which allows me to exchange for the qualification to teach them the techniques. But you can't do that, do you understand? Sai, it's all my fault. I didn't explain things clearly to you back then, and I never expected you to teach the technique to someone else so quickly." Luo Yan sighed as he said this. Lu Wei was speechless after hearing his master's words. He hadn't expected those powerful families and sects to be so domineering and even engage in monopolistic practices. "However, you can't fight City Hall. I'm still weak, so I have to follow the rules. The only way to break the rules is to become truly powerful. Is there any way to remedy this?" Lu Wei frowned. If there was really no other way, then the only option would be to temporarily stop Lu Ruyan from cultivating and deal with it later. Luo Yan sighed with difficulty. "There is only one way now, which is for you to join the Yang family and become a guard of the Yang family. With me mediating, there should be no problem." Lu Wei. "Damn it, I figured it out now. My chief master has never given up on wanting me to join the Yang family since day one. They've tried all sorts of methods, from persuasion to now even coercion. It must be said that Luo Yan was truly loyal to the Yang family. Perhaps, his initial reason for taking himself and Xiaoxiao as apprentices was to cultivate talent for the Yang family. Unfortunately, he encountered his own weakness and refused to take a stable job, something he probably didn't foresee. Never mind, whatever his purpose was, the help he gave me was real, and the benefits I gained were real too. This favor. I have to repay it. Master, didn't you say I could be a temporary bodyguard for the Young family? I'll be that bodyguard. At least for now, my cheap master and the Young family haven't shown any ill will towards me, so I'll join them for now and see. This way, Xiao Xiao and the others' safety is no longer guaranteed, and they no longer have to worry about something like what happened last night. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan frowned. The requirements for temporary guards are very high. They must be at least at the body refining realm. You've only just started cultivating, so you don't meet the requirements at all. Lu Wei didn't say anything, just smiled, then got into a fighting stance and threw a punch. Boom! The air exploded with a deafening roar, like a thunderclap. An invisible gust of wind from a fist surged forth. It traveled very, very far in the darkness. Chapter 48 Luo Yan's shock. This. Luo Yan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. What the hell is going on? Am I hallucinating? Isn't this something only a rank 3 Yi Jin Jing muscle tendon changing realm can achieve? How did this kid do that? Did he use the Yi Jin Jing technique? How is that possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luo Yan was utterly incredulous, but the facts were right before his eyes, leaving him no choice but to believe. In fact, Lu Wei knew that this matter couldn't be kept secret. It was only a matter of time before his breakthrough to the Yi Jin realm was exposed, and he would be at the Duangu realm tomorrow. So, let the Yi Jin realm be exposed. They might as well just openly show it off and reveal their innocent and guileless side. I ate all those pills these past 2 days, and somehow I broke through. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan was shocked. What? You ate it all? Are you out of your mind? Lu Wei was also confused when he saw his master's surprise. What's wrong? Is this pill poisonous? Luo Yan said urgently, nonsense, of course it's poisonous. However, it's not the kind of poison you're thinking of, but rather erysipelas. These common, low-grade pills all contain erysipelas and should not be taken in large quantities. A maximum of 3 pills per day is recommended. Otherwise, the accumulation of elixirs will, at best, hinder any progress in cultivation, and at worst, lead to a life-threatening illness and eventual ruin. Why did you feed it to him for 2 days in a row? Lu Wei was also dumbfounded. He had never cultivated before, so how would he know these things? However, he wasn't too worried. First, because he ate less, and second, because he had a system. The medicine he took wasn't directly digested by him, but rather digested through the system. Even if he got poisoned, it was system poisoning. He received the purest energy. However, we still have to put on an act. Lu Wei asked anxiously, Master, what should I do? Am I going to be crippled? Luo Yan shook his head. It's not that you'll be ruined, after all, you don't have many pills to begin with. However, if you keep taking them like this, something bad will definitely happen. Please don't eat like that again. Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. That's good. Anyway, I'm out of pills, so I can't eat them even if I want to. Master, isn't there any elixir that doesn't contain any poisonous substances? Luo Yan sighed. Of course there are, but those top-grade pills are beyond your reach. Not only are they extremely rare, but they are generally held by powerful families or major sects and are not easily given away. Even if only a tiny bit occasionally peeks out, it'll be sold for an astronomical price. Master, how are the qualities of those pills classified? Could you tell me? Lu Wei asked with a thirst for knowledge. Now that she knew there were even higher grade pills, she naturally wanted to find a way to get her hands on them. Luo Yan didn't hide anything and said directly, the quality classification of pills is very simple: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. The higher the grade of the elixir, the less toxic it contains, the stronger its effects, and the easier it is to absorb. It is said that top grade elixirs are completely free of toxicity, have no side effects, and can even produce special effects. However, such pills are very difficult to refine, requiring not only good materials but also highly skilled alchemy techniques. Ordinary martial artists shouldn't even think about it. Lu Wei nodded, looking thoughtful. He wondered if upgrading martial arts skills could bring attribute points. Could alchemy skills do the same? It seems like it's worth considering. If I have the chance, I could learn alchemy and become an alchemist. That's not right. Just as Lu Wei was lost in thought, Luo Yan's exclamation interrupted him. Luo Yan suddenly realized what was happening and turned to look at Lu Wei. With your aptitude, even if you consume all the pills, it's impossible for you to break through to the third grade of the Yi Jin realm. Is there some other reason? Although master, what you said is true, don't you think it's a bit hurtful? Who do you think you are? Believe me or not, I can become a genius in a heartbeat. Hee, master, you have such keen eyes. You even noticed that. Lu Wei scratched his head, pretending to be simple-minded. Luo Yan said with a serious face, how did you do that? Tell me quickly, or did you do something taboo again? Actually, it's nothing. Yesterday, I went hunting in the woods and chased a fox. I chased it for a long time and ended up in a valley. As a result, the fox ran into a small hole and wouldn't come out, so I had no choice but to turn back. On the way back, I found a small fruit tree with a red fruit on it. I was thirsty, so I couldn't resist and ate the fruit. After eating, I felt extremely hot, and it kept getting hotter and hotter, like I was on fire. Later, I became dizzy from the heat, and when I woke up, I found that I had broken through to the Yi Jin Jing level. Luo Yan frowned upon hearing this. Was this kid telling the truth? Red fruit? Could it be the flame fruit? But those things grow near volcanoes and seas of fire, how could they be found in this icy and snowy place? However, the world is vast and full of wonders, so it's not impossible. Forget it, there's no way to confirm whether this is true or not, let's talk about it later. Alright, now that you've reached the Yi Jin realm, joining the Yang family's guard team is naturally no problem. I'll go back and report to the young lady right away. Master, wait a moment, I have something to tell you. Lu Wei quickly stopped Luo Yan when he saw him about to leave. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Lu Wei looked at Luo Yan with a slightly fawning smile and said, Master, look, your swordsmanship is so amazing, but I, as your disciple, can't even use a sword. It would be so embarrassing if word got out. Why don't you teach me? Chapter 49 Learning the Sword. Since skill upgrades grant attribute points, why not learn more skills? At that time, wouldn't attribute points be endless? Moreover, using weapons definitely results in greater combat effectiveness and more damage compared to not using weapons. Therefore, learning a sword technique is essential for Lu Wei. Luo Yan frowned upon hearing this. How's your killing fist training going? Have you even mastered it? It's a mistake to try to do too much at once, you'll end up with a mediocre grasp of everything. It's better to be proficient in one area. Lu Wei hurriedly said, Master, don't worry, I've definitely mastered the basics. I didn't want to be in such a hurry. But what you said makes me very uneasy. I feel more at ease learning a weapon. Getting started? If I were to unleash a powerful, high-level punch, I'm afraid it would give you a heart attack. Luo Yan thought for a moment and finally nodded. Alright, since you're going to join the guard team anyway, it's really necessary for you to learn a sword technique. Then I will pass on to you the sword technique that I am most proficient in. This sword technique is called three-cut sword, watch closely. The three-cut blade? This name sounds a bit like a minor character's signature move. It's not impressive at all. Although that's what he was thinking, Lu Wei didn't dare say it out loud, fearing his master would stab him. The three-slash-blade technique emphasizes continuous, uninterrupted sword strikes, each strike faster than the last. When mastered to a high level, it can unleash 3 strikes in an instant, possessing immense power. You must watch carefully. As Luo Yan spoke, he demonstrated the three-cut blade technique to Lu Wei. Lu Wei also kept a close eye on it, afraid of missing any detail. Meanwhile, inside a tent within the caravan, Lin Xiaolin, the captain of the caravan's guard, and Xiao Baihe, the caravan owner's maid, were doing something unspeakable in a dark tent. A few minutes later, Xiaobei lay in Lin Xiaolin's arms, looking shy. Kobayashi, you're amazing. Every time I see you, I feel like I'm going to die. Lin Xiaolin laughed triumphantly. Haha, if it weren't for taking care of you, I could be even more amazing. Xiao Baihe looked at Lin Xiaolin with a happy expression, her eyes full of love. Xiaolin, you are so good. I really hope to stay by your side for the rest of my life. Lin Xiaolin nodded perfunctorily. Yes, but before that, we have to get our hands on everything from the Yang family. Only in this way can we live a life free from worries about food and clothing and live the life we want. I'll help you. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do whatever you say. Xiaobei looked like she was head over heels in love and completely infatuated. Lin Xiaolin said with a solemn expression, right now, the most important thing is to find a way to get rid of Luo Yan. With him protecting the young lady, he will always be a problem. We'll be at Shuangfangling the day after tomorrow. Before then, we have to get him sorted out. Luo Yan's strength was not much worse than his, and with Luo Yan around, his plan could not be perfectly implemented. Therefore, Luo Yan must be eliminated. However, Luo Yan himself has no weaknesses and is deeply trusted by the young lady, so getting rid of him will not be so easy. Little Lily thought for a moment and said, "It's not difficult to win him over. Didn't you say he took on an apprentice? We can start with his apprentice. How is it? How many times have you watched it? Have you learned it yet?" Luo Yan looked at Lu Wei with a helpless expression. He really wouldn't have wanted to take on this cheap apprentice if it weren't for his good character. Lu Wei smiled awkwardly. "Master, as you know, my comprehension is average. I'll demonstrate it once, and if there's anything wrong, you can correct me." Luo Yan nodded helplessly. That was all he could do. "Okay, you can come." Lu Wei picked up a knife and began practicing the moves that Luo Yan had just taught him. The swordsmanship was executed with great force and wide swings, but it was not like the three-cut sword. Luo Yan remained silent until Lu Wei finished practicing. "How is it, master? Is there a problem?" Seeing that Luo Yan didn't speak, Lu Wei took the initiative to ask. He felt he had practiced quite well when he swung his broadsword. It was full of murderous intent, the blade flashing everywhere, and it was very exhilarating. Luo Yan sighed, "I really regret it. I regret taking in such an idiot like you." Lu Wei. "If you keep swearing, do you believe I'll turn on you? It's not that there's a problem with you, it's that I can't find a single place without problems. There are 12 sword techniques in total. You can master 19 of them. Do you think there's any problem?" Luo Yan was so excited that he spat out a lot of saliva. Teaching a slow-witted apprentice is really exhausting. Master, how about we practice again tomorrow? Actually, I'm not in such a hurry. I just need to learn it within 3 days. His main concern was that if he continued practicing, his master might get so angry that he suffered a brain hemorrhage. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan's stubborn temper flared up. "No way, today only. I refuse to believe that just because the difficulty of the technique has increased by 1 level, I can't teach you. Start practicing." Lu Wei had no choice but to accept it. He could just skip the body tempering technique for today. Just as Lu Wei was about to continue practicing, Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly came from not far away. "Young master, someone is looking for you." Lu Wei frowned. "Who is it? Can't you see I'm practicing martial arts?" He said he was from the Zhou family. Thank you everyone for your support. If everyone gives one, little Leaf will be a rich lady, ha. Also, if you have any opinions, please tell me. Please don't leave bad reviews without my consent. I haven't done anything wrong, so please don't get so angry. It's not good for your health. Let's talk calmly and rationally. Please give me a 5-star review, thank you. Chapter 50. Are you washing your feet? Upon hearing that it was the Zhou family, Lu Wei dared not be negligent. The key was that the whole family were freaks, and if he angered them, he wouldn't even know how he died. Master, I'm going to see what's going on, I'll be right back. Luo Yan waved his hand, go quickly and come back quickly. With permission, Lu Wei walked toward the tent. Upon arriving, they found 3 people, 2 of whom were men who looked pale and were carrying weapons. They were likely newly recruited guards for the Zhou family. The other is Xiao Huan, the maidservant beside Zhou Muxue. Upon seeing Lu Wei approach, Xiao Huan quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, young Master Lu." Lu Wei gestured with one hand to help her up, saying, "Miss Xiao Huan, you're too kind. May I ask what brings you here?" In reply to your question, young master, I am here on my master's orders to invite you to our residence for a chat tonight. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei sighed helplessly. Miss Xiao Huan, please tell Uncle Zhou that it is a great honor to receive his invitation. Unfortunately, my master is here teaching martial arts, and I really can't leave tonight. I will personally visit you tomorrow evening to apologize. Hearing Lu Wei say this, Xiao Huan glanced into the distance again and then nodded. Young master's cultivation is important, so Xiao Huan will not disturb you any longer. I will go back to report now. Alright, take care, Miss Xiao Huan. After seeing Xiao Huan off, Lu Wei frowned and pondered for a while. By the time I go tomorrow night, the system will definitely have been upgraded. If all goes well, we should be able to increase the number of people who can bind their accounts. So, should we tie ourselves to Zhou Muxue or Bai Linger? We need to think about that carefully. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and come back to practice your swordsmanship. Oh, here it comes. Lu Wei wasn't against practicing swordsmanship, but unfortunately, his talent was just average. I practiced until midnight and finally mastered the yellow level intermediate 3/blade. Not only did Lu Wei breathe a sigh of relief, but Luo Yan also breathed a huge sigh of relief. Alright, now that you've learned it, practice whenever you have time these next few days. I'm going back now. Luo Yan said this and left without looking back, as if staying even a second longer would be unbearable. Back at the caravan, Luo Yan immediately went to the young lady's carriage to report on Lu Wei's situation. Young miss, I'm back. How is your apprentice? The voice in the carriage was still as captivating as ever, but it sounded somewhat nonchalant, as if he didn't take Lu Wei too seriously. This is normal, as he is the direct heir of the Yang family and controls most of the family's businesses. Naturally, they wouldn't take Lu Wei, an ordinary civilian, seriously. If Lu Wei hadn't brought her a level 2 monster a few days ago, she probably wouldn't even remember this person. Luo Yan quickly replied, he has already decided to join the guard team, but only as a temporary guard. He broke through to the body refinement realm? It's not the flesh refining realm, it's the tendon changing realm. These words surprised even those inside the car. Oh? E-Gene realm? Didn't you say he had average talent? How did someone with average talent break through to the E-Gene realm in just a few days? It's not uncommon for geniuses to break through to the E-Gene Jing in just a few days. However, such geniuses are extremely rare, and they are all cultivated with resources from a young age. It's practically impossible for an ordinary person to make a breakthrough in such a short time. Therefore, even though she had seen all sorts of exceptional talents, she was still slightly surprised. Luo Yan smiled wryly and recounted the story Lu Wei had told him. After listening, the people in the car fell silent. After a while, they suddenly burst out laughing. Uncle Luo, you don't actually believe what he said, do you? Luo Yan shook his head, I don't know either. He described it in great detail. Although it's a bit unbelievable, it also seems like the truth. He really is an interesting person. Well, whether it's true or not doesn't matter, as long as he agrees to join the guard team. I'll transfer him to my side then, and I'll see what secrets he has. Yes, ma'am. After seeing Luo Yan off, Lu Wei checked the time. There was still an hour left before the return opportunity would refresh. Since I couldn't sleep anyway, I decided to practice the body tempering technique for a while to catch up on my progress, so that I could have an easier time tomorrow morning. Before he knew it, an hour had passed, and Lu Wei's health points were almost depleted, so he simply stopped. Having chosen what to return today, Lu Wei went straight back to the tent. When he returned, Lu Xiaoxiao was already asleep. Only Lu Ruyan still prepared the foot bath water and waited for him. Here, take this. Lu Wei gave Lu Ruyan a field mouse. Although Lu Ruyan already knew about Lu Wei's quirks, she still felt very strange about receiving a field mouse in the middle of the night. Thank you, young master. I'll put it outside then. Would you like some tomorrow? I'm not eating. Let's go to the market together tomorrow at noon and exchange some food for gifts. We'll take them with us when we visit the Zhou family tonight. Okay. Okay, let's go to sleep. After saying that, Lu Wei lay down fully clothed, ready to sleep. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind, and said, Young master, let me wash your feet for you. Mum. Lu Wei closed his eyes and didn't speak, letting Lu Ruyan wash his feet. However, after a while, when Lu Wei was almost asleep, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Why does this foot seem to be moving upwards the more you wash it? Are you sure you're washing your feet? Chapter 51 Bone Forging Realm. The next morning, Lu Wei got up early to practice his boxing, but he clearly felt his legs were a little weak while practicing. He glanced at the system interface and sighed slightly. Color is a sharp knife that can cut to the bone. The ancients were right. Last night I wasted several hours of my energy, which was really wrong of me. Wouldn't it be better to use that energy and blood to practice martial arts? Why waste it on something meaningless? After consuming 2 qi and blood pills, Lu Wei began his cultivation journey for the day. My goal today is to break through to the bone forging realm. As Lu Wei continued his cultivation, the sky in the distance gradually turned a pale white, and then a red sun slowly rose, shining on the snow and seemingly shimmering with golden light. Just as the golden light shone down, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed across the wilderness. Crack! Crack! Snap! With one punch, the bones in Lu Wei's body began to relay the force, and a powerful force was released from his fist. An invisible force surged forward, blowing the snow on the ground into a flurry of motion. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation has reached the bone forging realm. You are rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Please check your account. Phew, I've finally reached the bone forging realm. It wasn't easy. Lu Wei let out a long breath and opened the system interface. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 51 plus. Comprehension, 55 plus. Physical fitness, 200 plus. Qi and blood, 200 plus. Mental state, 14 plus. Technique. Body tempering method proficient 75 300 plus yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant prison suppression technique beginner 1000 earth level intermediate. Martial arts. Killing fist proficiency 0 300 plus yellow level low. 3 cut sword beginner 0 150 yellow level intermediate. Cultivation level. Yellow level bone forging realm 500 1000 plus. Earth level first phase realm 1000 plus. Free attributes 5. System level 2910. Target already bound. Lu Xiaoxiao clicked to expand. Lu Ruyan clicked to expand. His physique and blood energy doubled, and his strength more than doubled. However, the experience points for the bone forging realm have also doubled, making it much harder to use attribute points to increase cultivation progress. The system level is about to upgrade. As long as Lu Xiaoxiao wakes up in a little while and I give her something, I can upgrade. Lu Wei plans to use these attribute points to upgrade the 3/blade. After all, a battle is very likely to occur the day after tomorrow, so it is very important to master a sword technique. At present, there is only one goal: to improve combat effectiveness and survivability. Staying alive is more important than anything else. After closing the system interface, Lu Wei was quite satisfied, feeling that he could now be considered a minor expert at the 4th rank. Although this expert is a bit weak and his combat strength is average, he is still not someone that an ordinary rank 3 fighter can defeat. The only thing we lack now is skills. Once we improve our skills, our combat power will naturally increase. Back in the tent, I saw that Lu Ruyan was already up and starting to cook. Lu Wei, in a rather good mood, took over the cooking duties and let her go cultivate. By the time she finished her cultivation, breakfast was almost ready. Lu Wei immediately woke up Lu Xiaoxiao. Lazy cat, wake up, the sun's already high in the sky. Lu Xiaoxiao pulled the blanket over her head, turned over, and continued to sleep soundly. Lu Wei looked at him and decisively used her ultimate move: if you don't get up, you won't get any food. This trick worked very well. Having experienced hunger, Lu Xiaoxiao had a special obsession with eating. Nothing can stop her from eating. Upon hearing this, even though she didn't want to get up, Lu Xiaoxiao forced herself to get out of bed. Before she could even open her eyes, Lu Wei threw a bag of beans into her arms. Here, take this. Lu Xiaoxiao took it with her eyes closed and then casually put it aside. She was used to this kind of thing and didn't find it strange anymore. Ding, the host has gifted 1 gene of beans to the target Lu Xiaoxiao, and received a 10-fold return, obtaining 10 gene of beans. Ding, the system meets the upgrade requirements. Upgrade now? Upgrade. Ding, system upgrade successful. The current system level is 3. The host has received the following rewards: 1. 6 free attribute points. 2. Today's return opportunity has been refreshed. 3. You can choose one item to remove the duplicate return restriction only applicable to ordinary items. Cultivation materials are invalid. Items that have been removed from the duplicate return restriction can now be returned to the same target without being subject to the restriction that the same item can only be returned once for the same target. After seeing the reward, Lu Wei pondered for a moment and roughly understood what it meant. Take rice for example. Previously, there were restrictions: it could only be returned once from Lu Xiaoxiao, and sending it again would be invalid. However, after using this exclusion restriction, if rice is excluded, then you can send rice to Lu Xiaoxiao again and get the same return you can send it once a day. This feature reward would be absolutely unbeatable if used on Qi and blood pills. Unfortunately, this reward can only be used on ordinary items. It is ineffective for cultivation materials. Looking at what he had in his hand, Lu Wei first tried out the money. Clearly, money is also unacceptable, as it falls under the category of cultivation resources and is not among those excluded. What else has high value? Lu Wei searched everywhere. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he saw something. This is definitely no problem. It's not only valuable, but it also doesn't belong to cultivation materials. Chapter 52. Young Master Lu has a particular fondness for other men's wives. Lu Ruyan, here's a long sword for you. Use it for self-defense. The system just upgraded, so the return opportunity one just used today has been refreshed. Lu Wei chose this long sword because it is the hardest form of currency besides silver and food. The key is that it is not limited by cultivation resources, and it is valuable when sold, even more valuable than grain. Such an ordinary longsword would cost at least 10 taels of silver. Choosing it is definitely not a bad deal. System, remove the return restriction on the longsword. Host, are you sure you want to remove the longsword return restriction? Sure. Ding, removal successful. From now on, the longsword return will no longer be subject to the one-time limit per person. Ding, the host has gifted Lu Ruyan an ordinary longsword and a precious sword that can cut through iron like mud. Lu Ruyan, holding the porridge, looked at the longsword in front of her and smiled. Thank you, young master. However, I see that if you give me the weapon, I will be without a weapon. So, I will give it to you instead. Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. The young woman was indeed sensible. He patted her on the shoulder. No need, this is for you. Although Lu Ruyan was surprised that Lu Wei hadn't asked for the things he'd given away back today, she didn't think much of it. She has figured out Lu Wei, no matter what he says, as long as you obey, he won't treat you badly. Conversely, if someone disobeys, it's not acceptable, even if it's for their own good. After breakfast, the group continued their journey. Lu Wei took the opportunity to upgrade his 3-slash blade to the proficient level, which gave him another 5 free attribute points. However, Lu Wei looked at the system for a while and felt that the remaining 7 attribute points wouldn't make much of a difference no matter where they were added. Adding too little to your aptitude and comprehension won't have much effect. With your Qi, blood, and constitution already at 200, these few points are even less useful. You might as well save them for emergencies. It was noon, and Lu Wei didn't rush to cultivate today, but planned to go to the market for a stroll. Now that he has enough food, he plans to buy a few more people. He had wanted to buy some before, but there wasn't enough food to feed the extra people, so he had to wait. Now that there's enough food, Lu Wei plans to buy a few more so that when the system is upgraded in the future, he won't have to find someone to bind them. Moreover, the price is cheap now. Even if you only offer food, let alone money, a lot of people would be willing to follow you. Lu Wei is now a minor celebrity in the refugee camp. As soon as he arrives at the market, a bunch of people rush to greet him. Young Master Lu, you've arrived? Come and see my wife, she's got big breasts and a round bottom, she's definitely good at bearing children. Young Master Lu, don't listen to him. His wife is old and faded, not good looking at all. Look at my wife, she's dark-skinned and strong, and a great worker. If you buy my wife, I'll give you my daughter for free. Young Master Lu, don't listen to them. Come and see our Chuanshui pavilion. The girls here are even more charming. Get out of here, you old brothel madam. What do you know? Young Master Lu only likes other people's wives, not girls. That's right, young Master Lu, look at my wife, how fair and tender she is. If you don't believe me, touch her yourself. Touching her is free. Lu Wei. What the hell? What kind of bastard spread this rumor? When did I ever specifically like other people's wives? This is defamation. He's defaming me. How many do you want for your wife? Lu Wei's gaze fell on the fair and tender-looking woman. He swore that he absolutely did not like other people's wives, he just liked women who were fair-skinned and tender. The man's expression brightened, and he quickly replied, 5 caddies of grain will do. Lu Wei nodded. The price wasn't too expensive, and the young woman was quite good-looking. However, the return multiplier is a bit low, with a score of only 50-something. Even if the favorability is increased, it will only reach 60-something. With a return multiplier of 5, the potential is limited. Let's leave it for now. Lu Wei nodded and said, okay, I'll take another look. With that, he steered the carriage forward. There were many people in the market, so Lu Wei wasn't in a hurry to make a move, lest he be taken advantage of. Moreover, even if you can't buy a suitable one now, you can still buy one later when you move to the city. Their group was just one of hundreds or thousands of refugees fleeing the disaster. In the end, everyone will gather in Yunzhou. Just imagine how many people there will be. However, Lu Wei hadn't gone far when a voice called out from behind, Young Master Lu, wait a minute. Lu Wei turned his head and saw that it was the Madam of Chengxualu, and immediately frowned. To be honest, he'd rather marry a respectable woman than touch those other women. He had a bit of a phobia of impurities. However, he couldn't say that, as he was likely to be criticized. The madam ran up to Lu Wei, her face full of fawning smiles. Young Master Lu, I know you look down on those ordinary women. But I assure you, I have someone here who will definitely catch your eye, and she is absolutely a clean and innocent young woman. Upon hearing the madam's words, Lu Wei's heart stirred. It was obvious what the madam did, and it wasn't surprising that she had such a woman in her possession. Oh? Then bring it over so I can take a look. Young Master Lu, to be honest, that girl is too beautiful and really not suitable for showing herself in public. As you know, the world is not peaceful these days. We're small and weak, so we don't dare to show off our good stuff, lest we attract unwanted attention. I'll have to trouble you to go and take a look yourself. Don't worry, I promise you won't be disappointed. Let's go take a look then. Lu Wei was also curious about what the woman, whom the madam had praised so highly, actually looked like. Chapter 53, They're All Monsters. Lu Wei followed the madam, winding his way through the madam's quarters until they arrived at a tent. Young Master Lu, please wait a moment, I'll go and bring the girl out for you. Lu Wei nodded without saying anything and stood aside to wait. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao pouted and muttered under her breath, why buy so much clutter? We'll just burn the extra grain. What a spendthrift. Lu Wei retaliated by throwing a punch at her. Thump. With a sharp pain, Lu Xiaoxiao winced and glared angrily at Lu Wei. Who are you talking about? You're so disrespectful, you little kid. What do you know? I bought it for a reason. Snort. Lu Xiaoxiao snorted coldly, feeling rather unconvinced. She thought that if more people came, it would cost more food. What was the use of having more people? It would be better if it were just her and her brother. Just as the two were talking, the madam led a girl out. Lu Wei's first impression of the girl was that she was indeed beautiful. She was a classic beauty, with snow-white skin, beautifully drawn eyebrows, an oval face, large eyes, and a slender figure. She was indeed a rare beauty. However, to Lu Wei's surprise, such a beautiful girl did not trigger any system notifications. Lu Wei could only silently choose to check it himself. This investigation was quite alarming, it almost made him jump out of his skin. Ding, the other party is of the same sex, and cannot be viewed. Holy crap, you're telling me this beautiful girl is a lesbian? How is that possible? So people in this world have such elaborate ways of having fun? That's such a pity. I'm an honest person, I don't do this kind of thing. However, if this were in the original world, and it looked like this, many otaku would probably find it irresistible. However, Lu Wei didn't know if others could tolerate it, but he had no interest in that kind of thing. Moreover, this person is clearly not simple, such a surgery doesn't exist in this world. Therefore, this person, or rather something that is not necessarily human, is definitely a transformed appearance or some kind of illusion. Looking at the shy expression on the other person's face, Lu Wei couldn't help but shiver. He wondered what kind of male creature could make such an expression. Young Master Lu, what do you think? Is my girl good enough for your taste? The madam asked with a smile when she saw Lu Wei staring intently at her young lady. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei pretended to be a lustful soul and swallowed hard. Yes, I've got it. How much do you want? When the madam saw Lu Wei's appearance, she immediately knew what was going on. She smiled and said, since young Master Lu has taken a liking to her, even if I, as her mother, am reluctant, I cannot jeopardize my daughter's future. Young Master Lu, you are an esteemed martial artist, and I dare not ask for more than you. Please give me 50 caddies of grain, and I will take it with me. When Lu Wei heard the price, he inwardly grimaced, thinking, screw you. Don't tell me you're a monster, even a real courtesan wouldn't need 50 gene of grain these days. Despite thinking this in his heart, Lu Wei didn't show it on his face. Instead, he had a look of drooling desire, but also a helpless expression of being short of money. The price isn't high, I'll go back and think of a way, Lu Wei said, making a gesture as if he was about to make a painful sacrifice. The madam smiled even more broadly and nodded repeatedly. All right, young Master Lu, please take your time thinking about it, there's no rush. Okay, I'll be going now. See you later. All right, young master, please take care. Slow down, my foot. If you walk too slowly and get eaten by this monster, who's going to be responsible? Once back in the crowd, Lu Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt a sense of security. Although he couldn't discern the monster's strength, it was clear that the creature was far from simple, and Lu Wei didn't want to provoke it. The most urgent task is to join the caravan's guard. I initially thought the refugee group consisted entirely of refugees, but who knew there were so many monsters hiding there? It's terrifying. Finally, Lu Wei didn't bother to browse the market anymore and led Lu Xiaoxiao and the others to continue their journey. In the afternoon, it suddenly started snowing, and the falling snowflakes made the road ahead even more difficult. Fortunately, Lu Wei and his group had a carriage, so the impact was minimal. To make the horse stronger, Lu Wei even reluctantly fed it a pound of beans. Perhaps because of the snow, the caravan stopped early. Lu Wei and his group didn't rush to set up their tents. They were going to visit the Zhou family that night. This time, I absolutely cannot leave them alone at home, it's too dangerous. So, as soon as it got dark, Lu Wei drove the carriage directly to the Zhou family's camp. To Lu Wei's surprise, the Zhou family had recovered to a respectable state in just 2 days. Several armed guards patrolled the area and immediately approached Lu Wei to inquire about his whereabouts. After giving their names, one person ran inside to report. A moment later, Zhou Yuanshan's laughter rang out. "Ha ha, my dear nephew, we've been waiting for you. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, uncle. I was really busy and couldn't get away. Please don't take offense. Nephew, you're too kind. We're family, there is no need to be so polite." Zhou Yuanshan patted Lu Wei on the shoulder with a smile, very satisfied. Although this young man was a martial artist, he was humble and polite, and very respectful to him. He was the perfect son-in-law. He had completely forgotten how Lu Wei had treated him back then. If you enjoyed this book, please give it a 5-star review. Thank you so much. Chapter 54 Engagement. This must be Xiao Xiao. She looks like a well-behaved and sensible child, Zhou Yuanshan praised with a smile. Lu Wei was speechless. Where did you get that idea? Yes, this is my younger sister, Lu Xiaoxiao. Xiao Xiao greets Uncle Zhou. Hello, Uncle Zhou. In front of outsiders, Lu Xiaoxiao still gave Lu Wei face. Okay, let's go inside the tent and chat. Xiao Huan, go and greet the other 2 guests. Lu Wei turned to Lu Ruyan and said, "You two go with Xiao Huan." Lu Ruyan nodded, gave a slight bow, and turned to leave with Xiao Huan. Lu Wei's led Lu Xiaoxiao and followed Zhou Yuanshan into the tent in the very center. As soon as they entered the tent, Madame Zhou Bailinger and Zhou Muxue, who had been waiting inside, hurriedly stood up to greet them. "Xiao Wei is here, hurry up and do it." Madame Zhou had a smile on her face, but Lu Wei always felt that the smile couldn't be more fake. Sure enough, the favorability rating in the data panel was still a pitiful 1 point. However, Zhou Muxue, who had always been cold and aloof, actually saw her favorability rating rise to 50 points, which was something Lu Wei hadn't expected. "Greetings, Auntie." "Greetings, Sister Muxue." "System, bind me to Zhou Muxue." The moment Lu Wei saw Zhou Muxue, the binding was complete. "I came in a hurry last time and didn't prepare much. This time I brought some small gifts. I hope Auntie and Sister Muxue won't mind." As he spoke, he placed the gifts he had prepared beforehand in front of Zhou Muxue and Madame Zhou. Mrs. Zhou was quite curious about what Lu Wei had given her, but it was very impolite to open a gift in front of someone, so the 2 of them naturally wouldn't do that. "Oh dear. You're here all of a sudden, why did you prepare a gift? That would be too formal." Lu Wei smiled and said, "It's just some nourishing and blood tonifying stuff, it's not worth much money. I'm glad you and Auntie don't mind." At the same time, Lu Wei secretly regretted that he could only bind one person. If he could bind both, he would be rich. That's right, Lu Wei's gift was intentional, it was to return the reward. In return, he gave Madame Zhou the exact same gift, except that Zhou Muxue's gift could be returned, while Madame Zhou's could not. The gift he prepared was very simple, a qi and blood pill. Instantly, he received a system notification. Ding, Zhou Muxue has been successfully bound. The host has gifted Zhou Muxue 1 qi and blood pill and returned 20 qi and blood pills. Mrs. Zhou smiled and said, "All right then, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Don't send me anything next time." Ha, if your favorability rating hadn't just gone from 1 to 2, I might have believed it. Zhou Muxue also softly thanked her, "Thank you." Zhou Yuanshan smiled even more broadly and quickly said, "Come on, everyone, sit down and eat first." The meal was very simple, white rice, a chicken soup, and a chicken stew with dried vegetables, just those 2 dishes. However, these two simple dishes are something that very few families in the entire camp can make. Zhou Yuanshan smiled and said, "It's a special time. The food is a bit simple, please don't mind, my dear nephew." Lu Wei quickly replied, "No, it's not a problem at all. Being able to eat meat at this time is already extremely precious. I'm glad you don't mind. Come on, let's eat and chat." Zhou Yuanshan greeted him with a smile, but in reality, he was heartbroken. He had spent 96 taels of silver to buy this chicken. It was divided in two, one half was used to make soup, and the other half was used to stew dried vegetables. However, Zhou Yuanshan didn't know that it was Lu Wei who had Lu Rian sell the chicken, and it only sold for 30 taels at the time. After going around in circles, we arrived at Zhou Yuanshan's place. Lu Xiaoxiao ignored their hypocritical pleasantries and just focused on eating. "My dear nephew, shouldn't we settle on the marriage?" After several rounds of drinks and several dishes, they began to discuss serious matters. Lu Wei hiccuped, "Of course I couldn't be happier. It's my greatest fortune to be favored by someone as ethereal as you, sister. However, this depends on whether my sister agrees." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan laughed heartily, "That's easy. Mu Shui naturally has no objections. If she had any objections, she wouldn't have come to you." Madame Zhou chimed in, "There's no time like the present. Let's set the date for their marriage today, and then get them married when they get to the city." This is a short chapter, please give it a 5-star review and support it out of love. Chapter 55, Your Wife is Too Fierce. The Tianqian continent is vast and boundless, with humans occupying only a small portion of it. Beyond that lies the even more expansive monster forest and the endless ocean. The human settlements on the Tianqian continent are roughly divided into 5 regions: east, south, west, north, and central. The chaotic land where Lu Wei and his group are now is located at the border of the 2 northwestern regions. Although the chaotic lands are quite large, they are resource poor, and their spiritual energy has been taken away by the western and northern regions. In addition, with rampant monsters and frequent battles between the 2 regions, few sects set up their headquarters here. At most, they are some secondary sects established by disciples from the northwest region, used to supply personnel and resources to their main sect headquarters. For example, the famous Qingling sect in the chaotic lands is a second-level sect of the Qingling sword sect, a major sect in the northern region. The Qingling sword sect has 6 peaks and 12 pavilions, each peak named after a spirit sword. At this moment, in the main hall of Feishui Pavilion on Feishui Peak, 2 people sat facing each other. One of them was a beautiful woman who looked to be only 27 or 28 years old. With long, flowing hair, she wore a pristine white gauze dress, her figure curvaceous and alluring, her skin as white as snow, like a plum blossom standing proudly in the cold winter. The other person looked older, she was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her lips were fiery red and alluring, and beneath her red gauze dress, her long, slender, snow-white legs were shapely and delicate. Her 10 exquisite fingers were painted red. Even these tiny feet can make countless people drool. The one in white is Xin Yuanrua, the peak master of Feishui Peak and the current master of Feishui Sword, a 6th-grade cultivator at the peak of the Unending Realm. The one in red is Elder Lin Mengwan of Flying Snow Peak, who is in charge of the outer pavilion of Flying Snow Peak and is a mid-stage cultivator of the 6th rank Unending Realm. Senior Sister, the ranking of the 6 peaks, which takes place once every 10 years, is about to begin in a few months. If my disciple ranks ahead of your disciples this time, shouldn't I take over the Flying Snow Sword? Lin Mengwan stared intently at her senior sister Xin Yuanrua, her eyes filled with ambition. Xin Yuanrua calmly took a sip of tea before slowly saying, "The Flying Snow Sword is not suitable for you." Lin Mengwan was naturally indignant upon hearing this, but she also knew that her senior sister was telling the truth. However, it's not like she has no solution. I didn't say I'd use it myself. I can give it to my apprentice. Lin Mengwan smiled slyly. Whether she could use it or not didn't matter, as long as she could snatch it away. Xin Yuanrua said calmly, "If your disciple's ranking can surpass Yan Han's, I have no objection." Lin Mengwan's eyes lit up. "Okay, you said it. It seems it's time to bring out the secret weapon I've been cultivating for over a decade. I think there's no better time than today. Since neither of our families has any objections, let's settle this today. Do you agree?" Madame Zhou looked at Lu Wei and Zhou Muxue with a smile. Although Lu Wei didn't know what this old fox was up to, he naturally had no objection to marrying Zhou Muxue, a beautiful and powerful wife. "I have no objection. It's entirely up to your uncle and aunt to decide." "I disagree." A clear yet muffled voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over there and saw Lu Xiaoxiao with her greasy little mouth puffed out, the food in her mouth still unswallowed. That's what this girl just said, I disagree. Lu Wei glared at the little girl, then quickly smiled and said, the child is ignorant and has made her uncle and aunt laugh. Lu Xiaoxiao quickly swallowed the food in her mouth. I understand, hiccup, isn't it just that you want to marry a pretty older sister as your wife? Mrs. Zhou looked at Lu Xiaoxiao with a smile. Xiaoxiao, can you tell me why you disagree? Hearing this, Lu Wei, who was standing nearby, was afraid that Lu Xiaoxiao would say something shocking again, so she quickly said, Auntie, you don't need to worry about her. I've spoiled her. She just acts up all day long. But Lu Xiaoxiao was not convinced after Lu Wei said that. She stood up, put her hands on her hips, and retorted like a little adult who was talking nonsense. I think you are the one who was talking nonsense. Our family doesn't have much food to begin with, and you keep bringing people home. What will we eat then? I don't want to go hungry again. Everyone laughed when they heard this. It turned out that was what the girl was worried about. Zhou Yuanshan laughed and said, Xiaoxiao, don't worry. After your sister Zhou marries into your family, not only will there be no shortage of food, but there will be an endless supply of food. This little bit of my wealth is all yours, eat it however you want. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up immediately. Really? How much grain do you have at home? Zhou Yuanshan laughed even more heartily. My family has enough grain to fill hundreds of these tents, enough to feed 100 people for a lifetime. Upon hearing that there was so much grain, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately sold her brother. Alright, if that's the case, I won't object, but you have to give us all the grain. Okay, don't worry, we'll give it all to you after they get married. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei quickly said, Uncle, don't listen to this little girl's nonsense. We have hands and feet, and we can earn our own money. Don't worry, I definitely won't let Sister Mushues suffer with me. Hearing this, Zhou Mushues' heart skipped a beat. Zhou Yuanshan smiled and said, Don't refuse, I decided this a long time ago. I only have one daughter, who else would I give her to if not her? Lu Wei, even if you offer it to me, I wouldn't dare take it. Your wife is too fierce, what if she eats me alive? Chapter 56 Exchanging Marriage Certificates. Lu Wei was about to decline when he saw Madame Zhou take out 2 red papers. It was placed in front of Lu Wei and Zhou Mushue. Don't refuse that little bit of family property. Your uncle and I have already decided that it is an honor to receive a gift from an elder. So just accept it. These are 2 marriage certificates. You and Mushue can take a look. If there are no problems, write down your names. Your marriage is now settled. Once you've settled in the city, you can hold the wedding. Now that Mushue has found her home, your uncle and I can die in peace. Upon hearing this, a blush suddenly appeared on Zhou Mushue's cold face. Mother, don't say that. You and father will definitely live to be 100 years old. Besides, isn't getting married so soon too fast? Silly child, no, not at all. In this chaotic world, your father and I will only be at ease if you have a place to belong. As for your father and me, don't worry about us. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural order of things, and no one can defy them. Sooner or later, this day will come. Lu Wei looked at the 2 marriage certificates in front of him, his mind racing. What exactly was Madame Zhou's, or rather Bai Linger's, purpose? Why are you in such a hurry to marry Zhou Mushue off? Is there some reason for this that you are unaware of? There definitely is, but I just don't know it yet. However, no matter what, facing such a powerful person, I only have 2 choices, save my life and don't provoke her. Thank you for your consideration, uncle and aunt, and thank you for your favor, Sister Mushue. I will never let you down in this lifetime. If I break my vow, may I be struck down by heaven and earth. The 3 of them were very satisfied with Lu Wei's words. Zhou Mushue's gaze towards Lu Wei also carried a hint of affection and shyness. Which young girl doesn't yearn for love? For daughters of wealthy families, they are raised in seclusion, unknown to the world. In the future, most marriages will be arranged by strangers. It's truly rare to meet someone you like who also genuinely likes you. Especially for someone as innocent and naive as Zhou Mushue, Lu Wei's confession made her both shy and happy. Ding! Due to your heartfelt confession, Zhou Mushue's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points, currently at 70. Ding! Zhou Mushue's return multiplier has increased to 50 times. Holy crap! Lu Wei's first thought upon hearing the system notification was regret. He was filled with deep regret. The gift was sent too early. If it had been sent any later, it would have been 50 times the original price. It's only 20 times now, what a huge loss. My second thought was, this girl is so easy to fool. A single sentence can increase favorability by 20 points? Are they crazy? That's why Zhou Yuanshan and his wife are so eager to marry her off. But even a fool couldn't possibly cultivate to the fourth realm. If this were a woman from the original era, let alone a confession, no matter how much you talked, it wouldn't make a difference. If you don't provide anything concrete, who will believe you're not telling the truth? Sigh, this era is still the best. People value integrity, and girls are easy to fool. The two signed their names on the marriage certificate and then exchanged the certificates, thus sealing their marriage. Alright, from now on we're family. Today is a truly special day, we can finally drink this jar of wine. Zhou Yuanshan laughed excitedly, took out a small jar from the side, opened the seal, and immediately a strong aroma of wine filled the entire tent. This jar of daughter's red wine, stored for 18 years, has finally come to be opened today. That night, Zhou Yuanshan drank too much, laughing and crying at the same time, and finally fell asleep on the side. Marrying off his daughter brought him both joy and sorrow. His feelings were complex and difficult to understand. After finishing the meal, Lu Wei also said goodbye. Lu Xiaoxiao protected her stomach. Although she still wanted to eat, she really couldn't eat anymore, or she would throw up. Swear, your father has had too much to drink. Why don't you see Xiao Wei off for him? Madame Zhou said with a smile. Zhou Muxua blushed slightly and nodded gently. Stepping outside the tent and looking at the dark night sky, Lu Wei turned to Zhou Muxua, who was standing close by, and said softly, "Let's go back. It's cold outside. Don't catch a cold." Zhou Muxua felt a warmth in her heart after hearing Lu Wei's words. Although she was at the 4th level and was not afraid of wind and snow, Lu Wei's concern still warmed her heart. However, she stood still, her expression conflicted, as if she was having trouble making a decision. I heard you've been practicing martial arts lately. Zhou Muxua's crisp voice rang in Lu Wei's ears. Lu Wei nodded. Yes, I haven't been cultivating for very long. Zhou Muxua glanced at Lu Wei, whose cultivation level was naturally not hidden from her eyes. She was secretly amazed at how talented her future husband truly was. In just a few days, he has reached the bone forging realm. It took me almost a year to reach this point. According to his master, this is already an incredibly fast speed. But compared to her husband, she doesn't seem to be anything special. Moreover, he didn't have as many resources and techniques as his master had given him. I heard that his master was just an ordinary caravan guard, and what he could give him was obviously very limited. With that thought in mind, Zhou Muxua gritted her teeth and finally made up her mind. He took a wooden box out of his sleeve and handed it to Lu Wei. This is for you, but don't tell anyone else. Lu Wei's heart stirred, and he silently took it, looking at Zhou Muxua's rosy face. Then he nodded and solemnly said, Okay, I will never tell anyone. Me too, I won't say anything either, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected from the side. Then the two of them remembered that there was a little third wheel next to them, and they had forgotten about her. Zhou Muxua blushed slightly, hurriedly saying, Then I'll go back, and ran away. Lu Wei looked at the wooden box, lost in thought. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was standing nearby, asked curiously, Brother, open it and see if it's silver? Chapter 57 Zhou Muxua's Gift. What are you looking at? We'll talk about it when we get home. Lu Wei picked up Lu Xiaoxiao. He then took Lu Ruyan and her daughter with him and returned to his carriage. Once inside the tent, Lu Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked, Brother, quickly take a look, what exactly is this for you? Have you forgotten Mu Shue's last words? Lu Wei reminded him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Lu Ruyan and Wu Xiaoya beside her and said directly, You two go out for a bit. I have a secret to tell my brother, which I can't tell you. Lu Wei, you're really direct. However, Lu Wei also felt that such a direct approach was indeed quite effective. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan quickly stood up and replied, Yes. He then picked up Wu Xiaoya again. Wu Xiaoya was very anxious when she realized that her good friend Lu Xiaoxiao was keeping a secret from her. Miss, no. I need to know the secret too. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted, What do you know, you little kid? Go play somewhere else. Lu Wei found it amusing, and after the two of them left, he opened the wooden box. Instantly, a pleasant fragrance wafted over, and inside the wooden box, 10 smooth, bright, light white pills seemed to gleam under the light. Lu Wei glanced at it and quickly covered it up. He didn't recognize this thing, but he knew that its absolute value was not that of an ordinary item. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted and said, I thought it was silver, but it's just a few broken pills. She's too young to take the pills, so what's the point? Lu Wei smiled but didn't say anything. Broken pills? These pills are extraordinary, they are far superior to the body tempering pill and blood chi pill he obtained. As for what exactly it is, we'll only know tomorrow. However, I can't explain this to the little girl. It would be terrible if she accidentally let it slip. Zhou Muxue specifically instructed that no one should be told, probably because she was afraid that someone would find out her true cultivation level. Although he didn't know why she was hiding her cultivation level, Lu Wei naturally wouldn't reveal it. Lu Wei carefully put away the pills and instructed Lu Xiaoxiao, "Alright, you should go to sleep now. I'm going to cultivate. I haven't practiced tonight yet, I can't miss that. Although it is very late now, spiritual practice must be continued." That night, Lu Wei practiced until very late, only stopping when it was almost dawn. Seeing that he still had half of his vital energy left, Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. After reaching the bone forging realm, my chi and blood have doubled, so I don't have to worry about running out of chi and blood for the time being. Back in his tent, Lu Wei slept for only an hour before dawn. Lu Ruyan quickly got up, practiced the body tempering technique once, and then started cooking. Lu Wei heard the sound and got up, even though he had only slept for an hour. But for him now, it doesn't have much of an impact at most, his blood and energy will recover a little less. Even if you don't sleep for a few days, it won't have a big impact. When Lu Wei got up, he also pulled Lu Xiaoxiao up with him. "Girl, get up, I have nothing to give you." Lu Xiaoxiao, still half asleep, stretched out her little hand without even opening her eyes. She was very familiar with this process. Lu Wei placed a pill in her hand. Lu Xiaoxiao took it, casually put it aside, lay down, and continued to sleep soundly. Lu Wei picked up the pill with a somewhat excited expression, turned around and left the tent. The reason he was so excited was because he had just received a system notification. Ding, the host has gifted Lu Xiaoxiao a high-grade body tempering pill, triggering a 10x return and granting 30 free attribute points. He never expected that the body tempering pill could actually return attribute points. He used to think that whatever you give, you get back. Now it seems that I don't understand the system well enough. Why didn't this happen before? Is it a matter of probability, or is it due to the quality of the gift? Or, to put it another way, the better the quality of the gift given, the better the return gift will be? After pondering for a while, Lu Wei still couldn't figure it out because there were too few cases. Anyway, this is definitely a good thing, that's all. At the same time, he also learned that Zhou Muxue had given him a high-grade body tempering pill. It would be a lie to say I'm not grateful. My master once said that this kind of top-grade elixir is extremely rare. Sigh, it seems being handsome has its advantages. You get a beautiful wife and high-grade elixirs for free. I need to treat my wife better from now on and send her nice things every day. Thinking of this, Lu Wei instructed Lu Ruyan, who was cooking, take a golden pheasant and send it to Miss Zhou in a little while. Yes, young master, Lu Ruyan replied. Lu Wei sighed. They were still poor for now, all they could do was deliver food. When I have money in the future, I'll have to give him some nice things to make up for it. What? I'm doing this to return something? Slander, utter slander. Forget it, let's think about where to put these 30 attribute points. With that in mind, Lu Wei opened the system and began to study how to allocate skill points. Chapter 58 Martial Arts. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 51 plus. Comprehension, 55 plus. Physical fitness, 200 plus. Chi and blood, 200 plus. Mental state, 14 plus. Technique. Body tempering method proficient 139 300 plus yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant prison suppression technique beginner 1000 earth level intermediate. Martial arts. Killing fist proficiency 0300 plus yellow level low. Triple slash proficiency 10400 yellow level intermediate. Cultivation level. Yellow level bone forging realm 532 1000 plus. Earth level first phase realm 1000 plus. Free attributes, 37. System level, 3420. Target already bound. Lu Xiaoxiao clicked to expand. Lu Ruyan clicked to expand. Zhou Muxue clicked to expand. Looking at the system interface, Lu Wei began to think about how to allocate skill points. Increase cultivation level? But isn't this cultivation speed increasing too fast? This has already made my chief master suspicious. If he improves further, Wouldn't he start to doubt his own existence? If someone with ulterior motives discovers this, it could be dangerous. From the time I started cultivating until today, it has been less than 10 days, but my cultivation level has already increased by 5 or 6 realms. It would be strange if they didn't get arrested and have their slides examined. Thinking of this, Lu Wei sighed. Sigh, being too talented is also a problem. If only there were a cultivation technique that could conceal one's cultivation level. However, without improving one's cultivation level, there is no way to improve combat power. The crisis will arrive the day after tomorrow, and with our current strength, there is still some danger. I don't want to die by accident. If you want to improve your combat power as quickly as possible, besides cultivation level, the only other option is martial arts skills. Martial arts skills can also enhance combat power, and they are not easily detected. As for improving one's physical constitution or comprehension, Lu Wei had also considered it. Improving one's physical constitution can accelerate the advancement of one's cultivation level. Improving one's comprehension can accelerate the improvement of martial arts skills. However, even if you increase your innate talent and comprehension to 100, it's impossible to significantly improve your cultivation level and martial arts skills in a short period of time. Improving one's innate qualities and comprehension is a long-term investment. The returns are slow, but the benefits are permanent. But danger will come the day after tomorrow. How can increasing one's physical constitution and comprehension be faster than directly increasing one's cultivation and martial arts skills? With that in mind, Lu Wei immediately started adding points. Currently, the most important combat skill is the 3/blade, so Lu Wei Xian is focusing on improving it first. The proficiency levels of martial arts skills are divided into beginner, proficient, minor proficiency, master, perfect, and grandmaster. With each level increase, the power multiplies, making martial arts skills even more difficult to improve than cultivation levels. For most people, a lack of comprehension means they may never reach a state of perfection in their lifetime. Even among those who have mastered the art, very few can reach that level. Reaching a minor level of mastery means you can be considered a small expert. One might be stuck at a bottleneck for a lifetime, unable to break through it until death. But Lu Wei had no such worries. Did he reach a bottleneck because his comprehension was insufficient? Just add points directly. After allocating 20 attribute points, Lu Wei felt dizzy and lightheaded as large amounts of memories flooded his mind, and even the muscles in his arms felt numb. After a long while, Lu Wei finally recovered, opened his eyes, and felt an urge to swing his knife and do something drastic. Looking at the system again, the level of the 3/blade has directly improved from proficient to minor mastery. Ding, the proficiency of the 3/blade has been upgraded to minor mastery. You are rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Ha! 10 points as a reward? The reward has been increased? However, it does seem that it should indeed be upgraded, because the later stages are more difficult, and it is normal for the rewards to be greater after the upgrade. For example, right now, the mastery level after the minor success requires 1,200 proficiency points. Lu Wei glanced at it and decisively skipped it. In the future, it will be impossible to improve so quickly using attribute points, as that would require far too many attribute points. In the later stages, the most important method is to improve one's comprehension. Then, through painstaking practice, you gradually cultivate until you encounter a bottleneck, at which point you can use attribute points. Looking at the remaining 27 attribute points, Lu Wei didn't know where to allocate them for a moment. I can't increase my cultivation level. For fear of being sliced up, I can only do it later. Adding the 3/strike skill won't help much. It won't improve your skills by much. The same applies to the killing fist. With the 3/blade present, the killing fist's effectiveness is greatly diminished. There's no need to consider chi and blood or physical constitution. With a base score of 200, 27 points seem insignificant. What remains are innate talent, comprehension, and mental strength. My mental strength is barely enough for now. Therefore, Lu Wei decided to choose innate talent and comprehension. Lu Wei hesitated for a long time before deciding to choose the root bone. With higher innate talent, at least in the future, when people see that their cultivation has improved rapidly, they will have an excuse. It's normal for us to improve quickly because we're talented, even if it's a bit ridiculously fast. With that in mind, Lu Wei immediately started adding points. You can check out my older book, I Survive on a Desert Island with a Star Team, a 1 million word completed novel. Also, check out Ocean Survival, starting by catching a mermaid. You can find it by clicking on my profile picture. Chapter 59. You broke through again? Lu Wei added all his points to his root bone, and felt a tingling sensation in his bones, as if he were being electrocuted. A few seconds later, the sensation disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Lu Wei moved his legs and kicked his feet, but it didn't seem to make any difference. That's it? 27 attribute points gone? Lu Wei frowned. Perhaps, practicing for a while would show some results? Thinking of this, Lu Wei Gang prepared to practice the body tempering technique to see if any changes occurred. Suddenly, I heard someone talking in front of the tent. Greetings, Lord Luo. It was Lu Ruyan's voice. Where's Lu Wei? Luo Yan asked. Young master just went out. Master, you've arrived? Lu Wei came out from behind the tent when he heard Luo Yan's voice. Lu Wei guessed that his cheap master's arrival so early in the morning must mean that the matter of becoming a bodyguard had been resolved. Luo Yan didn't rush to get down to business. Instead, he asked, "Where did you go last night? I looked all over but couldn't find you." I had some things to take care of yesterday, so I went to my fiancée's house. Lu Wei had no intention of hiding the fact that he had a fiancée. She would find out sooner or later anyway. You have a fiancée? Luo Yan seemed a little surprised. Lu Wei felt insulted. Master, what are you saying? With my good looks, isn't it normal for me to have a fiancée? Luo Yan looked disgusted. Don't cause trouble for the word handsome. Alright, I don't have time to chat with you. I have something important to talk to you about. Didn't you start this argument? However, Lu Wei didn't dare say this, for fear of getting beaten up. Although he had already reached the bone forging realm and mastered the 3-slash blade, he still couldn't see through his cheap master's cultivation level, which was clearly higher than his own. By the way, I still don't know what level of cultivation my cheap master has. Could he be at the Qi gathering realm or the dew condensation realm? Find an opportunity to inquire about it. Please speak. I have already reported to the caravan owner that you have joined the caravan as a temporary guard. Come with me in a little while, we'll meet. You can also bring your family members along. As for the compensation, you're currently in the E-gene stage, At this point, Luo Yan stared at Lu Wei with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. You. Lu Wei smiled and said helplessly, I don't know either. I just broke through while I was practicing yesterday. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan stared wide-eyed at Lu Wei, stunned for a long while. Without saying a word, he stepped forward, grabbed Lu Wei's shoulder, and then started groping along his arm. The more he touched it, the deeper his brow furrowed, muttering to himself, something's not right, this isn't right, could I have touched it wrong? That's impossible. Lu Wei felt his master's hand was about to touch him further down, and seeing that his vital parts were about to be compromised, his face darkened, and he quickly jumped to the side. Master, please have some self-respect. I'm not into that kind of thing. Luo Yan looked at Lu Wei with a puzzled expression and said irritably, what do you mean by good or bad? What's going on with you, kid? How did you break through so quickly? If this continues, they'll surpass me in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei immediately asked curiously, Master, what realm are you at now? Luo Yan glanced at Lu Wei, what? You really want to surpass me in 2 days? I'm currently in the mid-stage of Qi gathering. If you surpass me in 2 days, I'll call you Master. Lu Wei chuckled, how could that be? Even if I surpass you in the future, you will still be my master. Luo Yan felt quite pleased after hearing this. However, he also understood the subtext. The kid meant that he would definitely surpass him in the future. You brat, stop showing off. Cultivate to the Qi gathering realm first. Qi gathering realm? I will definitely work hard. Although Lu Wei spoke modestly, his tone made it seem as if he didn't take the Qi gathering realm seriously at all. Luo Yan frowned and warned, I'm warning you, don't take any crooked paths, or you'll ruin yourself. When I see you in the future, I won't let you off the hook. Lu Wei was both amused and exasperated, looking aggrieved. Master, I just wanted to take the crooked path, but you never taught me how to do it. Then how did you break through so quickly? Luo Yan couldn't understand at all. The first time he met Lu Wei, he felt the boy's bones. His aptitude was very average, barely enough to cultivate. But just now, after examining his bones, I found that his physical constitution seems to have improved a lot. I've never heard of physical constitution being able to be improved. These things are all innate. What you look like at birth is predetermined and cannot be changed. Lu Wei helplessly shrugged, I don't know either. I just took the pills normally and cultivated, and then I broke through. Luo Yan was somewhat skeptical of this kid must have some secret. However, since he didn't want to talk about it, there was no need for me to keep asking. Alright, enough nonsense. Pack your things and come with me. I'll take you to meet the caravan owner. Lu Wei nodded and hurriedly went to tidy up the carriage. He didn't even have time to eat before following Luo Yan to the caravan. Chapter 60 Shuangfeng Village. Meanwhile, less than 100 miles away at Shuangfangling, several people were plotting something. Shuangfangling is composed of 2 mountains, one of which has a village called Shuangfengshai. The stronghold was built on the mountain east of Shuangfeng Ridge, where the roads were steep and narrow, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, even if the mountain stronghold is captured, the people inside can still cross the suspension bridge to the western mountains. Because there was no road to the west, and behind the mountain were endless mountains filled with traps and mechanisms, there was no way to pursue them. Therefore, Shuangfeng Ridge has always been a thorn in the side between Yong and Yun prefectures, frequently robbing passing merchants and making a considerable profit. The leader of Shuangfangling was also quite perceptive. When he encountered a powerful family, he would pretend not to see them and let them pass smoothly. Sometimes, they would also provide food and drinks so that the other person could rest and replenish their energy. If it's a small vendor, they won't be completely wiped out, they'll just ask for a toll. With their skillful methods and considerable cultivation, the Shuangfangling group has remained peaceful and undisturbed here for over a decade. Until recently, they received a big job. Originally, the head of the gang wasn't planning to take on this job, since he could tell the difference between a full meal and a full stomach. If they take this job, they won't be able to continue working in Shuangfangling. However, the other party gave so much the deposit alone was equivalent to their income over the past 10 years. After this heist, they would never have to be bandits again. They could go to a beautiful place in the south, live in anonymity, and enjoy the life of wealthy men for the rest of their lives. Moreover, the danger this time is not that high, and the employer has sent experts to help, so it can be basically confirmed that everything will be safe. Boss Ma, the target will arrive at Shuangfeng Ridge by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. I hope you can keep your men in check and be prepared at any time. Don't eat or drink too much these next couple of days. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and no beard. He looked like a wealthy man, but the cold glint that occasionally flashed in his eyes indicated that he was not so simple. Don't worry, Manager Zhang, I've already given the order. Everyone's eaten and drunk their fill and are well rested, ready for tomorrow's battle. Boss Ma had a full beard, a dark and rugged face, and a ruthless and unconventional style, befitting a bandit. But if anyone thinks he's careless and naive, they're sorely mistaken. This person is a typical example of someone who was rough around the edges but actually quite shrewd, and adept at scheming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to establish himself in a lucrative place like Shuangfangling for over a decade. Remember, when the time comes, not a single person can be left alive. Steward Zhang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This was something that could be done but not talked about. If word got out, he didn't know what would happen to his master, but he knew he would definitely not survive. Don't worry, Manager Zhang. They only have 2 Qi Gathering Realm cultivators and 200 Realm 1 warriors on their side. We have 4 Qi Gathering Realm experts here, plus my 300 men, and the 100 plus masters you brought, Steward Zhang. Not even a fly can escape. That would be perfect. Don't worry, Master. As long as things are done well, my master will be generous with his rewards. Haha, let's hope you're lucky enough to get the money first. Boss Ma laughed heartily. Of course, I will certainly live up to your expectations. Damn it, do you think I'm an idiot? If you don't use dirty tricks after this is done, I'll change my surname to yours. Lu Wei drove the carriage, following Luo Yan, and they arrived at the caravan camp together. I'd only ever seen it from the outside before. This was my first time walking inside. Lu Wei looked around curiously and found that although there were tents and carriages everywhere, they were all in good order and there was no sense of disorder. Caravan guards would occasionally patrol by, only glancing at them when they saw them. Lu Wei followed Luo Yan and parked the carriage in the middle of the camp. This place is almost entirely filled with the families of guards. Only by protecting the families in the safest place can the guards fight bravely. After all, their families are behind them. Luo Yan directed Lu Wei to find a place to park the carriage, and then instructed Lu Wei to go with him to see the caravan owner, while Lu Xiaoxiao and her daughter Lu Ruyan stayed behind to watch the carriage. Along the way, Luo Yan kept telling Lu Wei about the precautions to take when meeting the caravan owner. Lu Wei also learned from Luo Yan that the owner of the caravan was actually a young woman. Moreover, she is the eldest daughter of the Yang family, who is said to have an amazing talent for business. In just a few years after taking over the Yang family's business, she has almost doubled the family's wealth. Master, the Yang family is so wealthy, how much salary can they offer me? Lu Wei didn't care how much money the Yang family had, what he cared about was his own income. Also, is this Miss Yang's rating high? Can it be linked for a refund? You are at the 4th level of the body tempering realm. According to the Yang family's salary standards, you will receive 3 pills a month. You can choose between the body tempering pill and the qi and blood pill. In addition, there will be 100 taels of silver, and your family will also be provided with food and lodging. Moreover, there are rewards for meritorious service in battles and killing enemies, and subsidies for business trips. In short, following the young lady offers pretty good benefits. Lu Wei nodded without saying anything. The eldest daughter of the Yang family had indeed given quite a lot. We've arrived. Watch your words later. Lu Wei looked up and saw a luxurious carriage quietly parked not far in front of him. Chapter 61 Mutual Interest. Luo Yan walked to the car, bowed and said, "Miss, Lu Wei has arrived." Lu Wei almost burst out laughing when she saw her cheap master's performance. You have to be unruly, right? What happened to your temper when you beat me up? Why are they so docile now? So, if I manage to win over this young lady, will my cheap master have to bow and call me son-in-law whenever he sees me? Just thinking about it makes me feel strangely good. Just as Lu Wei was daydreaming, a voice that seemed to be full of allure and had a hooking quality came from the carriage in front. Just hearing that sound made my whole body feel tingly and numb. Well, you can arrange things for your disciple as you see fit. Lu Wei subconsciously looked up in the direction of the sound, but only saw a profile half hidden behind the carriage curtain. Her exquisite and perfect face shape seemed to be a work of art carefully sculpted by God. Beneath her long, upward curving eyelashes, her bright and moist eyes were like a pool of autumn water, alluring yet with a hint of coldness. Just a profile view was enough to make Lu Wei's heart skip a beat. What a beautiful woman! She might be the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in both his lives combined. Ding, a target that can be bound has been found. Do you want to view the binding? Check. Name, Yang Xiaohu. Age, 22. Root bone, 5100 not activated. Comprehension, 102. Physical fitness, 4000. Cultivation level, late stage of condensing dew realm. Appearance, 99. Body size, 99. Talent, half-demon body, capable of captivating all beings. Favorability, 10. Overall rating, 75 rating plus 1 for each additional cultivation realm. If not bound, you can get a 10x return. After seeing this data, Lu Wei gasped in shock. Another hidden master. Although not as astonishing as Zhou Mushue's frost transformation realm at the late stage of the dew condensation realm, he is still an extremely dangerous person. Moreover, her comprehension level is as high as 101. Lu Wei used to think that the highest level of comprehension was 100 points, but now it seems that it's more than that. Such high comprehension indicates that even if this woman's cultivation level is not high, her understanding of martial arts is definitely very profound. Even if someone cultivates a martial art to perfection, Lu Wei wouldn't find it strange. Once martial arts skills reach perfection, it becomes possible to challenge opponents of higher levels. Besides her comprehension, her figure and appearance are equally amazing, both 99. As for missing 100 points by just 1 point, it's probably because everyone has their own preferences. However, when Lu Wei saw her talent, he frowned slightly. She is a half-demon, meaning she has blood from a combination of human and demon. The Yang family is a prominent and powerful clan. Her father must be human, so her mother must be a demon. Indeed, there are stories of love between humans and demons in this world. This may be why only half of her innate talent was activated, while the other half remained dormant. If her innate talent and bloodline were fully activated, I can't even imagine what that scene would be like. As for her physique, generally speaking, even in the late stage of the condensation realm, one would only have 3,000 points, unless one specifically cultivated a powerful body refining technique. However, she has 4,000, which is probably due to her demon bloodline. This woman has unlimited potential. We must kidnap her. We absolutely must kidnap her. I said it, and even Jesus couldn't stop me. Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Yesterday, Luo Yan reported to her that his disciple had reached the Yi Jin Jing realm in just 5 days. I was quite surprised at the time. Even those peerless geniuses with maxed out innate talent couldn't achieve such a fast cultivation speed. But looking at it today, this is clearly not the Yi Jin Jing muscle tendon changing realm, but the Duangu Jingbone forging realm. Luo Yan couldn't possibly be lying to himself, which meant that this person had broken through from the Yijin realm to the Duangu realm in just one day. How did he do it? Could it be that he possesses some rare and precious treasure? Or perhaps they received some ancient inheritance? Or perhaps he was possessed by some old monster? However, even so, I have never heard of anyone being able to advance almost a whole realm in a single day. Moreover, if he were possessed, even if he could do it, he wouldn't have time to hide it, so how could he dare to improve so blatantly and rapidly? Yang Xiaohu was completely baffled, but developed a strong interest in Lu Wei. This interest stemmed from her own circumstances. Because of her bloodline, her physical constitution was very poor, and she only barely qualified to cultivate. Over the years, we have endured countless hardships and used countless resources to get to where we are today. If she could uncover this person's secret, it might be helpful to her. Yang Xiaohu was a decisive and resolute person. Thinking of this, he said directly, "Arrange him to be near me as my personal bodyguard." Luo Yan was slightly taken aback. The young lady actually appointed this boy as her personal bodyguard? Even ordinary household guards wouldn't receive such treatment. Could it be that she's taken a fancy to this kid? However, he didn't dare to ask and quickly replied, "Yes." Chapter 62 Zhou Yuanshan's Password Box. Lu Wei was quite happy with this decision. Being able to get closer to Yang Xiaohu would make it easier to return the favor after they were bound together. So he happily went back to catch the carriage. On the way, Luo Yan looked at the somewhat excited Lu Wei and couldn't help but say, "You brat, be careful around Miss Lu from now on. It's a favor that Miss Lu asked you to be her personal bodyguard, so don't get any ideas, understand?" Lu Wei felt somewhat helpless. To put it nicely, his master was loyal and righteous. To put it bluntly, he was too servile. However, this is also a characteristic of this era. It's something that someone like him, who came from an era where money and profit were paramount, couldn't understand. After all, we have different values, which is understandable. Okay, I understand. I'll definitely listen to you. Don't worry. Wait until I become your son-in-law, then we'll see what you say. Of course, Lu Wei knew that this was just a wild thought. I wouldn't say I'm penniless right now, but compared to others, it's worlds apart. He's the direct heir of a powerful family. How could he possibly look down on a mere guard like him? Women admire strength in every era. Being raised like a puppy is not in Lu Wei's nature. However, it's impossible to say that there were no fantasies at all. After all, 99 plus 99, how beautiful would that be? Or a half-demon? Will it have a tail? Will it have... Master, may I bring my fiancée and her family over? Tomorrow they might encounter danger. It's too dangerous for the Zhou family to stay outside. Don't get me wrong, this doesn't mean the Zhou family will be in danger. Of that family of women, the one in danger is clearly someone else. Lu Wei was worried that some ignorant bandit might offend his aunt. Once she transforms, everyone present will probably be reduced to nothing but bones. Therefore, even though he didn't know Bai Linger's purpose, Lu Wei still had to find a way to help her hide it. If this gets exposed, he believes he'll suffer a terrible fate. Luo Yan frowned. How many people are in your fiancé's family? If you include the servants, there are probably more than a dozen people, Lu Wei estimated, though he didn't know the exact number. Luo Yan shook his head upon hearing this, that many people definitely won't work. At most, I can give you 5 more spots. If there are too many people, even if the young lady allows it, others will have objections. Lu Wei could understand. After all, if you bring a bunch of people in, and he brings a bunch of people in, then the caravan would become a refugee camp. Moreover, the more people you bring in, the more resources you consume, and the less resources others will get. Master, don't worry. My father-in-law's family has food and won't eat the caravan's food. They're just safer in the caravan. Lu Wei has plenty of food now. In fact, he could say he has more than he can eat. In addition to the Zhou family's grain, there was no need for them to take advantage of the caravan's small gains. Luo Yan nodded upon hearing this. All right, go ahead and make the arrangements. Try not to bring too many people in. Lu Wei assured him, don't worry, I definitely won't cause you any trouble. I'll go and bring them over now. Go ahead, this is your entry and exit pass, take it with you. After thanking them, Lu Wei left the caravan camp and soon arrived at the Zhou family's residence. Upon seeing Lu Wei approach, Zhou Yuanshan immediately greeted her with a cheerful smile. Little Wei, why are you here so early? Is something the matter? Uncle. Whom? What did you call me? Zhou Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. Father-in-law, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Wei was a little unaccustomed to suddenly changing his address. Zhou Yuanshan smiled with satisfaction. We're all family, no need to be so polite. Just tell me what you need. Lu Wei explained to Zhou Yuanshan that he had invited the family to the caravan center for protection. After listening, Zhou Yuanshan was deeply moved and patted Lu Wei on the shoulder. Good lad, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Lu Wei chuckledly, look at what you're saying. I lost my parents when I was young, and you and Auntie will be my closest relatives from now on. How could I not think of you? Zhou Yuanshan felt a warmth in his heart. After thinking for a moment, as if he had made a decision, he said to Lu Wei, come with me. Lu Wei followed behind with a puzzled look, wondering what this meant. Could it be that they were going to tell her some secret? The two arrived at a carriage. Zhou Yuanshan climbed onto the carriage and painstakingly pried a small box out of it. Then he took the box and came to Lu Wei. This contains a portion of the Zhou family's assets, and I am now handing it over to you. Lu Wei was about to refuse when Zhou Yuanshan stopped him, saying, let me finish. It's just temporarily being kept by you, not being given to you. It will also be Xia Xue's dowry in the future. This world is too chaotic. Your aunt and I might not be around any day, and then these things will just fall into the wrong hands. It's better to give them to you now. This box has a mechanism. If the password is incorrect, it will automatically destroy itself. So you must remember the password. Got it? I couldn't resist checking the comments section today, and I got so angry that my period started early. I swear, if you look at me again, I will be, what you say, even a dog can't represent my determination. I'm just a struggling writer, unable to produce masterpieces that everyone loves. I'm already happy if even a small group of people like my work. Here, I would like to thank all the lovely readers who gave Yezi little gifts and 5-star encouragement. I wish you and your families all good things, all your wishes fulfilled, and happiness for your parents and children. Chapter 63 Difficulty. Make sure you remember the password. Something very important is hidden here. You absolutely cannot let anyone find it, Zhou Yuanshan solemnly instructed. Lu Wei was slightly taken aback. Something very important? He understood. Understood, 1255177721, right? Zhou Yuanshan had never seen numbers before, and after hearing Lu Wei's words, he was completely confused, wondering what kind of nonsense it was, and was just about to correct her. Suddenly, Madame Zhou's voice came from not far away. Master, Xiao Wei is here? Why don't you invite him in? Lu Wei turned his head and saw Madame Zhou and Zhou Muxue watching him from a short distance away. Let's go inside the tent and talk. The group entered the tent, and Zhou Yuanshan recounted how Lu Wei had invited his family to join the caravan. After hearing the reason, Madame Zhou smiled and said, we know Xiao Wei's feelings, but we won't trouble you. Besides, with you here, no one outside will dare to cause us trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, we can protect ourselves outside without any problems, so we won't go in and cause you any trouble. Zhou Muxue remained silent, only occasionally stealing glances at Lu Wei. When Lu Wei noticed, she would look away as if she had done something wrong. Then, with her angelic face cold, she acted as if nothing had happened. Lu Wei was almost amused by his wife's expression. He realized that although she looked cold, she was actually cute and innocent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given me such a valuable elixir. After listening to Zhou Yuanshan and his wife's words, Lu Wei felt somewhat helpless. If it weren't for the sake of his own life, he wouldn't bother with all this trouble. Seeing that neither of them wanted to go, Lu Wei could only tell them about the danger they would encounter tomorrow. Upon hearing this, both of them changed their expressions. Madame Zhou, who was by Linger, was wondering if the danger was aimed at her. However, regardless of whether it is true or not, she certainly cannot take action in order to conceal her identity. In addition, his injuries had not yet healed, and if he were discovered, he would absolutely be dead. The best solution is for someone to shield her from danger. Zhou Yuanshan, on the other hand, was simply afraid of danger. With the protection of the caravan, he would undoubtedly be much safer. So the two looked at each other and agreed with Lu Wei's suggestion, and followed him into the caravan. Zhou Muxue naturally had no objections, but she was a little nervous about spending every day with Lu Wei in the future. The Zhou family had a lot of possessions, including grain and other assets. Lu Wei suggested that, apart from keeping the food and money, they could distribute the rest to the dismissed servants. With enough money, I can buy all these things when I come to the city. Zhou Yuanshan felt sorry for him, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, the three members of the Zhou family, along with Xiao Huan and two old women, followed Lu Wei into the caravan. The supplies consisted of only a few horse-drawn carriages, horses, food, money, and some daily necessities. The remaining worthless furniture, clothes, porcelain, and other miscellaneous items were all given to the servants. Halt! No approaching. Lu Wei and his men had just arrived near the caravan when they were stopped by the patrol team. Lu Wei didn't think much of it and directly took out his waist token, saying, "I'm a new guard, and I'm bringing my family in with me." The lead guard didn't even glance at Lu Wei's waist tag. Instead, he looked at Lu Wei with suspicion. "New here? Where are you going to recruit people in this desolate wilderness? Tell me, are you a spy sent by the bandits?" "Boss, I don't think you're any good. You've been acting suspiciously. Should we arrest you and interrogate you?" "Boss, I'm best at interrogating women, so I'll handle those too." "You little rascal, you have a sharp eye. Those two women are too hot. They're mine, they have to be mine." "Ha ha ha, monkey, can you handle this all by yourself?" Several guards stared unabashedly at Madame Zhou and Zhou Muxue. He kept uttering foul language. Lu Wei's expression gradually changed, and his eyes narrowed. Those who knew him knew that he was about to kill someone. These people had seen him when he and Luo Yan entered the caravan, but now they were pretending not to recognize him, clearly trying to make things difficult for him. Although Lu Wei didn't know the specific reason, since they were courting death, he shouldn't blame them. If they don't die, and Bai Linger goes berserk, then he will be the one to die. Brush! Lu Wei drew his gleaming longsword and walked towards the group. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yuanshan quickly stopped her, saying, "Xiao Wei, don't be impulsive. We can't afford to offend these caravan guards." Madame Zhou narrowed her eyes but remained silent. Zhou Mushue's expression grew even colder. Lu Wei said coldly and angrily, "Uncle, don't stop me." They dared to speak rudely to Aunt and Mushue. They are courting death. Ouch, you're angry, ha ha. He even drew his sword. Come on, try and cut me here. If you don't dare, you're a coward. A guard craned his neck and leaned close to Lu Wei. Brush! A flash of gleaming light appeared, and a huge head flew up. The expression on the head's face hadn't changed, it still had that arrogant look. Chapter 64 All killed. You dare to lay a hand on me? The leading guard looked at Lu Wei with a mixture of shock and anger. His orders were to make things difficult for Lu Wei, to get into a fight, and then escalate the situation. But I never expected that this kid would be so ruthless, resorting to murder at the slightest provocation. The remaining guards also looked at Lu Wei with shock and anger, and drew their weapons in defense. Lu Wei sneered, his killing intent as chilling as a cold wind. What wouldn't I dare kill, you bunch of chickens and dogs? The highest cultivation level among these people is only at the Yi Jin realm. I'm only at the bone forging realm, and my swordsmanship is only at the minor completion stage. What's there to be afraid of? The key is, I have my wife backing me up. A master of the fourth realm could easily wipe out an entire caravan. After saying that, Lu Wei suddenly slashed down with his long sword, the sharp blade cutting through the air like Mount Tai pressing down, heading straight for the leader's head. The leader, the martial artist at the Yi Jin realm, changed his expression and hurriedly raised his sword to block. However, he was only at the Yi Jin realm and was hastily parrying. How could he possibly withstand Lu Wei's swift and fierce strike? The two had a difference of more than 100 points in physique and a difference of half in strength. For Lu Wei, killing him was not much harder than killing a chicken. Clang! A crisp sound. A slight ripple appeared in the air, visible to the naked eye. The leader's knife was blocked, yet not completely. Because of Lu Wei's strike, his knife slammed into his shoulder. A crisp crack sounded as bone broke, and the entire shoulder bone shattered. Ah! The team leader let out a blood-curdling scream. The pain from the shattered bones was unbearable. He almost bit his teeth until they bled. He was now filled with both hatred and regret. He hated the kid for being ruthless and regretted listening to the captain and coming to cause trouble for him. However, it's too late to regret it now. Seeing him in so much pain, Lu Wei couldn't bear it. With a flick of his long sword, he slashed horizontally. Put! Blood splattered, and yet another head flew off. Looking at the head lying on the ground, its face contorted in a grotesque grimace. Lu Wei sighed softly, silently thinking, don't mention it, relieving your pain is what I should do. The remaining 3 people were terrified when they saw Lu Wei swiftly and decisively kill 2 people, including their leader. The 3 of them were only at the 2nd grade body refining realm, and even combined they couldn't defeat the team leader, let alone fight against Lu Wei. They considered running away, but given the vast difference in their cultivation levels, turning back would only hasten their demise. One of them was quite quick-witted. Seeing that things were going badly, he immediately knelt down on the ground. "Brother, spare our lives. We were just following orders. Please spare my life. I promise I'll never do it again." Lu Wei looked at the remaining 2 people expressionlessly, and the 2 of them trembled and knelt down with a thud. This killer is too ruthless. They're genuinely afraid their heads will fly off at any moment. "Tell me, who gave you permission to make things difficult for me?" Since there's someone behind it all, things become simple. Once it's discovered, it will be found that someone is deliberately targeting you, or even trying to attack you and your family. It would be normal for him to retaliate and kill them, and Yang Shouhu couldn't blame himself. It's best to avoid conflict with caravans if possible. Yes. The man was about to speak. Suddenly, a loud shout from afar interrupted him. "Stop! Stop? Stop what? I didn't intend to kill them either. These are important witnesses." Lu Wei turned her head in confusion, looking in the direction from which the sound came. Suddenly, a person leaped into the air and slashed at them with a sword. A gleaming blade flashed, unleashing a slash of energy that hurtled straight towards Lu Wei and his companions. Lu Wei's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly used all his strength to retreat. In a split second, he narrowly avoided the blade's energy. However, the 3 people kneeling on the ground were not so lucky. They were instantly shredded by the blade's energy, their blood and flesh splattered all around them. Lu Wei looked at the man warily, his eyes filled with seriousness. Gathering Qi Realm. Only those at the Qi Gathering Realm can unleash blade or sword energy. The newcomer was a man dressed in a white robe, who looked to be around 30 years old. His face was pale and gloomy, and his narrow eyes held an undisguised murderous intent. Being targeted by a Qi Gathering Realm cultivator made Lu Wei extremely nervous. Although he is currently at the Bone Forging Realm, his cultivation level is stronger than that of an average Bone Forging Realm cultivator. However, the gap between them and the Qi Gathering Realm is still too great. They are simply no match for them. "Mu Shui, take your uncle and aunt and go first. I'll hold him off," Lu Wei said to Zhou Mushui in a low voice as he turned around. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushui's heart trembled. How could she not know what level of cultivation Lu Wei possessed? She could also clearly see the cultivation level of the newcomer. He was at the late stage of the Qi Gathering Realm, which was far beyond Lu Wei's ability to deal with. But he actually sacrificed himself to buy me time so that I could go first. At that moment, Zhou Mushui felt her heart melt. Even Madame Zhou, who was standing to the side, glanced at Lu Wei with considerable surprise. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect this kid to be so loyal and righteous. In such a critical moment, it's already a miracle if you don't run away." He actually chose to sacrifice himself in order to give himself and his companions a chance to survive. Although such people may seem a bit silly, they are irresistibly endearing. Bite. Chapter 65. A Moment of Crisis. "Oh? Miss Lu, what are you doing here?" While on patrol, Xia Ren suddenly spotted Lu Wei's carriage and went forward in surprise to greet him. To his surprise, it was Lu Ruyan who came out, which immediately made his eyes light up. "Young Master Xia, my young master is not here. You can wait until he returns to discuss your matters." Remembering Lu Wei's instructions, Lu Ruyan's usual smile vanished, replaced by a cold and aloof demeanor. However, Xia Ren did not notice the change in Lu Ruyan's expression. He was still very enthusiastic and wanted to chat with Lu Ruyan. "Miss Lu, how did you get here?" Lu Ruyan was speechless. Did this person have no sense of propriety at all? What should I do? The young master told me to refuse him, but he didn't say anything. How can I refuse? To just say I hate you or I don't like you would be like being a delusional person. I don't know either. You should ask the young master when he gets back. Helpless, Lu Ruyan could only tell Xia Ren in a cold tone that she didn't want to talk to him anymore. When will your young master be back? I don't know. Did you have meal? No. How about I show you around the camp? There are places in the camp where you can get free food for your family. Upon hearing that there was free food, Lu Ruyan felt a little tempted to go and take a look. No refugee can refuse free food. But remembering the young master's instructions, she hardened her heart and shook her head in refusal. We'll wait for the young master to come back so we can eat together. Your young master might be back anytime soon. How about this, I'll go get you the food first. With that, Xiao Ren didn't give Lu Ruyan a chance to refuse and turned to run away. No need. Before Lu Ruyan could finish speaking, Xiao Ren had already disappeared. Little did she know that the magic of the simp was far beyond her comprehension. Ding! Because you risked your life to save me, Zhou Mushua's favorability towards you is increased by 10 points, and your current favorability is 80 points. Ding! Because you risked your life to save me, Bai Linger's favorability towards you is increased by 13 points, and your current favorability is 20 points. Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that his acting skills were not bad after all, and even Bai Linger's favorability had increased. However, acting is acting, and we still need to find a way to get through this hurdle. You little thief, how dare you harm my caravan's guards? I will not let you off today. Surrender obediently and come with me to see the caravan's owner, or don't blame me for being merciless with my blade. Lin Xiaolin stared at Lu Wei with murderous intent in his eyes, waiting for Lu Wei to resist before he would kill him with a single strike. Then, we can smear Lu Oyen, transfer him away from the young lady, and then we'll be in charge of the entire caravan. However, to his surprise, Lu Wei said very decisively and directly, okay, I'll go with you. Now it was Lin Xiaolin's turn to be dumbfounded. Seriously, aren't you going to put up a fight? Even if you don't resist, aren't you going to offer any explanation? As the saying goes, the person who wrongs you knows better than you do that you've been wronged. He was the one who planned this, so of course he knows the details. I never expected this kid to not defend himself even after being wronged. This left him momentarily stunned. If Lu Wei knew what he was thinking, she would definitely laugh. He wasn't stupid. From the moment the other party killed those 3 people with a single strike, he knew that this person was probably the mastermind behind it all. How could we possibly give him the chance to do it? However, Lu Wei also knew that sometimes killing doesn't need a reason or opportunity, especially by those shameless people. That man could kill 3 of his men, so why would he care about killing 1 more? As for why Lu Wei knew this, well, coincidentally, he's just that shameless. If it were him, he would also choose to kill directly to prevent the news from leaking, without needing any reason or excuse. Lu Wei guessed correctly. Lin Xiaolin only paused for a moment before sneering, since you've surrendered, why are you still carrying a knife? I think you're harboring malicious intentions. I'll just cut you off and take your head back with me, it'll be the same. As he spoke, he raised his knife to strike Lu Wei. Lu Wei's expression changed. He knew he couldn't dodge this attack, the difference in skill level was too great. I just hope my wife can secretly intervene, otherwise I'm doomed. In fact, Zhou Mushua was indeed preparing to take action. She certainly couldn't stand idly by and watch Lu Wei be killed. Her master told her to conceal her cultivation level, but also told her that if she encountered danger, she should not hesitate to prioritize her safety. However, just as she was about to make her move, she suddenly stopped. A loud shout came from nearby, "Stop!" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Xiaolin sneered, "Stop? Dream on." Although Lu Wei knew he was no match for them, he wouldn't surrender easily. At this point, whether he backed down or fought, he would die anyway, so he might as well give it a shot. He suddenly raised his long sword and, with all his might, slashed at Lin Xiaolin. At the same time, a blade of light slashed from Lin Zhao's side. Faced with this pincer attack, if Lin Xiaolin did not retreat to defend, he would have no choice but to take a blow from one of them. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaolin still did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, he dodged Lu Wei's blade to the side and turned to meet the flying blade light with his sword energy. Boom! The 2 blades of energy collided, and the scattered energy flew wildly, bringing with it a flurry of snowflakes. Please rate this book. The rating is too low. If you like it, please leave a 5-star review. Wishing you a bright future. Chapter 66 of Fool's Scheme. Lu Wei seized the opportunity to run far away. If he didn't run, that guy might turn around and cut him with a knife. Then he would have nowhere to cry. However, Lu Wei didn't run far. He ran in front of the Zhou family and protected them behind him. Seeing this, Zhou Mushua felt a warmth in her heart and stepped forward to look at Lu Wei with concern. How are you? Are you hurt? Lu Wei turned around and grinned at her. It's okay, I ran fast, you weren't scared, were you? Zhou Mushua's cold face gradually warmed up, and a blush appeared. I'm fine. Don't be so silly in the future. Lu Wei smiled and said, "How could I be stupid? You are my fiancé, and it is my responsibility to protect you with my life. As long as I am here, I will not let you suffer any harm." Zhou Mushue's heart melted upon hearing this. How could an ancient woman like her possibly accept such direct words of love? Ding, Zhou Mushue was fooled by your sweet words. Your favorability has increased by 10. Your current favorability is 90 points. Lu Wei almost couldn't help but laugh when she heard the system notification. That's it? Even the jerks in front of the screen are all Casanovas when they arrive. No, what do you mean by lying? I was being sincere, okay? Lin Xiaolin, I told you to stop, are you deaf? Luo Yan, holding a long knife, approached step by step, exuding murderous intent. Lin Xiaolin glanced at Luo Yan with disdain. Who do you think you are? You think I'll stop just because you tell me to? You wanted to kill my disciple. You're not leaving here until you give me an explanation today. That's because your apprentice killed my men. You're talking nonsense. Those people were obviously killed by sword energy. He's just a bone-forging realm cultivator. Where would he get sword energy from? I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be fake? You're slandering me. Lu Wei watched the two arguing with great interest. Their cultivation levels were similar, so even if they fought, it was likely that neither would gain the upper hand. Moreover, they each had their own plans and didn't want to waste their energy by taking action at this time. Just then, a guard suddenly ran over and informed the two that the young lady wanted to see them. Such a big commotion here naturally couldn't be kept from the caravan owner. A thoughtful look flashed in Lin Xiaolin's eyes as he began to ponder how to take the opportunity to kick Luo Yan out of the caravan. It's a pity we didn't kill that kid, otherwise everything would have been much simpler. Soon, Lu Wei and his group arrived at the caravan center. Lu Wei told the Zhou family to rest near his carriage first, while he himself, along with his master and Lin Xiaolin, went to Yang Xiuhu's carriage. Upon seeing the three approaching, Yang Xiuhu's voice came from inside the carriage. Tell me, what exactly happened? Why did you two captains get into a fight? Lin Xiaolin pointed at Lu Wei. It's this kid. He killed 5 of our guards. I was going to arrest him and interrogate him, but Luo Yan stopped me. Luo Yan was furious upon hearing this. You're talking nonsense. You clearly killed that guard. You even tried to kill Lu Wei. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have succeeded. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolin felt emboldened, knowing that there was no way to prove it after all. You're talking nonsense. It's obvious that the master and disciple had ulterior motives and wanted to collude with traitors to rob a caravan. Yang Xiuhu, inside the carriage, watched the scene with great interest. In fact, she had already roughly guessed the truth of the matter. I only refrained from stopping it because I found the scene amusing. In her eyes, Lin Xiaolin's little thoughts were as simple and clear as those of a baby. With such a mindset, to even try to seize his family fortune, it has to be said, ignorance is bliss. This reminded her of a saying, foolish people never think they are foolish, they always think they are very smart. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw Lu Wei, the person involved, standing leisurely behind her. He also drew a turtle on the ground with a knife. Seeing this, Yang Xiuhu almost burst out laughing. The two were arguing fiercely, but this guy actually had the mood to draw a turtle. Alright, you two, stop arguing. Lu Wei, you're involved, tell me what exactly happened. Lu Wei, who was just one tail away from completing the work, looked up regretfully when he heard his name called. This morning, when I went to pick up my family from the caravan, I was stopped by several men on my way back, who wanted to kill me. I certainly couldn't just sit and wait to die, so after a fierce battle, I killed 2 of them. The remaining men wanted to surrender, saying that someone had ordered them to ambush and kill me. I was just about to ask who ordered it when Captain Lin killed those men. Then he tried to kill me, but luckily my master arrived in time. That's what happened. Yang Xiuhu nodded to herself. This was pretty much what she had guessed. It seemed that what Lu Wei said was probably true. Sometimes, telling a story that is 90% true and 10% false makes it more believable. As soon as Lu Wei said this, even a fool would know that Lin Xiaolin must have ordered those people to do it. No, I didn't tell them to kill Lu Wei, I just... Please rate this book. The rating is too low. If you like it, please leave a 5-star review. Wishing you a bright future. Chapter 67 Judgment. As soon as Lin Xiaolin said those words, he realized that he had fallen into the kid's trap. I wanted to shut up quickly, but it was too late. Ha ha ha, so you admit it? Luo Yan laughed heartily. Lin Xiaolin, with your pig brain, you still want to play tricks and schemes? Do you even have the guts to do that? You'll be sold out and still be helping them count the money, you idiot. Seeing Lin Xiao make a fool of himself, Luo Yan was unrestrainedly gloating, almost to the point of dancing with joy. Mockingly from his arch-rival, Lin Xiaolin was immediately enraged. That's right, I ordered a few of them to stop this kid, but I didn't order them to kill anyone. This kid started the killing first. Lu Wei chuckled, is that so? Even if it's what you say, then explain why you asked them to stop me? What was your purpose? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolin was speechless for a moment. He couldn't possibly say what was on his mind, could he? Suddenly, he noticed that Xiaobei was winking at him. Thinking of the plan the two of them had discussed, Lin Xiaolin had a flash of inspiration. I'm keeping an eye on you because I suspect you're colluding with Luo Yan to resell caravan supplies. Someone saw you buying maids with rice at the refugee market and selling food to others. You're a refugee, where would you get so much food? The fact that Luo Yan frequently brings you food is proof of that. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan was immediately enraged. You're talking nonsense. I, Luo Yan, am not so poor that I have to sell that little bit of grain to make money. Lin Xiaolin sneered, who knows? Maybe you're the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. If you don't believe me, ask your precious apprentice, he hasn't sold any grain. Lu Wei nodded, that's right, I did sell them, and quite a lot of them. These past few days he's been having Lu Ruyan sell grain and meat. There's more than they can eat, so they want to take the opportunity to convert it into money. In 10 days or so, when they get to the city, it will be much harder to sell these things for a high price. Luo Yan was even more confused when he heard this, as he hadn't given Lu Wei much food either. Although it was enough for Lu Wei and the other three to eat, there wasn't enough left over to sell and pay off debts. Lin Xiaolin was immediately excited when he heard Lu Wei admit it. Look, he admitted it, Mississippi Luo Yan colluded with outsiders to smuggle our caravan's life-saving grain. This matter cannot be left unresolved, they must be severely punished. Lin Xiaolin finished speaking with a look of anticipation, not expecting the young man to admit it so readily. I admit it, damn it. I only said I did sell grain. When did I say it was grain from a caravan? Are you brain dead? Lu Wei looked at Lin Xiaolin like he was an idiot. Lin Xiaolin, who had just been excited and smug, was so angry at Lu Wei's words that he almost vomited blood. His killing intent surged, and he wished he could cut Lu Wei down right now. However, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Yang Xiaowu, and could only suppress his anger and ask, you still want to argue? Where did you get the food from, you refugee? Did the food you sell not come from caravans, but from the sky? Lu Wei chuckled and said sarcastically, whether I picked it up, stole it, or robbed it, what does it have to do with you? What? Do I need to report to you where I get my food to sell? Who do you think you are? Was your brain damaged when you were born? Although he couldn't defeat this chi-gathering realm cultivator for the time being, and couldn't avenge this grudge anytime soon, it didn't stop Lu Wei from scolding him to satisfy his urge. Since he doesn't dare to make a move now, what else is there to worry about? As for offending him, he will hold a grudge. Even if I don't offend him now, do you think he'll let me off the hook? Rather than offending others anyway, I might as well indulge myself and have some fun first. Enraged by Lu Wei's repeated humiliations, Lin Xiaolin flew into a rage and drew his weapon to kill Lu Wei. Upon seeing this, Luo Yan naturally couldn't let it go and quickly shielded Lu Wei behind him. Just as tensions were about to rise, Yang Xiaowu coldly shouted, enough! Someone, go and bring me the supply train's ledgers so I can take a look. Soon, someone brought over the ledger. Yang Xiaowu took the ledger and looked through it, quickly finding the supplies that Luo Yan had received. There was only some rice and a few steamed buns. Moreover, most of them were obtained by Lu Wei in exchange for level 2 monsters, which Lu Wei had agreed to. The matter is now clear, Lu Wei did not resell the caravan's grain. Yang Xiaowu also trusted Luo Yan on this point. As for where Lu Wei got the grain to sell, that has nothing to do with their caravan. Therefore, Yang Xiaowu made a direct decision, I have looked at the ledgers. Luo Yan did not resell grain, and the grain sold by Lu Wei has nothing to do with the caravan. Today's events were all caused by you, Lin Xiaolin. Now you are being fined 1 month's salary. Furthermore, from now until we reach Yunzhou, you are only allowed to lead the way for caravans, understand? What? He didn't get the grain from the caravan? Then where did he get the grain from? Lin Xiaolin was somewhat incredulous. Are you questioning me? Yang Xiaohu's voice was somewhat cold. I wouldn't dare, I just don't quite understand. Whoosh. The ledger flew right in front of him. Take it back and see for yourself. As for where his food came from, that's none of my business, and it's none of your business either, understand? Lin Xiaolin was somewhat indignant upon hearing Yang Xiaohu's decision, but dared not question it and could only reluctantly agree. Moreover, he felt in his heart that this punishment was already a favor to him. After all, he was only fined 1 month's salary because 5 of his guards had died, which was considered an exceptionally lenient punishment. However, what he didn't know was that Yang Xiaohu had no intention of letting him live to the 2nd month. Young miss, this kid killed 5 of our brothers, and there's no denying it. If there's no explanation, I'm afraid the men below will be dissatisfied. Chapter 68. I possess an unyielding spirit, how could I bow and scrape? I have my own plans, you can go now, Yang Xiaohu said impatiently. If this person weren't still somewhat useful, she would really like to make him disappear right now. Lin Xiao left reluctantly, giving Lu Wei a fierce glare before she left, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Wei mouthed back without any politeness, idiot. Lin Xiao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He vowed in his heart to kill Lu Wei and tear him to pieces. Lin Xiao left, leaving behind Lu Wei, Luo Yan, Yang Xiaohu, and Xiao Baihe, who was barely noticeable to the side. Lu Wei glanced at the little lily, checked the data, and found it was not bad, barely enough to achieve a 10x return. However, Lu Wei was shocked by her favorability rating, which was 50. This guy practically wants him dead. Lu Wei took a closer look at Xiao Baihe. I can't recall ever offending this person. However, seeing the other person's fake smile, Lu Wei secretly wondered how to mess with her. Since you hate me so much, I have to return the favor. Uncle Luo, you can go down now. Yes. Luo Yan respectfully clasped his hands in a salute, then turned and left. Lu Wei, stop right there. Yang Xiaohu called out, stopping Lu Wei, who was thinking of leaving with Luo Yan. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei turned around and looked at the carriage, asking in confusion, "Oh, boss, is there something you need?" I haven't had breakfast yet. Yang Xiaohu frowned upon hearing Lu Wei's words, "Call me Mississippi." No. Lu Wei resolutely refused. Why? Yang Xiaohu raised her delicate eyebrows and asked in confusion. Because that title is reserved for servants. I'm just a temporary worker you hired, not your servant. We're equals. You can fire me if you don't need me, and I can leave anytime I don't want to work here anymore. For Lu Wei, it was impossible for him to grovel and become a slave. With my pride and self-respect, how could I possibly do something that tramples on my dignity? How dare you? How dare you speak to the young lady like that? Do you have a death wish? Little Lily jumped out from the side, glaring angrily at Lu Wei. Little Lily, you can go down now, Yang Xiaohu's voice came from behind. Upon hearing this, Xiaobei paused for a moment, gave Lu Wei a deep look, and then turned and left. Now tell me, how do you plan to settle the matter of you killing my 5 guards? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei decisively shook his head. First of all, I only killed 2. The other 3 were killed by Lin Xiaolin, and it has nothing to do with me. As for the 2 people I killed, one of them stretched out his neck and let me chop him down. I had no choice but to. There was no other way. I'm the kind of person who likes to help others. He begged me so much that I couldn't refuse, so I cut him down. As for the other one, he wanted to help him get revenge. I certainly can't just stand there and wait for him to kill me. So I used legitimate means of self-defense to kill him, and that's all. Do you think I can be blamed for their deaths? Yang Xiaohu was so angry he almost laughed when he heard this. However, she had no intention of causing trouble for Lu Wei in the first place. She kept Lu Wei behind simply because she couldn't stand his nonchalant attitude and the way he seemed to think he didn't care about anything. I wanted to teach him a lesson, but this guy doesn't seem to be afraid of me at all. Forget it, let him be for now. I'll figure out his secret first. So it's not your fault after all. You should go back now. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei quickly waved his hand and said, "See you later, boss. I need to go back and settle my family first." After Lu Wei finished speaking, he turned and ran away. Back at her own carriage, she found Xia Ren hovering around Lu Ruyan like a fly. Although Lu Ruyan had a cold face and ignored him, he seemed not to notice. Lu Wei frowned, feeling secretly annoyed. Although Lu Ruyan was just his maid, she was still his person. Since Xia Ren was so unruly, he shouldn't blame him for messing with him. When did you arrive, brother Xia? Why didn't you let me know? Xia Ren and Lu Ruyan were both startled when they heard Lu Wei's voice. Lu Ruyan was worried because she was afraid Lu Wei would misunderstand. Xia Ren, on the other hand, was simply acting out of a guilty conscience. Although in this era, maids could be given away at any time and did not have any status. But they are still someone's family members, and his behavior is very taboo. Brother Lu, you're finally back. Miss Lu and the others wouldn't eat until you came back. They wouldn't eat until you returned. Lu Wei looked at the food box next to him and roughly understood what was going on. So he smiled and said to Lu Ruyan and the others, "You guys go ahead and eat, I'll eat later." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan bowed and agreed, then took the food box and entered the tent. Xia Ren was incredibly envious of Lu Ruyan, who obeyed Lu Weiyan's every word. I really want to snatch Lu Ruyan away from Lu Wei. Brother Lu Wei, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. After thinking it over, Xia Ren decided to give it a try. Lu Ruyan's voluptuous figure was unforgettable to him, and for the past few days, his thoughts had been wandering elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei seemed to be deep in thought, but remained outwardly composed. Oh? What is it? Next episode preview, Xia Ren is humiliated and depressed, but then he has a fortuitous encounter. However, a mastermind suddenly appears and knocks him unconscious. Who is this mastermind? Stay tuned for the next episode. Chapter 69, Xia Ren's Strange Encounter. Sigh, this is really hard to bring up. Xia Ren's expression was conflicted. He also knew that although he and Lu Wei were just friends in name only, it was really shameless to covet other people's women, let alone say it to their faces. Lu Wei sneered inwardly, "You know you're embarrassed? This is like you're eyeing my wife and want me to take you? I'm being merciful by not killing you. If you're not merciful, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You delivered yourself to my doorstep. Brother Xia, you're too kind. I haven't had a chance to repay your kindness in coming to save my family last time. Just tell me what you need. Go ahead and say it. Once you've said it, the favor will be gone." Xia Ren clearly understood this principle, but compared to Lu Ruyan, that favor was insignificant. It wasn't a big deal to begin with. Then I'll be shameless and say it. Xia Ren gritted his teeth and stopped hesitating. Brother Lu Wei, to tell you the truth, ever since I met Miss Lu, I have been very fond of her, to the point that I can't even eat or drink. Although I know this request is unreasonable, I implore Brother Lu Wei to grant our request. I'm willing to give anything. Please. Xia Ren bowed as he finished speaking. Lu Wei thought disdainfully, "You think you like her? You're just lusting after her body. You're despicable. You want me to grant your wish? If I do, who will wash my hair? No, my feet." Although he was inwardly complaining, Lu Wei put on a warm and helpful expression. "Brother Xia, please get up quickly. There's no need for that. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. Besides, we are as close as brothers. I would never have refused this offer, but although Lu Ruyan is my maid, she is actually the widow of my good brother. I have never treated her as a servant. Wu Lao ba. Lu Ruyan, ba. I have always treated her with the utmost respect as my sister-in-law. If I were to give her away, how could I face my deceased brother? Wouldn't that be no different from being a beast?" Xia Ren was stunned when he heard this. Lu Ruyan was not Lu Wei's servant, so there was no way for Lu Wei to give her away for sale. But then his eyes lit up. Since Lu Ruyan wasn't Lu Wei's servant, wouldn't she be a free person? I can pursue them directly without having to worry about anything like before. Then, Brother Lu Wei, may I pursue Miss Lu? Lu Wei chuckled, "I was just waiting for you, and here you are, jumping right in. Of course, if she agrees, I will not stop her." Upon hearing this, Xia Ren looked at Lu Wei with great eagerness. Then, Brother Lu Wei, could you please help me call Miss Lu Ruyan out? I have something to say to her. Lu Wei readily agreed, "Okay, wait a moment." After Lu Wei finished speaking, he turned and got into the carriage. A short while later, Lu Ruyan came out. "Young Master Xia, what is it?" Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, bracing herself for what she was about to do. "Miss Lu, I have fallen in love with you at first sight. I wonder if you would be so kind as to reciprocate my feelings." Lu Wei, who was hiding behind the carriage, almost fell over upon hearing this. Damn, that was a really direct confession. Lu Ruyan's expression gradually turned cold. "Young Master Xia, I think you've misunderstood. I am absolutely loyal to my master and have no feelings for you whatsoever. Please don't flatter yourself. Moreover, my young master is young, rich, handsome, gentle, considerate, exceptionally talented, and has a bright future. Lu Ruyan recited all the words Lu Wei had taught her in one breath, and by the end she was even a little embarrassed for Lu Wei. This young master is so shameless. On the other hand, young master Xia, you have a weasel-like face, a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks, and are filthy and disgusting. Another string of idioms followed, which startled Xiaoran at first, and then he felt as if his heart had been stabbed. Gradually, his complexion changed from red to white, and then from white to green. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he flicked his sleeve, turned around, and left. However, when he wanted to leave, Lu Ruyan wouldn't let him. The young master hadn't finished teaching her those things yet, and if Xiaoran left, wouldn't she have failed to complete her mission? Young master Xia, please wait a moment, I haven't finished speaking yet. Xiaoran, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Could things be taking a turn for the better? Cowardly as a mouse, short-sighted, only interested in evil and not good. Xiaoran almost vomited blood. Are you trying to play a word game with me? You, Lu Ruyan, have wronged me so deeply, yet you humiliate me like this. It's simply outrageous. Such a humiliating disgrace will be etched in my memory. Sooner or later, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. And then there's Lu Wei, just a country bumpkin. If it weren't for Lu Oyan's help, he would have starved to death long ago. How dare you compare him to yourself? Although I, Xiaoran, am born out of wedlock, I am still of noble blood. If I hadn't offended some petty person, why would I be working as a guard in this small caravan? Just wait, you'll regret it one day. Feeling depressed, Xiaoran drank some alcohol and went to a grove of trees to vent his frustrations. Recalling Lu Ruyan's words just now felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, causing him unbearable pain. He roared angrily and frustratedly, and punched a nearby tree. Bang! The tree shook violently, and as countless snowflakes fell, a dark figure also fell down with them. With a thud, it fell in front of Xiaoran. Chapter 70 was hijacked. Young master, I've finished speaking. He's gone, and he's very angry. Lu Ruyan returned to report to Lu Wei with a somewhat conflicted expression. She felt she hadn't completed the task assigned by the young master, and there were still many idioms she hadn't finished reciting. She was afraid of being punished. Lu Wei nodded calmly, but inside she was practically laughing her head off. Especially when Lu Ruyan called Xiaoran back and scolded him again, Lu Wei almost couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Xiaoran's constipated face. Okay, well done. I'll reward you properly tonight. You guys go ahead and have dinner. I have something to do and need to go out for a bit. Now that the seeds have been planted, Lu Wei needs to see if they bear fruit. He can't let Xiaoran get the fruit, otherwise all his efforts would have been in vain. Xiaoran was startled by the person who suddenly fell down and quickly drew his long sword to be on guard. After waiting for a while, they found the person lying motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Xiaoran couldn't help but step forward and poke the man with a stick, only to find that the man's body was already hard. Phew, so he's dead. You scared me half to death. Upon discovering that it was a dead body, Xiaoran breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to examine the corpse. The corpse was dressed in gray clothes, with even its face covered by a gray cloth. Large patches of dried blood and many wounds could be seen on its body. Judging from its appearance, it must have been dead for a long time. However, his clothes provided good concealment, and he was hidden among the trees, making him difficult to spot. Xiaoran carefully used a twig to lift the mask and saw the man's face, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Damn it, I ran into a dead man. Xiaoran kicked him angrily. He kicked the corpse over, and suddenly two things fell out, a dark token and a small bottle. Xiaoran's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the token. He found that it was a metal token with the character Rain engraved on one side and the character Armor engraved on the other. After examining it carefully, I didn't find anything unusual, so I put it in my pocket. Looking at the bottle again, Xiaoran carefully picked it up and opened it from a distance. To avoid the possibility that it might be poison and you might accidentally fall victim to it. Upon opening the package, a pure medicinal fragrance wafted out, instantly invigorating the senses and making one feel light as a feather. Even if you don't recognize the aroma, you can tell it must be something good. I've struck gold. Xiaoran looked around excitedly, and seeing that no one was around, he quickly put the things into his arms and turned to leave. But after taking a couple of steps, He seemed to remember something and turned back to search the corpse on the ground. After searching for a while, they found a leather scroll, some silver, some diamond-shaped hidden weapons, and a dagger. After packing everything away, Xia Ran was about to turn and leave when he suddenly heard a gust of wind. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Thud. A muffled sound. Xia Ran felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, his vision went black, and he fainted. A dark figure emerged from behind him, threw away the stick in his hand, and took everything he had obtained. They also robbed him of all his money, and almost stripped him of his clothes. Seeing what he had obtained, the dark figure quickly left the spot and disappeared. When Xia Ran woke up, it was already afternoon, and the caravan had already gone quite a distance. I rubbed the back of my head and gasped. There was a lump bigger than an egg, bulging and painful to the touch. Damn it, which bastard did this? If I find out, I'll skin you alive. I stood up and found that everything I was holding was gone. Moreover, not only were the things they found gone, but their own belongings were also looted. Enraged, Xia Ran unleashed another torrent of curses. However, now is not the time to swear. The important thing is to catch up with the convoy. Meanwhile, Lu Wei was riding his horse with a helpless expression, following beside Yang Xiaowu's carriage. As a close bodyguard, you must stay close to the target you are protecting, otherwise, what kind of close bodyguard are you? However, the wind was biting cold in this snowy weather. Although Lu Wei had reached the bone-forging realm and was not afraid of the wind and snow, it was still not as comfortable as lying in the carriage. Yang Xiaowu's carriage was magical. You could see out through the windows, but you couldn't see inside from the outside. Therefore, Lu Wei's unwilling expression was clearly seen by her. This made her a little curious, and also a little resentful. There are plenty of people who want to be my personal bodyguard. I'm giving you a chance and you're still unwilling. You're simply ungrateful. Where did you go at noon? I haven't seen you anywhere. Yang Xiaohu decided to find a reason to reprimand him and make him have some respect. Something came up, Lu Wei said casually. Yang Xiaohu's eyes widened in anger upon hearing this. Something's up? That's it? Don't you have anything else to explain? You're so blatantly ignoring me, do you really think I have no temper? From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to treat her so casually, yet today she was being treated so casually by some lowly guards. Then she realized, could it be that he had some kind of backing? Little did she know that Lu Wei simply lacked the servility of those people in this world. From now on, you are not allowed to leave the vicinity of the carriage without my permission. You are my personal bodyguard and must protect me at all times, do you understand? Lu Wei frowned. What about tonight? Yang Xiaohu could hardly believe his ears. Was he being teased? Chapter 71. The stuff stolen is fragrant. Lu Wei might not think much of this, since he had to ask about the working hours, right? However, to a lady from a respectable family, it had a different meaning. A cold glint flashed in Yang Xiaohu's eyes as he prepared to teach this guy a lesson. Oh, so what are you planning to do tonight? Lu Wei was completely bewildered by the question. What do you mean, what am I planning to do? If I still need to guard the carriage tonight, then you have to pay me overtime. I won't do it without extra pay. Although there is no such thing as overtime during this period, the concept of overtime exists, and there is compensation for exceeding working hours. Overtime pay? Yang Xiaohu was taken aback, and the energy he was about to unleash stopped. Lu Wei had no idea that he had just been so close to getting beaten up. Hearing Yang Xiaohu's surprised tone, he thought she didn't know what overtime was, so he explained, of course, as a guard, I can't be here for 12 hours every day, can I? I also need my own time to rest, sleep, eat, cultivate myself, and take care of my family. If this time is taken up, of course I have to be paid, otherwise, I won't work overtime. After listening to Lu Wei's explanation, Yang Xiaohu finally understood what he meant by overtime pay. Don't worry, you'll get your fair share of the compensation. That's good. By the way, boss, I haven't asked yet, how is my salary calculated? How are my working hours arranged? Is there a night shift allowance? Now that he's starting a job, Lu Wei definitely needs to ask about the pay and benefits. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu glanced at Lu Wei, feeling both annoyed and amused. What? Didn't Luo Yan tell you when you came? Lu Wei nodded. I did say that, but my master originally asked me to be a regular guard, but now that I'm a personal guard, the price definitely can't be the same. Ordinary guards are quite simple, they just need to patrol every day. I have to stay here all the time, it's hard work, so the price can't be the same. Although I felt that Lu Wei's words made some sense, I don't know why, but when I heard him say that, I felt a sense of self-loathing. How about I give you 5 pills and 200 taels of silver a month? Humph, I'll give you a taste of what's good for you first. Once I get your secrets out, I'll see how I deal with you. Lu Wei's expression brightened upon hearing this, as the price had almost doubled. He quickly thanked him, saying, "Thank you so much, boss. Don't worry, with me here, I definitely won't let anyone hurt you. The boss has already given her so much money, so let's give her a little treat, show her our loyalty, and appease her. Anyway, with her high cultivation level, if we really encounter danger, she'll be the one protecting me." Yang Xiaohu curled his lip. "With your meager cultivation level, if you were in real danger, I would be the one protecting you." Before they knew it, it had completely darkened, and the caravan began to set up camp. Lu Wei was also off work when Yang Xiaohu sent him back. "We'll be facing a battle tomorrow, so we need to prepare today and get plenty of rest." However, what Lu Wei couldn't understand was why Yang Xiaohu, who definitely knew there would be an attack tomorrow, hadn't made any preparations. Moreover, most people seemed unaware of this and were completely unprepared. Could it be that she is absolutely confident in handling this? Back at the camp, Lu Wei first went to see the Zhou family, greeted them, and asked if they needed any help. After finishing with the Zhou family, Lu Wei returned to his carriage. "Young master, you're back? Please wait a moment, I'll go heat up your food." As soon as Lu Ruyan saw Lu Wei return, she hurriedly came to greet him and took the cloak he was wearing and the long sword he was carrying. Lu Wei nodded, "Okay, go ahead, bring it over when it's ready." After Lu Ruyan left, Lu Wei glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoya, who were playing games, and behind their backs, took out the items he had intercepted that day. Lu Wei glanced at the token briefly and then hid it. He didn't understand its function for the time being, and he couldn't take it out. Then he took out the dagger and looked at it. It was a very ordinary and common dagger. However, once you pull it open, you'll find that the entire blade of this dagger is black. This type of dagger is generally used for assassination to avoid glare and detection by the enemy. Lu Wei made a swipe on the carriage, and the dagger pierced through easily, demonstrating its sharpness. Nodding in satisfaction, he put the dagger away, intending to give it to Lu Xiaoxiao later and see if he could get something in return. Then, Lu Wei took out the leather scroll. The leather scroll feels soft and delicate to the touch, yet it is also very resilient. Upon opening the scroll, it appears to contain a cultivation technique. The technique has no name, and its cultivation method is quite unique. It's actually related to mental strength. Lu Wei studied it for a while, and his eyes gradually lit up. It turned out to be a technique for concealing one's aura. What he needs most now is a technique to conceal his presence. Because his cultivation level improved so quickly, it would definitely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives once people found out. However, with this technique, there is absolutely no need to worry. Cultivation is essential. Chapter 72 Cultivation Techniques Higher than Heavenly Level. But don't rush, let's wait until after midnight and see if we can get a refund. Next, Lu Wei took out the last porcelain bottle, gently pulled off the stopper a little, and a faint medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air. Lu Wei was instantly invigorated by the smell. "Ha! What smells so good?" Lu Xiaoxiao sniffed and, like a puppy, crawled over to Lu Wei, drawn by the scent. Lu Wei quickly capped the bottle and put it in his pocket, casually saying, it's nothing, go do your thing." Lu Xiaoxiao naturally didn't believe it. "You're lying, I saw it all. Tell me, what delicious food is it?" "You'll find out tonight." Lu Wei pushed the little girl back and ignored her. Even he himself didn't know what kind of pill it was, so how could he tell the little girl? He could only try it when he returned tonight, and then he would know what kind of pill it was. After putting everything away, Lu Wei expressed his satisfaction. Such a slight blow has yielded so many results. If we were even more ruthless, wouldn't we be able to gain even more? However, after this incident, Xiaoran has probably given up on Lu Ruyan completely, and it's unlikely that he'll ever be a sycophant again. What should we do? Xiaoran, who had just returned to the camp and finally had a hot meal, suddenly shivered. Could it be that I caught a cold? I feel a bit chilly. Just then, Lu Ruyan brought over the food. The staple food was millet rice, the vegetables were dried wild vegetables, and there were also some bits of meat, so it was considered a decent meal. After dinner, Lu Ruyan put the two children to bed, while Lu Wei went to cultivate alone. I've been busy all day and haven't had a chance to practice yet. Even though it's late now, I can't skip it. However, after this cultivation, Lu Wei felt a distinct difference. It is easier and less strenuous to perform the movements, and the flow of qi and blood is faster and smoother. Before they knew it, they had finished practicing the body tempering technique once. Lu Wei opened the system and saw that his proficiency had increased by 3 points, which was 1 point more than usual. The key point was that his blood and qi consumption had not increased. This is the effect of improving one's physical constitution. It increases the speed of cultivation, but the energy consumption remains the same. No wonder geniuses cultivate so quickly. With a base bone level of only 78, he can only be considered an average genius. If you reach 80 points, wouldn't that mean you have twice the cultivation speed of an average person? How can ordinary people catch up? Having experienced the effects of his innate talent, Lu Wei is now eager to try and increase his attribute points to 80 to see what happens. The system will be upgraded in 2 days, and then I can add points to my physique. As he continued to cultivate, the effects of his cultivation improved, and Lu Wei's motivation to cultivate increased even more. He completely entered a state of selflessness and became immersed in cultivation. However, he was unaware that several people were watching him while he was cultivating. In a carriage not far from him, Yang Xiaohu's eyes, as bright as starlight, were fixed on Lu Wei's figure as he cultivated, and he frowned slightly. After watching for a while, she frowned slightly and said softly, "Aside from being more focused and working harder, I can't see anything special." On the other side, outside the Zhou family's tent, Zhou Muxue watched Lu Wei's figure from afar, her eyes filled with affection. "I also need to work hard so that I can protect my family." Then, as if she had thought of something, her face turned slightly red. On the other side, Madame Zhou Bailinger watched all this from afar, smiled faintly, and turned to enter the tent. Inside the tent, Zhou Yuanshan lay on the ground fast asleep. Madame Zhou didn't even glance at her, instead sitting cross-legged on the bed to begin cultivating and recovering from her injuries. After cultivating for about 2 hours, Lu Wei went back to rest. Tomorrow, a crisis will arrive. We must conserve our energy to cope. Back in the tent, it was already past midnight. Lu Ruyan was still awake, waiting for Lu Wei. Upon seeing Lu Wei return, he quickly stood up. "Young master." Lu Wei nodded. "Why aren't you asleep yet? Are you waiting for me to give you a reward?" Lu Ruyan blushed slightly as she recalled the young master's words from earlier that day. No, I was just waiting for you to come back, young master, so I could wash your feet for you." "Is that washing your feet? What you did was clearly just a hair wash. You're just lusting after me, Shaw. Alright, go to sleep early. We have things to do before dawn. Oh, by the way, here you go." Lu Wei took out the scroll and handed it to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan glanced at the scroll and casually returned it to Lu Wei. "Thank you, young master. Please keep this for me." Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, go to sleep." Ding! The host has gifted the Heaven-level beginner tier cultivation technique, concealment technique, to the target Lu Ruyan, receiving a 10x return, and obtained the spirit-level beginner tier cultivation technique, breath concealment technique. The cultivation technique has been placed in the system space. The host can retrieve it at their convenience. Spirit level? A cultivation technique even higher than the heavenly level? Lu Wei's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 73, Potential Enhancement. System, receive the concealing breath technique. Even if I can't cultivate it now, I still need to see what it looks like. In an instant, a flood of complex information rushed into Lu Wei's mind. The information was limited and ended in a mere moment. Lu Wei also learned this spirit level technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the spirit level cultivation technique and gaining 10 free attribute points. What? You get attribute bonuses just for starting a spirit level cultivation technique? And it's 10 points? Lu Wei shook his head, feeling like he might have misheard. Unable to believe it, he immediately opened the system interface and indeed found 10 more free attribute values after the attribute values. Lu Wei's expression lit up with joy. It was just as she wished for it to come true. I was just wondering where to get some attribute points, and now I have 10 points right now. After thinking for a moment, Lu Wei directly added 2 points to his root bone, preparing to raise it to 80. As a result, when it reached 79 points, nothing happened, everything was normal. Lu Wei then added another point, but instead of reaching 80 points, it became 79.1. Ha? What do you mean? How come a single attribute value only increased the root bone by 0.1? Is it possible that reaching 80 points is a bottleneck? However, upon closer reflection, it doesn't seem surprising, as comprehension and innate talent become increasingly difficult to improve as one progresses. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his innate comprehension to break through 100 in just a few days, and directly break through 1000 in less than 3 months. However, this would leave insufficient attribute values to raise one's constitution to 80. Even with everything added, it's only 79.9, just 0.1 short of reaching 80 points. This feeling is enough to drive someone with OCD crazy. Although Lu Wei doesn't have OCD, it's still uncomfortable to look at. Where can I get this one attribute value? Lu Wei stared at the attribute interface for a long time, but still couldn't figure out where to get this last bit of attribute value. Just as I was about to close the attribute interface, I caught a glimpse of the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique out of the corner of my eye and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Alright, I still haven't claimed a heaven-level cultivation technique. If starting a spirit-level cultivation technique can increase 10 attribute values, what about a heaven-level one? They should at least give me something, right? Even if it's not 10 points, 5 points would be fine too. Thinking of this, Lu Wei hurriedly opened his backpack and selected to claim it. Instantly, an enormous amount of information flooded into my mind. This information is many times greater than the information from the breath concealment technique. If the breath concealment technique was a small stream, then the heavenly level Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture is a great river. The flood of information kept washing over Lu Wei's mind, leaving him completely blank and unable to process it all. After a while, the information was transmitted and Lu Wei finally came to his senses. Ding, congratulations host, you have entered the first level of the heaven-level cultivation technique Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture. You are rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Please check your account. Sure enough, he was given 5 points, and Lu Wei's expression lit up with joy. Without bothering to examine the cultivation technique, Lu Wei first raised his aptitude to 80. The moment he reached 80, Lu Wei felt a jolt throughout his body, and a tingling sensation emanating from his bones spread continuously. The sensation was a mix of tingling and numbness, pain and itchiness, making him wish he could reach into his bones to scratch the itch. Lu Wei gritted her teeth, her face contorted in a grimace, trying her best to keep herself from screaming. Slowly, dark blood began to flow from various parts of his body. A fishy and foul odor emanated from him. After a long while, Lu Wei's gums were almost bleeding from biting them, and this extreme torment finally stopped. In that instant, Lu Wei felt as if she had gone from hell to heaven, and she couldn't help but groan comfortably. Looking down at myself, I saw that the exposed skin on my arms and hands was covered by a layer of black, foul-smelling mud. My body felt sticky and uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting close to Lu Wei, was also woken up by the stench. However, the little girl didn't open her eyes, but just mumbled with her eyes closed, "Ugh, it stinks." "Little girl, did you poop in the bed? Why does it smell so bad?" Without saying a word, Lu Wei hurriedly ran outside to get water for a bath. After he took another shower, he noticed that his skin seemed to have become whiter. Lu Wei was dumbfounded. His skin had turned so white overnight? How was he going to explain this tomorrow? He couldn't exactly say he went to a sauna, could he? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll just cover it up a bit tomorrow. Back in the tent, Lu Wei looked at the remaining 4 attribute points and thought that he shouldn't waste them, so he should add them all. However, we can't add to the root bone this time. Adding 4 points only gives 0.4, so it's better to add to the comprehension first. With that in mind, Lu Wei immediately added all 4 attribute points to his comprehension. At this point, all 15 attribute values obtained have been added. Although their strength hasn't improved much, their potential has increased. Its own attributes have changed significantly. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 80+. Comprehension, 59+. Constitution, 22220+. Chi and blood, 22220+. Spirit, 1515+. Technique. Body tempering method proficient 139-300+ yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant prison suppression technique beginner 1000 earth level intermediate. Jade bone golden body holy scripture beginner 3000 heavenly level beginner. Martial arts. Concealing breath technique beginner 3000 low level spirit rank. Killing fist proficiency 0300+ yellow level low. Triple/minor completion 10-1200 yellow level intermediate. Cultivation level. Yellow level bone forging realm 532 1000+. Earth level first phase realm 1000+. Heavenly golden body realm 1 10,000+. Freedom attribute 0. System level 3420. Target already bound. Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Lu Ruyan click to expand. Zhou Muxue click to expand. Chapter 74 The Power of the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture. Not only did his comprehension and innate talent increase, but his physical constitution and blood circulation also improved, and his mental strength increased by 1 point. After closing the system interface, Lu Wei began to study the 2 cultivation techniques, starting with the breath concealment technique. In a true sense, the breath concealment technique is a martial art, not a cultivation method. Its sole function is to conceal one's own aura, and it can also disrupt auras, arbitrarily simulating realms. Of course, one can only simulate realms lower than one's own, because simulating higher realms requires a certain level of understanding and feeling, and one cannot simulate them without reaching that level. Unfortunately, the proficiency level for this martial art is too high, requiring a full 3,000 points. Without special conditions, it takes a lot of hard work to master it. Moreover, this cultivation method has a unique feature: although cultivation relies on comprehension, it depends even more on mental strength. The higher one's mental strength, the faster one can cultivate and the more effective one's skills will be. As long as one's mental strength is high enough, even if the other party is several realms higher than oneself, one can still deceive them and not worry about discovering one's true cultivation level. Even if they are only beginners now, as long as they are not a whole realm higher than me and their mental strength is not too much higher, I can completely hide it. For example, one's own master would probably be unable to discern one's true level of cultivation now. It's probably impossible to hide it from his wife or Yang Xiaohu. However, this technique is somewhat helpful, as it allows for surprise attacks during battles. As its level of understanding increases, it will naturally fulfill its proper function. After finishing reading The Art of Concealing Breath, Lu Wei began reading the sacred scripture of Jade Bones and Golden Body. He had obtained this cultivation manual several days ago and had kept it untouched, because with his current comprehension and physical constitution, it wouldn't be easy for him to cultivate this manual. This heaven-level cultivation technique is an extremely powerful body cultivation technique. Once mastered, it grants an invincible physical body, capable of sweeping away everything in its path. The cultivation technique is divided into 7 realms: glazed golden skin, flesh dragon elephant body, iron willow dragon tendon, jade bone undying, 5 elements return to 1, blood melts gold, and heavenly divine marrow. The first realm is glazed golden skin. After mastering this realm, the skin becomes as pure and flawless as glazed glass, and as indestructible as refined gold. The second realm is the flesh dragon elephant realm. Once mastered, the physical body possesses the power of a dragon and elephant, making it incredibly strong, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. The third realm, iron willow dragon tendon, further enhances physical strength and resilience. The meridians and fascia throughout the body become as tough as the tendons of an iron tree dragon, and even the most powerful blood and chi energy cannot damage them in the slightest. The fourth realm. Each realm has its own characteristics. Upon mastering all of them, one possesses extraordinary abilities, remains immortal for 10,000 years, and achieves physical sainthood. Lu Wei was thrilled after reading the cultivation technique. This was a truly powerful technique, and he couldn't wait to start practicing it right now. However, this kind of skill is extremely difficult to master, and without sufficient talent and comprehension, it is difficult to achieve anything in a lifetime. Even geniuses cannot be made in a short time. Don't even think about it if it doesn't take hundreds or thousands of years. Lu Wei grimaced at the thought of the difficulty. It was indeed strong, but it was also exceptionally difficult. There's no time to cultivate now. Even a short while would only deplete my energy and blood without any benefit. I'll have to wait until I have more time later. After calming down, Lu Wei went to sleep. It's so late, I need to get some rest. There might be another battle tomorrow. Meanwhile, thousands of miles behind Lu Wei and his group, outside Yangzhou City, countless demonic beasts gathered, stretching as far as the eye could see, numbering at least tens of thousands. Some of these monsters roared to the sky, while others hissed with their heads down, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Most of the monsters here are low-level monsters of the 2nd or 3rd rank, lacking intelligence. Although they have some intelligence, they mostly act according to the instincts of wild beasts. Before them stood a high platform, upon which stood a ferocious and domineering figure. It held a person in its fan-like hand, one hand on the leg and the other on the head, and then tore it apart violently, instantly separating the person from their body, with blood spurting out. It grabbed the human head and shoved it into its gaping maw, crunching and swallowing it down in a few bites. He casually tossed away the headless corpse in his hand, which immediately caused the low-level monsters below to scramble for it. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on its terrifying, scaly face. Then, it waved its hand and roared, "Let's go! Devour Yunzhou!" The next morning, Lu Wei woke up early, but because she had something on her mind, she couldn't sleep soundly. The first thing he did upon waking was to pull Lu Xiaoxiao out of bed, ignoring all the nasty things Lu Xiaoxiao was cursing in her heart, and directly took out a pill and stuffed it into her hand. After hearing the system notification, he quickly pulled back, tucked Lu Xiaoxiao back into bed to continue sleeping, and then excitedly checked the system notification. Ding! The host has gifted Lu Xiaoxiao as the target. Chapter 75 Tricks on Zhou Muxue. Ding! The host has gifted Lu Xiaoxiao 1 Spirit Explosion Pill, triggering a 10x return, and has obtained 10 Spirit Explosion Pills. At the same time, information about the Exploding Spirit Pill also appeared in Lu Wei's mind. Exploding Spirit Pill, a special pill. Taking 1 pill can temporarily increase one's cultivation level by 1 minor realm, 2 pills by 2 minor realms, and 3 pills by 1 major realm. The effect lasts for 15 minutes, after which it will cause serious injury and make the patient unable to move for a short period of time. The more pills taken, the greater the damage to the body. Taking 3 pills at once will result in a 100% mortality rate. It has no effect on realms above the 4th level. Seeing this effect, Lu Wei frowned. This thing was a bit of a waste. You can only temporarily advance 1 or 2 minor realms anymore and you're doomed. Even at 1 or 2 minor levels, it seems there's not much of an advantage when encountering an enemy. Looking at the pill in his hand, Lu Wei pondered it carefully for a while, then seemed to have thought of something, put the pill away and went out. I first went to the kitchen to get some meat, and then went directly to the Zhou family's house. The Zhou family members had only just gotten up, and they didn't expect Lu Wei to arrive so early. "Son-in-law, why are you here so early? Is something the matter?" Zhou Yuanshan asked with a puzzled look when he saw Lu Wei coming over. Lu Wei nodded, "There are indeed some things I need to discuss with my father-in-law." "Then let's go inside and talk." Lu Wei shook his head, "I won't go in. I came here mainly to tell my father-in-law that something might happen today, so please follow my carriage closely." Zhou Yuanshan's expression hardened, and he understood what Lu Wei meant, so he didn't ask any further questions. "Okay, I understand." Lu Wei then handed the meat in his hand to Zhou Yuanshan. "Here's some meat, father-in-law, take it back and eat it. If you finish it, I have more, just let me know." Zhou Yuanshan felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the meat Lu Wei had brought over. He would never have cared about this before. But now, the value of this meat is self-evident. "Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony with you." Lu Wei smiled and said, "It is only right and proper to be filial to you too." Zhou Yuanshan felt exceptionally pleased upon hearing this. "Let's eat together this morning. Let's go back and pick up Xiao Xiao. That girl is always thinking about my food, ha ha." Lu Wei thought about it and agreed. He went back and got some more things, then brought Lu Xiaoxiao to the Zhou family for dinner. The Zhou family's breakfast was simple: white porridge, pickled vegetables, and some steamed buns. However, being able to eat these now is definitely a delicacy. After breakfast, Lu Wei took the opportunity to call Zhou Muxue aside. This was the first time the two had been alone together, and Zhou Muxue, a master of the 4th realm, clearly looked a little nervous. You called me out, is there something you need?" Zhou Muxue secretly clutched the hem of her clothes with her slender hands, nervously unsure of what to do with them. Lu Wei found her appearance particularly adorable and couldn't resist teasing her. "Do I need a reason to want to spend some time with my wife?" Zhou Muxue's face flushed red instantly, and her fair little ears turned bright red as well. Somewhat flustered, she protested, "We're not married yet, so you can't address me like that." Lu Wei smiled shamelessly, "It's alright, it'll happen sooner or later. If you feel you've lost out, you can call me husband, or whatever you want, I have no objection." How could Zhou Muxue, an innocent little rabbit, possibly be a match for Lu Wei, a shameless person? After being teased by Lu Wei, he immediately wanted to run away. "If you have nothing else to do, I'll head back now." Seeing his wife about to run away, Lu Wei forgot about joking and quickly said, alright, I won't tease you anymore. I really do have something to discuss with you." Hearing Lu Wei admit he was teasing her, Zhou Muxue was a little annoyed. "What is it?" Lu Wei looked at his pouting wife and asked with a smile, "Tell me, did you take the pills I gave you?" "I didn't eat it, I saved it." It was the first gift Lu Wei gave her, how could she bear to eat it? Lu Wei said helplessly, "I see that your face is a little pale, which is probably due to insufficient qi and blood." That pill is for replenishing qi and blood, so don't keep it, take it quickly. I still have some here, take it home and eat it, don't keep it any longer. As Lu Wei spoke, he took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Zhou Muxue. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhou Muxue's slight dissatisfaction vanished instantly, leaving only a feeling of sweetness. Her pink lips unconsciously curled up slightly, outlining a beautiful curve. However, she knew that these qi and blood pills were exactly what Lu Wei needed for his cultivation, so she naturally couldn't accept them. I'm fine, my blood and energy are in good condition, you should keep it for yourself. Nonsense, how could I not know you have good blood and qi? A 4th level master, it would be strange if you didn't. However, this item must be sent out. Lu Wei sighed, feigning sadness, I know that what I gave you is nothing compared to what you gave me. However, this is the best thing I can offer, it's my sincere heart. If you don't accept it, I will be very sad. Chapter 76 The Surprise of 50x Return. Sigh, never mind, I won't bother you with this junk anymore. I'm going back now, Lu Wei said, looking heartbroken. Zhou Muxue, a naive and innocent girl, couldn't stand this. Lu Wei's words were like a big hand squeezing her heart, making her feel both sore and painful. Seeing that Lu Wei was about to leave, he grabbed her in a moment of panic. No, I didn't mean that. I was just worried that you wouldn't have enough for your cultivation, so I didn't accept it. Okay, stop talking. I know you're trying to comfort me, I understand. That's not true at all. I'll accept it. I like it when you give me gifts. Zhou Muxue had no choice but to speak her mind. Lu Wei chuckled inwardly, but outwardly feigned suspicion. Are you telling the truth? Zhou Muxue nodded gently, though she was extremely embarrassed, she still admitted it. Alright, take this pill. Lu Wei took Zhou Muxue's small hand and placed the bottle in her hand. When her little hand was grabbed, Zhou Muxue's heart skipped a beat. She was so nervous that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. However, following Lu Wei's instructions, he opened the bottle and poured out a pill. The moment the pill was poured out, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Zhou Muxue was slightly taken aback. This didn't seem to be a qi and blood pill. Before she could even ask, Lu Wei was startled and slapped the pill away. Wrong, this isn't it, this is it. Saying this, he took out a qi and blood pill and handed it to Zhou Muxue. Zhou Muxue's expression hardened, and she quickly bent down to pick up the pill. He looked at it carefully, then smelled it, and his expression changed. Turning to Lu Wei with a serious expression, he asked, Where did you get this pill? This, I found it, Lu Wei stammered, clearly lying. Zhou Muxue, unlike her usual innocent and docile self, looked at Lu Wei with a serious and earnest expression. How many of these pills do you have left? At this moment, her expression and temperament underwent a complete transformation, from an innocent little flower to a cold and domineering female CEO in an instant. Coupled with her aura as a peak 4th realm cultivator, Lu Wei almost lost his composure and took out the remaining 9 exploding spirit pills. And these too. Zhou Muxue snatched it away and put it directly into her pocket, looking at Lu Wei with an air of dominance. You mustn't eat this stuff, it'll ruin you. Don't worry, I'm here, I'll never let you get into any danger. Lu Wei stared blankly at Zhou Muxue, stunned by how the little white rabbit had instantly turned into a tigress. Suddenly, he remembered a joke he'd heard on the internet in his past life: the real hunter often appears in the form of the prey. Could it be that I'm the one who's been tricked? However, he understood Zhou Muxue's concern. She was afraid that he would harm himself by taking the explosive spirit pill. Thinking of this, Lu Wei smiled and nodded, okay, whatever you say. Anyway, this thing is useless to him, and besides, he still has 10 returned items in his system space that he hasn't taken out yet. Zhou Muxue's words just now revealed something, which both of them knew, but neither of them brought it up. He should pretend to be unaware. After all, if he exposes Zhou Muxue now, how can he continue acting? Having received Lu Wei's promise, Zhou Muxue instantly lost her imposing aura and reverted to her usual demure and innocent demeanor. She looked at Lu Wei shyly. Lu Wei could only sigh, women are so fickle. However, the way you looked just now scared me. Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me? Lu Wei chuckled mischievously as he approached Zhou Muxue step by step. Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue looked up and saw Lu Wei's mischievous smile. Her heart skipped a beat. Before she could say anything, Lu Wei suddenly lowered his head and kissed her on the corner of her mouth, then turned and ran away. He left a message from afar: consider this my compensation. Zhou Muxue stood there stunned for a while, her face turning red, then even redder, before finally a smile appeared on her lips, and she turned and walked away. Lu Wei ran away for two reasons. First, he was afraid that he had taken liberties with a fourth-level expert, and that she might break his bones in a fit of anger. Secondly, because Zhou Muxue had just taken 10 explosive spirit pills, and there was an unexpected surprise. Lu Wei's original plan was to give Zhou Muxue a spirit explosion pill, get it back, pretend that he gave it to the wrong person, and then exchange it for a qi and blood pill. After all, he couldn't very well give his wife something as harmful as the exploding spirit pill. Unexpectedly, Zhou Muxue recognized the exploding spirit pill and confiscated all of his exploding spirit pills. What Lu Wei didn't expect was that in the past, he could only give one to Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Ruyan and get it returned. Zhou Muxue actually received a refund for all 10 explosive spirit pills. What Lu Wei didn't expect was that the 50x return on the explosive spirit pill wasn't actually the explosive spirit pill itself, but rather a 50x return on its quality. Ding, the host has gifted Zhou Muxue 10 spirit explosion pills, triggering a 50x return, and has received 10 spirit ascension pills. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Lu Wei quickly opened the document to check the information about the spirit ascension pill. Upon seeing this, he was overjoyed and wanted to dance for joy on the spot. This stuff is practically a miracle drug. Chapter 77 Yang Xiaohu, who came to my door. Spirit Ascension Pill, after consumption, cultivation level will temporarily increase by 1 major realm, lasting for 2/4 of an hour. After the effects of the medicine wear off, it will not cause any harm to the body and will even improve one's physical condition to a certain extent. It is effective for those below the 5th realm. The introduction is very simple and clear, making it easy for anyone to understand. Compared to the Spirit Ascension Pill, the Spirit Explosion Pill is like trash that can be thrown into the toilet. Seeing the effects of the Spirit Ascension Pill, Lu Wei couldn't wait to run back and kiss his little wife again. These 10 Spirit Ascension Pills will be his strongest trump card. As long as I improve my swordsmanship to the level of mastery, I will not be afraid even if I encounter someone in the Qi-gathering realm. If one's swordsmanship reaches perfection or the Grandmaster level, with the help of the Spirit Ascension Pill, one can sweep through the Qi-gathering realm. Overjoyed, Lu Wei hummed a little tune as he returned to his carriage, ready to pack up and go to work for his boss. As soon as they arrived at the carriage, they saw Lu Ruyan standing helplessly outside, pacing anxiously in circles. Lu Wei walked over curiously and asked, "What are you doing? Grinding the millstone?" Lu Wei's sudden appearance startled Lu Ruyan. When she turned around and saw Lu Wei, it was as if she had seen a savior. "Young master, you're finally back. Miss is here." Lu Wei was completely confused. What young lady or little lady? Didn't Xiao Xiao come back a long time ago? Not Miss Xiao Xiao, but the eldest young lady? Lu Wei frowned. Young miss? Where did this rich young lady come from? Just as he was about to ask another question, he heard voices coming from inside the carriage. Is it good? The voice was soft and gentle, like a little kitten lying on your chest, gently licking you with its tongue. Lu Wei recognized the voice all too well, and his eyes widened instantly. Why is she here? Delicious, thank you, sister. It was Lu Xiaoxiao's voice after she had eaten. Xiao Xiao is so good. If you like it, I'll bring it to you every day. Really? Sister, why don't you stay and be my sister-in-law? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei broke out in a cold sweat. This brat, you're bribed with just a little treat. How can you face your other sister-in-law? Yang Xiaohu chuckled, well, I have no problem with that, but I'll have to ask your brother if he agrees. What do you think, Lu Wei? How long are you planning to keep eavesdropping? Lu Wei also knew that with Yang Xiaohu's cultivation level, she must have noticed his arrival long ago. Young miss, what brings you here? Lu Wei chuckled and tried to enter the tent, but was stopped by her maid, Xiao Baihe, just as she reached the door. What do you want to do? Xiaobei glared at Lu Wei and asked with a look of disgust. Lu Wei was a little confused by the question. What? What do I want to do? This is my home, can't I come back? Xiao Baihe glanced at Lu Wei with disdain and said scornfully, the young lady is inside now. Do you think someone like you has the right to go in? When Lu Wei heard this, she really wanted to spit in her face. You're the servant. Your whole family are servants. At this moment, Yang Xiaohu's voice came from inside the carriage. All right, let him in. I have something to say to him. Little Lily was stunned, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. The young lady has never ridden in a carriage with another man in her entire life, even the driver has always been an old woman. The fact that she was allowed to enter the tent was completely shattering her worldview. However, before she could react, Lu Wei pushed her aside and walked into the tent. To be honest, he also wanted to meet Yang Xiaohu. This woman is indescribably beautiful. Just from her profile she's a 99 out of 100. Just imagine how beautiful she must be from the front. Unfortunately, when he entered the tent, although he saw Yang Xiaohu, her face was covered by a veil. Her figure was completely hidden by the large dress, making it impossible to tell what she looked like. Yang Xiaohu also looked at Lu Wei, and when she saw the look of disappointment and disdain in his eyes when he saw her, she almost couldn't help but hit him in anger. What does this guy mean? How dare he look down on me? However, she was really wrong about Lu Wei. What Lu Wei disliked was the veil and the loose dress. I was unaware that Miss has graced my humble abode with her presence. What brings you here? Since he couldn't see her face, Lu Wei stopped worrying about it and simply got down to business. Yang Xiaohu said in a somewhat cold tone, if my guards won't come to protect me, then naturally I have to come and find them for protection. Otherwise, what if I get killed? Lu Wei was speechless. You? A peak-level expert of the third realm, you need a nobody like me to protect you? Are you kidding me? You didn't tell me your work hours. I just finished breakfast and was planning to go there. However, what Yang Xiaohu said next left Lu Wei completely dumbfounded. You don't need to go over there. I'm staying here today. Lu Wei was stunned when she heard this. Not leaving? What do you mean? Literally, you can just stay here and protect me. It won't interfere with your cultivation or taking care of your family, and you can even earn overtime pay. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Lu Wei frowned. Would Yang Xiaohu be so kind? There must be a conspiracy behind this. Chapter 78 begins. Suddenly, Lu Wei thought of something. The way he looked at Yang Xiaohu was a little off, and even his tone of voice became somewhat stiff. Miss, our family is just a small household and can't afford your troubles. Why don't you find another place? Lu Wei guessed that Yang Xiaohu was planning a clever escape. The real person is hiding here, making it difficult to be discovered. Leave an empty carriage over there so they can't find the person. This made her much safer, but Lu Wei's family was in danger. If they are discovered, they will definitely be targeted and attacked, and their chances of survival will be slim. Lu Wei naturally wouldn't be polite for bringing his own family into such a dangerous situation. Yang Xiaohu could clearly sense the change in Lu Wei's attitude. With her quick wit and understanding, she instantly understood what Lu Wei was thinking. I was both angry and frustrated, but I couldn't vent my anger. I'd never suffered such a loss in my life. Quickly regaining his composure, Yang Xiaohu said indifferently, What? Worried that I'll bring disaster here? When Lu Wei heard her ask this, he spoke frankly, It's good that you know, Mississippi. My family consists of women and children, and we don't have much ability to protect ourselves. Please find another place to hide, Mississippi. Hearing this, Yang Xiaohu was furious inside, but on the surface he remained calm and composed. Don't worry, I'm here, no one can hurt a hair on their head. To be honest, Yang Xiaohu came here not to hide from anything. Those few petty thieves weren't enough to make her hide. She came to Lu Wei's house because she wanted to observe him closely and see what secrets this kid had. Such a big change happened overnight. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei mistook her for someone who had come here to escape an attack and even tried to drive her away. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life, and she couldn't tell the truth. The frustration she felt was indescribable. Lu Wei was somewhat skeptical of what he heard. To be honest, he didn't know how strong the attackers were. Can Yang Xiaohu handle this? However, a woman who can support such a large family business and has such high intelligence should not be stupid and would not go to her death. Moreover, the fact that she concealed her cultivation level was clearly unknown to everyone, demonstrating the depth of this woman's cunning. Lu Ruyan, you take Xiaoxiao and Xiaoya to the Zhou family. I can handle things here. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Lu Ruyan, who was outside the door, immediately came in and took Wu Xiaoya and Lu Xiaoxiao away. Yang Xiaohu was furious when he saw this guy clearly didn't believe him. However, despite her anger, she didn't say much, because her goal was Lu Wei. As for Lu Wei's family, it doesn't matter whether they are here or not. Well then, miss, please rest here. I'll head out now, Lu Wei said, turning to leave. But Yang Xiaohu stopped him, No need, you can sit here. What? Lu Wei was dumbfounded. I'm here? What do you want? Let me tell you, I'm not that kind of person. This isn't quite right, is it? Yang Xiaohu stared coldly at Lu Wei, wishing she could slap him to death. Just do what you're supposed to do. Don't worry about me. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei couldn't help but swallow. What does that mean? Is it implying that I can do whatever I want? So, should I do it or not? Just as Lu Wei was struggling with his decision, the voice of the maid Xiao Baihe came from outside the carriage. Young miss, may the group depart now? Yang Xiaohu took a light breath and said slowly, let's go. On the mountain roads on both sides of Shuangfangling, hundreds of fully armed bandits stood ready. At the front of the group, Ma Zhankui was talking quietly with his two henchmen. Boss, everything is ready. Ma Zhankui nodded, okay, tell the brothers to be smart. After we're done, scatter and run. When we get back to the stronghold, we'll pack our things and run away. Boss, is it really necessary to run? We've built up quite a network of connections over the years. Besides, this place is far from the Emperor's reach. What can the Yang family do to us? Ma Zhankui glanced at him and said, if you don't want to leave, you can stay. This stronghold is yours. I've already decided to ignore this idiot as long as I'm with someone like him, he'll get me killed sooner or later. And building connections? Those so-called connections are thinner than paper, what good are they? Moreover, the Yang family is a famous clan in Jizhou. They could easily wipe out their entire stronghold, leaving not a single ant behind, by sending out even a third realm expert. However, the second-in-command's eyes lit up when he heard what the boss said. He'd get the whole stronghold? Then he could do whatever he wanted. He had previously disagreed with the boss's business strategy, believing it to be too conservative and yielding little return. From now on, I can make my own decisions and do whatever I want. Boss, they're here. Chapter 79 War begins. Just then, a communications soldier rushed over. Boss, they're here, the target is here. Brothers, hide and get ready. In the distance, a caravan of several hundred people moved slowly forward, with a luxurious carriage standing out in the middle. Behind the convoy, a number of people followed sparsely, forming a dense, dark mass that must have numbered at least several thousand. As the convoy drew closer, the bandits drew their weapons, ready to charge at any moment. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. As the caravan entered the attack range, Ma Zhankui suddenly waved his hand. Brothers, charge! Instantly, hundreds of bandits who heard the signal charged down the hillside, howling. Ma Zhankui took the lead, leading his men to pounce on the caravan like wolves and tigers. Their goal this time wasn't to rob anyone, but to kill everyone, so they didn't stop anyone to loot, they went straight for the kill. However, after running for a while, Ma Zhankui suddenly heard a buzzing sound. Looking up, they saw countless black crossbow bolts flying towards them like raindrops, obscuring the sky. Ma Zhankui's expression changed drastically. He never expected that the Yang family caravan would have divine crossbows, and so many of them at that. The cost of the divine crossbow was extremely high, with each crossbow costing several thousand taels of silver. However, there's a reason why it's expensive. This divine crossbow is unlike ordinary crossbow bolts, it is extremely powerful. Even for entry-level martial artists, it poses a certain threat, let alone his team, most of whom are ordinary people. They are simply death-reaping machines. Seeing this, Ma Zhankui quickly activated his spiritual energy defense, trying his best to block as many arrows as possible for his subordinates. But how many can he block alone? Besides, even if he blocked a lot, he wouldn't be able to hold on. His men behind him fell one by one, like wheat being harvested. Ma Zhankui's eyes turned red with anger. His subordinates were all dead, so he was in danger. Even if he manages to take over the team, the mastermind behind it won't let him off the hook. Thinking this through, Ma Zhankui knew that he only had one way out: to charge, to rush into the caravan as quickly as possible, and to kill all the archers. However, under such a barrage of arrows, even for a master of the Qi-gathering realm, every step forward was extremely difficult. When he finally managed to get close to the caravan, someone jumped out and blocked his way. Seeing Ma Zhankui in such a sorry state, Lin Xiaolin immediately rushed out to take advantage of the situation. He believed that after all the exhaustion along the way, Ma Zhankui must have very little spiritual power left, which was a good opportunity to show off and win the young lady's favor. As for Ma Zhankui, he was just a pawn in their plan, and they never intended for him to live. You audacious bandits, how dare you attack my young family caravan? Prepare to die. Lin Xiaolin let out a feigned angry shout and swung his knife at Mai Zhankue. Mai Zhankue hurriedly tried to defend himself, but was forced back several steps by the blow. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that most of his men were already dead. He was a smart man and knew that if he continued to persist, he would only face certain death, so he decided to retreat. I've made a lot of money over the years, enough for me to live a secluded life. I definitely won't make any money from this deal, and continuing would be pointless except for getting myself killed. Therefore, following Lin Xiaolin, they fought and retreated, gradually disengaging from the battlefield. On the other side, Manager Zhang, who was observing the overall battlefield situation, shook his head helplessly. What a bunch of rabble, you can't count on them. Tell everyone, get ready to get started. Yes. Behind him stood 200 people, all dressed in white robes and their faces were completely covered, making them virtually invisible in the snow. 200 people stood there silently, motionless, like statues. These people exuded a chilling aura. They were clearly not ordinary people. Inside the caravan, Lu Wei stood beside the carriage, watching the bandits. Before they even got close to the caravan, most of them were already dead. He stared in astonishment. That's it? These bandits are so weak. If I had known better, I wouldn't have bothered preparing for so many days. In order to improve combat power, he didn't even dare to add any points to his innate talent or comprehension. He used them all to improve his combat power, for fear of being killed by enemies. Unexpectedly, this enemy was too weak. I didn't even have a chance to make a move. Do you think this is the end? Yang Xiaohu's pleasant voice came from inside the carriage. Lu Wei was taken aback upon hearing this, then frowned and said, could it be that there's a backup plan? Yang Xiaohu smiled and said, just you wait and see. There was something she didn't say. The other party was still a member of the Young family, and even if they were a bit stupid, they wouldn't be this stupid. My dear brother, let's see if you can give me a surprise. Chapter 80. The two women look at each other. They're here. Yang Xiaohu reminded him in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei turned and looked around, but he couldn't see what Yang Xiaohu had mentioned. Just as he was about to turn around and ask, he suddenly noticed a white figure in the distance, running rapidly toward him. Those people were all agile and nimble, running on the thick snow as if it were flat ground. It's obvious at a glance that they are all martial artists who have reached a certain level. Don't underestimate a martial artist who has just entered the ranks. Just like Lu Wei, even though he has just entered the ranks, he is still a martial artist with an extraordinary status. After all, martial arts resources are monopolized by major forces, and there are very few people who can cultivate them. A martial artist who has reached the first rank has a high social status. The fact that the opponent could send out so many rank 1 martial artists at once shows that their strength is extraordinary. Lu Wei's expression gradually became serious. 200 martial artists of the first rank, more than twice the number of their caravan, and even more. Moreover, those few people in front, radiating spiritual light, are clearly martial artists who have surpassed the first realm. Young miss, don't worry. With me here, I'll risk my life to prevent anyone from harming you. Lu Wei drew his treasured sword, which could cut through iron like mud. He had never used this sword before, waiting for this day. Holding a long sword, Lu Wei stood protectively in front of the carriage, looking utterly loyal. It's time for me to shine. If I don't try to build up my popularity now, when will I? However, Yang Xiaohu was not someone who was easily fooled. She glanced at Lu Wei and ignored him completely. Lu Wei was a little embarrassed. This girl was too smart and not easy to fool. My own wife is the best. If I said that, she would probably be so moved that she would have given herself to me long ago. However, Lu Wei seemed to have forgotten one thing: his carriage was not far from the Zhou family's caravan. With Zhou Mushua's cultivation at the 4th level, nothing that happened to Lu Wei could escape her notice. Moreover, from the very beginning of the battle, Zhou Mushua had been keeping a close eye on this side because she was worried about Lu Wei's safety. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhou Mushua felt a pang of sadness and a bit of anger. You idiot! That young lady is nobody to you. You're risking your life for her. What if something happens to you? What will I do then? Lu Wei was unaware that his wife was already jealous and angry. Because those men in white had already reached the caravan. The caravan's crossbows fired at them, but while these crossbows posed a threat to advanced martial artists, their effectiveness was limited. Especially since they were well prepared, apart from a few unlucky ones who were shot down, most people only suffered minor injuries. The next moment, the two sides began to engage in close combat, and shouts and screams echoed throughout the canyon. The refugees behind, seeing this, immediately moved far away, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. However, they did not know that if the caravan fell, none of them would survive. Seeing this, Lu Wei didn't rush forward. His goal was to protect his family and, incidentally, to gain favor with Yang Xiaohu. Only a fool would rush in and risk his life. Lu Wei immediately pulled the carriage closer to the Zhou family's caravan. With the two families together, it would be easier for him to protect them. Muxue, you and your aunt and uncle stay inside and don't come out. I'm here outside, don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you. Yang Xiaohu, who was in the carriage, heard these words and wondered why they sounded so familiar. By the way, I heard that Lu Wei has a fiancé. However, someone like him must have a fiancé who is very unattractive. Filled with curiosity, Yang Xiaohu looked at Zhou Muxue. Upon seeing this, they were immediately stunned. He had only one thought in his mind: how much incense did this guy burn in his past life to be able to find such a beautiful fiancé? Zhou Muxue also sensed a strange gaze and immediately looked in the direction from which it came. For the first time, the two women's eyes met. Just then, the caravan's guards began to show signs of being unable to hold out. Some men in white had already run to the center of the caravan and started searching. The first target was naturally the most luxurious carriage. As it turned out, Yang Xiaohu had anticipated this and had set up many traps and mechanisms on the carriage. The first group of people who went to investigate were shot into a pile of quills. Seeing this, Lu Wei couldn't help but grin. This woman is ruthless. However, he also realized that if things continued like this, those people would eventually find their way here. Although we have 3 top experts hiding on our side, our safety is not a problem. But I have to put on an act too. So Lu Wei drove the carriage and began to quietly retreat. Just then, a man in white noticed the strange thing about Lu Wei and rushed over with a knife in hand. Chapter 81 Pure Blood Xia Ren. Seeing this, Lu Wei cursed inwardly, this idiot is just asking for death. The opponent was at most a body refining realm cultivator, which would be a matter of one strike for Lu Wei. However, if we take action on our side, more people will notice this place, and that will be even more troublesome. Just as Lu Wei was preparing to finish the fight quickly and kill the man as soon as possible to avoid being noticed, a figure suddenly darted out from the side and blocked the person's path. Lu Wei was stunned and looked at the person. He saw that the person had a rebellious streak, a large bump on the back of his head, and his figure was familiar. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before. Brother Lu, please take good care of Miss Lu. Lu Wei suddenly realized, well, this guy's bloodline is really pure. However, since someone had helped him avoid trouble, he naturally wouldn't be polite and quickly led his team away to a distance. As Lu Wei retreated to a distance, he was able to see the situation on the battlefield clearly. Overall, the situation is not optimistic. The guards are retreating again and again, showing signs of defeat. Lu Wei also sought his chief master, who was doing his best to resist the siege of two chi-gathering realm experts. This was also the first time he had ever seen his chief master go all out. The three-cut blade moved with unstoppable force, its blade flashing in sharp light radiating boundless killing intent. Even though there were two chi-gathering realm cultivators on the other side, they couldn't do anything to him for a while. This is the power of martial arts skills. When they are mastered to a high level, even when facing a siege, one can handle it with ease. Why aren't you helping? Yang Xiaohu's voice came from inside the carriage. Lu Wei said seriously, my mission is to protect Mrs. Safety. The life or death of others is none of my business. I am only loyal to you, Mississippi. Yang Xiaohu almost laughed in anger when she heard this. If she hadn't gotten to know Lu Wei better through their interactions over the past 2 days, she would have believed her nonsense. This guy is clearly afraid of danger, which is why he doesn't dare to go. So what are you planning to do? If we just keep hiding like this, they'll catch up with us sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei frowned deeply. Is this something I should be considering? Isn't this something you should be considering? What are your backup plans? Hurry up and use them. Young miss, why don't we run away? Since you've asked me, I won't hold back. Yang Xiaohu chuckled, no need, we have reinforcements. Reinforcements? Where are they? Lu Wei looked around in confusion. It'll be here soon, just hang in there a little longer. Lu Wei was about to say, I'm fine, but I'm worried that the people below won't be able to hold on. Before he could speak, 3 men in white rushed toward him. This time, Xia Ren wouldn't be there to shield him from the attack, so Lu Wei had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. The three people who came were all quite powerful. Two were at the third grade Jin realm, and one was at the second grade Lian Ro realm. The three men quickly rushed to Lu Wei's side, and without saying a word, they raised their knives and attacked like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Lu Wei dared not be negligent and charged forward with his sword, like a tiger descending a mountain. Ding! Click! The moment the opponent's knife touched Lu Wei's knife, it snapped in two, as fragile as tofu. The legendary sword, capable of cutting through iron like mud, came into play at this moment, striking like lightning and instantly severing the enemy's weapon. This sudden turn of events stunned the man, as if he had been frozen in place by a spell. By the time he came to his senses, it was too late. Lu Wei's three-slash blade, which was at the lesser completion stage, was no slouch either. Coupled with his strength and speed, which far surpassed that of a typical rank 4 bone forging realm martial artist, he could be considered a minor expert within his realm. Like a cheetah, he instantly unleashed tremendous power. A flash of light, blood splattered, and the man collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck in terror, like a lamb being slaughtered. The remaining two people stopped in their tracks upon seeing this, staring at Lu Wei with expressions of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. But while they stopped, Lu Wei would not. Lu Wei's eyes were cold as he brandished his long sword, creating a fierce gust of wind that swept towards one of them like a tornado. The man reacted extremely quickly, immediately swinging his knife to defend himself, like a shield. However, Lu Wei's blade was incredibly fast, instantly breaking through his defenses like lightning. With a soft thud, the blade sliced into his shoulder, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The man screamed in agony, losing his balance and falling backward like a toppled block. Lu Wei kicked him out, sending him flying like a soccer ball. Upon seeing this, the other enemy was terrified and turned to run away like a frightened rabbit. But would Lu Wei give him that chance? He flashed forward, quickly catching up and slashing at the fleeing man's back with a sword like a battle axe. With a snap, the enemy's spine was severed, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move, like a dog with a broken spine. Chapter 82 Lu Wei surrounded. Yang Xiuhu, inside the carriage, felt a surge of excitement as he watched Lu Wei swiftly and decisively kill three people. There's something wrong with this guy. He definitely has something wrong with him. He has only been practicing martial arts for 10 days. Not only has his cultivation reached the bone forging realm, but his swordsmanship has also reached a minor level of mastery. How is this possible? Moreover, his foundation is solid, with no signs of wasting time, and he even surpasses many bone forging realms. Throughout history, no genius has ever been known to have accomplished this, not even a reincarnation of an ancient great being. I must uncover this secret, even if it's just knowing how to increase cultivation speed so quickly. If it weren't for being limited by my innate talent, I wouldn't have spent so many years only reaching the dew condensation realm. Improving her physical constitution had become an obsession for her. Lu Wei was unaware that he had been targeted by Yang Xiuhu, and that Yang Xiuhu was targeting him relentlessly. At this moment, he was watching the situation down the mountain with full vigilance. He had just killed 3 people, which had already attracted attention. Upon seeing that there was a master here, they immediately became suspicious, and the 6 people nearby quickly surrounded them. Among these 6 people, one is a rank 5 returning abdomen realm expert, who is a minor realm higher than Lu Wei. The remaining 5 were no pushovers either, with 2 at the bone forging realm and 3 at the tendon changing realm. If these 6 people were to attack, even Lu Wei could easily get injured. However, it's too late to run now. Several carriages are dragging along. How could they possibly outrun these martial artists? Lu Wei could only be on high alert, preparing for a fight to the death. He was even prepared to use the Spirit Ascension Pill if the situation turned bad. However, he would not reveal the Spirit Ascension Pill unless absolutely necessary. It was his trump card. Moreover, he also wanted to test what level his current combat power really was. The first to rush up was a master of the bone forging realm. He was the closest to the location, so he was the first to arrive. These people are all Suicide Squad members. Their only mission is to kill their target. Therefore, he immediately launched a merciless killing move, his long sword thrusting straight into Lu Wei's throat like a venomous snake's tongue. Lu Wei's eyes narrowed, but he did not back down in the face of the enemy's attack. Instead of retreating, he advanced and took the initiative to meet the enemy. He easily deflected the opponent's sword with his long sword, and then swiftly unleashed a powerful strike. The opponent hurriedly raised his sword to block, but he did not know that the long sword in Lu Wei's hand was not an ordinary weapon, but a precious sword that could cut through iron like mud. His ordinary longsword was no match for the sharpness of this precious sword. There was a crisp crack sound, followed by a plop sound. The precious sword in Lu Wei's hand actually cleaved the opponent in two, sword and all. Just then, the remaining 5 people arrived at the scene. This included that expert at the returning to the abdomen realm. When he saw Lu Wei kill a comrade so easily, his pupils contracted slightly, and he was secretly shocked. This expert at the returning abdomen realm immediately realized that Lu Wei was not an easy opponent to deal with. Therefore, he decisively issued the order, surround and kill him. Upon receiving the order, the other 4 quickly dispersed and attacked Lu Wei from different directions. Lu Wei was surrounded, but showed no fear. At this moment, his mind was unusually calm as he carefully observed the flaws in the others' defenses. Kill! With a loud shout from the expert at the returning abdomen realm, the 5 men swung their weapons at Lu Wei. At the same time, the expert at the returning abdomen realm abandoned his weapon and threw a punch directly at Lu Wei. Before the fist even arrived, the wind from it was already there. The powerful energy and blood flowed like a storm, and the intense pressure made Lu Wei's breath catch in his throat. If he were hit by this, Lu Wei would probably be seriously injured even if he didn't die, and the next few weapons would be enough to chop him into mincemeat. Fortunately, Lu Wei was not much weaker than that Guifu realm cultivator, which was largely thanks to him using all his attributes to improve his combat power. If it's used to improve one's innate comprehension, then right now it's just a target with some genius potential, and there's nothing it can do but wait to die. Lu Wei gritted his teeth and used all his strength to slash out in a semicircle with his long sword, fiercely striking down at the weapons and fists. Gue Fujing had no intention of injuring Lu Wei with his fists. His goal was to suppress Lu Wei with his powerful blood energy, causing him to slow down. After all, he was a minor realm higher than Lu Wei, so this method would definitely work. However, he never expected that Lu Wei's blood and constitution were not much worse than his. His vital energy was no match for Lu Wei, and he was forced back by Lu Wei's single move, losing the initiative. Crack, crack, crack. With several crisp sounds, the weapons of the 4 people were directly shattered by Lu Wei. Chapter 83 appears in succession. Upon seeing this, the 4 people frantically retreated, but how could they possibly outrun Lu Wei? Now that they're here, Lu Wei isn't going to let them leave. A strong physique also results in great speed and strength. Lu Wei took a step forward with lightning speed, while simultaneously slashing horizontally with his long sword. They were determined to cut these 4 people in half on the spot. However, that 5th grade returning abdomen realm expert wouldn't just stand by and watch. After stepping back, he immediately swung his sword and thrust it forward. If Lu Wei doesn't sheath his sword to defend himself, he will be pierced through by the sword. If you sheath your sword, 4 people will escape, and you will then face an attack from several others. They were caught in a dilemma. In that split second, a white streak of light suddenly flew over and accurately struck the forehead of the 5th grade returning abdomen realm expert. A stream of light shot into his forehead, flew out from the back of his head, and disappeared. The man swayed, then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Seeing this, Lu Wei no longer hesitated. He swung his long sword horizontally, cutting the 4 men, who had lost their weapons and their courage, in half at the waist. Looking back at the Guifu realm expert whose forehead was gushing blood, Lu Wei had a sudden thought and guessed that it must have been his little wife who had made the move. As for why it wasn't Yang Xiaohu, it's very simple. That woman will absolutely not make a move unless it's a matter of life and death for her. She might only save my life if I'm seriously injured and on the verge of death, and then do me a favor in return. His wife, seeing him in danger, certainly wouldn't turn a blind eye after all. Her high level of affection for him was undeniable. In fact, Lu Wei both guessed right and wrong. It was indeed Zhou Mushuai who made the move. Seeing Lu Wei surrounded, she had wanted to intervene for a long time. Seeing that Lu Wei could still handle it, they weren't in a hurry. But in the end, they couldn't hold back any longer and, fearing that Lu Wei would get hurt, they decided to take action. Yang Xiaohu, inside the carriage, narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing this scene, never expecting that Lu Wei would have a powerful figure secretly protecting him. She was just about to make a move, but her motivation was different from Zhou Mushuai's. She worried that if something happened to Lu Wei, she would never know the secret. Therefore, Lu Wei absolutely cannot be allowed to get into trouble. Even if it means exposing our cultivation level, we must protect Lu Wei. But to her surprise, just as she was about to make her move, a streak of light struck and killed the person before she could react. Who is it? Looking at the direction from which the streak of light shot out, Yang Xiaohu seemed to be deep and thought the person who made the move was definitely more powerful than her. Looking in that direction, it seems to be where Lu Wei's fiancé is. Could his fiancé be a hidden master? Yang Xiuhu fell into deep thought as he recalled that aloof and ethereal figure. Lu Wei touched the ground with his long sword and breathed slightly. Although the two battles had not lasted long, they had been extremely exhausting in terms of mental and physical strength. However, the gains were also considerable. After this practical experience, my swordsmanship proficiency improved significantly, equivalent to several days of previous training. Just as Lu Wei was about to catch her breath, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. "Ha, young lady, I never expected you to condescend to hide in such a filthy and disgusting place. It took me quite a while to find you." Lu Wei turned his head to look in the direction from which the sound came, and saw a middle-aged masked man flying towards them. With each step, the person covered tens of meters, and in the blink of an eye, they traversed hundreds of meters, appearing not far from Lu Wei and the others. Upon seeing this, Lu Wei's expression immediately turned solemn. This person was definitely a master, at least at the peak of the second realm if not the third realm. However, what he said was really infuriating. He actually called my carriage a dirty and filthy place. That bastard, if I could beat him, I would have given him a good beating. Zhang He, that idiot actually managed to command you. It seems my good second uncle has a hand in this matter too. Yang Xiaowu's voice was still as captivating as ever, showing no sign of tension despite the appearance of this expert. Zhang He laughed heartily. Young miss is indeed intelligent. However, in the face of absolute power, even the most brilliant mind is nothing more than a cheap trick. Surely young miss understands this principle? Just then, a slightly mocking voice suddenly came from behind Lu Wei and his companion's carriage. Absolute strength? You old dog, how dare you spout such nonsense? As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome man dressed in white, holding a paper fan, slowly descended from mid-air. Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Feng. Chapter 84 Lord of Yunzhou. Oh. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Haha, it seems that the reputation of this city lord being handsome, dashing, exceptionally talented, and possessing unparalleled cultivation has indeed spread throughout the world, even to the point that you, an old dog, know about me. Since that's the case, then this city lord, seeing that you're already quite old, can't bear to kill you, you old dog. After all, I am known for being handsome and kind-hearted, and I have always upheld the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Since you still have some sense, I'll give you a dignified death. Commit suicide. Qin Feng flicked his folding fan, revealing what he considered a dashing and unrestrained smile. He gently fanned himself amidst the swirling snowflakes, resembling a peacock spreading its tail feathers, displaying its flamboyant style to the world. When Lu Wei saw this person, he looked at him strangely. Where did this brainless show-off come from? Fanning himself in the middle of winter, how seriously ill must he be? Well, that doesn't sound quite right, since this guy seems to be on my side. Manager Zhang's face was so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water, and his eyes were filled with fear and anger as he looked at Qin Feng. But what he felt most was fear, because Qin Feng was a whole realm higher than him. If things don't go well today, he might be finished here. Qin Feng, this is a family matter of the Yang family. As the city lord of Yunzhou City, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, so as not to bring unnecessary trouble upon yourself. Steward Zhang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said in a deep voice, although your Qingling sect is powerful, our Yang family is not to be trifled with. If you insist on interfering in this matter, then you will bear the consequences. Upon hearing Manager Zhang's threat, Qin Feng smiled disdainfully, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. He slammed his folding fan down and pointed at Steward Zhang's nose, cursing, "Old man, do you think you can suppress me with just a small young family? Let me tell you, my Qingling sect is not afraid." After saying that, Qin Feng exuded a powerful aura, and the surrounding wind and snow seemed to freeze at that moment, unable to get close to him. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Manager Zhang's expression changed drastically, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He inwardly groaned, never expecting Qin Feng to be so forceful, showing no regard for the Yang family whatsoever. Lu Wei, who was standing to the side, looked at him strangely. Is this guy on their side or not? Snort! A cold snort suddenly came from inside the carriage. Qin Feng's face stiffened, realizing he had misspoke. He quickly explained, "Little fox, listen to me, I absolutely didn't mean that. What I meant was that the Yang family is nothing in front of the Qingling sect, in my eyes." Before he could finish speaking, Yang Xiuhu interrupted, "Uncle Qin, let's talk about this after we've dealt with the current situation, otherwise my guards will be all dead soon." Qin Feng nodded quickly, Okay, I'll take care of them right away." After saying that, Qin Feng turned to look at Manager Zhang. Suddenly, he flicked his folding fan, and a streak of light flew out like lightning, heading straight for Manager Zhang's face. Manager Zhang never expected Qin Feng to be so despicable, attacking without warning. He was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side, but he was still a fraction too slow. The streak of light grazed his shoulder like a sharp blade, leaving a shocking bloodstain, and blood gushed into the air like a fountain. Manager Zhang was filled with fear and anger. His cultivation was already inferior to Qin Feng's, and he had been suddenly attacked and injured. He probably wouldn't be able to leave today. Since that's the case, we might as well take a gamble and drag someone down with us if we die. Thinking of this, he roared and frantically mobilized all his spiritual power, determined to fight to the death. Seeing this, Qin Feng curled up a contemptuous sneer. What? Old man, are you still going to struggle? I advise you that if you have the strength, you might as well end it all sooner rather than later, so that I don't have to bother. A crazed glint flashed in Steward Zhang's eyes as he swung his longsword down with all his might. A dazzling sword light slashed straight at Qin Feng. Lu Wei, who was watching the commotion from a distance, saw the scene and a hint of longing appeared in his eyes. Is this the power of martial artists in this world? Witnessing such a battle between masters is 1,000 times more shocking than watching a martial arts movie. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with disdain as he faced Manager Zhang's all-out sword strike. He waved his folding fan slightly at the snow on the ground, and large swaths of snow suddenly flew into the air and quickly condensed into snow swords. Under the control of spiritual power, the snow swords crashed into the enormous sword light one after another. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions shook the entire sky. Under the continuous blows of the snow sword, the sword light quickly dimmed and became cracked. Then, with a loud bang, the sword light dissipated, and the visible spiritual energy overflowed and impacted all directions. Manager Zhang, who was closest to the impact, was forced to retreat several steps by the powerful force. His face was ashen, his eyes filled with horror and despair. He knew there was a great gap between him and Qin Feng, but he hadn't expected it to be this big. His full force attack was so easily countered. And the remaining snow swords, like shooting stars falling from the sky, hurtled straight towards him. Manager Zhang's expression changed drastically, and he used his remaining spiritual power to create a shield in front of him. Boom boom boom. The snow sword landed on the shield in the blink of an eye. The continuous explosions shook the surrounding area. Broken snowflakes danced in the air, obscuring all view. After a long time, snowflakes fell, and a large pit appeared where Steward Zhang had just been standing. Inside the pit, Manager Zhang was covered in wounds, and blood was gushing out as if it were free. His eyes were filled with despair. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but a mouthful of blood gushed out, and he died instantly. With Steward Zhang dead, the remaining men in white were no longer a threat. Qin Feng followed suit, his sword flying everywhere, and the white-clad assassins fell one after another, all of them killed in no time. Upon seeing this, Lu Wei quietly approached his own carriage. Chapter 85. It feels so good to pick up money. Lu Ruyan, go help clean up the battlefield later. Remember, bring back everything valuable. How could we miss such a chance to make a fortune? With so many people, there must be a lot of money. Even if there isn't, there are weapons and such everywhere. Don't underestimate these weapons. If you take them to the city and sell them, they'll make a fortune. An ordinary longsword or saber is worth at least 20 or 30 taels of silver. Moreover, those longswords could be returned and transformed into precious swords, making them even more valuable. Lu Ruyan was a little worried after hearing this. Young master, will others agree? What is there to disagree with? Those people are all dead. But what you said reminded me that it would be dangerous if someone was faking their death. I'll go with you then. Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoya's eyes lit up when they heard Lu Wei's words. They also liked the idea of making money. Brother, I want to go too. Me too. Lu Wei thought about it and nodded in agreement. It would be good for them to experience the cruelty of the battlefield. You might feel uncomfortable seeing this kind of thing at first, but after seeing it a lot, you'll get used to it. Then promise me you won't run around. Okay. The two little ones agreed very readily. Only Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei with a strange expression. My husband really knows how to make money. Yang Xiuhu on the other side never expected that Lu Wei, the sixth brother, would actually be thinking of taking advantage of the dead and making a fortune off them. On the other hand, with Qin Feng, the fourth realm city lord of Yunzhou, killing those first and second realm weaklings was naturally a piece of cake. Before long, all 200 plus assassins who had come to invade were left behind in this icy and snowy land. The convoy suffered heavy losses this time, with only 60 of the original 100 guards remaining. Nearly half of them perished here forever. The scene was filled with cries of grief, and the wailing of family members was devastating. Most of them were the breadwinners of their families, and the loss of one person brought sorrow to the entire family. Fortunately, the Yang family provides substantial compensation for the injuries and deaths of their guards, enough to support an average family. Those with children can continue to work for the Yang family or be trained to join the guard team. Those who remained uninjured began to clean up the battlefield. Most people dislike cleaning up the battlefield and prefer to stay far away from it. Because this kind of work is somewhat dangerous, some enemies may not be completely dead and may suddenly launch a sneak attack. Such sneak attacks are extremely dangerous. One wrong move and you could get injured or even lose your life. The harvest is usually just some silver, and if you're lucky, you might find some elixirs, but it's not worth it. Today, those cleaning up the battlefield discovered that these people had been completely stripped of their clothes, some even stripped of their outer garments. Looking ahead, they saw two adults with two children, rummaging through the corpse. The man was holding a long gun, and he would fire a shot at anyone, whether they were dead or not. A woman with two children followed closely behind, ransacking the corpse until nothing was left. The guards were shocked to see that such a small benefit had been snatched away by someone else. They couldn't stand it. He immediately stepped forward and questioned, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Lu Wei glanced back at the man and casually said, "Can't you tell? Of course, it's about cleaning up the battlefield." The man was slightly taken aback. What he said seemed to make sense. "But you're cleaning up this battlefield, you don't collect the corpses, you only take money? How can you clean like this? Why didn't you collect the body?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei retorted confidently, "It's already dangerous enough for me to check if they're completely dead. You can't expect me to do the rest, can you? If I've done all that, what are you guys supposed to do?" "Well, you can't just take all the money. What are we going to do with so many people?" "You want money? Sure, if you're not afraid of dying, go and search those that haven't been inspected. Of course, the money from the ones I inspect is mine." The person was speechless for a moment after being confronted, feeling that something was wrong, but couldn't quite put their finger on it. In the end, those people went back to their work of moving the bodies. They couldn't let their own people fight over such a small amount of money. "However, I've already made up my mind that when the captain returns, I must seek his help to get justice. Young master, I found a bottle of pills here." Chapter 86. Let's see if I can cut off your dog's head. "Shoo, keep your voice down, I'm taking a look." Lu Wei took the pill from Lu Ruyan's arms and glanced at it. It was a bottle of qi and blood pill of good quality. A bottle of pills costs at least 100 taels of silver, so this is quite an unexpected windfall. Lu Wei quickly put it away and nodded approvingly at Lu Ruyan. "Well done, keep it up." Receiving Lu Wei's praise, Lu Ruyan smiled with satisfaction. "Young master, there are too many weapons, I can't carry them all. Should I send some back first?" Lu Wei glanced at the pile of weapons, which numbered at least 20 or 30, and nodded. "All right, send some back first. Remember, send them to the Zhou family, not to our own carriage." "Yang Xiaohu is at her own carriage. What if she sees her and snatches it away?" "Okay, I understand." Lu Ruyan agreed, picked up some of the swords and returned to the carriage. Lu Wei, along with Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoya, continued the search. Surprisingly, during this search, Lu Wei actually encountered a few injured people who were pretending to be dead. However, even when they were not injured, they were no match for Lu Wei, let alone after they were injured. Lu Wei easily resolved all of them. Following behind him, Lu Xiaoxiao watched Lu Wei kill someone, her eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. However, she knew that her brother would definitely not let her do it, so she could only give up on the idea for the time being. However, in his heart, he secretly decided that after returning, he would secretly cultivate and strive to gain the ability to kill. The four men worked for nearly an hour, collecting more than 300 weapons of various kinds, filling an entire cart. These weapons alone are worth several thousand taels of silver. In addition, there were dozens of bottles of pills, mostly ordinary qi and blood pills, body tempering pills, and healing medicine. However, even ordinary pills are worth several thousand taels of silver. Including the silver, jade, jewelry, and other miscellaneous items that were looted, if they were all sold, they would have at least 20,000 taels of silver. After secretly calculating it, Lu Wei couldn't help but feel a little excited. "We're rich. We're really rich now. With all this stuff, if we get another critical hit, it'll be dozens of times more profitable. Wouldn't that amount to millions of taels of silver? What can't I buy if I want to? All kinds of top-tier cultivation techniques and divine weapons are available for me to choose from. Choose from beauties of all ages, as many as you want. Just as Lu Wei was engrossed in looking at these crooked things, a group of people came over and surrounded him. Captain, that's him. Lu Wei turned her head and saw that the person who spoke was the guard who had just tried to take the valuables from her. Standing next to him was Lin Xiaolin, the captain of the guard team. Lin Xiaolin had just fought with Ma Jiankui, but the other party still managed to escape. Ma Jiankui is a very cunning fellow. He actually hit his cultivation level. He looked like he was at the peak of the Qi gathering realm, but in reality, he was at the dew condensation realm. At first, Ma Jiankui did not rush to reveal his cultivation level, which led to him being chased and killed. It wasn't until the two had fought far away from the convoy that Ma Jiankui revealed his true cultivation level. He kicked him, injuring him, but didn't kill him. Instead, he sped away from the place. The reason Ma Jiankui didn't kill Lin Xiaolin was that he didn't want to cause trouble and make enemies, and to avoid being hunted down by the Yang family. Little did he know that if he killed Lin Xiaolin, Yang Xiaohu would probably be grateful to him. Ma Jiankui's sudden outburst nearly made Lin Xiaolin wet his pants in fright. He never expected that Ma Jiankui, who seemed to be at his last gasp, would actually be a third-level condensation realm cultivator. Chasing after them was definitely out of the question, and going back now was too early, so he could only find a place to hide for a while to stabilize his injuries, and only returned when the battle had completely stopped. I just got back and my men told me that someone had taken most of the spoils. Just imagine those hundreds of bandits, plus those 200+ assassins. The spoils must have been a considerable amount. Even he couldn't help but be moved. So they brought their people to their door. Unexpectedly, the person who hoarded the spoils was Lu Wei. What a small world. When Lu Wei saw that it was Lin Xiaolin, a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. He said sarcastically, "I thought it was someone else, but it's just Lin the dog." "Oh, sorry, I should call him Captain Lin." "What, did you get kicked around like a stray dog?" Upon hearing this, the people around him turned their attention to the large footprint on Lin Xiaolin's chest and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xiaolin's face instantly turned red, and he glared angrily at Lu Wei, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "You bastard, hand over what you stole right now, or I'll break your bones one by one." Lin Xiaolin threatened through gritted teeth. If he were to ask who he most wanted to kill, Lu Wei would definitely be among the top names. For no other reason than that this guy has such a foul mouth. Lu Wei was naturally aware that he was Luo Yan's apprentice, and the conflict between him and Lin Xiaolin was irreconcilable. The other party wished him dead, and he also wanted to kill the other party. Unfortunately, even after consuming the Spirit Ascension pill, his current cultivation level is only enough to allow him to fight Lin Xiaolin to a draw, or even be slightly inferior. It's unrealistic to think about killing Lin Xiaolin. However, this does not mean that Lu Wei is afraid of him. Is that so? Then come and try, and see if I can cut off your dog's head. Lu Wei, holding the precious sword, looked at Lin Xiaolin defiantly. Chapter 87: Yang Xiaohu's true appearance. The fight ultimately didn't break out. Thanks to Yang Xiaohu's intervention, she didn't want anything to happen to Lu Wei. As for Lin Xiaolin, in Yang Xiaohu's eyes he was already a dead man, and he was ready to get rid of him at any time. "You're quite bold, aren't you? Or do you have some kind of confidence? You actually dare to provoke an enemy who is a whole realm higher than you." After Yang Xiaohu called Lu Wei back, he looked at Lu Wei and asked a pointed question. Lu Wei chuckled, "My greatest source of confidence is, of course, you, boss. As long as I remain loyal to you, I don't believe anyone can harm me." Yang Xiaohu didn't believe a single word Lu Wei said. She had seen through Lu Wei. He never spoke the truth and was always thinking about how to fool her. Just then, she also came up with a plan to fool this guy. "Ha, little fox, this kid doesn't look like a good person at all. You'd better be careful." Before Yang Xiaohu could speak, Qin Feng laughed and teased him. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's face immediately darkened. "You're no good, your whole family is no good. If I could beat him, I would definitely slap him hard across the face." Yang Xiaohu almost laughed too, and seeing Lu Wei's darkened face, she found it even more amusing. "I'm very grateful to Uncle Qin for coming to help this time," Yang Xiaohu said, finally getting out of the car. The moment she appeared, Lu Wei felt as if the surrounding environment had dimmed. She was so beautiful that she seemed to steal the spotlight from everything around her. This woman is truly stunningly beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful, and captivating to behold. Yang Xiaohu caught a glimpse of Lu Wei's stunned expression out of the corner of her eye and found it somewhat amusing. "Weren't you arrogant? Didn't you look down on me? Where's your arrogance now? Actually, the reason Yang Xiaohu chose to show herself now is partly because Qin Feng, as an elder, has come to help, and it's not appropriate for her to hide in the carriage she has to make an appearance. On the other hand, it was also because of Lu Wei. She wanted to see if he would still dislike her after seeing her true appearance. It also makes it easier to plan my next move. To be honest, the moment Lu Wei's gaze fell on Yang Xiaohu, a feeling of indescribable excitement welled up deep within him. It must be said that this woman is stunningly beautiful, and her beauty goes beyond just her appearance. There is an irresistible charm emanating from her. Every movement and every expression of hers seemed to possess a captivating magic. Even a single strand of her hair seemed to exude a unique aura that could bewitch all beings, making people deeply entangled and unable to extricate themselves. Of course, what attracted Lu Wei even more was that Yang Xiaohu was a very wealthy woman. If he could latch onto her, he wouldn't have to work hard for decades. Ha, we're family, no need for formalities. Little Fox is getting more and more beautiful. By the way, did you see your mother on your trip to the Northern Territory? How is she? Yang Xiaohu smiled slightly, and instantly felt that the icy and snowy world seemed to warm up a bit. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Qin. Mother is doing well. Qin Feng snorted coldly upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Humph, the Qingqiu clan, one day I'll skin them alive and make them into coats. Uncle Qin, be careful what you say, there are ears behind the screen. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng turned to look at Lu Wei, who had a gossipy expression, and said fiercely, Kid, what are you looking at? Don't you know what you should and shouldn't hear? Get lost, do you want to die? Lu Wei was stunned by the unexpected disaster. He didn't expect Qin Feng to vent his frustration on him, after all, he hadn't done anything wrong. Being inexplicably scolded and insulted, who can tolerate that? If you keep putting up with it, you'll become a ninja turtle. He couldn't suppress his anger any longer. This show-off seemed to dislike him and had been causing trouble for him from the very beginning. Did he think he was made of clay? What's it to me? You're so careful about even saying something bad behind someone's back, what are you bragging about? Lu Wei also gleaned some information. Yang Xiaohu's mother was probably persecuted by the Qingqiu clan. Qin Feng felt indignant about this, and since Yang Xiaohu called him Uncle Qin, he must have had an affair with her mother, or he must be her mother's sycophant. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come all the way from Yunzhou to help. Qin Feng was stunned when Lu Wei retorted. He never expected that he, the city lord of Yunzhou, would be scolded in return for casually reprimanding a mere guard. This was something he never dreamed of, since such things are all too common in this world. When the strong treat the weak, they don't just scold them, they often grab them, beat them up, or even slap them to death. Which weakling dares to resist? But today he was actually scolded. Not only was he scolded, but the words hit him so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Once he realized what was happening, he immediately forgot about maintaining an elegant image and flew into a rage. You little thief, you're asking for death. How dare you talk to me like that? I'll chop you to pieces. Chapter 88 focuses on shamelessness. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to make a move, Lu Wei darted behind Yang Xiaohu in a flash. It's fine to talk about it, but if it really comes down to a fight, this weakling of the first realm wouldn't even be able to withstand a breath from a fourth realm expert. Qin Feng had just raised his hand when he saw Lu Wei run behind Yang Xiaohu and hide. He was stunned. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen anyone as shameless as Lu Wei. I thought I was shameless enough, but today I've realized that there are always mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Are you even a man? Hiding behind a woman like that, have you no shame? Lu Wei peeked out from behind Yang Xiaohu and looked at Qin Feng with an idiotic gaze. What's the point of saving face? Is face more important than life? Besides, I can't compare to you in terms of shamelessness. You're an old man from the fourth realm, bullying a kid from the first realm. Don't you have any shame? Qin Feng was so angry he almost exploded on the spot. Shameless. You're a kid, how dare you? No, you little bastard, who are you calling an old man? Little fox, get out of my way. I'm going to kill this little thief today. Qin Feng was a flamboyant man who considered himself the most handsome man in the world. He used countless methods and treasures to preserve his youthful appearance, which is why he looks like he's in his 20s even in his 50s or 60s. Someone actually called him an old man today, which really touched a nerve. Yang Xiaohu turned around and glared at Lu Wei. This guy was always getting him into trouble. Uncle Qin, calm down and listen to me first. Although Lu Wei caused trouble, she still had to clean up his mess. After all, she couldn't just watch Lu Wei get into trouble, and besides, if a fight really broke out, Lu Wei's fiancé wouldn't just stand by and watch. If a conflict were to break out with Qin Feng, creating a mysterious enemy whose background is unknown, that would not be a good thing. Qin Feng's face turned red with anger. Stop talking, little fox, don't worry, I'll kill this one and then I'll compensate you with 10 better ones. Lu Wei's face darkened even more. Damn it, in this bastard's mouth, he was like a piece of merchandise, something that could be compensated. Uncle Qin, even if you lose 100, it won't be as good as him losing one, Yang Xiaohu suddenly said. Qin Feng was stunned, staring wide-eyed at Yang Xiaohu. What did this mean? Could it be that this kid and Xiaohu? Lu Wei was also taken aback and turned to look at Yang Xiaohu. Miss, what you said could easily be misunderstood. If I couldn't see your favorability rating, I would have really thought you were interested in me. Could this woman be doing this on purpose? Are you trying to make me misunderstand? Little fox, don't be foolish. With your looks and qualities, you could find anyone you want. How could you possibly fall for a mere guard? If your mother finds out about this, she definitely won't approve. Yang Xiaohu gritted her teeth with a hint of shyness and embarrassment, and said firmly, Uncle Qin, I believe my mother will agree, just like she and my father did back then. You, Sai, never mind, think about it yourself. Everything's done here, I'll head back now. Have someone let me know if you need anything. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. After all, he was an outsider and it was not appropriate for him to interfere in this matter. There's no way I can kill that wretched brat anyway, so I'd rather leave than see him and get annoyed. Yang Xiaohu nodded, okay, Uncle Qin, I will definitely come to see you when I get to Yunzhou. Before leaving, Qin Feng glared at Lu Wei fiercely, then turned and left. Lu Wei curled his lip in disdain. Old man, 1 year. Just wait and see how I get my revenge a year from now. I'll slap your face until it's crooked. After Qin Feng walked away, Yang Xiaohu turned to look at Lu Wei and suddenly blushed. I'm telling you, don't overthink it. I just wanted to save you. Hiss. When Lu Wei saw Yang Xiaohu's shy and timid appearance, he was not attracted at all. Instead, he gasped in shock. This woman is suspicious, definitely suspicious. What is she after? Looking at the cold 20 points of lost favorability, and then at her blushing and shy expression, Lu Wei felt a chill run down his spine. Don't worry, I definitely won't overthink it, Lu Wei assured him confidently. If it weren't for the system, we would have been played like fools. With that woman's looks and demeanor, if she wanted to play around with someone, they'd be dead without even knowing how they died. Yang Xiaohu's expression froze. You really don't think much about it? Am I not obvious enough? I have no experience in this area either. Maybe I should ask someone for advice? Just as Yang Xiaohu was lost in thought, Lu Wei continued, miss, you see, things are over now, shouldn't you go back? Yang Xiaohu's face darkened. This bastard was completely heartless. He had just saved him, and now the bastard was chasing him away. Although Yang Xiaohu was furious inside, he remained calm and collected on the surface. No need, I think it's fine here. How can I observe you and discover your secrets if I leave? Lu Wei didn't insist and nodded, I see. Well then, since Miss likes it, you can stay as long as you like. Then, Lu Wei turned and shouted in the direction of the Zhou family, Lu Ruyan, you're back. We're moving now, we have a big carriage. If you want to stay, then you can. I'd rather stay in your big carriage. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu's eyes widened immediately. This guy was really infuriating. Chapter 89 Skill Practice Space. Lu Wei ultimately didn't get to stay in that large carriage because Yang Xiaohu went back. Fortunately, he finally got his carriage back. With everything settled and everything seemingly resolved, he was ready to begin his cultivation in peace. With a sufficient supply of pills, Lu Wei planned to cultivate all 3 techniques simultaneously. Whether it's the basic body tempering technique, the dragon elephant prison suppression technique, or the jade bone golden body sacred scripture, Lu Wei has no intention of letting any of these 3 go. The basic body tempering technique improves quickly, enhancing strength while also earning attribute points. The dragon elephant suppressing prison technique and the jade bone golden body holy scripture can not only enhance strength, but also lay a solid foundation and prepare for the chi gathering realm. Moreover, these 2 techniques will be the source of his confidence in fighting opponents of higher levels. Now that he has the system, Lu Wei naturally doesn't plan to cultivate step by step, he wants to cultivate both body and technique. Meanwhile, in the northern Sword Spirit Prefecture, it was the hottest time of day, with 2 suns overhead, making people dizzy and lightheaded. 3 figures flew swiftly through the sky and landed outside Sword Spirit City. "Senior brother, we've only been out for less than a day, and we haven't even left our sex territory yet, and we already need to rest?" The speaker was a young woman, about 20 years old, wearing a light blue dress, with a beautiful face and a lively temperament. Beside her were 2 young men who looked quite young. One of them had disheveled hair, a sword at his waist, and a wine gourd in his hand, taking sips from time to time, displaying a wild and unrestrained nature. The other person was more conventional, dressed in a blue robe, holding a long sword, with his hair tied up in a high crown, handsome in appearance, with a disdainful look in his eyes, full of arrogance. The eldest brother took a swig of wine and wiped his mouth. "We've finally managed to get out of town, so of course we should take the time to explore. Anyway, we still have plenty of time." The woman sighed. "Senior brother, junior sister is alone outside, and she may encounter danger. Let's bring her back first, and then you can do whatever you want with her. If anything happens to our junior sister, master won't let the 3 of us off the hook." The eldest brother visibly trembled when his master was mentioned. All right, let me get a pot of wine, then we'll set off." North of Yunzhou, a massive horde of demonic beasts surged toward Yunzhou. Looking into the distance, it was a dark, endless expanse, with only the swirling snowflakes making it seem as if a blizzard had struck. At their speed, they should be able to reach Yunzhou in at most a month. Although monsters have great stamina, it's not limitless, they also need to rest at night. Furthermore, running for a long time will also lead to exhaustion, requiring food to replenish energy. And since they don't carry any supplies, they can only find food as they go. With so many monsters, how could their needs be met so easily? Therefore, they have another way: to eat their own kind. Of those 100,000 or so demonic beasts, if they really reached Yunzhou, at most 20,000 or 30,000 would remain. That night, it snowed heavily, but the temperature was unusually warm. As we get closer to Yunzhou, the temperature has begun to rise gradually. Some of the snow on the ground had melted, revealing the dark earth beneath. It is estimated that when they arrive in Yunzhou, it will be springtime and flowers will be in bloom. Lu Wei and his group had just set up their tents when they noticed that the Zhou family's carriage was parked rather close to them that night. Or rather, Zhou Mushue's carriage was closer than usual. At first, Lu Wei didn't pay much attention, assuming that Zhou Yuanshan was worried about Zhou Mushue's safety and that's why he got closer. Later he discovered that this wasn't the case, because Miss Yang Xiaohu's carriage had also pulled up. What does this mean? Am I that popular now? However, he couldn't care less about that now. Since he had nothing to do, he needed to seize the time to cultivate. Both the basic body strengthening method and the dragon elephant prison suppression technique have corresponding movements that need to be practiced outdoors. The jade bone golden body holy scripture, on the other hand, requires the use of spiritual power to transport qi and blood for cultivation, and only requires sitting in a specific posture. Over the next few days, Lu Wei focused on cultivation, keeping up with both martial arts skills and cultivation level, and his schedule was packed, not daring to relax for a moment. Because this world has already demonstrated the law of the jungle to the fullest extent. If he wants to make a living, he must have strong cultivation. 4 days later, just after midnight, Lu Wei shoved a dagger into Lu Ruyan's hand. Ding, the system meets the upgrade requirements. Upgrade now? Upgrade. Ding, congratulations host, the system has been upgraded to level 4. This upgrade rewards 5 free attribute points, unlocks the skill practice space feature, adds 1 more bound user, and refreshes the return opportunity. I've been revising another book for the past few days, and it almost drove me to a mental breakdown. It's finally finished today, and I want to cry. Chapter 90 Lack of Spirit. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 80+. Comprehension, 59+. Constitution, 272-70+. Qi and blood, 272-70+. Spirit, 15+. Technique. Body tempering method proficient 160-300+ yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant prison suppression technique entry level 21,000 earth level intermediate. Jade bone golden body holy scripture beginner 23,000 heavenly level beginner. Martial arts. Concealing breath technique beginner 5-3000 low level spirit rank. Killing fist proficiency 0-300+ yellow level low. Triple/minor completion 150-1200 yellow level intermediate. Cultivation level. Yellow level bone forging realm 987 1000 plus. 1 image realm 51,000 plus. Glazed gold skin mirror 10,000 plus. Free attributes 5. System level 4025. Target already bound 44. Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Lu Ruyan click to expand. Zhou Muxue click to expand. Bai Linger click to expand. The last time the system interface appeared was in chapter 73. I have been avoiding the appearance of the system interface, but even so, some people still say that I am using the interface to pad the word count. Putting aside the question of whether it's actually good or bad, you don't need to subscribe to read this much. During these 4 days, Lu Wei didn't have any special opportunities, he just focused on his regular cultivation. Fortunately, with high-grade body tempering pills and enough qi and blood pills, the cultivation speed is not slow. Your cultivation will soon break through to the next realm. Of course, this was not Lu Wei's biggest gain. His biggest gain was discovering another extremely powerful aspect of the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture. That is, practicing this technique once will not only increase your progress by 1 point, but also increase your qi and blood and physical constitution by 1 point. This discovery delighted Lu Wei. It seemed that he still knew too little about the potential of heaven-level cultivation techniques. This technique is difficult to master and consumes a great deal of mental energy. These past few days, Lu Wei has almost developed a phobia of mental exhaustion. On average, each cultivation session consumes 2 points of mental energy, which is extremely strenuous. However, the benefits are also enormous. After each round of practice, one's physical condition and blood circulation will increase. Based on the 10,000 points of proficiency required for the first level of this technique, completing the first level would result in a 10,000 point increase in physique and blood energy, which is simply heaven-defying. However, completing the first level of cultivation is not so easy. He can now practice the technique a maximum of about 5 times a day. Any more than that, and his mental energy won't be enough. Therefore, Lu Wei decided to use all 5 attribute points he obtained this time on mental power, striving to break through the first level of perfection as soon as possible. By then, the first level of the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture will be completed, along with the power of 1 elephant from the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison technique. Even if it's just physical cultivation power, even if it's only at the 4th level, I could still crush him. That show-off Qin Feng deserves to have his face slapped so badly it'll be crooked, then we'll see how he can still be so arrogant. In addition to the 5 attribute points, this upgrade also includes a new reward, as usual. Skill Training Space. Lu Wei opened the skill training space and read the introduction. This is a space that comes with the system, and it has only one function: to cultivate skills. The usage method is also very simple. First of all, this space is not free to use, you need to pay a certain price to activate it. Once the space is opened, the host's consciousness will be projected into it. In this space, various weapons and items can be conjured up for use in skill training. No matter how long one's consciousness is projected into the space for cultivation, only a moment passes outside. When Lu Wei saw this introduction, he was overjoyed. This space was so useful. Although you can only practice skills, you can't fight to gain practical experience, nor can you practice martial arts techniques. But its most valuable aspect is that it doesn't take up time. Lu Wei's current cultivation methods are hampered by insufficient mental energy and a lack of time. Practicing the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture 5 times will basically take up an entire night. In addition, with the basic body tempering technique and Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression technique already taken up most of the time in a day, there's not much left. There was no private chat used to practice martial arts skills. Without powerful martial arts skills, it's simply impossible to fight someone of a higher level. With this space, there's no need to worry about time at all. Thinking of this, Lu Wei couldn't wait to open the skill training space and experience it. As a result, Lu Wei's face darkened after seeing the price for opening the space. Chapter 91 Binding by Linger. 1 tael of silver per minute? You can't train in a minute. Lu Wei checked his possessions and found that all his cash totaled only a little over 200 taels. 200 minutes, or a little over 3 hours, doesn't seem to make much of a difference. As for those swords and the like, they haven't been sold yet, so they can't be used as money. Lu Wei frowned, pondering how to make some money. Who is the richest person in the entire caravan? Without a doubt, it was Yang Xiaohu, that rich woman. But how can I make money off her? Lu Wei thought about it for a moment and it seemed like there was a way he could try. However, before that, we need to bind the extra spot. As for who to bind with, Lu Wei had already decided. Naturally, it would be the hidden big boss with the highest return multiplier. After binding with her, you can not only get a 50-fold return, but more importantly, her cultivation level is high and there are no restrictions on gifting her. For example, the Qi and Blood Pill, when given to Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Ruyan, can only be returned in one go. But if it's for Bai Linger, sending a whole bottle at once is no problem. Because Qi and Blood Pills are nothing to a 7th realm demon. After several days of hard work, Lu Wei has raised Bai Linger's favorability to 35 and her rating to 89. If she raises her favorability by another 5 points, she will reach a rating of 90. At that time, you can get a 50-fold return. I'd give her a bottle of Qi and Blood Pills, and she'd return 50 bottles. Just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Then, we can take the returned Qi and Blood Pills and sell them to Yang Shouhu, and the problem of money will be solved, right? However, Lu Wei hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to sell the items to Yang Shouhu. He was certain that the woman was spying on his secrets. If I were to produce a bunch of Qi and Blood Pills whose origins I couldn't explain, it would inevitably arouse her suspicion. Lu Wei didn't want this woman to know too much. She is too cunning and has powerful cultivation. She is really too difficult to deal with. Of course, still practice spaces can be opened not only with silver, but also with gold or spirit stones. However, Lu Wei didn't have either of these things. Lu Wei suddenly remembered something and quickly got up to take out a small box from the corner of the carriage tent. This box is the one Zhou Yuanshan gave him. According to Zhou Yuanshan, it contains a portion of the Zhou family's assets. Since it's family property, it must be something like silver. I happen to be short of money right now, so using just a little bit shouldn't be a problem, right? Whether you use it or not, just open it and take a look. Lu Wei easily opened the box using the password. After seeing what was inside, Lu Wei frowned. There was a stack of papers and a book. Looking at the stack of papers, Lu Wei initially thought they were banknotes or something similar. After reading it, I was speechless. Zhou Bapi truly is Zhou Bapi. They talk a good game, but when it comes to actually getting the money, it's not that easy. This stack of papers contains various land deeds and field deeds. Even a regular land deed or field deed can be worth a lot of money. The key point is that these land deeds are from Yangzhou City, which has become a monster paradise. What use are they? This Zhou Bapi, I thought he had become a different person, but I didn't expect that his nature has not changed at all. Since that's the case, then don't blame me, he. The next morning, as soon as he got up, Lu Wei took 2 bottles of pills to the Zhou family. The Zhou family was already used to Lu Wei's arrival and wasn't surprised. These days, Lu Wei comes here whenever he has free time, and he even brings Zhou Muxue something every morning. This gesture not only won the favor of the Zhou family, but also touched Zhou Muxue's heart with sweetness. Zhou Muxue has also become much more natural now than she was at the beginning. Seeing Lu Wei approach, he smiled and went up to greet her. Sit down for a while, dinner will be served soon. Lu Wei nodded and, without standing on ceremony, found a place to sit down. Madame Zhou Bai Linger asked with a smile, how are you? Are you tired from practicing these past few days? Lu Wei has been practicing his skills diligently these past few days, which has been seen by everyone. He has practically forgotten to eat and sleep. Lu Wei smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm not tired. With Muxue by my side, I don't feel tired at all. Zhou Muxue's pretty face flushed pink, and she said in a soft, coquettish voice, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know any shame? Mrs. Zhou was forced to swallow a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection, and her lips twitched. Sigh, it seems that I, this old woman, am somewhat superfluous here. However, don't go too far. Once we get to Yunzhou City and we hold a wedding for you, you can be as affectionate as you want, and no one can interfere. Now, at least a little bit, please consider other people's feelings, okay? Oh dear, mother. Zhou Muxue was so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. I owe 1 chapter today, I'll make it up tomorrow. Also, once I've finished dealing with other matters, I'll resume 4 chapters per update tomorrow. Chapter 92 Blood and Qi Surge. Lu Wei smiled and said, Auntie, you don't look old at all. When you walk down the street with Muxue, people think you're the older sister. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou Bai Linger immediately laughed. Hee, you little rascal, you're so good at sweet-talking people, you have such a sweet tongue. Which woman doesn't like to be praised? Especially a woman like Bai Linger who is hundreds of years old, being praised for looking young is really a balm for her. Ding, Bai Linger's favorability towards you has increased by 5 points. Lu Wei was overjoyed. These 5 points of favorability were extremely important. Without them, he would only receive a 20x return. With these 5 points, it directly becomes 50 times. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wei took out a bottle of qi and blood pills and placed it in front of Madame Zhou. "Auntie, this is a bottle of medicine to replenish your qi and blood. You've worked so hard for this family these days, and now you're struggling to make ends meet. If things continue like this, and something happens to your health, we, the younger generation, will be devastated. Please keep this pill. Take one a day to replenish your qi and blood. It's a token of our filial piety, and we hope you won't find it offensive." Lu Wei's words were reasonable, sincere, and even included Zhou Muxue. Even if Madame Zhou wanted to refuse, she couldn't bring herself to say it, and had no choice but to accept it. "You have quite the way with your mouth. Fine, I'll accept your kind offer, but you're not allowed to give me any more." Ding, the host has gifted Bai Linger 50 qi and blood pills, triggering a 50x return and granting her 500 qi and blood points. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Wei was overjoyed. It worked! Bai Linger is a level 7 demon, and the 50 qi and blood pills she gave away were all returned. This bottle of qi and blood pills isn't an ordinary bottle, it's a large one. Lu Wei put all the remaining qi and blood pills, except for a few loose ones, into the container. "I just wanted to see if I could get a refund, and it worked. Moreover, what's being returned is qi and blood, not qi and blood pills. This is a huge profit." Lu Weiqian suppressed his excitement and said, "This is what I should do. You can't take away my opportunity to fulfill my filial duty. I was orphaned at a young age and have always longed for the opportunity to show filial piety to my elders and enjoy the warmth and love of family life. You must grant me this wish." As soon as Lu Wei finished speaking, he felt his whole body start to heat up and his blood and qi surge wildly. Put! 2 streams of blood suddenly gushed from his nostrils. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. Zhou Muxue stood up in a panic and grabbed Lu Wei's wrist. "What's wrong with you? Did something go wrong with your training?" As he spoke, he didn't bother to conceal his cultivation level and entered Lu Wei's body with his spiritual energy to begin his examination. You wouldn't believe it until you looked it up, and what you found was quite shocking. Lu Wei's body was turbulent with unusually large amounts of qi and blood. Even compared to ordinary second-realm martial artists, he is not inferior. This is simply unreasonable. How could a first-level martial artist have so much extra blood and qi? The key point is that this energy of blood and qi doesn't seem to come from outside, rather, it's something he already possesses. Lu Wei naturally knew the reason. With a sudden increase of 500 points in qi and blood, it would be strange if he wasn't agitated. Seeing Zhou Mushue's concerned and flustered expression, Lu Wei quickly comforted her, "It's nothing, it's nothing. I've just been a bit irritable lately. I'll practice my skills a couple of times when I get back. I won't eat, you guys eat. I'll go back and practice my skills first." Although Zhou Muxue was a little worried, she knew that Lu Wei was fine. He just had a lot of blood and energy, and he would be fine after using it up. After leaving the Zhou family, Lu Wei went straight back to his own carriage and began cultivating the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture. This cultivation technique is extremely energy consuming. Each practice session requires a significant amount of energy. If Lu Wei hadn't had enough qi and blood pills, he wouldn't have been able to sustain this level of cultivation. With enhanced mental strength and sufficient blood and qi, Lu Wei successfully completed the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture twice, with remarkable results. The restless blood and qi calmed down considerably, and at least the symptom of constant nosebleeds disappeared. On the other side, Yang Xiuhu had just gotten up and was about to wash up when he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to instruct Xiao Baihe, "Go and call Lu Wei to me." Upon hearing this, a hint of gloom and resentment flashed in Xiaobei's eyes. This Lu Wei was her mortal enemy, Xiaolin. Now he has actually gained the young lady's attention, and she has even broken many firsts for him. If this continues, her Kobayashi will have no chance. No, I must find a way to ruin Lu Wei's image in the young lady's eyes, make her hate him and stay away from him. Suddenly, looking down at the young lady's clothes, Sayuri had an idea. On the other side, Lu Wei felt his blood and qi being temporarily suppressed, and breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered that in the treasure chest he opened, besides some useless land deeds and properties, there was also a book. The book is titled Travels in Mainland China, a travelogue recounting what the author saw and heard during his travels in mainland China. The book records the local customs, traditions, and habits of various places, as well as some strange and unusual stories. Lu Wei glanced through it and realized that the book was still somewhat useful to him. At least it gave him a basic understanding of the world. Therefore, Lu Wei also decided not to cultivate this morning, but to combine work and rest, and to read some books. He had only been reading the book for a short while when a small hand reached out to him. Chapter 93 by Linger's Secret. The little hand snatched his book away, and Lu Wei could only smile helplessly. "Let me see what you're looking at. You're so engrossed in it, I called you but you didn't listen." Lu Xiaoxiao curiously opened the book and pretended to read it. Lu Wei chuckled and teased, "What are you looking at? Can you even read?" In their village, only one old man with hardly any teeth could recognize some characters. The illiteracy rate in the entire village was 99.9%. If Lu Wei hadn't later discovered that the writing system in this world was basically the same as in his original world, he would have become illiterate as well. In his spare time, he would also teach Lu Xiaoxiao to recognize some characters. However, this girl is playful and never studies properly. She doesn't recognize a ton of characters. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao retorted, "Of course I know them. Even if there are some I don't know, I can ask others." Alright, you watch, I'll go cultivate." Lu Wei assumed she was just a curious child who would give up after watching for a while. Besides, reading more books like this can broaden one's horizons, so Lu Wei was happy to do so. Just as he was about to get off the bus to start his cultivation, a system notification made him freeze in shock. Ding! The host's gift of Lu Xiaoxiao's travels on the mainland has triggered a 10x return, and you have obtained the Great Cultivator's Notes, which has been stored in the system space. Please collect it. Lu Wei only remembered when he heard the system notification that he hadn't used the little girl's return opportunity for today. I took advantage of the opportunity by giving her the book I just gave her. Unexpectedly, a copy of the Great Cultivator's Handbook was returned. Lu Wei quickly took it out, intending to take a look. As soon as he extracted the information, a massive amount of data flooded into his mind. After a while, the information was transmitted, and Lu Wei felt dizzy and lightheaded. Various images kept playing in his mind, as if they were his own personal experiences. This notebook is a record left by a powerful cultivator. This was of paramount importance to Lu Wei. The things recorded here are precisely the basic common sense of cultivation that he lacked. Although the book does not contain the inheritance of cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, it does contain cultivation insights, experiences and observations, as well as some secrets of the cultivation world. This includes the cultivation realms in this cultivation world, which are different from what my master told me. In the cultivation world, the highest level of cultivation is not only the 5th realm, the core formation realm, but there are many other realms beyond that. In fact, Lu Wei had already noticed this, because Bai Linger was a 7th realm demon king. Moreover, she was seriously injured, which means that there is a higher realm than the 7th realm. Since the demon race has a demon king with such high cultivation, then humans must be no less powerful. Otherwise, humans wouldn't have occupied the prosperous central region. They would have been devoured by demons long ago. However, although Lu Wei had guessed before, he did not know how the division was done after the 5th realm. Now that he has this powerful cultivator's notes, he not only knows everything about the cultivation world, but also understands secrets that many people don't know. He learned that after the 5 realms of cultivation condense the core, the next realms are the 6th realm, the unceasing realm the 7th realm, the divine soul realm the 8th realm, the true person realm the 9th realm, the tribulation law realm and the 10th realm, the void step realm. Rumor has it that after the 10th realm, there is an 11th realm. This realm will break the shackles of the world, allowing one to roam freely in the void and traverse countless worlds. As for whether this is true or not, no one knows. Even the powerful expert at the tribulation realm who left this note only had a superficial understanding of it. Through this note, Lu Wei understood Bai Linger's current state. Based on her level of cultivation, she should have already reached the realm of immortality of the soul. At this level, even if the body is destroyed, the soul can survive. It's not impossible to even regain one's original level of power. However, the conditions are extremely stringent. First, a same-sex host must be found, and all aspects of their physical condition must be extremely compatible. Secondly, the host must be in a state of spiritual weakness. A healthy person's soul cannot serve as a host as long as the fire of the human spirit remains burning. Ordinary souls cannot approach it. The most important, and most demanding, point is that the host must be completely willing to be hosted. Forced fusion will most likely lead to schizophrenia and a broken soul. Even if the forced fusion is successful, the soul will be damaged and unable to cultivate again. 1 in 10,000 people can successfully fuse with someone like Bai Linger. Besides these, there are other ways to allow the soul to survive for a long time. It means temporarily residing in some rare and precious materials to slowly nurture one's soul until one day it finds a suitable host or uses spiritual treasures to create a suitable body. In any case, there is no easy way to come back to life. Every step is extremely difficult. Lu Wei didn't know how Bai Linger succeeded, but he could find out if he had the chance in the future. After all, Madame Zhou was his young wife's mother, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. At this moment, Bai Linger is at her weakest. Anyone with a higher cultivation level than her can kill her. Therefore, there was no need to be so worried that she might suddenly kill someone. Of course, if you force her to self-destruct, that would be absolutely terrifying. Lu Wei was also pondering what to do about this matter, whether or not to tell his wife. He was undecided for a moment. Putting that matter aside for the time being, Lu Wei continued to examine the journal. The knowledge inside truly broadened his horizons and filled him with excitement. He also witnessed the cruelty and wonder of the cultivation world, and the vast and boundless expanse of this world. Suddenly, Lu Wei was drawn to a message. Because there is a key word there: half-demon body. Chapter 94: Half-demon body. The half-demon body is a physique that is both powerful and useless. It is powerful because if one is lucky, this physique will be exceptionally talented, and as long as one does not die prematurely, one is destined to become a powerful figure. There was once a powerful half-demon in the cultivation world who cultivated to the 8th realm in just 300 years, and was virtually invincible. However, due to his extremely tragic childhood, he had nowhere to go, neither in the human realm nor among the demon race. This led to him becoming irritable and filled with hatred after achieving mastery of his cultivation, often resulting in the slaughter of both human and demon races. Ultimately, it was suppressed by the combined might of the two races and disappeared from the world. The half-demon's body has another overpowered and unreasonable aspect: his talent can be enhanced. This talent is so extraordinary that it is unparalleled by either the demon race or the human race. However, achieving this is not easy and is beyond the capabilities of most people. Logically speaking, since the half-demon body is so powerful, there must be someone from either the human or demon race who would try to create such a physique. After all, wherever there is profit to be made, countless people will flock there. However, this is indeed the case. For a period of time, there were indeed quite a few people in the cultivation world who secretly created half-demon bodies. There are even evil monks who use forbidden techniques to conduct research in cruel ways. Some demon and human factions openly form marriage alliances in order to obtain powerful half-demon bodies. As a result, after many years, everyone discovered that it was simply impossible to obtain a powerful half-demon body. Almost all offspring of human-woman unions have mediocre talents. There are even many strange deformities, and their temperaments are manic and uncontrollable. However, many people are unaware that a genius researcher actually created a powerful half-demon bloodline. As a result, perhaps this method should not exist in the world, because the cultivator who developed this method was ambushed and killed not long afterward. This method has also disappeared. By sheer coincidence, it was obtained by the owner of the secret manual. Upon seeing this, Lu Wei felt a strange sense of unease, even a chill running down her spine. The first person to discover the method died, and the second powerful figure who obtained this secret technique also disappeared without a trace. Could this secret technique really be of great importance, involving significant karmic consequences? Otherwise, they would all meet a bad end. Now that I have this method in my hands, damn it. I hope nothing unexpected happens again. My small body can't handle it. Just as Lu Wei was thinking about how to forget this method, then one of Yang Xiaowu's maids came to announce his arrival and asked him to come over. Lu Wei had no choice but to go and see what was going on, since he was being paid to do what others did. When Lu Wei arrived at the carriage, he saw Xiao Baihe waiting outside. Before he could speak, he heard Xiao Baihe say, "Miss wants you to come in. She's not in a good mood today, so don't say anything inappropriate." Feeling down? Or maybe you're on your period? Lu Wei didn't think much of it, got into the carriage, and went inside. Yang Xiaowu's carriage was very large, about the size of a normal room. The horses pulling the cart were all precious steeds with demonic beast bloodlines, possessing not only speed and strength but also astonishing endurance. So don't underestimate this small horse-drawn carriage. It's small but complete. The carriage contained a bedroom, a bathroom, and several wardrobes and bookshelves. Of course, the bathroom here can't be too big, only about 10 square meters. Besides a bathtub and a toilet, there's not much extra space. In the past few days, Lu Wei has come several times. Yang Xiaohu called him over but didn't let him do anything, he just asked him to stand guard. Yang Xiaohu wouldn't interfere with whatever he wanted to do, as long as he didn't leave his sight. As for what Yang Xiaohu was planning, Lu Wei had already vaguely sensed it. Therefore, each time he came, he showed no unusual behavior. He didn't even practice cultivation techniques, but secretly practiced the breath concealment technique. In any case, the concealing breath technique only requires the use of mental energy for cultivation, so even if Yang Xiaohu's cultivation level is high, he won't be able to detect what he's doing. Lu Wei thought that this time, just like usual, he was called here to observe him. So after getting on the carriage, I went straight into the carriage. The carriage was not only spacious but also quite tall, so Lu Wei didn't have to bend over or stoop after entering. Upon entering the house, Lu Wei did not see Yang Xiaohu. He was wondering why she had called him over and where she was. Then they heard Yang Xiaohu's voice from the bathroom, "Come in for a moment." Go in? Is this convenient? No, this woman is definitely up to something. Is she trying to set me up? Are you kidding me? You think I don't know this trick? I'm not stupid, I'm not going to budge. Didn't you hear me calling you? The voice in the bathroom carried a hint of anger. Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat. Damn, this woman is going too far. She didn't want to go, but she's forcing him. So what if you have high cultivation level? Well, having high cultivation is indeed impressive when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Lu Wei had no choice but to get up and go to the bathroom. Although I had all sorts of wild thoughts in my mind, I would only make fun of them to myself. Lu Wei knew that a young lady of Yang Xiaohu's noble status would not use such low-level methods to deal with him. The reason they called him in must be because there's something going on, it's impossible for him to really take advantage of them. However, to Lu Wei's utter surprise, things just happened to be so coincidental. He dawdled for a long time before going in. Just as they entered, Yang Xiaohu stood up from the bathtub, preparing to get dressed. She had originally planned to have Sayuri come in and help her get dressed. I called her twice, but she didn't respond. I thought she had gone out. Unexpectedly, the bathroom door was pushed open at that very moment. The two locked eyes, and the air froze for a moment. Chapter 95 Franken Open. Put. Lu Wei's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and the blood and chi he had just suppressed surged up again. 2 streams of blood gushed out from his nose, shooting several meters away. Yang Xiaohu darted back into the wooden tub, his face flushed red, and his eyes blazing with fury. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Lu Wei, who was bleeding profusely, and asked, "What are you doing in here?" Lu Wei also looked aggrieved. "Well, didn't you let me in?" "You wouldn't let me in, I thought you had something to say." Yang Xiaohu was furious. With a trembling hand, he pointed to the door and said, "Close the door." "Oh." Lu Wei obediently closed the door behind him, lowered his head, and darted around furtively. Holy crap, black lace exists in this world? Huh? What's that? Black stockings? Why is there only one? Get out of here. Yang Xiaohu was almost furious. If it weren't for wanting to extract his secrets, and the fact that he had a powerful and mysterious fiancée, Yang Xiaohu would have loved to slap him away. "So what if you're leaving?" "Don't be so stingy," Lu Wei muttered under her breath, then turned and left. But all he could think about was the scene of that holy light shining brightly just now. What a kind person. He's practically a living Buddha. Yang Xiaohu took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to kill, and told himself to prioritize the bigger picture and not get angry. I must find a way to break free from the shackles of my bloodline, improve my aptitude, and let those people know that the bloodline of a half-demon is just as powerful. My mother will never have to suffer again. After calming down for a while, Yang Xiaohu stepped out of the bathtub. In that instant, the somewhat dimly lit bathroom seemed to brighten up a bit. After getting dressed, Yang Xiaohu went to the outer room, his expression already calm, as if nothing had just happened. However, when she saw Lu Wei's shifty eyes darting around, the anger that had been so hard to suppress suddenly flared up again. No! She couldn't just suffer this loss in silence. Swallowing it without complaint wasn't in Yang Xiaohu's nature. What do you suggest we do about this? Yang Xiaohu asked coldly, her eyes fixed on Lu Wei. Lu Wei looked innocent. What do you mean, what should I do? I didn't do it on purpose, you're the one who let me in. I went in and then you made me come out again. This constant coming and going, have you ever considered my feelings? It's exhausting. Yu Yang Xiuhu felt that he had never felt so frustrated in his life. Using force? They have powerful backers. Using a soft approach? This guy is cunning, he won't fall for it at all. She knew that Lu Wei must have known that she wanted to pry into his secrets, which was why he was being so cautious. Now that both sides are fully aware of the situation, Yang Xiuhu has decided to stop hiding it and have an open and honest conversation with Lu Wei. If you don't give me an explanation today, you won't be leaving this room. Yang Xiuhu's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. She wasn't the kind of delicate young girl who would inexplicably fall head over heels in love with a guy. She wouldn't force him to marry her just because Lu Wei saw something she shouldn't have seen. That's such a melodramatic situation. Those who truly know her understand that she is a cunning and ruthless businesswoman. Lu Wei also knew that although this woman looked incredibly beautiful, she was actually very cold-hearted. This could be seen from the fact that her feelings for him had not changed over the past few days. Even Bai Linger, a 7th realm demon king, was softened by his flattery, and his favorability towards her began to increase. The woman's heart, however, grew harder the more she was licked, remaining unchanged. Seeing that Yang Xiuhu had murderous intent, Lu Wei also became serious. If things go wrong today, I might not be able to leave this room. But Lu Wei wasn't exactly terrified, because he had his wife backing him up. Therefore, Lu Wei looked at Yang Xiuhu with an indifferent expression and asked directly, "Speak, what do you want?" "If I can do it myself, I might as well make a deal with her. If that doesn't work, then we'll see who has the tougher luck." "I need your help with something," Yang Xiuhu said directly. Chapter 96 Trading. What kind of help? Lu Wei was a little surprised. Could this woman really need his help? Yang Xiuhu remained silent for a while, seemingly thinking about how to bring this up. Before I tell you this story, let me tell you 2 stories first. Before Yang Xiuhu could speak, Lu Wei waved his hand to interrupt. "Stop, I don't have time to listen to your stories. My time is very precious. Just get to the point." Yang Xiuhu choked for a moment, took a deep breath, and nodded. "Okay, then I'll get straight to the point. I want you to help me improve my aptitude and speed up my cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei feigned great surprise. "Improve my aptitude? Miss, you think too highly of me. How could a martial artist who hasn't even reached the peak of the 1st realm have that ability?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiuhu remained calm and said indifferently, "You don't need to lie to me. You yourself said that you are a 1st-level martial artist, or more precisely, a martial artist who is about to break through to the 5 internal organs returning to the abdomen. However, as far as I know, the total time you spent cultivating was only about 20 days. How did you manage to reach the 5th level of body tempering in just 20 days, starting from absolutely no foundation? Even the core disciples of legendary sects or the heirs of aristocratic families, who have countless rare and precious materials to nourish them, could not achieve this. You, an ordinary boy from a mountain village, did it. How do you explain that? The crucial point is that your talent, which started as mediocre, has transformed in just 20 days into what is now considered genius. How do you explain that?" As Yang Xiuhu spoke, she stared intently at Lu Wei, as if trying to see right through him. After hearing Yang Xiuhu's words, Lu Wei finally confirmed his suspicions. This woman had been paying attention to him from the very beginning. Alas, such things are unavoidable. Unless you don't show any of your abilities, it's inevitable that you'll be noticed by those with ulterior motives. This woman has a sharp eye and a meticulous mind, it's impossible to deceive her. However, Lu Wei did not give up so easily and still intended to struggle. "Didn't I tell you? The reason I cultivated so quickly is because I ate a red fruit." This time it was Yang Xiuhu's turn to interrupt Lu Wei. "All right. You might fool someone as naive as Luo Yin with your words, but you're too naive to fool me. So, tell me, are you going to help or not?" Lu Wei sighed helplessly. "All right, now that you know, I won't hide it from you. I do have a way to help you." Before today, Lu Wei really wouldn't have had a solution, but now, he really does. Upon hearing Lu Wei's admission, Yang Xiaohu's eyes lit up with surprise, and she eagerly asked, "What method?" Lu Wei looked at her as if she were an idiot. "Do you think I would just tell you something this important so easily?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu's eyes gradually calmed down, and his mind also calmed down. That guy is right. Whoever gets this method won't tell anyone else. Tell me, what do you want? She would give anything for this method. Lu Wei chuckled. "You'll give me anything I want?" "As long as I have it," Yang Xiaohu said calmly. "I want everything from the entire Yang family." "Okay. Yang Xiuhu didn't hesitate for even a second, as if Lu Wei only wanted a tale of silver. Now it was Lu Wei's turn to be surprised. He knew that the Yang family was a large family, especially in the chaotic land. The wealth contained within was unimaginable, and there were also many secret cultivation techniques and methods. Yang Xiaohu agreed so easily? Could she have misheard? Still not convinced, he asked again, I said I want all the wealth and secret techniques of the Yang family. Are you sure you want to agree? Actually, when he made this request, he didn't expect Yang Xiaohu to agree. They were planning to ask for an exorbitant price and then negotiate it down, but to their surprise, Yang Xiaohu actually agreed. Yang Xiaohu remained calm and unmoved. I know, I promise you, as long as you can help me improve my qualifications, I would give you the entire Yang family if I wanted to. If you don't believe me, I can help you acquire the Yang family first, and then you can help me improve my qualifications. The Yang family's wealth was indeed enormous, but for Yang Xiaohu, these things were nothing more than external possessions, and she never cared about them. The reason he wanted to control the entire Yang family was simply to provide resources to help him cultivate. What does wealth matter as long as my mother can be rescued? If she wanted to, earning more wealth would be a piece of cake. Lu Wei was also stunned by Yang Xiaohu's decisiveness. He really couldn't figure this woman out. However, this deal was very worthwhile, and Lu Wei naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. It's a win-win situation, you can gain the entire Yang family and also get a big payer like Yang Xiaohu. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win. Good, that's great. Perfect. To help you break free from the bloodline limitations of your half-demon body, we need to prepare more things. The key is that you need to be prepared to sacrifice some things. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu's previously calm expression instantly changed. Chapter 97 You and I Will Marry. Yang Xiaohu suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on Lu Wei, a fierce glint in his eyes. How do you know I'm a half-demon? Only her parents and a few elders knew about this. Even within her family, very few people knew. How did Lu Wei find out? This made her wonder. Lu Wei was panicking inside, but on the surface he was dismissive. If I didn't know what kind of physique you have, how could I guarantee that I could help you break through the bloodline restrictions and improve your physical constitution? Who exactly are you? Yang Xiaohu stared at Lu Wei, her eyes full of vigilance. I increasingly feel that this person is incredibly mysterious, as if there are countless unknowns surrounding him. I thought I knew him well enough, but now it seems that those were just things he wanted me to know. Lu Wei stood up, stretched, and chuckled, saying, Who I am is none of your business, it has nothing to do with you. All you need to know is that I can help you break through the limitations of your bloodline and give you the potential to grow rapidly. Your comprehension is very strong even compared to some of the most outstanding geniuses, you are no weaker. Unfortunately, your cultivation is limited by your physical constitution, or rather, by your bloodline. Once you break through that limitation, with your accumulated knowledge and experience, you will surely be able to achieve great things and make rapid progress in your skills. However, to remove this restriction, you'll have to make a significant sacrifice. Be prepared. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu felt a tremor in his heart, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. On the surface, he remained calm and said, Anything I have is fine with me. Including you too? Lu Wei boldly stared directly at Yang Xiaohu. Yang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. His worst fears had come true. She knows her own charm too well, no man could resist her. It's understandable that this guy had designs on her. Seeing Yang Xiaohu's uncertain expression, Lu Wei quickly explained, Don't misunderstand, I admit you are very beautiful, the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. But if I really like you, I will pursue you in an open and aboveboard manner. Although I, Lu Wei, am not a good person, I would never threaten a woman just to get her. The reason for this requirement is that there is a crucial part in the secret method. If you can find someone with a pure Yang body cultivation technique, I have no objection. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu stared intently at Lu Wei, trying to ascertain whether what he said was true or false. After a long while, he said in a cold tone, It's okay, I'll just pretend I was being haunted by a ghost, but let me make this clear from the start. If you lie to me and can't improve my physical constitution, I'll risk my soul being scattered to the winds to drag you down to hell with me. Lu Wei shrugged, Don't worry, I know you are at the peak of the condensation realm and have such high comprehension, your martial arts must have reached a very high level, right? Against ordinary people, even fighting opponents of a higher level is no problem. I wouldn't dare lie to such a master. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu could no longer maintain her composure and stared at Lu Wei in shock. How did this guy know such secret things? She carried a treasure given to her by her mother, the purpose of which was to conceal her cultivation level. With this treasure, unless someone is several realms higher than her, it's impossible to discover her true cultivation level. More importantly, he actually knew that he had a high level of comprehension and even deduced the realm of martial arts techniques. Lu Wei is right. Yang Xiaohu's martial arts skills are very high. Several of his martial arts skills have reached the perfect level, and one of them has even reached the level of a grandmaster. Let alone ordinary martial artists, even some geniuses would find it difficult to reach such a level. You know that much. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a fiancé at the 4th level. If a fight breaks out, I'm not afraid. Yang Xiaohu warned arrogantly. Lu Wei nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're amazing. Bring me paper and pen, there are some materials you need to prepare. Yang Xiaohu didn't say anything more, turned around, took out paper and pen, and handed them to Lu Wei. Lu Wei wrote down the materials one by one according to his memory. A short while later, the writing was finished and handed to Yang Xiaohu. Prepare according to the list here. Yang Xiaohu took the list and glanced at it, then immediately frowned. 9-leaf phoenix blossom? 3-colored spirit mother, gentle breeze incense ash, tier 3 spirit fox blood, and so much demon beast marrow? These things, while not particularly rare or precious natural treasures, include some that are extremely obscure and difficult to find. Gathering dozens of scattered materials is no small task. However, no matter how difficult it was, Yang Xiaohu never thought of giving up. However, it's definitely impossible to gather them all right now. We'll have to wait until we get to Yunzhou. Alright, let's talk about how you plan to hand over the Yang family to me. Lu Wei was also worried about being deceived by this woman, so he naturally had to find out the details. Yang Xiaohu simply said, marry me first, and once I take over the entire Yang family, it will naturally be yours. Chapter 98 How to explain this to my wife? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei stared wide-eyed at Yang Xiaohu. This woman's schemes were so blatantly obvious. I'm helping you, and you want to go with me? You're dreaming. Yang Xiaohu was furious. Who wants a bastard like you? If it weren't for helping you get the Yang family, do you think I would want to? Seeing Lu Wei's disgusted look, Yang Xiaohu felt a slight pain in her stomach, as if her period was about to start early. Is there really no other way? No, unless you kill the entire Yang family. Yang Xiaohu said irritably. Lu Wei was a little troubled. How am I going to explain this to my little wife? Should he just say that he has another girlfriend and is going to get married? Even if Zhou Muxue has the best temper, she'll eventually lose her temper. However, Lu Wei was definitely unwilling to give up the Yang family's vast fortune. With the support of those resources, I can at least avoid struggling for decades. No, it's about saving decades of time and focusing all your energy on cultivation. Seeing this, Yang Xiaohu smiled smugly. That's none of my business. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Lu Wei frowned. He thought of a problem. If he were to manage such a large family as the Yang family, he wouldn't have time to do so. He would need to find someone to help him. Looking up at Yang Xiaohu's gloating face, Lu Wei chuckled. You can ignore it if you want, but after you get the Yang family, you'll have to help me manage it for a while. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu resolutely refused. No, the Yang family is yours now. What does it have to do with me? Then forget it. I don't want the Yang family anymore. Go find whoever you want. You. Yang Xiaohu was both angry and helpless. His life was in the other party's hands, but he had no choice but to ask for their help. Okay, but I can only help you for a while because I also have things to do. Okay, don't worry, it won't take long. Lu Wei chuckled inwardly, thinking, when I have both the title and the power, let's see how I run away then. Alright, you can get lost now. Yang Xiaohu waved his hand dismissively. Her ultimate goal had been achieved. She didn't want to see this infuriating guy for even a minute longer. Lu Wei curled her lip, a heartless woman, used and then thrown away. After leaving Yang Xiaohu's carriage, Lu Wei returned to his own carriage. The caravan continued its journey, and Lu Wei sat in the carriage cultivating the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture. To help Yang Xiaohu break through the limitations of his bloodline, his physique must also change. Once you cultivate the first level of the Jade Bone Golden Body Sacred Scripture, you can reach the level of true Yang body. After a morning of cultivation, the carriage stopped and the carriage began to rest. Lu Wei opened his eyes and found that he was the only one left in the car. Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoya have disappeared without a trace. Lu Ruyan was driving the carriage outside. Lu Wei lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at Lu Ruyan, who was preparing lunch, and asked, "Where are those two girls?" Upon seeing Lu Wei, Lu Ruyan quickly stood up, wiped her hands, and said, "Young master, Miss Xiaoxiao took the maid to the young madam's place. It seems she went to ask for help with literacy." Lu Wei was somewhat surprised that Lu Xiaoxiao, that troublemaker, would actually take the initiative to study one day. That was truly remarkable. Never mind her for now. Looking at Lu Ruyan's voluptuous figure and fair face, Lu Wei swallowed hard. Having too much qi and blood isn't necessarily a good thing. Take some food with you, and we'll go buy a few people. We don't lack food now, and we do need to find a few targets to return it to. Although Yang Xiuhu has top-tier attributes in all aspects, she is not suitable for binding with this woman for the time being due to limitations in bloodline and favorability. If we don't find a few more people, then next time we'll have to rely on Wu Xiaoya. After the meal, Lu Wei took Lu Ruyan to the market set up by the refugees. These days, things have gotten a little better because the snow has melted, making it easier to find grass roots and wild vegetables in some places. Although they still weren't getting enough to eat, at least they had a chance to survive. Unlike a few days ago, when there was no hope at all, and the despair was so great that people didn't even have the courage to live. As soon as Lu Wei entered the market, someone immediately came up to him. Young Master Lu, my courtesan is still waiting for you. Several days have passed, so please give me an answer. Otherwise, my lady will lose her appetite and become thinner because of you." Lu Wei looked down at the person who spoke, and it turned out to be the same madam from last time. The thought that the seemingly beautiful courtesan was actually a monster in human skin sent chills down Lu Wei's spine. He didn't know what it was before, but now that he has received the powerful man's notes, he is basically certain about what it is. That thing must be a kind of mountain spirit, different from ordinary demons. They are born with evil energy, cunning but lacking in wisdom. It is best to imitate others, hide among the crowd, and steal human hearts and blood. Among the demon race, their greatest role is as scouts and spies, responsible for gathering intelligence and sabotaging the enemy from within. The fact that one of these things has appeared among the refugees means that a demon race has its eye on the caravan. Thinking of this, a strange light flashed in Lu Wei's eyes. It seems that this monster is using me as a breakthrough point. Chapter 99: Another visit to the human market. Okay, don't worry, I'll get back to you tonight. This demon isn't that strong, it's just good at hiding. Today is the perfect opportunity to get rid of it. The madam beamed with delight upon hearing this. "Young master, you mustn't be trying to trick me." "No, don't worry, I'll definitely be there tonight." "Alright, then I'll await your arrival, young master." The madam left cheerfully. I just don't know if she'll still be able to laugh tonight. However, Lu Wei had no sympathy for someone like her. Countless women in brothels had been harmed by her. Lu Wei led Lu Ruyan to continue browsing the market, and as before, almost everyone was looking to buy grain. If the price is right, Lu Wei will buy some. He has more food than he can eat. It's good to exchange for more silver, which can be used to unlock skill practice spaces. After wandering around for a while, Lu Wei also saw some people who had sold themselves into slavery. However, almost none of these people met the requirements. Either they lacked qualifications or their appearance did not meet the requirements. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the refugee line, a couple looked at a girl who was unconscious with sorrowful expressions. The man was a man in his 30s, thin, with dark skin, and the faint outlines of bulging muscles could be seen on his body. However, due to long-term malnutrition, he was reduced to skin and bones. "We need to find a way to get some food," the man said, frowning. Upon hearing this, the woman looked up, hesitated for a long time, and then whispered, "How about we give Xiaoyu away? I heard there's a young Master Lu who's choosing pretty girls to be his servants." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened like copper bells, and he angrily retorted, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Brother Chen trusts me completely and entrusted his daughter to me. Even if it costs me my life, I cannot betray this kindness." This sounds unbelievable to modern people that someone would risk their life to protect their friend's daughter. However, in ancient times, this behavior was perfectly normal. People in those days valued integrity, keeping promises, and loyalty. They were even willing to give their lives for a promise. The woman opened her mouth, then sighed, turned to look at the unconscious girl, her eyes filled with a complex and unfathomable expression. Just then, a girl ran back with a happy expression. The girl had bright eyes and white teeth, and was very beautiful. She had the charm of a delicate and refined young lady. In modern times, she would be a school beauty. The girl looked to be in her teens, and even during this difficult time of fleeing famine, there was no trace of depression or gloom on her face. Instead, she always had a bright and optimistic mood, which made people feel much better just by looking at her. Father, mother, look. I've dug up a lot of wild vegetables, enough for us to eat tonight. The woman smiled when she saw the girl return. Wanwan's back? Are you tired? I'm not tired, Mom. Digging for wild vegetables is so much fun. The girl's smile was bright and pure. Looking at the girl's smile, the man couldn't help but show a doting smile on his own face. Suddenly, his smile froze on his face. He looked at Xiaoyu, who was unconscious beside him, and then at his daughter. A fierce struggle flashed in his eyes. Wanwan, Daddy has something to tell you. As the man spoke, he glanced to the side, not daring to look the girl in the eye. Dad, what's wrong? Tell me, the girl asked casually as she picked through the wild vegetables. I want to sell you. The man said through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with tears. The girl plopped down on the ground, her smile instantly freezing. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Although her family wasn't wealthy, they had always been able to make a living thanks to her father's cooking skills. Her parents' doting love for her is something many of her friends envy. She always thought that the people who loved her most in this world were her parents. But I never expected that my father would suddenly say something like that today. Father? Why? Did Wanwan do something wrong? There are plenty of wild vegetables now. If we hold on a little longer, we'll be in Yunzhou soon. Why did you sell me? Tears welled up in Wanwan's eyes, but finally fell. The man's eyes were red, and his fists were clenched tightly. Xiaoyu is sick and may not survive without food. We cannot let down Uncle Chen's trust. Now, this is the only way to get food. I inquired and found out that the young Master Lu is a nice person. The young lady of the Lu family restaurant works as a servant in their household and is said to be doing quite well, without suffering any grievances. If you go there, I'm sure they won't make things difficult for you. The woman hugged her daughter tightly. No, I don't agree. Wanwan is my daughter, and I would rather die than sell her. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes reddened and tears welled up. He hissed, if anything happens to Brother Chen's daughter, how can I face him? I'd rather die here today than die of shame in the future. The woman wanted to say something more, but the girl stopped her. Mother, stop talking. Your daughter is willing. How can we, as your children, let father be caught in an unjust situation? Furthermore, young Master Lu comes from a poor family, so he probably wouldn't mistreat his servants. Mom, don't worry. Maybe I'll be able to eat rice and flour every day and gain a lot of weight. The girl had tears in her eyes but a smile on her face as she comforted her mother. The woman cried out in anguish, my daughter. And embraced the girl, sobbing uncontrollably. The man beside him closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, he had never hated his own powerlessness as much as he did now. Chapter 100 Shin Wanwan. Lu Wei browsed around and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Apart from a very few people, there wasn't even a single one with a rating of 60. However, it makes sense when you think about it. If there really were a girl with good looks and talent, she would probably have been discovered and taken away long ago. There was no chance for him to make a move. The rest of them were all married women. Although Lu Wei didn't mind too much, he didn't want to be known as a traitor like Chow Chow. We can only wait a little longer. If all else fails, we can continue the search once we reach Yunzhou. Just as he was about to return with Lu Ruyan, the two of them blocked his way. Lu Wei looked up and saw a thin man with bright, piercing eyes. The other was a young woman in her prime, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a charming appearance. When Lu Wei took the first look, he suddenly felt as if he saw the girl from his high school class who had stirred his heart. Gentlemen, is there something you need? Lu Wei had a vague idea in his mind. I subconsciously glanced at the girl's profile. Name, Shin Wanwan. Age, 17. Root bone, 95. Comprehension, 99. Constitution, 3-5. Cultivation level, none. Appearance, 90. Body size, 85. Talent, fragrance of medicine. Favorability, 40. Overall rating, 81.820x return. Lu Wei's eyes lit up when she saw the information. This aptitude was simply outstanding. Aside from her figure and popularity being somewhat lacking, everything else about her is top-notch. The reason why one's physique is not good is because one is not old enough and nutrition is not sufficient. This can be improved through lifestyle changes. The same applies to affection levels. You can gradually increase them. Moreover, judging from the initial favorability rating of 40, reaching 90 points shouldn't be difficult. Then you'll have someone by your side who gives you 50 times the return, and you won't even need to think of a reason to give them gifts. It'll be amazing. Moreover, this girl has top-notch natural talent and comprehension, and she will be a great asset in the future. We must take it down. Xinzhong hesitated for a moment before sighing and saying, "Young Master Lu, I am Xinzhong. This is my daughter, Xinwanwan. Something has happened to our family. I have heard that you are a very kind person, so I would like to sell my daughter to you. I hope you will treat her well." Lu Wei looked at the girl's red eyes. Clearly she had just been crying. But now there is no sign of resistance, which clearly means that they have already accepted their fate. This family seems to have encountered some difficulties. However, Lu Wei had no interest in finding out what was going on. In this world, who doesn't have a hard time? Hearing Xinzhong's words, Lu Wei nodded. "You can rest assured about that. We are from the same hometown, and out of consideration for this friendship, we will not make things difficult for her. While I wouldn't say she's on par with young ladies from wealthy families, she's not far off. I think she has good potential. If possible, I will teach her cultivation in the future and give her her freedom. You can rest assured. If you miss her, you can come to see her anytime. I certainly won't stop you." Lu Wei was willing to say so much because Xinwanwan was indeed outstanding, and he was determined to have her. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Xinzhong felt a great weight lifted from his heart. His biggest worry was that his daughter would be entrusted to the wrong person. He would never have sold his daughter if he had no other choice. Thump! Xinzhong knelt down on the ground and kowtowed deeply, choking back tears as he said, "Young Master Lu's kindness is immense, and I will never forget it." Lu Wei quickly helped him up. "Get up quickly, it's not that bad, it's not that bad. Don't worry, I will definitely treat her well in the future." Xinzhong pulled Xinwanwan along and hurriedly said, "Hurry up and thank young Master Lu. From now on, you must work diligently and not be lazy, understand?" "Yes, father. Thank you for taking me in, young Master Lu." Lu Wei smiled and nodded. "Okay, then I'll call you Wanwan from now on. Don't worry, our family is easy to get along with and there aren't many rules. This is Lu Ruyan, she's a little older than you and arrived a few days earlier. You can call her elder sister." Xinwanwan quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Sister Ruyan." Lu Ruyan looked at Xinwanwan with a complicated expression. What Lu Wei didn't know was that Xinwanwan and Lu Ruyan knew each other before. Xinzhong used to run a blacksmith shop, which was located not far from Lu Family Restaurant. Xinwanwan also ate at Lu Family Restaurant. Although the two didn't have much interaction, they had met before. Her feelings about Xinwanwan's arrival were somewhat complicated and difficult to understand. They both wanted Xinwanwan to join in and were somewhat resistant to it. She wanted Xinwanwan to come over because she also wanted to have someone she knew by her side. The reason for her resistance was that Xinwanwan was young and beautiful, and a virgin. If she were to compete with her for the emperor's favor, she would definitely lose. Suppressing her complicated feelings for the moment, Lu Ruyan returned the greeting, "You're too kind, sister. We're family now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Lu Wei smiled and said, "All right, now that we've all gotten to know each other, let's go back." Then, turning to Xinzhong, he asked, "Mr. Xin, this is 20 jin of rice. Is that enough?" Chapter 101 Yang Xiaohu's Decisiveness. That's enough, that's enough. We don't need this. Young Master Lu, please take some back." Xinzhong looked at the 20 jin of rice that Lu Wei handed over and was immediately flattered. Lu Wei chuckled and said generously, "Take it. I suppose you've encountered some difficulties at home. Hurry up and take the rice back. Don't worry, Wanwan is here. If you encounter any problems, just come to me. I'll do my best to help." Upon hearing this, Xinzhong was moved to tears and kept thanking him, saying, thank you, young Master Lu, you are such a kind person." Lu Wei smiled but didn't say anything. Am I a good person? Maybe. However, good people don't treat others well for no reason. I also have things I want. Ding, the host's actions have won Xinwanwan's favor. Favorability level 10, current favorability level 50. Lu Wei smiled. This is my purpose. After seeing Xinzhong off, Lu Wei led Lu Ruyan and Xinwanwan back to the carriage. "Ruyan, go and cook some porridge for Wanwan, and add some meat and eggs." Lu Wei instructed Lu Ruyan as soon as he returned to the carriage. Lu Ruyan sighed inwardly. The young master really did prefer Xinwanwan. She wondered if the days ahead would be difficult. It's not the young master's fault. How can a woman with a child compare to a young girl? I just hope that the young master won't abandon me. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Shen Wanwan quickly waved her hand and said, "Young master, I don't need it, I'm not hungry yet." She had just arrived and hadn't done anything, yet she was being asked to eat porridge, with meat and eggs. Shen Wanwan felt a little flattered. Lu Wei smiled and comforted him, "Don't worry, don't be shy, this will be your home from now on. We may not have much else at home, but we have plenty to eat. I have only one request, you must accept whatever I give you without hesitation, understand?" Shen Wanwan nodded as if she understood. "I understand, young master." Lu Wei nodded, "If anything happens at home in the future, you can tell me. I will help if I can. From now on, we are family, so don't be so polite with me." "Thank you, young master." Shen Wanwan sincerely thanked him. At this moment, she felt truly lucky to have met such a good person as the young master. However, what she didn't know was that Lu Wei was a little disappointed. "I've been so attentive, but I haven't gained any favorability points. Could it be that the price rose too much today, so it stopped rising? Okay, you rest first. I have something to do and need to go out for a bit." Respectfully seeing off the young master. "Alright, don't be so polite, get some rest." Lu Wei waved his hand and turned to leave the carriage. Seeing Lu Ruyan bending over with her back to him, her curvaceous figure made his heart beat slightly faster. Sigh, getting into the caravan is really inconvenient. There are people all around, and there's my wife with such high cultivation and Yang Xiaohu watching over me. If anything happens on our side, they'll be the first to know. No, I have to think of a way. I can't just keep enduring this. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Wei approached Yang Xiaohu's carriage. "Boss, are you there? I need to talk to you." "What is it?" came Yang Xiaohu's somewhat lazy voice from inside the carriage. "Let me go inside and talk to you. There are a few things I need to discuss with you." Yang Xiaohu frowned upon hearing this. She really didn't want to see Lu Wei, he was just too infuriating. However, I'm afraid that if something really happens, it might cause delays. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Then come in." Lu Wei skillfully boarded the carriage and pushed open the door to go inside. Yang Xiaohu was reading a book at her desk when she saw Lu Wei come in and asked directly, "What is it?" Lu Wei knew that he was not well liked, so he didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. "There are 3 things in total. First, I need a carriage." Yang Xiaohu nodded upon hearing this. "I'll have someone send it to you in a bit." It was just a carriage, so she didn't think much of it. Lu Wei continued, "The second thing is that I need some silver, or gold or spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu's expression remained completely unchanged. He simply asked casually, "How much do you want?" "Take as much as you can, as much as you have." Yang Xiaohu nodded without hesitation. "Okay, I'll send it to you in a bit with the carriage. But there aren't many right now. You can get more from the bank when we get to the city." Now it was Lu Wei's turn to be surprised. Seeing Yang Xiaohu agree so readily, he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to ask me what I need the money for?" Yang Xiaohu said calmly, "It's your own money. You can do whatever you want with it. I said I would give you the entire Yang family, and I won't go back on my word. I hope you won't go back on your word either." To be honest, Lu Wei admired this woman's decisiveness. Even he might not be able to do something like that. Of course, he also knew that people couldn't be compared. Some people could become the richest, while others could only be beasts of burden. He knew his own abilities without external help. He was at best a slightly stronger ox or horse. "Don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise to you." Chapter 102, Strategizing to Capture the Demon. "That would be best," Yang Xiaohu said calmly. Lu Wei didn't argue with her, but continued, "The third thing is that I found a monster in the refugee group." Yang Xiaohu was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. "Demon beast? What demon beast?" Lu Wei shook his head and said, "It's not a demon beast, it's a monster, a skin-changing monster. It should be a spy planted by the demon race, and it's even eyeing me, planning to use me as a breakthrough to infiltrate the caravan." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu had no choice but to take it seriously. "How did you find out?" Lu Wei retorted irritably, "What do you mean, how did you find it?" "I found it with a magnifying glass. Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. How else could I have found it?" Yang Xiaohu was furious at being confronted. That bastard couldn't even maintain his good image for 3 seconds before revealing his true colors. However, at this point, Yang Xiaohu was too lazy to argue with him. A monster has infiltrated the caravan. This is not a good thing and we must find out what's going on. You must know what level of cultivation that monster possesses, right? Lu Wei shook his head. How could I know? I'm just a noob at the first level. It was a coincidence that I was able to discover him. How could I possibly see through his cultivation level? However, these spirits are generally not highly skilled and have obvious weaknesses, making them easy to subdue. Yang Xiaohu frowned upon hearing this and pondered for a moment. After inquiring about the specific details from Lu Wei, he came up with a plan. Since you're going to buy him tonight, why don't we take him to a secluded place and then I'll devise a plan to capture him and find out his purpose for coming here. Lu Wei thought about it and agreed. No matter what the monster's purpose was, since it had its eyes on him, it was better to deal with it quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Next, the two discussed countermeasures and solutions. Yang Xiaohu's cultivation level cannot be exposed, so Lu Wei still has to make the move openly while she launches a sneak attack from the shadows. Just in case, Lu Wei went to prepare some things. These spirits are born from yin and evil energy, so they are most afraid of things that are extremely yang and strong. Lu Wei has abundant blood and energy, his body is like a furnace, and his energy is as strong as smoke, so the things on his body are most effective at restraining such spirits. To this end, Lu Wei drank more than half a bucket of water and stored several bottles of holy water in case of emergency. His blood was also mixed in with these holy waters, making them even more lethal to spirits. Yang Xiaohu frowned in disgust when he heard him say that he needed to prepare these things. Even if you don't prepare, I won't let it hurt you, don't worry. Lu Wei shook his head. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. What if you can't be trusted? Wouldn't I be in big trouble? It's better to be prepared. Seeing this, Yang Xiaohu stopped trying to persuade him. At night, the group stopped and began to set up camp. Lu Wei also began setting up the traps he had prepared. After he finished setting the trap, Yang Xiaohu arrived. All right, everything's ready. I'll go bring it now. You hide it well. Lu Wei clapped his hands and said to Yang Xiaohu. Yang Xiaohu took a step back in disgust. Fine, go ahead, I don't want to stay here any longer. Looking around at Lu Wei's holy water, Yang Xiaohu felt as if the air itself was filled with the smell of urine. Lu Wei took out the prepared rice and headed straight for the refugee camp. The madam had been waiting for Lu Wei for a long time. When she saw him coming, she quickly put on a big smile and went to greet him. Young Master Lu, you finally arrived. My young lady has been waiting so long she's almost lovesick. Lu Wei was too lazy to waste time arguing with her and simply said, all right, I have limited time. Here are 10 jin of grain. If you agree, you can take the person away. If you don't agree, then forget about it. The madam's smile froze instantly upon hearing this. Young Master Lu, this isn't right, is it? I agreed on 50 jin, isn't this quite a bit less? Lu Wei's eyes turned cold, and he said indifferently, I'm only asking you, do you agree or disagree? Stop talking nonsense. Lu Wei had little patience for this kind of person. The madam felt a chill run down her spine when Lu Wei's cold gaze fell upon her. Just as she was about to speak, a charming voice suddenly came from inside the room. Mother, please grant your daughter's wish. Upon hearing this, the madam sighed in feigned concern, all right. I'm just too soft-hearted. And you're my most precious daughter, so I'll admit defeat today. Thank you for your kindness, mother. With that, the door opened, and the beautiful and charming courtesan stepped out. When she saw Lu Wei, she even put on a shy, girlish demeanor and bowed slightly in greeting. Greetings, young Master Lu. Lu Wei immediately revealed a lecherous look. Greetings, young lady. Come home with me now. The courtesan blushed slightly upon hearing this and said softly, it's all up to you, young master. Please be kind to me in the future. I cherish it, of course I cherish it. Let us go. Lu Wei said, leading the way. The courtesan followed behind. After taking a few steps, Lu Wei suddenly turned back and said to the madam, you come along too, just like you're seeing your beloved daughter off to her wedding. My woman can't get married without someone to see her off. The madam had no way to refute this, because that was exactly what she had just said, and could only follow along reluctantly. Before long, the three of them arrived at a grove of trees. Is the update okay? Are there any rewards? Chapter 103 Inviting the Demon into the Trap. Young Master, the scouts report that Steward Zhang has not yet returned any news. He must have been killed. Bang! The severed head in his hand exploded. Yang Xian's eyes were filled with rage, and he gritted his teeth and spat out two words, useless. He never expected that even with 200 assassins and a third-realm martial artist leading them, they would still fail. The entire Yang family doesn't have many third-realm martial artists, and the death of one of them makes it impossible for him to explain to the family. Young master, the old master wants you to come over. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian's anger subsided, and he wiped the blood from his face. I'll go over after I change my clothes. Young Master Lu, aren't we going to the caravan? Where are we going? The madam looked at the dark woods around her and a chill inexplicably rose in her heart. The demon following behind her, however, was all smiles, for she was worried about how to find an opportunity to replace Lu Wei with herself. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei brought him here. This was a godsend. Hee, I've prepared a gift for you, Mississippi. It's right here. Hee, it's still you, young Master Lu, who knows how to cherish a beautiful woman. It seems I made the right choice marrying my daughter to you. The madam smiled broadly, her wrinkles giving everyone goosebumps. Lu Wei ignored her, walked to a tree, and said with a smile, the gift has arrived. As he spoke, he pulled on a rope that had been prepared beforehand. Whoosh! The madam and the courtesan instinctively looked up, only to be greeted by a torrential downpour that soaked them both. The madam was stunned. Her first thought was, is this young Master Lu sick? Why bring them here so late at night just to soak them in water? No, this isn't water. She's all too familiar with this taste. She drank it a lot when she was young. Just as she was about to ask Lu Wei what was going on, a scream suddenly came from behind her. The sound was as sharp and piercing as fingernails scratching glass. She instinctively turned around and was so frightened by what she saw that she wet her pants. The once beautiful courtesan was now covered in blood and gore, her skin torn and bleeding, revealing long, dark hair beneath, making her look like a hungry wolf in human skin. The monster raised its hand, and the human skin on its body fell off, revealing its true form. This is a mountain spirit, originally a wolf, which was corrupted by evil energy and turned into a monster. Unlike ordinary wolf demons that walk on all fours, this monster walks on both feet like a human, with exceptionally long, black, withered, and sharp claws. Its blood-red eyes exuded a cruel and evil aura, and its sharp fangs gleamed with a pale, bloodthirsty light. You're asking for death, the wolf demon said in human language, then swung its claws. Puff! The madam's terrified head vanished instantly, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Upon seeing this, Lu Wei immediately drew his precious sword and became fully alert. Although the wolf demon's skin was damaged, its strength was not significantly reduced. The main purpose of Lu Wei's holy water is to reveal its true form, and the damage is limited. The only thing that could cause harm was the blood mixed in with it. Unfortunately, Lu Wei has not yet cultivated a body of pure yang, nor is he a virgin, so the effects of his blood are not significant. If Lu Wei completes the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture, then only a little blood is needed to make this monster suffer terribly. The wolf demon didn't give Lu Wei much time. With a powerful leap, it launched itself into the air and pounced on Lu Wei. Its sharp claws, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, were aimed straight at Lu Wei's head. If they manage to catch him this time, Lu Wei's head will definitely end up like the madam's. When? With a crisp metallic clang, Lu Wei's figure flew backward. He fell to the ground with a thud and rolled several times. Lu Wei felt excruciating pain in both arms, his muscles trembled, and he also experienced a dull ache in his chest. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This wolf demon was at least at the peak of the second realm, otherwise Lu Wei wouldn't have been unable to withstand even one of its attacks. Without bothering to wipe himself, he hurriedly got up and looked up at the wolf demon. The wolf demon did not take the opportunity to attack, but instead looked at its front paws with a look of shock and anger. The original 10 claws were now missing a section from 3 of them. 3 fingers fell to the ground right where the 2 had just clashed. Forces are reciprocal. Its claws, though as hard as iron, are at most just like iron. However, the precious sword in Lu Wei's hand was so sharp that it could cut through iron like mud. With such great force colliding just now, it would be strange if it didn't break. Looking at the 3 severed fingers, the wolf demon was filled with rage, his voice cold and brutal. I'm going to tear you to pieces. With that, he lunged forward to rip Lu Wei apart. Knowing he was no match for this guy, Lu Wei disregarded his pride and immediately asked for help. Yang Shouvu, what are you waiting for if you don't make a move? The wolf demon was startled upon hearing this. Could it be that this kid had an accomplice? Chapter 104 Bloodbath against the wolf demon. Uncle Chin, what are you doing here? Yang Xiaohu asked, somewhat surprised to see Qin Feng suddenly appear. Qin Feng shrugged and said with a smile, I didn't leave at all. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu immediately realized that Uncle Qin was secretly protecting her. He couldn't help but feel touched. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Why are you being so formal, child? I've watched you grow up since you were little. In my heart, you're just like Dayu. How can I be at ease if you don't arrive in Yunzhou safely? Yang Xiaohu smiled and nodded, saying, yes, I will be as filial to you as Dayu is in the future. Qin Feng laughed heartily. Okay, I'll wait, then I'll have 2 daughters. However, more than anything else, I hope my child can live a safe and happy life. Yang Xiaohu understood the hidden meaning in those words. He wanted her to give up that unrealistic dream. But having lived for so many years, her sole purpose in life was to rescue her mother, so how could she possibly give up? Uncle Qin, I will. As long as I bring my mother out, I will live a peaceful and happy life. Qin Feng sighed upon hearing this. Oh, you child, forget it, I won't try to persuade you anymore. Just remember, only by protecting yourself can you do what you want to do. That being said, the Qingqiu Fox clan, which has stood for 1,000 years, is not so simple. I know, Uncle Qin, don't worry. This was the only obsession she had held in her heart since she was a child, and she would not hesitate to do it even if it meant death. Just then, Lu Wei's cry for help came. Yang Xiaohu's expression changed upon hearing this. Xin Shu's appearance had distracted her, and she had forgotten about Lu Wei. Lu Wei, I'm so angry. At banana, you bastard. Looking at Lu Wei again, he was disheveled, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly injured. Without even speaking to Qin Feng, he rushed forward to help. However, just as she was about to move, a folding fan blocked her way. Uncle Qin? Qin Feng chuckled, his face revealing undisguised schadenfreude. Don't rush, wait a bit longer. Let this kid eat his words. Last time he insulted me so much, I only let him off the hook because of you. This time you have to let me vent my anger, right? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu immediately became anxious. Uncle Qin, this person is of utmost importance. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to survive either. He absolutely cannot be allowed to die now. If you want to vent your anger, I'll find you a chance later. Right now, you have to save him. Qin Feng frowned slightly upon hearing Yang Xiaohu's words. What? Does he have some other extraordinary background? Yang Xiaohu said urgently, now is not the time to talk about these things. Let me go and save him first, and I will explain to you later. Don't worry, look. Qin Feng pointed to the scene where Lu Wei was fighting the wolf demon. When Lu Wei saw that Yang Xiaohu didn't respond after he called out, his heart skipped a beat. Is this woman up to something again? Could she be planning to kill me in search for secret techniques? Or is she trying to find the secret behind my rapid cultivation progress? And this wolf demon was part of her scheme to kill someone using another's knife? Given this woman's ruthless and decisive personality, it's not impossible. Damn it, I was careless and got tricked by this woman. No, we absolutely cannot just sit here and wait to die. It's better to rely on ourselves than on others. We have no choice but to fight. Lu Wei took out a pill, not caring about the cost, and threw it directly into his mouth. The pill melted upon entering the mouth, instantly transforming into a massive surge of spiritual energy that rushed through the limbs and bones. Boom! A powerful aura erupted, and Lu Wei's cultivation level directly increased from the first realm to the second realm. The wolf demon looked around but didn't see anyone coming. When it saw Lu Wei's aura erupt, it immediately felt like it had been tricked. Enraged, he lunged at Lu Wei without saying a word. Lu Wei gritted his teeth, gripped his long sword tightly, and raised it directly to the attack. When two armies meet on a narrow path, the brave will prevail. There is no way out now. Both are at the second realm of cultivation, and Lu Wei is going to fight desperately. A human and a demon, their spiritual power erupted, causing the surrounding snow to swirl around them as the two figures collided violently. Boom! Lu Wei slashed down with his blade, the bright light piercing through the swirling snowflakes, heading straight for the wolf demon's head. Faced with Lu Wei's long sword, the wolf demon clearly knew how powerful it was and, out of fear, did not choose to take it head-on. Instead, it raised its claws and struck the blade from the side, intending to knock the blade away. However, Lu Wei's swordsmanship had reached a minor level of mastery. He quickly changed his sword stance, switching from a slash to a chop, and with a slight deviation of the blade, he directly met the wolf demon's palm with the edge of the blade. The wolf demon doesn't know any martial arts, it fights entirely on instinct. Just as his palm was about to strike the blade, he was startled, but it was too late to pull it back. You can only try to reduce your force to avoid splitting your palm in two. With a whoosh, the blade sliced through the wolf demon's palm, and blood splattered. Although the strike did not sever the wolf demon's hand, it did leave a long and deep wound. Lu Wei pressed his advantage, changing the direction of his blade and sweeping it straight at the wolf demon's neck. The snow-white blade flashed with a chilling killing intent, its sharp light piercing and cold amidst the swirling snowflakes. The wolf demon roared and lunged forward, grabbing at Lu Wei's wrist where he was holding the knife. As long as we grab Lu Wei's hand holding the knife and take the precious sword away, Lu Wei will be like a toothless tiger. Chapter 105 Qin Feng, filled with regret. That's the exploding spirit pill? Yang Xiaohu was shocked. He knew the effects of the exploding spirit pill. If Lu Wei had taken it, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. If Lu Wei gets injured, it will definitely disrupt her original plans. This is something she absolutely does not want to see. No, it's not the exploding spirit pill. Qin Feng's carefree expression vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least it wasn't a spirit explosion pill. However, a new question immediately arose: if it's not the spirit explosion pill? Then what is it? What other pills can temporarily boost cultivation? Qin Feng looked at Lu Wei, whose spiritual power was bursting forth, with a solemn expression, and said in a deep voice, "Look at his spiritual power, it is pure and not complicated. Although it is a temporary burst, he can control it as if it were his own arm, without any awkwardness. This is definitely not an effect that the explosive spirit pill could have. Moreover, taking the explosive spirit pill will damage the body due to the sudden increase in strength, at the very least causing bleeding from all 7 orifices." But he seemed perfectly normal, without any discomfort whatsoever. And most importantly, he only consumed 1 pill, yet his cultivation level increased by a whole major realm. This is definitely not an effect that a spirit explosion pill could produce. Qin Feng truly lived up to his reputation as a veteran expert in the frost transformation realm. Although his natural talent was limited, it took him several decades to break through to the 4th realm. However, having lived a long life and gained much experience, he immediately recognized that Lu Wei had not taken the explosive spirit pill. "Uncle Qin, stop keeping me in suspense. What kind of pill did he take?" Yang Xiaohu asked anxiously. She didn't care what Lu Wei ate. She wouldn't even care if she ate shit. What she cared about was whether Lu Wei would get hurt and delay her plans. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment before saying solemnly, "If I'm not mistaken, he should have taken the spirit ascension pill." Upon hearing the name, Yang Xiaohu frowned and racked his brains, but he still couldn't figure out what this pill was. Spirit ascension pill? What kind of pill is that? Will I die if I take it? Qin Feng smiled wryly. "Of course not, the spirit ascension pill is a very precious 5th grade pill. This kind of elixir is extremely precious, and its refining process is incredibly complex. The materials required are even more valuable than those for 6th tier elixirs. Therefore, although the spirit ascension pill is a 5th grade pill, its rarity surpasses that of 6th grade pills. Even at our headquarters, the Qingling Sword Sect, we don't have this kind of pill. When I was young, during the heavenly ranking battle, I saw some disciples from overseas immortal sects use it." Yang Xiaohu was also surprised when she heard this. She never expected it. Lu Wei actually possessed such a precious elixir, but considering Lu Wei's extraordinary abilities, it doesn't seem so surprising. At the same time, she was even more certain that Lu Wei could help her solve the bloodline problem. "So what exactly are the effects of this pill?" Yang Xiaohu asked curiously. A glint of light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. "It is said that this pill can temporarily raise a person's cultivation level by 1 major realm. Moreover, not only are there no side effects afterward, but it can also strengthen the body and permanently improve one's cultivation level. Of course, this is not its greatest function. The greatest function of this elixir is to enhance one's understanding of cultivation realms and help break through bottlenecks. For example, I'd been stuck at the peak of the 4th realm for many years. If I had such a pill, I could very well condense my core and break through to the 5th realm directly." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu was also extremely shocked. The ability to help someone break through a major realm bottleneck was simply heaven-defying. What kind of background does Lu Wei have? How does he possess such precious pills? Suddenly, Qin Feng slapped his thigh, his face full of regret. "If I had known this kid had such a pill, I wouldn't have stopped you. It's such a waste to have wasted a spirit ascension pill like this. If it were me, that would be wonderful. I'd be his henchman for a year, no, 10 years. He could also tell that this kid did indeed have some extraordinary background. Even without the enhancement pills, the knife in his hand is close to a spiritual weapon. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. However, she could understand Qin Feng's feelings. The opportunity to break through to the fifth realm was right in front of him, and he had just missed it. He was filled with regret. Moreover, it wasn't just Qin Feng who was tempted, even Yang Xiaohu was interested. She had been stuck at the peak of the third realm for a long time because of her talent. If I had this elixir, would I also be able to break through my cultivation level and enter the fourth realm? However, in the past, it was still possible to trick Lu Wei out of something, to get a single pill. But now it seems the hope is slim. I didn't go out to save him just now, and who knows how much he hates me right now. Yang Xiaohu's guess was pretty accurate. Lu Wei felt like he wanted to kill her. Give her a spirit-enhancing pill? Give her a chicken. At this moment, the battle between Lu Wei and the wolf demon had reached its climax. The wolf demon wanted to take the treasured sword from Lu Wei's hand, but unexpectedly, it easily grabbed Lu Wei's wrist. This surprised even the wolf demon himself, who had captured Lu Wei so easily. He was about to rip Lu Wei's arm off or break his wrist. As long as this kid doesn't have this invincible sword, he'll be at his mercy. However, it discovered that Lu Wei smiled. Chapter 106: Killing Demons, Qin Feng's Terrible Idea. Thud. The sharp blade pierced flesh. The wolf demon felt a sharp pain in its lower back. Looking down, it saw that the boy was holding a dagger that had pierced its vital point. You. The wolf demon wanted to ask this despicable human how he knew where his vital point was, and how he had such a sharp dagger to pierce his vital point. Because that's the hardest part of its body, harder than its teeth and fingers. Even the precious sword in Lu Wei's hand couldn't pierce it. After all, that's a vital point. If someone breaks through it, there's only one way out: death. Of course, we have to find a way to protect it. Therefore, every demon pays special attention to cultivating their vital points during their cultivation, and they also use treasures to protect them. The fear is that one might accidentally be attacked in a vital spot. But it never expected that its vital point, which it had painstakingly cultivated, would be broken so easily. It died before it even had a chance to say a word. Lu Wei looked at the dead wolf demon and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He acted as if he was going to fight desperately just now, just to make the wolf demon think he was going to fight head-on. In reality, he had already planned to ambush the wolf demon's vital point. With the powerful manual, Lu Wei naturally knew the weakness of this monster. And the dagger he used for the sneak attack was no ordinary weapon either. It can be said to be the strongest weapon he currently possesses. This dagger was the one we got from that corpse. Originally an extremely sharp dagger, it became a magical weapon after being returned by Lu Wei. With the magical artifact and the cultivation level of the second realm, breaking through the monster's vital point is a piece of cake. Lu Wei bent down and dug open the fairy's corpse, took one item, and left without looking back. In the distance, Qin Feng and Yang Xiaohu were also surprised to see this scene. He actually possesses a magical artifact? In the cultivation world, spiritual artifacts are extremely rare treasures. Even Qin Feng, who has accumulated so much wealth over the years, only has 2 spiritual artifacts. The Yang family, to which Yang Xiaohu belongs, possesses a magical artifact as their most prized possession. This shows how precious and rare this magical artifact is. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei, a kid whose cultivation level is only at the first realm, actually has a spiritual weapon. As Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei's figure, he felt that the more he learned about this guy, the more mysterious he became. Just who was he? However, now is not the time to think about these things. Let's think about how to ease the tension. Thinking of this, Yang Xiaohu gave a wry smile. Things had really gotten out of hand. Neither she nor Qin Feng expected that Lu Wei would possess such a treasure as the Spirit Ascension Pill, as well as a spiritual artifact, and actually managed to kill the demon directly. That was a demon who was a whole realm higher than him, and yet he died just like that. She had originally planned to step in to save Lu Wei in his time of need, so that Uncle Qin could vent his anger, and her relationship with Lu Wei wouldn't be too difficult to salvage. However, now that Lu Wei doesn't need her help at all, this is a problem. Given that guy's stubborn personality, it will be difficult to win him back. What do we do now, Uncle Qin? Yang Xiaohu asked helplessly. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. He didn't know what to do either. If Lu Wei were still the same Lu Wei, they wouldn't be having such a headache. After all, no one cares if a mere kid in the first realm has any grievances. But things are different now. This kid has spirit ascension pills, which are too tempting for them. If you want to get the spirit ascension pill from him, you have to get on his good side. Most importantly, they didn't dare to use force, because this kid was too mysterious. Without understanding the background, who would dare to take action? If they offend some big shots, death would be the only outcome, and their families would also be implicated. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, as if he had come up with a solution. I've got it, we'll do it like this. After hearing this, Yang Xiaohu looked a little embarrassed. Will this work? Qin Feng, however, patted his chest confidently and assured him, don't worry, this trick of mine will definitely work. That's how I won over your aunt back then. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu felt much more at ease, as this was the only way to try. She really had no experience when it came to pleasing men. Alright, Uncle Qin, I'll do as you say. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in a gathering place for demonic beasts, the demonic beast horde preparing to attack Yunzhou was resting. In the pitch-black night, they didn't need torches or fires, they just lay there in the snow. At the front of the demon beast procession, the leader of the Taipan clan was cultivating by absorbing moonlight. Suddenly, a wooden plaque on his body shattered and fell to the ground. The Taipan chief looked down and his eyes immediately blazed with boundless fury. Damn humans, you killed my spies again. When I catch you, I will tear you apart and skin you alive. Lu Wei packed up his spoils and prepared to return to the camp to settle accounts with Yang Xiaohu. This ruthless and vicious woman almost killed him. Although I only suffered minor injuries and am not seriously hurt. However, they lost one spirit ascension pill. You should know that he only had 10 of them. Each spirit ascension pill was extremely precious, something that could save a life in a critical moment. Lu Wei was heartbroken to lose one of his monsters just because of a mere second-realm demon. Just then, the sound of fighting came from ahead, and then a figure rushed straight towards him. Chapter 107 Starlight Dividing the Treasure Sword. Lu Wei was startled. He saw that the two men's battle was bursting with spiritual energy, and wherever they passed, rocks crumbled and the earth shook. Judging from their cultivation levels, these two are no ordinary people. Lu Wei looked closely and saw that one of them was Yang Xiaohu. Her opponent was a masked man dressed in black, whose cultivation was in no way inferior to hers. This was the first time Lu Wei had seen Yang Xiaohu make a move. The woman's fair and delicate hand struck out with a palm, instantly blasting a large tree to pieces. Lu Wei was startled. If that hit him, how much better would it be than that big tree? Could it be that Yang Xiaohu didn't intentionally not come to rescue him, but was instead entangled by someone? Just as Lu Wei was thinking that he might have misunderstood Yang Xiaohu, the man in black suddenly charged straight at him. Before he could react, she grabbed his neck. Ha, Miss Yang, this person must be your sweetheart, right? The man's voice was clearly disguised, hoarse and low. Lu Wei was startled and quickly said, Brother, you've misunderstood. I have absolutely no relationship with her. If you don't believe me, I'll curse her ancestors for 8 generations. The monster from before was somewhat formidable, but this one, who could move so high and low and fight Yang Xiaohu to a standstill, must be at least at the peak of the 3rd realm. Lu Wei didn't even have the will to resist and decisively admitted defeat. Yang Xiaohu's face darkened when he heard Lu Wei's words. How could this bastard say something so infuriating? The man in black was almost choked by Lu Wei's words, and cursed inwardly, this kid is really a scoundrel. Is that so? In that case, I'll just crush you like this, Miss Yang, what do you think? The man in black said, about to exert force. Lu Wei, I'll F your whole family. What did I ever do to you? You just want to crush me like that? Do you really think I'm an ant? Yang Xiaohu's expression changed, no. Ha 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 ha. The man in black laughed triumphantly. What? Still won't admit it? I've been secretly observing you these past few days. This kid comes and goes in and out of your carriage like it's his own home? Your carriage, Miss Yang, is usually off limits even to a male fly, yet you let this boy in and out freely. You still say you two have nothing going on? Nobody believes that. Lu Wei was also shocked when he heard this. It turned out that this person had been observing them for several days. No wonder he made his move at this time. It seems that Yang Xiaohu wasn't really to blame just now, she was probably just being pestered by this person. No, we must find a way to save ourselves. Just as Lu Wei was racking his brains for a way to save himself, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness in his body, as if he had entered a period of postcoital bliss. Lu Wei was startled, the effects of the spirit ascension pill had worn off. Immediately afterwards, he felt a warm current slowly rising from his limbs and bones, constantly strengthening him. Then, a system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the body tempering and abdomen returning realm. You are rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Lu Wei hurriedly opened the system to take a look. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 80+. Comprehension, 59+. Constitution, 870-870+. Chi and blood, 1370-1370+. Mental state, 2020+. Technique. Body tempering method proficient 255-300+ yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant suppressing prison skill entry level 31,000 earth level intermediate. Jade bone golden body holy scripture beginner 23,000 heavenly level beginner. Martial arts. Concealing breath technique beginner 55-3000 low level spirit rank. Killing fist proficiency 0-300+ yellow level low. /minor completion 554-1200 yellow level intermediate. Cultivation level. Yellow level return to the belly realm 1400-1500+. One image realm 100-1000+. Glazed gold skin mirror 110,000+. Free attributes 5. System level 4-325. Target already bound 4-4. Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Lu Ruyan click to expand. Zhou Muxue click to expand. Bai Linger click to expand. Seeing this physique and blood energy, Lu Wei was shocked. I never expected that a single spirit ascension pill, combined with a minor increase in cultivation level, would cause such a significant improvement in my physique and blood energy. When he received 500 points of chi and blood, he took a special look. At that time, his total chi and blood was only a little over 700, and his constitution was only a little over 200. With his current chi and blood in physical condition, he is more than twice as strong as a typical Guifu realm cultivator. However, no matter how much more we have, it's useless. The important thing is to figure out how to solve the current predicament. Just as Lu Wei was thinking about how to use these 5 free attribute points to solve his current predicament, suddenly the sky in the distance brightened, and the stars seemed to be fully charged, becoming incredibly dazzling. Immediately afterwards, the starlight suddenly burst forth, shooting out several beams of light that headed straight for Lu Wei and the man in black. Upon seeing this, the man in black instinctively exclaimed in surprise, "The starry sky dividing treasure sword light?" Lu Wei suddenly felt that the voice sounded so familiar. Chapter 108 Confession, Questioning. Those streaks of light, like shooting stars in the sky, were dazzling and brilliant, yet filled with murderous intent. When Qin Feng saw those sword lights, he was so shocked that he forgot to hide his voice, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The light of the starlight divides the precious sword that is one of the ultimate techniques of the Qingling sword sect. By borrowing the power of the stars, the sword technique is enhanced, becoming powerful, flexible, and unpredictable, capable of both softness and hardness. Despite being a master of the fourth realm, he never had the chance to learn such a unique skill in his entire life. It didn't matter that he hadn't learned it, but he never expected that one day he would be targeted by the ultimate secret technique of his own sect. In the blink of an eye, those sword lights arrived in front of him. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically, and he could no longer play along with Yang Xiaohu's charade of a beauty rescuing a hero. He threw Lu Wei directly at Yang Xiaohu and quickly drew his sword to defend himself. Boom 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 boom. 4 sword lights collided in succession. In an instant, the earth shook and the sword energy shot out in all directions. Within a radius of tens of meters, the overflowing sword energy directly leveled the ground. The snow on the ground was blasted into the air and then slowly fell back down, as if a blizzard had struck. After taking Lu Wei from him, Yang Xiaohu quickly retreated and hurriedly left the spot. Lu Wei felt enveloped in a fragrant breeze, soft and comfortable, making her reluctant to leave. Then came a dizzying spin, causing him to instinctively grip tightly. Before he could even enjoy it enough, he felt himself flying again. Then, with a thud, it fell to the ground. When he opened his eyes, Yang Xiaohu was glaring at him angrily, her pretty face flushed red with rage. Lu Wei coughed awkwardly. A 99 figure, that score is absolutely genuine. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who had been attacked by the starry sky-dividing sword light, finally revealed his original form after the explosion. His clothes were tattered and covered in burn marks. His face mask was gone, and his hair was disheveled, some of it curled up from the burns. Lu Wei's eyes widened when she saw that the person who had just threatened her was Qin Feng. Looking at Qin Feng, then at Yang Xiaohu, Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Aren't Yang Xiaohu and Qin Feng on good terms? Why would Qin Feng disguise himself and ambush Yang Xiaohu? He never expected that this was a play staged by Yang Xiaohu and Qin Feng together, just to help Yang Xiaohu regain her relationship with him. When Yang Xiaohu realized that her secret had been exposed, a hint of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. Not daring to meet Lu Wei's probing gaze, she turned her head away. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly cupped his hands towards the sky and said loudly, I am Qin Feng from the Qingling sect. May I ask which esteemed master from a superior sect has graced us with their presence? I apologize for not being able to greet you properly. However, he was met with silence, clearly indicating that the person had no intention of showing up. Qin Feng understood that those sword lights must have been meant to save Lu Wei. Now that the kid has been rescued and exposed himself, the man has stopped making a move. However, not taking action doesn't mean the matter is over. If he dares to harm Lu Wei again, the people in the shadows will definitely make a move. Qin Feng gave a wry smile. He hadn't found it. Nothing that happened today was within his expectations. It caught him completely off guard. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Wei, sighed, hesitated for a moment, then approached Lu Wei with an awkward smile. Lu Wei, I was just joking. You don't mind, do you? Lu Wei looked at Qin Feng, then at Yang Xiaohu, and finally realized what was going on. The relationship issue just now was all an act between the two of them. So, when I was in danger just now, the two of them were just watching the show and had no intention of helping me at all. Having figured all this out, Lu Wei was filled with extreme anger. But he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he had a smiling expression. Those who truly know Lu Wei know that when he smiles like that, it means he's genuinely angry. Senior, you're too kind. It's my honor that you can joke with me. I'm more than happy to do so. How could I possibly blame you? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was surprised that Lu Wei would be so generous. He immediately laughed and said, Hey, don't call me senior. If you don't mind, you can call me big brother. Qin Feng didn't notice Lu Wei's unusual attitude, but Yang Xiaohu, who was standing to the side, did. She had a basic understanding of Lu Wei. He was the kind of guy who wouldn't suffer any loss, so how could she possibly let this matter go? She probably harbors resentment towards her and Qin Feng deep down. If someone were to tamper with the process of breaking her bloodline restrictions, then everything would be over. So, after gritting his teeth and thinking it over, Yang Xiaohu grabbed Lu Wei and said directly, Come with me. Lu Wei was being held by Yang Xiaohu and couldn't break free no matter what he tried, but he was thinking about the ins and outs of this matter. Before he could figure it out, Yang Xiaohu took him back to the carriage. After pressing Lu Wei into a chair, Yang Xiaohu began to recount what had happened. She didn't hide anything and told the whole truth. After listening, Lu Wei smiled and said, Okay, I believe what you said is true. It was Qin Feng who wanted to teach me a lesson, so he stopped you. Then let me ask you, didn't you secretly intend to take this opportunity to teach me a lesson? Chapter 109 The Harmful Reality Not Recommended for Reading. This chapter is not recommended for those who are not mentally mature. After listening to Yang Xiaohu's story, Lu Wei knew that what she said was most likely true. However, he did not forgive the two of them. If he were to forgive them after being tricked like this, wouldn't he become a forgiveness hat, a symbol of being wronged? He felt quite bitter at this moment, realizing that the root of the problem was his own weak cultivation. Neither Yang Xiaohu nor Qin Feng took their emotions and thought seriously from the very beginning. They can teach you a lesson if they want, and they can save you if they want. The reason Yang Xiaohu explained all this to me was simply because she was worried that I wouldn't remove the bloodline restrictions for her. Does she really care whether I'm angry or not? Lu Wei believes absolutely not. That's just how the world is. Everything depends on strength. If you have ability, you will have friends, and others will value your emotions and take care of your feelings. Without strength, you're just an ant that can be crushed and molded in the eyes of others. Although Lu Wei felt a sense of humiliation and indignation, there was nothing he could do. There is no other way but to work hard to improve one's own abilities. Seeing that Yang Xiaohu was speechless after his question, Lu Wei already had the answer in his heart. He didn't say anything more and turned to leave. He will continue his deal with Yang Xiaohu, since he desires the vast wealth and various cultivation resources of the Yang family. Both parties get what they need, nothing more, without any personal feelings involved. After Lu Wei returned to his carriage, the first thing he saw was his wife coming to greet him. Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei with concern and asked, Where did you go so late at night? Why are you in such a mess? Are you hurt? Seeing this scene, Lu Wei's cold heart finally felt a little warm. The young wife's acting was not very good, it was noticeably stiff. Without a doubt, those sword lights just now were her doing. Lu Wei never expected his wife to be so capable. Despite both being at the 4th level of cultivation, Xin Feng felt completely powerless against her. Lu Wei stepped forward and hugged his young wife tightly. This sudden action startled Zhou Muxue, who was about to push Lu Wei away. Then Lu Wei said with deep emotion, "Thank you, it's so good to have you." Zhou Muxue's movements stiffened slightly, and a happy smile appeared on her face. For a moment, she forgot to push Lu Wei away and let him hold her like that. Ding! Zhou Muxue's heart is filled with love, and her affection for you has increased by 5 points. Current affection level, 90 points. Shame on you, let's have a secret hug. A mischievous child's voice suddenly rang out not far behind the two of them. Startled, Zhou Muxue quickly pushed Lu Wei away and ran away without looking back, her face flushed. Enraged, Lu Wei bared her teeth and claws, ready to grab Lu Xiaoxiao, the troublemaker. Lu Xiaoxiao ran away shouting, leaving a series of crisp laughs in the night. From a distance, Yang Xiaohu watched this scene through the carriage, his eyes involuntarily revealing envy. Mother, wait for me. I will definitely help you get out of here, even if it costs me my life. Yang Xiaohu stared blankly at the night sky for a long time, thinking about many things. For some reason, she suddenly thought of when Lu Wei and Zhou Muxue hugged earlier, and she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He frowned, returned to his desk, and picked up a book to read. However, even after watching for a long time, I couldn't get into it. My mind kept replaying Lu Wei's resolute look when he left, and his gentle and affectionate demeanor when facing Zhou Muxue. On the other side, Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao played around for a while before returning to the carriage to prepare for their snacks. Having just advanced to the returning abdomen realm, this realm primarily refines the 5 internal organs. When the 5 internal organs are strong, the body will naturally be strong, so this state of being is extremely important. Having just consumed a spirit ascension pill, not only did it enhance my abilities, but it also significantly improved my dragon elephant prison suppression technique and jade bone golden body holy scripture. This one pill is equivalent to a month of arduous cultivation. This is still considering it's him. If it were someone else, gaining 300 points in physique and chi and blood at once would be equivalent to the entire increase from the foundation establishment realm to the returning abdomen realm. This made Lu Wei want to eat another one. The speed of improvement was just too amazing. However, considering the preciousness of the spirit ascension pill, Lu Wei gave up the idea of using it to improve his cultivation. After opening the system, Lu Wei began to ponder where to allocate the 5 attribute points. I looked it over from top to bottom, and adding anything else didn't make much of a difference. Only by increasing one's understanding can one achieve some effect. However, Lu Wei hesitated again after seeing the experience points after reaching the returning to the abdomen realm. The current experience value for the returning to the abdomen is 1,400-1,500. In other words, with just an additional 100 points of proficiency, one can reach the 6th grade blood exchange realm. Reaching the blood exchange realm only requires 5 attribute points. After thinking it over, Lu Wei decided to add those 5 attribute points to comprehension. Since the 100 experience points difference in cultivation level can be achieved today with a little effort, why waste 5 attribute points to improve it? After improving my cultivation level, I'll have 5 more attribute points, which I'll allocate to comprehension. Once your comprehension improves, you can use the skill practice space to enhance your skills. Set a small goal. First, raise the 3/blade to the Grandmaster level. Chapter 110 Luo Yan's Misunderstanding. Young Master, Mr. Luo has arrived. Lu Ruyan's voice came from outside the carriage. Lu Wei's eyebrows twitched slightly. His cheap master had arrived? Lu Wei stepped out of the carriage and saw Luo Yan standing not far away, with only one arm wrapped in bandages. Master, what brings you here? Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. You could have just sent someone to let me know if anything happened. Luo Yan frowned and asked in return, did something happen between you and the young lady? Did she send you? Lu Wei asked indifferently. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan immediately knew that something must have happened between the two of them. On one side was his loyal master, and on the other was his disciple. He naturally couldn't ignore them. What exactly happened? Lu Wei sighed, Master, you shouldn't get involved in this. What did she want to see you about? Luo Yan remained silent for a while, wondering if the two of them had actually developed a relationship and were now having a falling out. If that's the case, then I really can't get involved. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yan said, Miss asked me to send you a carriage with 10,000 taels of silver on it. She also told me to tell you that if it's not enough, she can find another way. Lu Wei then remembered that these were the things he had asked Yang Xiaohu for that afternoon. Yang Xiaohu is probably testing me by sending it over now. If you don't accept it, it means the deal between the two of you has fallen through. The fact that they've taken it over means there's still a possibility of easing the situation. Lu Wei certainly wouldn't turn down money. He needed it right now to open up his training space and improve his strength. You can't afford to make things difficult for yourself, no matter who else you're dealing with. Alright, I'll accept the gifts. You can tell her that I will keep my promise, and the more money the better. Luo Yan sighed, alas, although I don't know what happened between you and the young lady, I hope that if things aren't too serious, you can give in to her for my sake. Okay, I understand. You should go back and give her your reply. She's probably still waiting. Okay, I'm leaving. Luo Yan left decisively, without any hesitation. Lu Wei looked at his master's retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. My master is really too rigid, but that's a characteristic of this era. There are too many people like him. Did he really say that? Yang Xiaohu's eyes showed anticipation. Luo Yan nodded, not a single word is different. Yang Xiaohu seemed relieved upon hearing this, as she had been worried that today's events would affect their transaction. Okay, thank you for your trouble, Uncle Luo. Your injury hasn't fully healed yet, so please go back and rest. I have some medicine here, and I'll have someone send some over to you in a bit. Thank you, Mississippi. Luo Yan hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Uncle Luo, please speak freely. Yang Xiaohu could tell at a glance that Luo Yan still had something to say. Well, miss, Lu Wei grew up in a mountain village and is used to being wild. He has a somewhat unruly personality. If they have offended you in any way, please don't hold it against them. If he really does something outrageous, tell me and I'll punish him. Luo Yan's words, seemingly accusing Lu Wei, were actually pleading for him, and his intention to cover for him was self-evident. Yang Xiaohu sighed, Uncle Luo, you've misunderstood. It's not that he offended me, it's that I did something to wrong him, and he's angry with me right now. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan frowned. He was sorry for what he did to Lu Wei. Could it be? Thinking of this, Luo Yan was instantly enraged and bowed to Yang Xiaohu. Young miss, I'll head back now. With that, she stormed off. Yang Xiaohu stared at Luo Yan's retreating figure, completely bewildered. What was wrong with Uncle Luo? It was as if he was going to settle scores with someone. She guessed correctly. Luo Yan really did go to settle accounts with someone. Lin Xiaolin was drinking in his tent at that moment. He had been feeling particularly depressed these past few days. Lu Wei, that thorn in my side, spends all his time loitering in the young lady's carriage. A man and a woman alone in a room, it's hard to believe nothing's going on. These past few days, rumors have been circulating in the caravan that the young lady and that boy have a very close relationship. Even the way they looked at him became strange. That look in his eyes made him extremely uncomfortable, as if he had been cuckolded. But he couldn't do anything about that kid. He took a big gulp of wine and was racking his brains trying to figure out how to kill that kid when a shout suddenly came from outside the tent. Lin Xiaolin, you filthy murderer, get out here. Today I'm going to kill you, you delusional dog. Lin Xiaolin, who was feeling depressed, was a little confused by the scolding. What was this brute doing now? I haven't done anything these past few days. Even if something happened, I only thought about it in my mind. How did he know? You bastard, get out here, or I'll chop your tent up too. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xiaolin, reeking of alcohol, went out the door with a knife in his hand. Before long, the two started fighting. Upon receiving the news, Yang Xiaohu's face instantly turned a range of colors. She understood why Luo Yan had stormed out just now. Chapter 111 begins skill training. After Luo Yan left, Lu Wei parked the carriage and instructed Lu Ruyan to set up another tent so that she, Wu Xiaoya, and Xin Wanwan could live in the other carriage from now on. The original carriage was already a bit cramped for 4 people, and adding Xin Wanwan would obviously make it too small. Unless they're stacked on top of each other, but even if Lu Wei wanted to do that, he'd have to consider his image. After all, his little wife was watching right there. 10,000 taels of silver filled half a carriage. 1 tael of silver costs 1 minute, so 10,000 taels would cost 10,000 minutes, which is exactly 1 week. It may seem like a lot of time, but if you think about it, practicing for a week won't be very effective if you don't have the necessary skills. Fortunately, the practice space is not tiring or hungry, and as long as you can mentally endure it, you can keep practicing. However, Lu Wei was not in a hurry to recharge. If he didn't try to get his money back, wouldn't he be losing out? As for the return target, only the young wife and Bai Linger could accept so much silver. Bai Linger is definitely not an option, there's no reason to give her so much money. Even though his father-in-law was greedy, he would probably secretly grumble if someone gave his wife 10,000 taels of silver. Moreover, Lu Wei had already decided what to give her tomorrow. Then it can only be his own little wife. Silver is ultimately a mundane thing. Although it is related to cultivation resources, it is a low-level cultivation resource. I wonder if the young wife can get all 10,000 taels back. Perfect timing. I haven't returned the money to my young wife yet, I'll take this silver to her. As for the reason, he had already thought it through, regardless of whether his wife accepted it or not, he would make her accept it. Not long after Zhou Muxue returned to her tent, she heard Xiao Huan tell her that Lu Wei had arrived. As soon as I stepped out of the tent, I saw Lu Wei driving a horse-drawn carriage, unloading things. She had gotten used to Lu Wei coming to deliver things every day. She was still thinking about it today, wondering why nothing had been delivered. I didn't expect it to arrive so late. Looking at those boxes, which seemed quite heavy, I couldn't help but ask in confusion, what are all these? This is our family's wealth. We're entrusting it to you, so you must keep it safe. Lu Wei deliberately didn't say what it was, just in case Zhou Muxue refused to accept it. Zhou Muxue didn't even have time to ask anymore. Lu Wei's words made her face turn red. After giving all the silver to Zhou Muxue, Lu Wei drove off in his carriage. Even if Zhou Muxue wanted to refuse afterward, the refund had already been credited to her account. On the other side, Yang Xiaohu saw the whole scene. I felt inexplicably very unhappy. Taking my money to give to other women, is that something a human being would do? She seemed to have forgotten that she had once said the money originally belonged to Lu Wei. Lu Wei returned to the tent with an excited expression, quickly opened the system's practice space, and began preparing to train her skills. The 10,000 taels of silver I just paid have all been successfully returned, a 50-fold return, which has now become 500,000 taels. Converted to time, that's 347 days, almost a year. If you don't see results after 7 days of exercise, surely you'll see significant results after a year? However, before practicing his skills, Lu Wei first opened the system interface. First, add the 5 free attribute values to comprehension. This will help improve your understanding when practicing skills. Having made all the preparations, Lu Wei kept some of the 500,000 taels of silver as a reserve in case he needed money elsewhere in the future, and recharged the rest into his practice space. After recharging, Lu Wei went directly into the practice space. Suddenly everything went dark, and Lu Wei found himself in a pure white space. In an instant, the method of operating this space involuntarily surfaced in my mind. Here, you can transform the space into anything you want, whether it's grassland, ocean, valley, volcano, or any other environment you choose. Moreover, the various weapons can be changed at will, and their weight can be adjusted at will. Various animals can be transformed at will, however, the transformed animals are not real living beings and have no practical effect, merely false illusions. Lu Wei conjured a long sword that was exactly the same as his treasured sword, and then chose a grassland terrain. In the distance, herds of cattle and sheep grazed, and as a gentle breeze blew, Lu Wei began to practice his swordsmanship. His 3/blade technique is currently at the minor completion stage. His experience points are 554,1200. At his original speed, he still needs to practice more than 600 times. Each time takes 3 minutes, which is 32 hours. However, after Lu Wei practiced it once, he discovered a pleasant surprise: he could now gain 2 experience points for each practice of the 3/blade. After some thought, Lu Wei found the reason, and there was only one possibility. That's because my comprehension level increased to 64 points, which is why my skill training speed increased. In this way, it only takes a dozen hours to master the 3/blade technique. Lu Wei was immediately filled with motivation and began cultivating. Chapter 112: Captain Lin goes offline. After practicing the technique more than a dozen times in one go, Lu Wei noticed something was wrong. In this space, the body never feels tired. However, it puts a great strain on a person's mental resilience. Although the scenery here can be adjusted at will, you know in your heart that it's all fake. Only by constantly swinging the sword can one truly achieve this. This cultivation is extremely tedious, it's not something an ordinary person can do. But in order to improve their skills, they have to practice no matter how difficult or tedious it is. However, if this feeling persists for a long time, a person's mood will become somewhat irritable. Lu Wei gritted her teeth and persevered. In this dog-eat-dog world, without strength you are nothing and can only be bullied by others. Only overwhelming strength matters. Before I knew it, all that boredom and restlessness slowly disappeared. Lu Wei was completely absorbed in the task, with only one thought in his mind: practice, practice non-stop. After an unknown amount of time, a system notification sound brought him back to his senses. Ding! Congratulations, host, your martial skill 3/blade has reached the great perfection level. You are rewarded with 5 attribute points. Please check your account. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Wei paused for a moment before saying, add it to comprehension. Then I opened the system and took a look. 3/blade, 3,500 mastery. 3,500 experience points, 2 points per use, that's 1750 uses. Each use lasts 3 minutes, that's 5,250 minutes, about 3.5 days, which isn't much. Lu Wei casually turned off the system and then continued practicing. Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, his master Luo Yan and Lin Xiaolin started fighting as soon as he entered the training space. The two were of similar cultivation levels, but Luo Yan had more combat experience, though he was injured. Lin Xiaolin was unharmed, but he didn't gain much advantage. Before they knew it, the two had really gotten into a fight. The moves gradually became more ferocious, filled with killing intent. Upon receiving the news, Yang Xiuhu naturally sent people to stop it. However, the two had already fought fiercely and were determined to kill each other, so they couldn't stop. At this point, whoever stops is doomed. Unable to act on his own in public, Yang Xiuhu had no choice but to ask Qin Feng for help. But Qin Feng is clearly an unreliable guy, otherwise he wouldn't have come up with the cliché of a beauty saving a hero. Don't worry, little fox, I guarantee there won't be any problems with this. However, since they didn't listen to you, they have to be punished. Let them fight it out for now. They'll learn their lesson eventually, then I'll secretly intervene and stop them, just sparing their lives. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiuhu quickly explained, it doesn't matter whether Lin Xiao is dead or alive, but Luo Yan can't be harmed. He is Lu Wei's master and is very loyal to the family. Uncle Qin, you can't let anything happen to him. When Qin Feng heard that Luo Yan was Lu Wei's master, he also had some doubts. Who exactly is this kid, and why does he want to become a bodyguard's apprentice? However, Lu Wei possessed the spirit ascension pill he had been dreaming of, and of course he wouldn't let the opportunity to do him a favor pass by. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll take care of this. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, the fight between the two suddenly took an unexpected turn. Just a second ago, Luo Yan fiercely cleaved Lin Xiaolin's attack with a single slash, followed by a sweeping strike. Lin Xiaolin pushed off with his feet and instantly retreated to dodge the attack. However, at that moment, a bright blade of light attacked from behind him, slashing at Lin Xiaolin at an extremely strange angle. Lin Xiaolin had no idea that someone would attack him from behind, especially from such a tricky angle. He tried to dodge, but his retreating body hadn't stopped, so he had nowhere to use his leverage. In a critical situation, one can only try to avoid vital areas such as the head. Swish! A flash of light appeared, and a splatter of blood flew out. Although Lin Xiaolin escaped having his head severed, his entire upper body was split in two by a single stroke. For a moment, he didn't react. When he looked down and saw that he had been cut in half diagonally from his left shoulder to his right rib, extreme fear and disbelief flashed in his eyes. I just died like that. How could I have died so confusedly? Even if I have to die, let me die a tragic death in a duel with a strong opponent. I was ambushed and killed just like that. I'm not reconciled, I'm so unwilling to accept it. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but nothing came out. He could only swallow his last breath with resentment. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events. No one expected that someone would ambush Lin Xiaolin at this moment and kill him with a single blow. Everyone looked toward the figure holding the knife. It was a young man with a long knife in his hand, his face cold and stern with a hint of roguishness. His eyes were cold at that moment, as if he had just killed a chicken, not a person. Yang Xiaohu was also stunned by this scene. When he saw the young man who had made the move, he frowned slightly. Qin Feng muttered to himself at this moment, this kid really doesn't give me a chance to do him any favors. But something feels off about his swordsmanship. Luo Yan, who was involved in the incident, was also stunned by the scene. When he saw who had attacked him, his expression changed immediately. You, how could you, sigh? Chapter 113 Grandmaster Realm. You're so foolish. Quick, come with me to apologize to the young lady. Luo Yan said anxiously and regretfully, completely ignoring his still bleeding wounds. Killing the caravan's captain of guards would certainly be punished, even for him, let alone Lu Wei, a mere temporary guard. Luohowever, Lu Wei seemed not to hear him. He slowly sheathed his sword, glanced in the direction of Yang Xiuhu's carriage, and turned and left without looking back. Luo Yan was about to give chase when he saw the young lady's personal maid, Xiao Baihe, running over. The young lady has ordered that Lin Xiaolin, who colluded with bandits and betrayed his own people, deserves to die. His body should be disposed of and everything should proceed as normal. After saying that, Xiaobei glanced at Lin Xiaolin, who had been split in two, and a trace of regret flashed in her eyes. I finally managed to catch a rich guy, but he died before I could even play with him for a few days. Sigh, looks like I need to think about my next target. Luo Yan was a little confused by the young lady's order. What? Lin Xiaolin is a traitor? So, Lu Wei not only escaped punishment but actually performed meritorious service? No, thinking back on everything that happened today, Luo Yan gradually understood. The young lady is clearly favoring Lu Wei, but why did she say she did something wrong to Lu Wei? Isn't it because of Lin Xiaolin? For a moment, Luo Yan felt as if his brain was about to grow, and his head was very itchy. After killing Lin Xiaolin, Lu Wei returned directly to his tent. Luo Yan's head itches, his head hurts. The headache is due to excessive mental exertion. In the skill practice space, it was not his physical body that entered, but his spiritual body. Therefore, long-term practice will continuously deplete mental energy. After mastering his swordsmanship, Lu Wei felt that his mental energy was not enough. Upon opening the system interface, I found that I only had 4 points of mental energy left. It's already below normal levels, so rest and replenishment are necessary. Just then, Lu Wei's swordsmanship reached the perfect level, so he exited the practice space. After the swordsmanship was improved to the perfect level, the system also rewarded attribute points. However, this time the attribute points reward is not 5 points, but a full 20 points. Previously, when upgrading from mastery to proficiency, I was rewarded with 10 attribute points. The reward has doubled compared to when I achieved a minor success. Lu Wei added all 10 points to his comprehension. Thus, the comprehension level is exactly 79 points. After his comprehension reached 79, Lu Wei discovered that his cultivation speed had increased even more. It used to be 2 experience points per round, but now it's 3. Moreover, with each practice session, he would unconsciously gain more insights. Compared to now, he was a blockhead back then. However, although the cultivation speed has increased, the experience points required to go from the great completion to the perfect realm have also increased, requiring a full 10,000 points. Lu Wei secretly calculated for a while that, with continuous cultivation, it would probably take about a week to reach the perfect realm. This speed is absolutely phenomenal, let alone what others say. Just look at Master Luo Yan. He's been practicing for decades, and he's only at the proficiency level yet. Lu Wei was able to reach the perfect realm in just 1 week. Such a feat is extremely rare in this world. Every minute wasted costs money. After Lu Wei finished preparing, she continued to grind for skills. This liver transplant took a whole week. During that time, I also encountered difficulties, boredom, irritability, and a sense of loneliness and despair in the deserted environment. It made him want to go out and rest to relax several times. But Lu Wei persevered in the end because he was worried that if he slacked off, it would become a habit. If I feel bored in the future, I will want to go out, and then how can I cultivate? So he kept pushing himself and persevering through gritted teeth. He practiced relentlessly, slashing away repeatedly. Until the system notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, your martial skill 3/blade has been upgraded to the perfect level. You are rewarded with 20 attribute points. Please check your account. Upon hearing this sound, Lu Wei collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Although this doesn't consume physical strength or blood, he is currently a spiritual being, so what is being consumed is spiritual energy. Although this consumption is very slow, it is roughly equivalent to not sleeping for more than 10 days. So Lu Wei was starting to feel the strain. Her mental strength was down to only 4 points. Lu Wei quickly increased his mental strength by 10 points, which relieved the situation somewhat. Lu Wei added the remaining 10 attribute points directly to his comprehension. In this way, his comprehension level broke through to 80 points, the same as his innate talent. Looking at the experience points required to advance from Perfect Realm to Master Realm, it's a full 30,000 points. Because his comprehension level reached 80, his cultivation speed increased a little. Based on his current level of comprehension, it should take him about half a month to reach the master level. Lu Wei shook his head, which was feeling a bit throbbing. In his current state, it was impossible for him to continue cultivating. It seems I still need to go out and rest for a while to recover my mental energy before I can start cultivating again. With that thought, Lu Wei flashed out of the cultivation space. Upon arriving in the real world, Lu Wei took a deep breath. Real things still make people feel safer. Chapter 114 Drizzle Gate. Because no matter how long you stay in the skill practice space, only a moment passes outside, so nothing changes. Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Ruyan, Xin Wanwan, and Wu Xiaoyao were in the carriage next to them, chattering away about something. Just then, Lu Wei heard the sounds of fighting outside and, thinking that someone was attacking the caravan, quickly got out of the carriage to check. Upon discovering that it was his master fighting with Lin Xiaolin, his expression immediately changed, and he grabbed his treasured sword and ran over. Lu Wei had long harbored murderous intent towards Lin Xiaolin, but unfortunately, he never had the opportunity to make a move. This guy is, after all, a second realm expert without using the Spirit Ascension pill. He's definitely no match for him. The difference between the second realm and the first realm is too great, much greater than the difference between the third realm and the second realm. Because one can use spiritual power at the second realm, while at the first realm one can only rely on the power of the body's blood and qi. The difference between the two is qualitative, and cannot be compensated for by quantity. Of course, if one's cultivation level is strong enough, becoming a powerful body cultivator, it's not impossible to fight against opponents of higher levels. Take Lu Wei for example. His physique and blood energy are close to the level of a second realm martial artist. In the case of a sneak attack, coupled with perfect swordsmanship, killing a second realm martial artist is not only easy, but also has a very high success rate. Reaching the back of the crowd, Lu Wei quietly observed the battle between the two, using his full concealment technique to hide his aura as much as possible, and then slowly looking for an opportunity. After waiting for a while, he finally found an opportunity, and instantly unleashed his full power, slashing out with his sword. With perfect swordsmanship, the blade was sharp yet silent, and the sword techniques were flexible and unpredictable. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. No matter how Lin Xiaolin dodged, Lu Wei always had a way to change the sword techniques to deal with him. The result was as expected, a sneak attack cleaved Lin Xiaolin in two. This kid's swordsmanship is quite something. It looks like he's at least at the proficient level. Xin Feng couldn't help but admire Lu Wei's crisp, clean, and varied swordsmanship. Yang Xiaohu frowned upon hearing this. Proficient level? When he was fighting that second realm demon just now, his swordsmanship was clearly only at the minor completion level. How did it become proficient in such a short time? I've heard of cultivation levels ascending to new heights. Can martial arts skills also ascend to new heights? Could it be that he just had a sudden realization? That's too much of a coincidence. Just how many secrets does this guy have? Back in his carriage, Lu Wei immediately lay down and went to sleep. Sleep is the best way to restore your energy. Meanwhile, in the remote western region of Shazhou, resources are scarce and the environment is harsh. Except for those searching for certain spiritual objects, almost no one is willing to come here. There are also some monks who have committed serious crimes elsewhere and have offended people, forcing them to hide here. Gradually, this place became a paradise of sin. Some shady organizations also seized the opportunity to establish their influence here. Among them, the notorious Drizzlegate, which mainly focused on assassinations, was established here. As a well-known assassin organization on the mainland, the leader of the Drizzle sect is said to be a 7th realm master who is proficient in assassination techniques. Its 5-branch headquarters are all staffed by cultivators at the 6th realm, each possessing exceptional strength. The leader of the northern branch, Mo Xingjun, possesses unparalleled demonic powers and is a ruthless killer, having once single-handedly slaughtered an entire city. Finally, he was besieged by the major righteous forces and had no choice but to hide in the Shiyu sect as a branch leader. Any news from Shadow? Not yet, they've probably perished in the chaos. But his mission is complete. It's somewhat useful. Give the order to prepare. Once the demon race begins their attack on Yunzhou City, that's when we'll make our move. Yes. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Lu Wei finally woke up from his sleep. I slept very well and woke up feeling refreshed. Feeling the carriage move beneath him, Lu Wei opened the curtain and saw Lu Ruyan driving the carriage. What time is it? Lu Wei asked casually. Upon hearing Lu Wei's voice, Lu Ruyan hurriedly turned around and said, "Young master, it's just past noon. I didn't expect to sleep until almost noon. Young master, would you like to eat? I'll go prepare it for you." Lu Wei waved his hand. "No need, it's almost noon anyway, we can eat together." As Lu Wei spoke, he returned directly to the carriage. Taking advantage of the free time and the recovery of his mental energy, he continued to practice his swordsmanship. "I will strive to reach the Grandmaster level today. Then I will begin practicing the breath concealment technique and aim to master it." Lu Wei opened the skill practice space and continued practicing his swordsmanship. Based on the time allotted for practice, with just half a month of practice, one should be able to reach the Grandmaster level in swordsmanship. A week passed by unnoticed in the practice space. Lu Wei felt that his mental energy had been greatly depleted, so he left the space. With his experience points increased by half, Lu Wei planned to use the remaining half to recover his mental strength before practicing that evening. "The only thing holding me back right now is my mental strength, which is only 30 points. Next time I get attribute points, I'll focus on increasing my mental strength first." "Young master, Miss has sent someone to see you." Chapter 115 Secret Manual Shopping Spree. As soon as Lu Wei came out, he heard that Yang Xiuhu had sent someone to look for him. He raised an eyebrow. What did this woman want with him? Okay, tell her to wait a moment. Lu Wei changed his clothes, packed his things, got off the carriage, and went to the Zhou family first. After some polite refusals, Lu Wei successfully gave 50 body tempering pills to Madame Zhou, gaining 500 points of physique. At this point, his physique and qi and blood were finally balanced. Both of them broke through more than 1,000, reaching a level close to the second realm. It's a bit more difficult when it comes to Zhou Mushui. We've already given her quite a few things these past few days. We've sent her all sorts of elixirs and medicines, but we can't exactly send her hundreds of kilograms of rice, can we? Thinking about myself, it seems like I don't have anything of high value. Looks like I'll have to go to Yang Xiaohu's place and pluck some white hair. After saying goodbye to the Zhou family, Lu Weikai walked towards Yang Xiuhu's carriage. Yang Xiuhu saw all of this, but she was surprised to find that she wasn't very angry. It seemed that she had expected this to happen and was already used to it. Before long, Lu Wei arrived at the carriage. "What do you want?" "You're my bodyguard, can't I come to you for no reason?" "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm planning to resign." "What do you mean?" Yang Xiuhu frowned. "I'm quitting," Lu Wei said decisively. "Why? Are you still angry about what happened yesterday?" "I apologize to you," Yang Xiuhu said through gritted teeth. "This is the first time in my life I've apologized to someone, and it feels really frustrating." Lu Wei chuckled, "That's not it. It's mainly because you don't have the money to pay me a salary, so of course I won't do it." Yang Xiuhu was completely confused when he heard this. "How come I don't have money? Your salary is nothing to me. Have you forgotten? You promised to give me everything from the Yang family. So, all your money is now mine, including this carriage you're living in now, it's mine too." Yang Xiaohu was stunned. He didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. He immediately rolled his eyes at him. "You wish. You can use the money before you fulfill your promise, but that means it's all yours. Only when you fulfill your promise will everything be yours, and I won't touch a single thing." Lu Wei retorted, "That's not what you said back then." Yang Xiaohu retorted, "What did I say? I only said that it would be yours sooner or later, and you could use it. I didn't say that it was yours now." Lu Wei was speechless upon hearing this. "Fine, if that's how it is, then I can use the money in advance. I can just take the money and spend it directly. Why should I work as your bodyguard to earn money?" Yang Xiaohu nodded, "Yes, you're right. How could I have forgotten that? Then let's add a clause to the agreement. You must serve me as my bodyguard faithfully before we can use any money, otherwise, you won't get a single penny." Lu Wei couldn't help but say, "This woman is really too wicked. Okay, then I won't resign for now. I need some cultivation techniques right now, can you give me some?" Since it would all be his in the future anyway, Lu Wei didn't hold back and decided to get his hands on it as soon as possible and make good use of it. Yang Xiuhu didn't make things difficult for Lu Wei, and directly asked, "What kind of cultivation technique do you need?" "I want anything." Cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, alchemy, weapon crafting, anything related to cultivation is needed. Lu Wei shrugged, looking like he was asking for an exorbitant sum. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu thought that Lu Wei was angry with her, so she advised, don't bite off more than you can chew. It's enough to have one martial art that you can be good at, and there's no need to practice too many cultivation techniques. Lu Wei shrugged, don't worry about that, I have my own way of doing it. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes. This mysterious guy, sooner or later, I will squeeze all your secrets dry. Come in. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei immediately climbed into the carriage. As soon as he entered, Yang Xiaohu pointed to a row of bookshelves and said, first row, third book second row, third book third row, sixth book and... After pointing to several books in a row, he said, those are all secret manuals about cultivation. Remember to return them after you've finished reading them. Lu Wei glanced at them and then put them away one by one. Give it back? That's impossible. They're all mine, why should I return them? Actually, Yang Xiaohu didn't really want these manuals, but the thought of this guy taking her things and giving them to other women made her uncomfortable. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Having gotten the goods, Lu Wei didn't plan to linger and immediately prepared to leave. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu immediately said, how can you say nothing's wrong? You're a guard, why aren't you protecting me? Where do you think you're going? Lu Wei rolled her eyes, your cultivation is so much higher than mine? You still need me to protect you? You should protect yourself. I have something to do. See you later. After saying that, Lu Wei jumped off the carriage and ran away without waiting for Yang Xiaohu to refuse. He needs to go back and study these manuals so he can arrange their return later. Chapter 116. Can you write poetry? The 100 Herbs Elixir Classic, Swift Wind Body Technique, Material Refinement, The Flow of Vital Energy, Blazing Fiery Force, 13 Meteor Swords. Lu Wei looked through the cultivation manual he had brought back from Yang Xiaohu and finally nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a young lady from a wealthy family, she's incredibly generous. Of the 6 cultivation manuals, 2 are technical manuals for alchemy and weapon crafting, while the remaining 4 are all Xian-level manuals. The Flow of Vital Energy is a cultivation technique for the Qi-gathering realm, while the remaining 3 are martial arts techniques. The Qi-gathering realm cultivation method and the 2 technical manuals can be set aside for now, as they are not needed at the moment. After considering the remaining 3, Lu Wei put away Meteor 13 Swords and Blazing Fire Force, leaving only Swift Wind Body Technique. Currently, the only attack method is the 3/blade, but it lacks a movement technique, which makes it less agile and swift in combat or while traveling. Lu Wei reviewed the Swift Wind movement technique several times, and his 80-point comprehension advantage became apparent, allowing him to quickly grasp most of the technique. Then, I immediately opened the skill practice space and entered to practice this movement technique. However, Lu Wei didn't practice much inside, he only reached the beginner level before leaving. Then, he took the Swift Wind movement technique and went out the door. Miss, the young master is here again. Xiao Huan ran into the tent with a smile and said to Zhou Muxue, who was reading and cultivating. Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue rolled her eyes at her, if you're here, you're here. Don't say you're here again. Saying that made her feel uncomfortable, as if she disliked Lu Wei Lai. Yes, Xiao Huan understands. Are you going out to see him? Zhou Muxue hesitated for a moment and then said, no, let him in. Ha? Xiao Huan wondered if she had misheard. The young lady actually let a man into her tent. What was the difference between that and entering her boudoir? Zhou Muxue glared at Xiao Huan, hurry up and go. Oh. Xiao Huan hurriedly ran out. Lu Wei never expected that his wife would invite him into the tent. I've always wanted to come here, but with my cheap father-in-law watching over me, I never had the chance. My father-in-law isn't here this time, so I have to seize the opportunity. Stepping into the tent, I was immediately greeted by a faint, pleasant fragrance, unlike the alluring scent in Yang Xiaohu's room. It has a very light and cool scent that invigorates the senses and clears the mind. Seeing Zhou Muxue looking at him shyly, Lu Wei chuckled, my wife, I've come to see you. It's been an hour. Did you miss me? Zhou Muxue blushed a little from Lu Wei's teasing and said reproachfully, you're just talking nonsense. How could you miss someone after just 1 hour apart? Lu Wei smiled and said, a day apart feels like 3 autumns, and even an hour apart feels like months. Of course I'll miss you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue gently pondered Lu Wei's words, a day apart feels like 3 autumns? A very touching sentence. Where did you hear that? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei immediately became smug. She had originally thought that since this was a cultivation world, she wouldn't be able to use her past life's poetry and songs to show off. Now that his wife is interested, he has to show off a bit. What do you mean by heard it? You don't know your husband. I'm a famous poet in the surrounding villages. I can write poems and songs on the spot. Zhou Muxue giggled at Lu Wei's teasing. You said that? Then let me test you. What if you can't do it? Lu Wei patted his chest and said, if I can't do it, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Zhou Muxue smiled and said, alright, then compose a poem about swords. Wait a minute. Lu Wei interrupted Zhou Muxue. What's wrong? Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei with a puzzled expression. I just promised that if I couldn't do it, you could do whatever you wanted with me. So if I do it, you have to agree to one condition, right? Lu Wei chuckled as he looked at Zhou Muxue. Zhou Muxue nodded gently. That's how it should be. Tell me your conditions. Lu Wei's eyes lit up. My condition is very simple. From now on, you are not allowed to refuse any gifts I give you, because they are all from my heart. Zhou Muxue was slightly surprised when she heard this. She thought Lu Wei would bring up something embarrassing that would make her feel shy. I never expected it to be such a strange condition. What a blockhead. He doesn't even know how to seize opportunities when given them. He usually behaves so badly, how come he can't see the light when it really matters? Okay, I agree. Zhou Muxue nodded with a smile. When Lu Wei saw that Zhou Muxue had agreed, he was overjoyed and breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, it will be much easier to send things to Zhou Muxue. There will be no need to rack your brains for various reasons anymore. Alright, it's a deal. We'll use swords as the theme, right? That's easy. Wait a minute, I haven't finished speaking yet. I said the theme was sword and snow. Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei with a sly look, deliberately making things difficult for him. It's to keep you from understanding. Okay, no problem. As Lu Wei spoke, he frowned and paced back and forth a few times, then clapped his hands and exclaimed, I've got it. Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei in surprise upon hearing this. You've got it? Then read it aloud to me. She didn't believe that Lu Wei could produce any good poems in such a short time. Chapter 117. Finally, I can show off a little. A golden goblet of fine wine costs 10,000 coins, and a jade plate of delicacies is worth 10,000 coins. I stopped drinking and eating, and when I drew my sword, I looked around in bewilderment. The long river is blocked by ice, and the Taihang mountains are covered with snow. In my leisure time, I fish on the green stream, and suddenly I dream of sailing to the edge of the sun. The road is hard. The road is hard. So many forks in the road, where am I now? There will be times when the wind and waves are strong, and I will set sail to cross the vast ocean. I draw my sword and look around, feeling lost. I'm about to climb Mount Taihang, but the snow covers the mountain? What a fine poem! Though there is pent-up frustration, it is not petty at all. It is grand, magnificent, and breathtaking. Did you really write this poem? Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei with sparkling eyes, as if she had discovered a treasure. Lu Wei chuckled. Since there could never be a poet like Li Bai in this world, let me carry on his poetry in this world. Coincidentally, although there is no yellow river in this world, there is a long river nearby, and there is also a mountain range called Taihang Mountain. My humble work is nothing to brag about. Lu Wei waved his hand with a smile, but his arrogant demeanor showed no humility whatsoever. Zhou Muxue couldn't help but want to laugh, but instead asked, however, I see that you seem to have unfulfilled ambitions. Is there something on your mind? Can you tell me about it? Well. Lu Wei then remembered that this poem could be said to be the most difficult meal Li Bai had ever eaten in his life, and the bumpy experience left him feeling depressed. Sigh, it's really nothing. It's just that my cultivation level is low, so I can only be manipulated by others. Even though my ambition is higher than the sky, my fate is as thin as paper. It's inevitable that I feel a little depressed. When Zhou Muxue heard Lu Wei say that, she thought that Lu Wei was unhappy with his job as a caravan guard. So he advised, but what happened to the caravan? If you're not happy doing it, just quit. It's not like we're broke or starving. Zhou Muxue had never liked that extremely seductive woman and had long wanted to persuade Lu Wei to stop, but she was worried that Lu Wei would think she was meddling, so she hadn't said anything. Lu Wei shook his head and gave a wry smile. In this world, no matter where you are, how can things always go smoothly? If you give up and avoid difficulties, then you won't get anything done. Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei with some tenderness and said softly, with me here, I can protect you and prevent you from being wronged. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei chuckled and gently pinched Zhou Mushue's fair and tender cheek. Zhou Mushue's pretty face flushed slightly, but she didn't flinch. She just looked at Lu Wei with her eyes full of affection. How can I hide behind my wife and live off her? Would I even be a man then? My greatest happiness is if you can bring me a cup of hot tea when I need warmth, or give me an umbrella when I need shelter from the rain. The outside world, all those dangers, are for me to shield you from. Zhou Muxue opened her mouth, wanting to say that her cultivation was enough to protect Lu Wei, and if that didn't work, there was still her master. However, remembering his master's instructions, if his cultivation level were exposed, he would have no choice but to return to his sect. She knew that she would have to separate from Lu Wei, and she didn't want to, so she ultimately didn't say anything. Seeing Zhou Mushue's hesitant expression, Lu Wei chuckled and comforted her. All right, don't worry about me. I'm doing very well now. I have food and drink, and a beautiful wife like you. What more could I ask for? Yes, if you encounter any difficulties, remember to tell me. Okay, by the way, I brought you something else today. What is it? Zhou Muxue asked curiously. Lu Wei took out the swift wind movement technique and handed it to Zhou Muxue. It's a martial arts manual. I've already learned it. It's too unsafe to leave it with the carriage, so I'm giving it to you. You can take a look when you have free time, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Zhou Muxue chuckled inwardly upon hearing Lu Wei's words, thinking to herself, you're just a novice at the first level of cultivation, and you think you can guide my cultivation? If you knew my cultivation level, you'd probably cry out in surprise. Okay, then I'll leave it here. Lu Wei pinched Zhou Mushue's fair and tender face and said with a smile, so good. Okay, I have something to do, so I'll go first. I'll come see you again later. Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei with loving eyes and whispered, okay, you should be careful too. Don't worry, I'm leaving. Lu Wei said, waving his hand and turning to leave. Zhou Muxue stared at Lu Wei's departing figure for a long time before returning to her bed and starting to read Lu Wei's swift steps. She had never encountered this kind of low-level martial art before. The martial arts skills her master taught her were at least earth level, and her cultivation techniques were heaven level. After glancing at it once, with her exceptional comprehension, she understood almost everything. He put the book aside, but secretly wondered if he should give Lu Wei some more advanced martial arts techniques. But what if Master finds out? Will he punish Lu Wei? I'll ask Master next time I see him. Yang Xiaohu was furious when she saw Lu Wei running around excitedly. This guy, as expected, sent the cultivation technique to his fiancée as soon as he got it. He really knows how to be considerate. Lu Wei had no idea that Yang Xiaohu was watching him. After returning to the carriage, I immediately retrieved the cultivation technique that had just been returned. This time it's a full 50 times return. What kind of powerful cultivation technique will it give us? Chapter 118 Minor Success in Spirit Level Movement Technique. Ding! The host has gifted Zhou Muxue a Shen level skill, Swift Wind Movement, which has triggered a 50x return. You have also obtained the Spirit level skill, Shadowless Form, which has been stored in the system space and can be claimed at any time. Receive. In an instant, a flood of information rushed into his mind, but Lu Wei, who had already had several experiences with this, was able to handle it with ease. Another advantage of returning skills is that they can be directly imparted, allowing for instant learning and understanding. However, I'm not quite proficient at using it yet. Like other skills, it requires a little practice. The skill infusion time is very short, only a few tens of seconds. After receiving the skill, Lu Wei went directly into the skill practice space and began practicing the skill. Swordsmanship can be put aside for now. This movement technique must be improved as soon as possible. The proficiency level for spiritual power skills is 3000 after the initial entry level, and even more up to 5000 after the minor mastery level. Lu Wei didn't intend to advance to a higher realm. He would first improve his movement technique to a minor level. Then continue to improve your swordsmanship. Once you reach the level of a master swordsman, you can temporarily put it aside. The Grandmaster realm represents the pinnacle, and very few people can reach it. They always possess skills at the Grandmaster level, generally enabling them to fight against opponents of higher levels. Spirit level skills are extremely difficult to cultivate. Even with 80 points of comprehension, Lu Wei can only gain a maximum of 2 points of proficiency at a time. This means it would take 12 days within the space to raise this skill to the minor mastery level. Inside the space, as a dark shadow flickered continuously, Lu Wei became increasingly proficient in using his movement technique. This movement technique truly lives up to its reputation as a spirit-level skill. Its effects are outstanding. While moving, most people can barely catch a glimpse of a black shadow flashing by. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the skill Shadowless to the proficiency level. You are rewarded with 5 free attribute points. That's right, there are attribute point rewards for upgrading skills above the heaven level. This made Lu Wei practice even more enthusiastically. Finally, before his mental energy was exhausted, he raised his skill to the minor mastery level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the skill Shadowless to the minor completion level. You are rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Opening the system interface, Lu Wei pondered how to allocate skill points. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 80+. Comprehension, 80+. Constitution, 1370+. Chi and blood, 1370+. Mental state, 30+. Technique. Body tempering method proficient 255-300+ yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant suppressing prison skill entry level 31,000 earth level intermediate. Jade bone golden body holy scripture entry level 23,000 low level heavily rank. Martial arts. Concealing breath technique beginner 55-3000 low level spirit rank. Killing fist proficiency 0-300+ yellow level low. Triple/perfect 0-30,000 yellow grade intermediate. Swift wind movement technique beginner 0-300 low level profound. Shadowless formless minor success 0-10,000 low level spirit. Cultivation level. Yellow level return to the belly realm 1400-1500+. One image realm 101,000+. Glazed gold skin mirror 110,000+. Free attributes 15. System level 4-25. Target already bound 4-4. Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Lu Ruyan click to expand. Zhou Muxue click to expand. Bai Linger click to expand. There are 15 free attribute values in total. Adding them to your root bone and comprehension will only give you 1.5, which is not very useful. Then let's increase mental strength. Right now, mental strength is the fundamental reason that limits the speed of skill cultivation. These 15 points, combined with the training speed, increased it by 50% compared to before. Without hesitation, Lu Wei added all 15 attribute values to his spirit. This brings the spirit attribute to 45 points. With an additional 15 points of energy, Lu Wei felt much better and no longer experienced the dizziness she felt after staying up all night for several nights in a row. In the afternoon, Lu Wei went to Yang Xiuhu's place to continue his shift. They say they're on duty, but they're really just sleeping. Yang Xiuhu looked speechlessly at Lu Wei, who was fast asleep on 2 chairs. Is this guy here to protect me, or to take a nap? The quiet environment for reading is gone. I really want to send this guy back home. But after thinking about it, Yang Xiuhu didn't move, but just quietly watched Lu Wei sleeping. A thought unconsciously popped into my head: this guy is actually quite handsome when he's asleep. Yang Xiuhu was startled by his own thoughts. What am I thinking? How could this wretched guy be good looking? He shook his head to clear his mind of the strange thoughts and continued reading. When Lu Wei woke up, it was already completely dark. When she opened her eyes, she was a little confused by the unfamiliar surroundings. It took her a while to realize that she was in Yang Xiuhu's carriage. Is this how you act as a bodyguard? Yang Xiuhu said sarcastically when he saw Lu Wei wake up. Lu Wei didn't respond, but instead asked, how much longer until we reach Yunzhou? Yang Xiuhu didn't know why Lu Wei suddenly asked this, but she still answered, 3 days. Chapter 119 Arrival in Yunzhou. Only 3 days left? Time flies so fast, I need to hurry up and train. Once he arrived in Yunzhou, he planned to continue south until he found a safe enough place to lay low for a while. Improve your cultivation level, then find a place with lots of beautiful women, seduce a few more, and return the favor. Seeing that they had already started setting up camp outside, Lu Wei was just about to leave the carriage. Just then, Xiaobei called from outside, "Young miss, Lord Qin Feng has arrived." Lu Wei and Yang Xiaohu exchanged a glance, then looked away. Both of them were curious as to why Qin Feng had come at this time, since he had been hiding in the shadows the whole time. Quickly, please invite Uncle Qin in, said Yang Xiaohu. Please come in, Lord Qin. With a creak, the carriage door was pushed open, and Qin Feng, still dressed in his flamboyant attire, appeared. Uncle Qin, has something happened? Yang Xiaohu asked directly. Xin Feng wouldn't come directly to her unless it was urgent. Xin Feng, unusually, didn't have his usual nonchalant expression. Instead, he nodded seriously. There really is something. As he said this, Xin Feng glanced at Lu Wei beside him. The meaning is self-evident. There are outsiders present, so it's inconvenient to say it out loud. However, Lu Wei seemed not to understand and just sat there without moving. Lu Wei hadn't forgotten the old man's grudge against him. Although he couldn't take revenge for the time being, Lu Wei was determined not to miss the chance to cause him some trouble. In the past, Xin Feng would have kicked such a clueless person out long ago. However, he dared not face Lu Wei, because Lu Wei possessed the spirit ascension pill he desired. Uncle Qin, you say so? Lu Wei isn't exactly an outsider. Helpless, Xin Feng could only say, I just received news that a group of people has come from Jizhou, led by Yang Xin himself, and are heading straight for Yunzhou. Yang Xiaohu was stunned for a moment, then blinked and said in disbelief, there's such a good thing? Now that he's out, let's not go back, so he won't cause me any trouble. Lu Wei, listening from the side, was completely confused. Who was Yang Xian? Yang Xiaohu's enemy? Xin Feng hesitated for a moment before asking, he's obviously here for you. Many people in the family should know that. If you just deal with him like this, won't the family blame you? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu scoffed, Uncle Qin, you don't think Yang Xian came alone this time, do you? If I'm not mistaken, my biased grandfather, my good second uncle, and the Yang family's experts will all be secretly following me. They're just waiting for me to make my move. Then why did you? A flash of murderous intent crossed Yang Xiaohu's eyes, but she still smiled and said, why wouldn't I take such a good opportunity? Lu Wei watched intently from the side. He had already figured it out. Yang Xiaohu is trying to kill his entire family. That woman is ruthless. According to the usual procedure, wouldn't it involve a battle of wits and courage, followed by presenting evidence of the other party's wrongdoings to ruin their reputation and leave them with nothing? Why isn't she following the expected pattern? She went straight for the ultimate finishing move. Xin Feng looked at Yang Xiaohu in surprise, but then nodded and said, okay, that's decisive enough. Leave this to me. You don't have anyone else you can use. Yang Xiaohu didn't stand on ceremony, then I'll have to trouble Uncle Qin. Don't be so polite with me. I'll be going now. You'd better take care of yourself these next few days. Don't worry, I have guards here. Xin Feng glanced at Lu Wei, pursed his lips, said nothing, and turned to leave. Looking at Lu Wei's thoughtful expression, Yang Xiaohu narrowed her eyes and asked, what? Do you think I'm a bit ruthless? Lu Wei shrugged, I knew it a long time ago, so I'm not surprised at all. Yang Xiaohu rolled her eyes at Lu Wei upon hearing this, if there's nothing else, you can go home now. Spending more time with him means you'll lose a few years of your life. I need something. Do you have any magical weapons, powerful artifacts, or magical treasures here? I'd like some. There's nothing of value to return these past few days, so I need to find a way to get some, and Yang Xiaohu was undoubtedly the best target. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Yang Xiaohu immediately and decisively shook her head, no. You want to take my things to give to other women, but I've never seen you give me anything. Seeing Yang Xiaohu's inexplicable anger, Lu Wei knew that there was no point in arguing any further, so he simply turned around and left, too lazy to waste his breath. The next few days were peaceful, and Lu Wei continued his cultivation as usual. After 3 days of hard work, I finally mastered the 3/blade technique and reached the Grandmaster level. Furthermore, his cultivation level has reached the 5th grade of blood exchange, and he is only 1 level away from breaking through to the 2nd stage, Qi Gathering Realm. In addition, Lu Wei also cultivated the concealing breath technique to the minor completion level. A total of 65 attribute points were gained. However, when it came to adding points, Lu Wei was in a bit of a dilemma. Wow! Is this Yunzhou City? It's so magnificent, so huge. It's really big. Lu Wei was awakened by the exclamations of the 2 little girls and turned to look out of the car. In the distance, a colossal city that seemed to stretch to the heavens and the earth slowly appeared before him. 2 large characters were inscribed on the city gate, Yunzhou. The following does not count towards the word limit. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 80+. Comprehension, 80+. Physical fitness, 1800+. Qi and blood, 1800+. Mental strength, 45+. Technique. Body tempering method minor success 25 500+ yellow level beginner. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique Entry Level 51,000 Earth Level Intermediate. Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture Entry Level 43,000 Low Level Heavenly Rank. Martial Arts. Concealing Breath Technique Minor Success 0 10,000 Low Level Spirit Rank. Killing Fist Proficiency 0 300 plus Yellow Level Low. Triple/Grandmaster 0 50,000 Yellow Level Intermediate. Swift Wind Movement Technique Beginner 0 300 Low Level Profound. Shadowless Formless Minor Success 0 10,000 Low Level Spirit. Cultivation Level. Yellow Level Blood Exchange Realm 1400 1500 plus. One Image Realm 131,000 plus. Glazed Gold Mirror 120 10,000 plus. Free Attributes 65. System Level for 2025. Target Already Bound 4. Lu Xiaoxiao Click to Expand. Lu Ruyan Click to Expand. Zhou Muxue Click to Expand. Bai Linger Click to Expand. Chapter 120, The Soap Opera Begins. We've finally arrived. My wife, can you see? My child and I have reached Yunzhou. We can survive now. We're here, we're finally here, My child, I'm so sorry, sob. Wow, I've arrived. Yunzhou, here I come. What a tall and magnificent city. The moment the refugees saw the city, many of them were so excited that they cried or laughed, and went wild with excitement. They have suffered so much hardship and torment these past days, but now they finally see hope and can survive. However, what they didn't know was that even after arriving in Yunzhou, survival wouldn't be so easy. At least 1/3 of the population of Yangzhou migrated to Yunzhou. With such a sudden increase in population, it won't be easy for Yunzhou to support them all. The chief secretary of the city lord's mansion has been going crazy these past few days. With the city lord away, he has to worry about everything, big and small, in the entire Yunzhou. Although it was certainly satisfying for him to have power in his hands, that wasn't actually the case. The city lord can grant him this right, but can also take it back at any time. In a world where strength determines everything, for an ordinary chi-gathering realm martial artist to try to usurp the power of a frost transformation realm city lord is practically courting death. So, his current situation is that he does all the work but gets no benefits, and if he doesn't do it well, he gets blamed. My Lord Chief Secretary, the Yang family has already reached a point 10 li outside the city. The Chief Secretary, who was engrossed in his official duties, was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. What Yang family? It was the city lord who, before leaving, instructed us to treat the Yang family from the north well. The chief clerk then remembered something, slapped his forehead, and said, "Oh dear. Look at my brain. Quickly arrange a carriage and I'll go pick you up myself." "Yes." "Oh, right, go and tell Miss that you're going or not." "Yes." Outside the city, Lu Wei watched Yunzhou city gradually approach, feeling quite shocked. The massive city walls filled him with immense awe. It was the first time I had ever seen a city wall that was nearly 100 meters high. People below it really looked like ants. It's hard to imagine how such a city wall was built. This is only possible in a world with extraordinary powers, otherwise, such a wall would have been impossible to build. Of course, there's no need for that. Beneath the massive city walls lay stretches of shantytowns, so numerous that they seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. This is a temporary shelter for refugees. Almost all refugees who are not claimed or invited by people in the city will be temporarily housed here. Unless they have relatives in the city to receive them, or have found a job and can provide proof, they cannot enter the city. The remaining people had no choice but to find their own way, or to receive 2 bowls of relief porridge each day to barely make ends meet. In this world, food is not scarce. Whether it is wild or cultivated crops, the yield is very high because of the presence of spiritual energy. If there are no major disasters, there is generally no shortage of food. Moreover, an accomplished city lord desires a larger population. Only with more people can there be better development and more possibilities. However, this disaster in Yangzhou brought an overwhelming influx of people, and even with its best efforts, Yunzhou city was still unable to cope. If so many people were to enter the city, it would definitely cause chaos, so we have to restrict entry. At the same time, we are doing everything we can to resettle or relocate these people. As Lu Wei approached the refugee camp, he was immediately hit by a pungent odor. The temperature isn't very high yet in Yunzhou, this season feels like early spring. In the hot summer, the smell would probably be even worse, and it would also make it easier for diseases to spread. Seeing the endless refugee camp, Lu Wei sighed softly. No matter the world, those at the bottom of society always have the hardest time. Before Lu Wei and his large group even got close to the city gate, a group of fully armed men came to meet them. "Stop here, please register and be checked." The caravan manager was already prepared and went straight up to negotiate. "Greetings, esteemed sirs. We are members of the Yang family from Jizhou, and we own businesses in Yunzhou City. This is proof of our ownership." The leader took the certificate and a money bag handed over by the steward and looked at them. He quietly put the money away and returned the certificate to the manager. "So you're from the Yang family. Since you have businesses in the city, you can naturally enter. This is your entry permit. Register at the city gate, and you can enter." The city guards generally wouldn't make things difficult for established families like these. They not only had proper procedures, but they also offered benefits. Besides, if they knew some important people in the city, he, as a team leader, couldn't afford to take the blame. However, just then, an annoying voice suddenly rang out from the side. "You bastards! How can you just let people into the city like that? This is dereliction of duty." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man dressed in fine clothes with a frivolous and dissolute expression walking over with several attendants. The man's eyes darted around, and he kept sneaking glances into the caravan. His gaze swept over Zhou Muxue, Lu Ruyan, and the other women, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He was clearly no good. Seeing his expression, Lu Wei's lips twitched. She never expected that she would encounter such a melodramatic scene one day. Chapter 121, The Dramatic End. "Young Master Lu, it's not that I've neglected my duties. They have the proper paperwork and meet the requirements for entering the city." The city guard captain's men were immediately struck by a headache upon seeing the newcomers. This Lu Mingfei, relying on his father's position in charge of the city guard, acted arrogantly and domineeringly in the city, bullying men and women and committing all sorts of evil deeds. Having been taught a lesson by the young lady of the city lord's mansion some time ago, he dared not do evil in the city anymore and set his sights on the fleeing groups. Most of these refugees had no background and didn't have to worry about causing trouble. No one outside the city could control them, which allowed them to thrive. Today, seeing that the women in the group are pretty, he's going to try and make a move on them again. Meanwhile, on the caravan side, they heard the guard captain call the man young Master Lu. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Lu Wei. Lu Wei's face darkened. "There are plenty of people with the surname Lu, why are they all looking at me?" Upon hearing the captain's words, Lu Feiming not only failed to calm down but became even angrier. "Idiot! Even if there are permits, they still need to be checked. What if there are dangerous people or demon spies hiding inside? We must check them thoroughly inside and out. Those women are clearly suspicious. Take them all away, I want to interrogate them myself. Damn, this guy is making no attempt to hide it at all, he's blatantly stealing people. Even a fool could see that his motives are impure." When Lu Ruyan, Shen Wanwan, and the other girls saw that they were about to be arrested, they were so frightened that they hid behind Lu Wei. Zhou Muxue wasn't worried at all, but her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Lu Wei patted the girls' hands to comfort them, saying, "Don't worry, it's okay." Even without Yang Xiuhu and Qin Feng's relationship, he himself was fully capable of leading a few girls out of there. Don't underestimate him just because he's only at the first level of cultivation. His combat strength is no weaker than that of someone at the second level of Qi gathering realm. Even a third-level expert who has used the Spirit Ascension pill can still exchange a few blows. A master-level sword technique is no mere decoration, even a yellow-level sword technique possesses extraordinary power. The team leader had just received a bribe, and Lu Feiming's words clearly put him in a difficult position. Just as he was wondering what to do, a group of people rode out of the city gate. That group consisted of only a dozen or so people, riding dragon-scaled horses, clad in black armor, with long swords at their waists, exuding an imposing aura. Anyone with cultivation could tell at a glance that these people were all at least at the Qi gathering realm. The leader was a young woman, about 16 or 17 years old, with red lips, white teeth, and eyes like spring water. She had a fair, oval face, exquisitely beautiful yet with a touch of heroic spirit. The only downside is that she's so young and comes from an extremely wealthy family, they even own an airport. The girl held a long spear with a fiery red blade, as if flames were burning within it. He was dressed in fine silver armor, with his hair tied up in a high crown, looking every bit the part of a male warrior. The group quickly arrived at the caravan. Upon seeing the scene, the woman's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she shouted sharply, "Lu Feiming, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing the woman, Lu Feiming trembled with fear, like a cat seeing a mouse. Qianyu, I'm here helping the city guards check the refugees. Shut up, you think you can call me Qianyu? Helping out here? You think I'm easy to fool? Tell me, what is he doing here? Qianyu turned her gaze to the city guard captain, her eyes sharp as she pressed him for an answer. The city guard captain turned green upon hearing this. What was he supposed to say? If he told the truth, Lu Feiming would at most get a beating, but he himself would have a very difficult time afterward. But if I don't tell the truth, I'm afraid I'll get beaten up right now. Just as he was in a dilemma, a voice suddenly said, "That man just tried to take away all the women in our group. We need to check them carefully." Everyone looked at the speaker and saw that he was a young man in the group, who looked only 18 or 19 years old, but had a righteous and awe-inspiring face. The onlookers and city guards looked on with sympathy when they saw that this kid dared to complain. This kid's finished. If he doesn't get through today, he probably won't see the sunrise tomorrow. Lu Feiming glared at Lu Wei with a sinister look in his eyes, wishing he could skin him alive. An ant-like creature dares to seek revenge against him. It's simply courting death. He had already figured out how to deal with this kid tonight. Is it being skinned alive or being slowly sliced to death? A sharp snap shattered his fantasy. Lu Feiming felt a sharp pain in his cheek, and a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth flew out. A blood-curdling scream, inhuman and piercing, escaped from Lu Feiming's mouth. He was writhing on the ground in pain, half his face was covered in blood, and there was a clear gunshot mark. Those around who witnessed the scene gasped in shock, feeling a slight toothache. That's too cruel, it looks painful. Qianyu pointed her spear at Lu Feiming on the ground and shouted, "You dog! Not only did you forcibly abduct a woman, but you also dared to threaten others in front of me. Today, no one will save you. Guards, seize him and throw him in the dungeon. Beat him severely." Chapter 122. Let me play with your guards. Qianyu, are you crazy? Lu Feiming looked at Qianyu with anger and fear, wondering what had gotten into this woman today that made her so cruel to him and even want to lock him up in jail. His father was, after all, a master of the third realm and the commander of the city guard. In the entire Yunzhou city, he can be said to be the person with the highest power and military strength besides Qin Feng. The two families usually have a good relationship. Even if he makes a small mistake and Qianyu catches him, he will at most be taught a lesson and recover in a couple of days. But today, not only did she beat him so badly, she also locked him up and beat him again. Has this woman gone mad? Take him away. Qianyu was too lazy to waste words with him and directly ordered the guards to take Lu Feiming away. Qianyu, you. Wah! Lu Feiming wanted to say something, but his mouth was covered, and he could only scream in pain. These guards are the personal guards of the city lord's mansion and only obey the orders of the city lord's mansion. Moreover, they were all experts at the Qi gathering realm. They wouldn't give Lu Feiming any face, not even if his father came. "Sister Little Fox, I'm here. It's been so long. Did you miss me?" After everyone had left, Qianyu came to Yang Xiaohu's carriage and asked with a smile. Yang Xiaohu smiled broadly, "Please sit down. Of course I've missed you. How have you been this past year?" "That's how it is. I want to go out and make my own way in the world, but my dad keeps disagreeing." "Sister Xiaohu, can you help me persuade my dad? He'll definitely listen to you." Qianyu pleaded, grabbing Yang Xiaohu's arm. Yang Xiaohu smiled wryly, "Aren't you putting me in a difficult position?" If she pleaded for Qianyu and something happened to her, how could she explain it to Qin Feng? Qianyu clearly understood this as well, and sighed, "Forget it, let's not think about these troublesome things anymore. Let's go into the city first." Along the way, the two women chatted quietly in the carriage. Lu Wei rode alongside on horseback, earnestly playing the role of a guard. "Little Fox, your bodyguard is quite fun. Can I borrow him for a few days?" Lu Wei's face darkened upon hearing this. "Are you serious about this?" "I'm not going to do anything serious. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's actually a bad guy. He even had a fight with Uncle Qin." Upon hearing this, Qianyu's eyes lit up immediately, her big eyes filled with gossip. "You had a fight with my dad? What happened? Little Fox, tell me about it." Yang Xiaohu then recounted the past conflict between Lu Wei and Qin Feng to Qianyu. Qianyu was incredulous after hearing this. This guy insulted her father like that, and nothing happened to him. This is absolutely amazing. Sister Little Fox, I absolutely have to borrow your bodyguard. Yang Xiuhu was also defeated by these wild and insolent words. How do you use it? Qin Xianyu smiled mysteriously and said, he, of course it's very useful. I won't tell you now, you'll find out later. Yang Xiuhu was such a smart person, how could he not know what she was thinking? A glint of light flashed in his eyes before he regained his composure. I can't control him. If you can persuade him, I have no objection. Qin Xianyu asked in surprise, you can't control him? Isn't he your bodyguard? Yang Xiaohu smiled wryly upon hearing this. Do you think I could control him and still let him curse Uncle Qin? Upon hearing this, Qin Xianyu immediately looked somewhat lost. This guard seems to be no ordinary person. However, since his father is wary of him, there must be a reason for it. Okay, I'll go and tell them myself. Lu Wei overheard their conversation clearly from outside, and he had a feeling that Yang Xiaohu was trying to trap him again. He thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out where the pit was. Damn, women who are too smart are so hard to deal with. Lu Xiaoxiao is much better, she's the easiest to fool. However, what he didn't know was that Lu Xiaoxiao was secretly practicing the dragon elephant prison suppression technique that he had taught her. The caravan entered the city smoothly. Yunzhou, as a major northern town in the chaotic land, is not only the connection between the western regions and the northern regions, but also the center for resisting the northern demon race. Therefore, the city was densely populated and very prosperous, with crowds thronging the streets and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares filling the air. The roadside is lined with a dazzling array of shops and stalls, all of which are packed with customers. Lu Wei surveyed the bustling city as he followed the convoy forward. After traveling for about half an hour, the caravan stopped in front of a large mansion in the east of the city. A group of more than a dozen servants were already waiting at the gate of the mansion. Upon seeing the convoy arrive, the butler hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Welcome home, Mississippi." Yang Xiuhu stepped out of the car and nodded lightly. "Let's go, let's settle everyone in first." "Yes," the steward replied, and quickly directed the servants to arrange the carriages, goods, and guards. Following the directions of the servants, the caravan members drove all the carriages into the courtyard. Lu Wei ignored all of that and went straight to Yang Xiuhu to ask for a small courtyard, where he moved in with his family. "Xiao Wei, would it be inappropriate for us to go in with them? My stomach hurts, I owe one chapter, I'll make it up tomorrow." Chapter 123. Lu Wei wants to run away. Senior brother, junior sister's location has been moving around these past few days. Could she be in any danger? Probably not. Judging from her movement speed, she wasn't moving fast at all. Instead, she seemed to be enjoying herself. She probably didn't encounter any danger, Ye Yang said, taking a swig of wine and sounding a little tipsy. As they were talking, the communication jade talismans on the three of them suddenly trembled simultaneously. The three exchanged a glance and hurriedly checked the message that had been sent to them. Yunzhou has been breached by demonic beasts, which are heading straight for Yunzhou. Go quickly to protect your junior sister. The three of them immediately changed their expressions upon seeing the message from their master. Without saying a word, they increased their spiritual energy output on the flying boat and moved forward at full speed. At the same time, Qin Feng, who was lying in the sun above a mountain stream, also received the news and his expression changed drastically. After hesitating for a moment while gazing towards Jizhou in the distance, he finally decided to lead his men back to Yunzhou first. He could kill the Yang family members whenever he wanted, but if Yunzhou were to fall, he couldn't bear the loss of millions of lives. Moreover, Yunzhou is extremely important to the Qingling sect, and absolutely cannot be allowed to have any problems. His sect's reinforcements were already on their way, and he needed to hurry back to make arrangements. Yunzhou, the Yang family's villa. Not long after, Yang Xiaohu also received a message from Qin Feng, and his expression became extremely solemn. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, he suddenly opened them and said, "Go and call Lu Wei here." At this moment, Lu Wei was comforting Zhou Yuanshan. "Father-in-law, what are you saying? We are family, of course we should be together. You are Mushu's parents, so you are my parents too. You can't speak to me like that anymore." Zhou Yuanshan was deeply moved by Lu Wei's words, and even felt a pang of guilt for a second when he recalled how he had tricked Lu Wei with that useless treasure chest. "Sai, I'm just afraid of dragging you down. You're a guard in the Yang family, and you've brought in a lot of people. If people criticize you, then it's our fault. Besides, our family also has businesses in Yunzhou City. Although they aren't as big as the Yang families, they're big enough to house all of us." Lu Wei was genuinely surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected his father-in-law to be so capable. A nouveau riche from the countryside actually owns businesses in Yunzhou. Just as he was about to ask how big the business was, little Lily suddenly came to call him. "Young Master Lu, Miss wants to see you." "They're here." Lu Wei sighed helplessly, wondering if this guard job could be ended. That woman, Yang Xiuhu, was always causing trouble for him. After telling everyone to tidy up first and that they could talk about anything else when he returned, Lu Wei followed Xiao Baihe to Yang Xiuhu's room. On the way, Xiao Baihe changed her usual attitude and frequently tried to win Lu Wei's favor, almost to the point of offering herself as his bedmate. Lu Wei couldn't stand Xiao Baihe's greasy behavior. This woman, ever since Lin Xiao died, kept getting close to him, which gave Lu Wei goosebumps every time. After finally arriving at Yang Xiuhu's room, Lu Wei opened the door and went straight in. Yang Xiuhu, who was inside the house, was also startled by Lu Wei's sudden intrusion. He said irritably, "Were you chased by a dog?" Lu Wei smiled wryly, "I'd rather be chased by a dog." "By the way, is your maid sick? She's always flirting with me. Can't you do something about it?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiuhu burst into laughter. Her laughter was like a spring flower in full bloom, dazzlingly beautiful, which made Lu Wei momentarily stunned. Little Lily is a pretty girl, after all. She's trying to please you, and you're not happy about it. You really don't know what's good for you. Lu Wei waved his hand impatiently. "All right, stop with the nonsense, just get her out of here. Also, what do you want from me? Don't bother me all the time, or I might quit. I haven't seen you offer any benefits, but you always have a lot of demands." After listening to Lu Wei's words, Yang Xiuhu straightened his expression and told him about the impending attack on Yunzhou by the demonic beasts. Upon hearing that the demonic beasts were coming to attack Yunzhou, Lu Wei immediately got up and tried to run away, quickly taking his family with him. Monsters are attacking the city, it would be foolish not to run away immediately. Seeing this, Yang Xiuhu grabbed Lu Wei. "Where are you going?" Lu Wei asked anxiously. "What else could we be doing? Going back to pack our things and run away? Or are we going to make dumplings? Monsters are attacking the city. If we don't run away, are we just going to be fed to them? Damn it, things had barely calmed down for half a day, and now I have to run away again. When will this ever end?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiuhu rolled her eyes at Lu Wei and said, "Who told you that Yunzhou couldn't be defended? Yunzhou has big city walls, high walls, and many experts guarding it, so there's definitely no problem." Lu Wei curled her lip. "What does it matter to me whether we can hold out or not? Anyway, I'm not going to stay and take the risk. No, this matter really does have something to do with you." Chapter 124 Men and women should not touch each other. Lu Wei frowned. "What do you mean?" Yang Xiuhu sighed and didn't answer Lu Wei, but instead asked, "Do you know how many people there are in Yunzhou right now?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei thought to himself, "What do I care how many people there are?" In the end, he changed his question to, "How much?" "More than 5 million. Yang Xiuhu solemnly uttered some figures. Lu Wei was quite surprised when he heard this number. He never expected that a city could have 5 million people. Don't be fooled by the fact that a city in modern society can easily have tens of millions of people. That's because advanced facilities and convenient technology allow it to accommodate so many people. However, in such a backward era, it was truly an incredible thing that a city could accommodate 5 million people. Putting aside everything else, dealing with eating, drinking, and relieving oneself every day is a huge problem. Yang Xiuhu continued, "Of these 5 million people, apart from a small number of martial artists with cultivation and a number of strong and healthy adults, the majority are the elderly, weak, women and children. If Yunzhou City falls, then not even a fraction of its more than 5 million inhabitants will survive. Then tell them quickly, run." Yang Xiuhu looked at Lu Wei as if he were a fool after hearing his words. "Do you know how many refugees successfully fled from Yangzhou to Yunzhou? How many? Less than 500,000. What?" Lu Wei was so shocked that he stood up abruptly. Although Yangzhou originally had a small population, it still had several million people. Although he anticipated that more than half of the people would die on the road, he did not expect that even 1/10 would die. How many people died along the way? Lu Wei suddenly fell silent. Yang Xiuhu sighed and said, "This is because Yangzhou held out for a long enough time, giving us enough time to escape. This time, the demon army will arrive in Yunzhou in less than 15 days. Think about it, how far can ordinary people travel in 15 days? In the end, they all perished in the demon's jaws. Lu Wei felt heavy-hearted after hearing this. 5 million people may seem like just a number, but in reality, they represent 5 million living, breathing human lives. That can't be right. Others can't escape, so you should be fine, right? With your personality, you shouldn't worry about these things, right? Lu Wei looked at Yang Xiaovu with suspicion. He couldn't believe that this woman would be so kind. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaovu nearly died of anger. He barely suppressed the urge to kill the guy and gritted his teeth, saying, "Are you trying to say that I'm ruthless and cruel, capable of killing even my own family members, so how could I care about the lives of strangers, right?" Lu Wei nodded very sincerely. Seeing how readily he admitted it, Yang Xiaohu felt a dull ache in her stomach, as if her period was about to start. That's the lives of 5 million people. I am ruthless and unscrupulous. I admit I'm not a good person, but I am human. As long as I have the ability, I will not stand by and watch the human race be slaughtered by the demon race. Of course, if I didn't have the ability to stop it, I wouldn't go and die. I'm not that noble. As for those members of the Yang family, although they are my relatives by blood, they are my enemies emotionally. Do you think I'm the kind of person who's blindly loyal and filial? After listening to Yang Xiaohu's words, Lu Wei nodded in agreement. Some relatives are indeed not as good as strangers. As for helping humanity avoid being slaughtered, he would do the same as Yang Xiaohu if he could. I can help and lend a hand, but only if I can protect myself. So what if I stay? I won't be of any help. Why don't you let me run away? Lu Wei shrugged helplessly. The demon army is attacking the city. In such a large-scale war, he, a mere weakling at the first realm, would only be cannon fodder. What's the point of staying? No, you can help, and you might even decide the final outcome. Yang Xiaohu stared intently at Lu Wei, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Lu Wei crossed his arms in fright and looked at Yang Xiaohu warily. Let me tell you, don't even think about making me do anything dangerous. Don't worry, it's absolutely not dangerous. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yang Xiaohu was about to speak, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Young Miss, City Lord Qin Feng has arrived. The butler's voice rang out from outside the door. Please come into the main hall, I'll be right out. Yes. Yang Xiaohu turned to look at Lu Wei. Let's go, come with me. Lu Wei shook his head. Forget it, I don't want to get involved. Whether it was the Yang family's affairs or the monster siege, Lu Wei didn't want to get too involved. He was pondering whether he should go back and run away with his family right now. You absolutely have to get involved in this, Yang Xiaohu said, not giving Lu Wei a chance to refuse, and pulled him up, heading towards the main hall. Hey, let go. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Pa, why didn't you say one should not touch others when I was taking a bath? Did I look at it on purpose? You showed it to me. Do you think if I slap you, you'll be embedded in the wall and never be able to be pried out? Chapter 125. You can create a 5th-level master. The two bickered all the way to the main hall. Inside the hall, not only Qin Feng, but Qin Xinyu also came along. When Qin Feng saw Yang Xiaohu coming over, he said with some shame, Xiaohu, I'm sorry for what I did. I didn't expect the demon race to launch an attack at this time. I had no choice but to come back to take charge. Before Yang Xiaohu could speak, Lu Wei waved his hand and said, Forget it. I knew it was going to fall through as soon as you said, leave this to me. You. Qin Feng's face turned red with anger, but he couldn't refute it. It seemed that every time he said this, things never got done. But this kid has a really sharp tongue. I really want to slap him. Yang Xiaohu wanted to laugh, but she had to hold it in for Qin Feng's sake. However, Qin Xinyu, who was standing to the side, did not have such good composure. It was the first time she had seen her father suffer a setback. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her smile made Yang Xiaohu unable to hold back either, and he quickly turned his head away, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Qin Feng's expression darkened further, and he glared fiercely at Qin Xinyu. Qin Xinyu wasn't afraid at all. She snorted and even gave Lu Wei a thumbs up. Fearing that Qin Feng would be driven away if things continued like this, Yang Xiaohu quickly said, Uncle Qin, this is not your fault. Don't worry, I have my own way. The most important thing right now is to deal with this monster attack. Upon hearing that the monsters were attacking the city, Qin Feng lost interest in arguing with Lu Wei. Alas, that is indeed the case. However, with the current strength of Yunzhou City, it will be very difficult to resist. Although I've requested assistance from the sect, I don't know when the reinforcements will arrive. Yang Xiaohu smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, the one who's really giving you a headache, Uncle Qin, is that snake demon, right? Qin Feng nodded, that's right, that snake demon is a snake demon of the Taipan clan. In addition to its own formidable strength, which is close to the fifth realm, its poison is even more troublesome. There is no solution to encountering ordinary level 4 realms below level 4 realms, one will either die or be injured. The key issue is that it also releases poison over a large area without eliminating it. Winning this battle is simply impossible. The Taipan clan is the most venomous branch of the snake demon clan. With a single breath of poisonous mist, those below its level have virtually no chance of survival. Moreover, this poison spreads very quickly and is impossible to resist. Back then, the city of Yangzhou was poisoned by this poisonous fog, and almost all of the city's defenders died. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu smiled and said, Uncle Qin, there's no need to worry. If a fifth realm expert were to kill it with lightning speed, wouldn't it be unable to release its poison? That makes sense, but where in Yunzhou can we find a fifth realm expert right now? Fifth realm experts are all sect leaders where in Yunzhou city can you find such people? At this point, Qin Feng suddenly looked up at Yang Xiaohu, does Xiaohu have a way? Yang Xiaohu said with a half smile, if we don't have a fifth realm expert, can't we just create one? Qin Feng seemed to vaguely understand what Yang Xiaohu meant. You mean? Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei, and Qin Feng also looked at Lu Wei with shining eyes. Lu Wei felt a chill run down her spine from their gazes. What are you doing? I'm only at the first realm. How can I advance to the fifth realm? If he could really advance to the fifth realm, he would be very happy. Unfortunately, such a thing is impossible to even think about. Even if such a method really existed, Lu Wei didn't believe they would kindly give it to him instead of using it themselves. Of course you can't reach the fifth realm, but you have a way to help others reach the fifth realm. Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei with a complicated expression. Seeing Yang Xiaohu's complicated and incomprehensible expression, Lu Wei was slightly taken aback. What was going on? Did this woman discover that she has a system? Given this woman's intelligence, it's not impossible that she noticed something amiss. But that's not right. Even the system can't raise you to the fifth realm in such a short time. If such a method existed, he would have used it long ago. What method? How come I don't know about it? Lu Wei pretended to be clueless. Spirit Ascension Pill, Yang Xiaohu said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei quickly backed away. How did you know? He was about to ask them how they knew he had the Spirit Ascension Pill when he suddenly remembered that these two had been watching the whole thing while he was fighting the wolf demon. It would be strange if they didn't know. That can't be right. Although the Spirit Ascension Pill can improve physical attributes to some extent, it's not powerful enough to allow someone in the Frost Transformation realm to directly condense a core, is it? He had experienced the effects of the Spirit Ascension Pill before. Although it was quite potent, it wasn't as exaggerated as some people thought. Qin Feng nodded and said, you're right, the Spirit Ascension Pill really can't directly elevate someone from the fourth realm to the fifth realm. However, it allows someone in the fourth realm to experience the insights of someone in the fifth realm. For someone who has been stuck at the peak of the fourth realm for a long time, this is exactly the kind of insight they lack. As long as I know what the 5 realms are like, I can break through to them. Chapter 126 All that's yours is mine. This is like an exam. The Spirit Enhancement Pill won't give you a perfect score right away. However, it will give you a reference answer. If you still can't get a perfect score with the answer, then that's just not right. Of course, this move is only suitable for experts like Qin Feng who have been stuck at the peak of the fourth realm for many years, or even those who have already stepped into the threshold of the fifth realm. After Qin Feng's explanation, Lu Wei understood what was going on. Unexpectedly, the Spirit Enhancement Pill has such an effect. Looking at it this way, I really underestimated the Spirit Ascension Pill. Oh dear, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have taken that Spirit Ascension Pill. What a pity, I only had one, and I've already eaten it. Lu Wei looked like she was slapping her thigh in regret, feeling extremely sorry for herself. Just kidding. I do have Spirit Ascension Pills, but why should I give them to you? Wouldn't it be better to give it to my little wife? My little wife is also at the fourth realm. Giving it to her might even help her break through to the fifth realm. That's my wife. She's given me so many benefits, and I'm thinking about how to repay her. Since the Spirit Ascension Pill has this effect, we certainly can't forget about it. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was filled with regret. If he hadn't stopped Yang Xiuhu from saving Lu Wei wouldn't have taken the Spirit Ascension pill. Ultimately, it's his fault. He ruined his own path to promotion. This might just be fate. While Qin Feng was filled with sorrow and regret, Yang Xiuhu's expression remained unchanged. Based on her understanding of Lu Wei, this guy never tells the truth, so it would be strange if he didn't have the Spirit Ascension pill. Don't worry, we won't take it for free. We'll trade you our treasures. Lu Wei was immediately displeased upon hearing this and stood up, saying, "Bullshit. All your treasures are mine. What are you going to give me in exchange?" Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Qin Feng and Qin Xianyu, who had been watching the commotion without saying a word, both looked at Lu Wei and Yang Xiuhu with surprise. Qin Feng had only suspected it before, but Yang Xiuhu had never admitted it. Once Lu Wei said that, how could they not understand what he meant? "Sister Little Fox, you and a guard, you guys." Qin Xianyu looked at Lu Wei and Yang Xiuhu in disbelief. Lu Wei originally wanted to explain, but upon hearing Qin Xianyu's words, he immediately became displeased. "What's wrong with guards? Did they eat your rice? Why do you look down on them?" Qin Xianyu was taken aback by Lu Wei's sudden retort and was speechless for a moment. Just as she was about to retaliate, Yang Xiuhu interrupted her again. "All right, stop arguing. Uncle Qin, Xianyu, things aren't as you think. I'll explain this to you another time. However, you just need to remember that Lu Wei is indeed very important to me, as important as my own life." Qin Xianyu was still thinking to herself, "This bastard lives in my house, so why hasn't he eaten any of my rice?" Upon hearing Yang Xiuhu's words, he could only sit down fuming. Qin Feng listened to Yang Xiuhu's words and looked thoughtful. Yang Xiuhu said to Lu Wei, "Don't worry, I won't trade anything from the Yang family for you. This city lord's mansion is so big, there are plenty of treasures. I definitely won't let you suffer a loss." Qin Feng chimed in, yes, you can choose any treasure from the city lord's mansion." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei thoughtfully stroked his chin. To be honest, he didn't really want to help Qin Feng, even though this guy was on Yang Xiuhu's side, and Yang Xiuhu was temporarily on the same side as him. However, who can say for sure what the future holds? However, he is indeed a bit short of money right now. Along the way, the year spent in the skills training space has been almost used up. If you want to continue upgrading your skill level, you'll have to spend money. Furthermore, if you encounter higher level and more powerful skills in the future, it will cost more money to train them, so you must prepare in advance. Besides this factor, there's another reason. After so many days of returning, he really didn't have anything left to give to the girls. We can't just give them a hair, can we? Returning the stuff wouldn't be of any use anyway. He also wanted to go shopping later and buy something to return the favor, which would cost money. Now that the city lord's treasury is at his disposal, why should I be polite to him? The last factor is that Lu Wei doesn't want to see millions of people die. He couldn't even imagine such a scene. He used to feel depressed whenever he saw videos of disasters happening somewhere. That's millions. Just thinking about it sends chills down your spine. If he has the ability to help, he doesn't want to stand idly by. Of course, it wouldn't be so easy for Qin Feng to get the Spirit Ascension pill from me. It wouldn't be in Lu Wei's nature not to exploit him to the bone. With this in mind, Lu Wei began to prepare to sharpen his knives and prepare to slaughter the pigs and sheep. Cough cough cough, what treasures could your city lord's mansion possibly have? At most, it's just some unwanted junk. To be honest, even if you gave me those things, I'd find them too bulky to carry around. Do you think I'm that stupid to trade those things for my Spirit Ascension pill? Qin Xianyu was naturally unhappy when she heard Lu Wei belittle her family like that, and was about to stand up and retort, "You." But her father pushed her back down. Chapter 127: A huge misunderstanding. I know that you, young Master Lu, have an amazing background and abundant resources, so you naturally look down on the meager resources of our city lord's mansion. However, please, for the sake of the 5.56 million lives lost in Yunzhou City, help us out. Whatever your conditions, just name them. As long as it's within my power, I, Qin Feng, will not refuse. As Qin Feng spoke, he bowed deeply in greeting. Father. Uncle Qin. Lu Wei. Damn it, I can't stand watching this. Lu Wei is the kind of guy who responds better to gentleness than force. If you try to be tough with him, he'll definitely find a way to fight you to the death. Even if they couldn't win at the time, they would still think about how to get revenge all day long. But if you try to be gentle with him, he really can't handle it. Xin Feng suddenly resorted to this sentimental tactic, and with two beautiful women beside him looking at him with resentful eyes, he really had no choice. Of course, most importantly, this kind of spirit enhancement pill is not that precious to him. As long as he has spirit explosion pills, he can mass produce them. Lu Wei was quite happy to use it to give Qin Feng a good thrashing. He hadn't forgotten that Qin Feng had once tried to beat him up. Given this opportunity, how could we not retaliate? Alright, I promise you, I can give you a spirit ascension pill. However, besides the city lord's treasury, I want one more thing. Tell me, and I'll do whatever it takes as long as it's within my power, Qin Feng said excitedly as soon as Lu Wei agreed. Lu Wei didn't speak, but instead looked at Qin Xianyu. Seeing Lu Wei's gaze, Qin Xianyu was first stunned, then flew into a rage. Don't even think about it. Absolutely not. Xianyu. Come out with me for a moment, I have something to tell you. Qin Feng pulled his daughter outside and whispered to her from a distance. Yang Xiaohu also looked at Lu Wei with a complicated expression, her eyes filled with shame, indignation, helplessness, and a touch of sadness. Lu Wei felt uncomfortable under her gaze and said irritably, "No, why are you looking at me like that, like my husband just died?" Yang Xiaohu, at this moment, I wish you were my husband. Get lost. Don't talk to me. Yang Xiaohu huffed and cursed at Lu Wei, then turned around and went to sulk. That bastard, he's still a lecherous old man. He already has several women at home, and now he's set his sights on Qin Xianyu. You've only met them a few times, and you've already developed feelings for them. I've been with you for so long, how come you haven't fallen for me? Bah! Who asked you to be moved? You bastard, you'll work yourself to death sooner or later, you. Yang Xiaohu cursed inwardly from the side, and every now and then glared at Lu Wei with murderous eyes. Lu Wei was a little confused by what they had done. What's going on? All I wanted was that fire-tipped spear that Qin Xianyu had. You only said you'd give me the city lord's treasury. What if there's nothing in it? Or is the item worthless? But the fire-tipped spear in Qin Xianyu's hand was different. That thing was obviously a treasure, and Lu Wei had his eye on it the moment he saw it. If this were returned, what would we get? I can't even imagine. In the courtyard, Qin Feng looked at Qin Xianyu, who had a stubborn expression, and said helplessly, "Daughter, I know you've been wronged in this matter. But I had no choice. If I had a way, I would rather risk my life than let you suffer. You know how much your father has spoiled you over the years. To me, you are more important than my life. To ensure you don't suffer any injustice, I disobeyed the orders from my sect after your mother's death, which commanded me to remarry. But this time it won't work. This time it's not for me, this time it's for the more than 5 million people of Yunzhou. Your father has no choice but to let you suffer. But don't worry, if he ever dares to treat you badly in the future, I will risk my life to get justice for you. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. In reality, based on my observations over the past few days, this guy is perfect in every way except for his fondness for beautiful women. He has a deep and mysterious background, although we don't know exactly what it is, it's definitely not ordinary. Moreover, although he was somewhat lecherous, he treated every woman exceptionally well, and he never mistreated even the maids around him. You won't lose out if you go with him. Besides, haven't you noticed? Your little fox sister likes him too. Think about it, what kind of person is Yang Xiaohu? The two of us, father and daughter, combined don't even have as many tricks up our sleeves as she does. Could the people she chooses be bad? Follow her lead, you can't go wrong. Dad, stop talking, I'll listen to you. Qin Xianyu suddenly interrupted Qin Feng's nagging and said calmly. Qin Feng was taken aback, his eyes reddening, and he patted his daughter's shoulder with relief. Good child, I'm sorry you had to go through all this. Qin Xianyu shook her head, it's okay. You're right. What does it matter if I suffer a little grievance for the sake of the 5 million people in the city? As long as Yunzhou City can be saved, I'd be willing to give up my life, let alone marry someone else. Good, you are indeed my daughter, Qin Feng. Don't worry, I will never let you suffer any injustice. I will definitely give you a grand and glorious wedding. Yes, thank you, Dad. Qin Xianyu nodded with a smile, tears welling in her eyes. However, what no one knew was that Qin Xianyu had a different thought in her heart. Yang Xiaohu likes Lu Wei? So that's how it is. This guy actually has that much charm? Or is there something I don't know about? Otherwise, how could he attract Yang Xiaohu? Never mind, if it's something Yang Xiaohu wants, then taking it is the right thing to do. This woman has always been better than me in everything since she was a child. This time, I'll steal your husband first and see how you cry, ha 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 ha. The little devil in Qin Shenyu's heart held up a fork and laughed wildly. The two returned to the guest room and looked at Yang Xiaohu and Lu Wei, who were glaring at each other from a distance, both completely bewildered. Qin Shenyu chuckled inwardly. It seems father was right. Yang Xiaohu is jealous and angry. Young Master Lu Wei, after my persuasion, Shenyu and I have agreed to your conditions. Hearing him say that, Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you agreed, then give it to me now. Ha! Upon hearing this, the three of them stared wide-eyed, their eyes widening to the size of eggs. It's been a while since I asked for gifts. I've had a really bad experience with gifts lately. Can you guys send me some free little gifts? Chapter 128 The Qingqiu Clan. Mu Shui, your father and I have discussed it, and we'll start preparing for your wedding with Lu Wei in a couple of days. What do you think? Madame Zhou Bailinger asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushua's pretty face flushed pink. Isn't this a little too fast? Madame Zhou chuckled and said, silly child, don't be too fast. If you're any slower, aren't you afraid that Lu Wei will be snatched away by someone else? No way, I believe him. Zhou Mushue felt a surge of happiness as she recalled Lu Wei's meticulous care for her. Madame Zhou shook her head. You are too naive. Sometimes it's not a question of whether he wants to or not, but that he has to make that choice. Besides, if this drags on any longer, aren't you afraid something might happen to you? Madame Zhou said meaningfully. Zhou Mushue was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. After pondering for a while, she finally nodded and said, then it's entirely up to you, father and mother. If master finds out, he probably won't agree, right? After all, Lu Wei's cultivation level was too low, and he was not up to the standard to enter the sect. Since that's the case, let's get married quickly before master finds out. Hearing this, Madame Zhou breathed a slight sigh of relief. She had watched Zhou Mushue grow up since she was a child, and even though she wasn't her biological mother, their bond was still very strong. She naturally knew that Zhou Mushue was cultivating, and every time Zhou Mushue's master came, she had to be very careful, for fear of being discovered. If Zhou Mushue were to marry Lu Wei, she would receive far less attention. For so many years, she had been merging with her body, and only now has she achieved complete fusion. She was about to begin her cultivation to restore her strength, and she didn't want to waste all her efforts. Okay, then when Lu Wei comes back, we'll discuss the marriage with him. The Tianxian continent is vast and boundless, with humans occupying only a small part of the central region, while the vast majority of the outer areas are occupied by demonic beasts. Further out lies the Endless Sea, which is said to have no end. Even experts at the Ninth Realm have never found the end of the Endless Sea. To the southeast of the human race lies the ancestral home of the demon race, where countless demons live. The environment in the northwest is harsh, so there are relatively fewer monsters, and their strength is also lower. However, this is only relative. The number of monsters among them is still countless. In the northern regions, there exists a powerful race that lives amidst the endless snow-capped mountains. They claim to be descendants of innate spirits, whose ancestors were the nine-tailed celestial foxes, powerful beings who dominated an era in the primordial age. However, by now, the once powerful Fox clan has fallen apart. They gradually split into three major clans: Yusu clan, Xuanhu clan, and Qingqiu clan. The three Fox clans are of equal strength and once lived in the demon god forest in the east. However, more than 20 years ago, an incident occurred that led to the Qingqiu clan being driven out of the demon god forest by the two clans, and they could only hide in the harsh northwest to slowly recover their strength. In the northwest, there was originally a powerful race living there, the Taipan, a branch of the snake race. This race preferred dry environments and possessed potent venom, making them unsuitable for living in forests. If the Qingqiu clan wants to survive here, they must befriend the Taipan clan. Ancestor of the Bai family, please help me deduce where that bitch is hiding. I won't be at peace until she's dead. The speaker was thin and frail, hidden in a black cloak, looking like a drifting ghost. The Bai family patriarch shook his head and said, Clan Chief Taipan, divination of heavenly secrets consumes a great deal of energy. It's not that I don't want to help you, but each person can only divinate it once. I already did a calculation for you once back then, so doing it again won't make any difference. The Qingqiu clan is skilled in divination, and it is this ability that has allowed them to escape extinction multiple times. However, sometimes man proposes, God disposes. No matter how skilled they were in divination, they were eventually driven out of their tribe and forced to wander. The entire Fox clan is determined to return to their ancestral home and recapture the glory of the Qingqiu clan. Unfortunately, they had a chance back then, but it was destroyed by one of their own kind. Chief Taipan didn't know whether the old fox was telling the truth or not, but he had to believe it whether it was true or false. Because even if they forced the old fox to calculate, if he randomly pointed to a place, they wouldn't be able to find him even if they ran themselves ragged. Alright, then I won't trouble you, ancestor. If you can sense her location, be sure to tell me. The old fox nodded readily upon hearing this. Of course, our two races are allies, so we should naturally support each other. Heh, allies? They are allies when there is a common enemy, but what if there is no threat? By then, allies may become a threat. After seeing off the Taipan clan chief, the old fox suddenly felt a sudden urge. His expression changed instantly, and he quickly began to calculate with his fingers. After a long while, the old fox slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, crisis is both danger and opportunity. It all depends on how you choose to proceed. After a long while, Bai Xining, the daughter of the current patriarch of the Fox clan, entered the forbidden area to meet the ancestor. Chapter 129. Are you guys putting on an act with me? Yang Xiuhu, Qin Feng, and Qin Xinyu stared at Lu Wei in astonishment, their eyes all conveying the same message, you beast. Are you a lustful monster? Even if she agrees to your proposal, she's still the city lord's daughter. Even if we don't go through the traditional betrothal ceremony, she should at least have a grand wedding, right? You can't even wait to think about such a scene of illicit relations. That's utterly despicable. No, why are you looking at me like that? Since you promised to give it to me, just give it to me already. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Yang Xiaohu glared angrily at Lu Wei, you bastard. Qin Feng's face was also gloomy. Young Master Lu, you've gone too far. Qin Xianyu took a deep breath, closed her eyes and then opened them again. Father, sister, little fox, you two go out first. Upon hearing this, the two looked at Qin Xianyu in surprise. Xianyu, you. Yang Xiaohu's face was full of disbelief. She did not expect that Qin Xianyu would agree to Lu Wei's outrageous request. Qin Feng also looked heartbroken. Daughter, I will never let you suffer this injustice. Even if I die in Yunzhou, I will never let you do such a thing. Qin Xianyu said resolutely, Father, what does it matter if I suffer a little humiliation for the sake of the 5 million people of Yunzhou? Daughter, father is so sorry. Qin Feng gritted his teeth in grief and anger. No, wait a minute, what are you doing? Performing a stage play? All I want is the fire-tipped spear in her hand. Why are you making such a big deal out of it, as if I'm some kind of heinous criminal? If you don't want to change, just say so. There's no need to beat around the bush with me. Lu Wei was so angry at these people that he almost laughed. Were they sick in the head? The three of them were stunned by Lu Wei's words and stood there dumbfounded. Fortunately, Yang Xiuhu reacted the fastest, looking at Lu Wei with a puzzled expression. You mean, you just wanted the fire-tipped spear in Xianyu's hand? Not her? Lu Wei glanced at her sideways. Nonsense, do you know what kind of weird stuff is in your city lord's treasury? What if there's nothing valuable there? I need to have a backup plan, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately looked embarrassed. Look at the mess this has made. It's all a misunderstanding, isn't it? Young Master Lu, I'm so sorry, I'm really so sorry. Lu Wei pouted. Stop talking nonsense, are you going to change it or not? If not, I'm going back. No trade. Qin Xianyu hugged her fire-tipped spear to her chest, looking at Lu Wei with complicated emotions. This guy really embarrassed her. She's never been so ashamed in her life. Qin Feng looked at Qin Xianyu in disbelief after hearing her words. Are you sick, kid? You agreed to trade yourself for me, but now you disagree to trade me for a weapon? Is that weapon more important than you, or are you interested in her? Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Lu Wei, come on, let's talk alone. With that, he pulled Lu Wei out of the house. What's there to talk about? I don't want to talk to you. Lu Wei looked unwilling, but her cultivation level was far inferior to Qin Feng's, so she could only be dragged out helplessly. Inside the room, Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xianyu, who were left behind, looked at each other in bewilderment. Their gazes towards each other were somewhat meaningful, as if they understood what the other was planning. Yang Xiaohu's phoenix eyes widened slightly, a smile playing on her lips, making Qin Xianyu feel a little guilty. Do you like Lu Wei? Or do you simply want to steal him away from him? Qin Xianyu felt a pang of panic, realizing that her little secrets were nowhere to be hidden from Yang Xiaohu. So he decided not to hide it anymore and bluntly said, That's right, I'm quite interested in him. Since I'm going to get married sooner or later, Why not choose someone I'm interested in? Yang Xiaohu looked at Qin Xinyu with great interest upon hearing this. You don't even understand him, aren't you afraid of regretting it in the future? This is a lifelong matter. I trust your judgment, Sister Fox, Qin Xinyu said with a smile. The room fell silent instantly upon hearing this. A spark seemed to fly between the two women as they locked eyes. After a while, Yang Xiaohu's eyes began to wander. She asked herself honestly, did she probably like Lu Wei? No, that's impossible. How could I possibly like him? She has no right to like anyone else. Her purpose in living to this day is to rescue her mother. Nothing else was within her consideration. Love is something too far removed from her, too luxurious. If she really gets together with Lu Wei, it will harm him, so she can't like him. Outside, Lu Wei was somewhat bewildered by a system notification. Ding, Yang Xiaohu's emotions are fluctuating violently. He has begun to understand his own heart during cultivation. His favorability towards the host has increased by 40 points. The current favorability is 70. Lu Wei was startled by this warning and didn't even pay attention to what Qin Feng was saying. What happened to Yang Xiaohu? How did her favorability suddenly increase by 40 points? My dear son-in-law, what do you think of my suggestion? As long as you marry Qianyu, my entire city lord's mansion will be yours in the future. Once I break through to the core formation stage, I can even directly advance to the upper sect, where the cultivation resources will be countless. At my age, I basically have no hope of advancing further. These resources will all be yours in Qianyu's then. Chapter 130 Money, so much money. Lu Wei, who had been tempted by the promise of a good deal, finally snapped out of her daze. It has to be said that Qin Feng's promise was incredibly grand and enticing, but unfortunately, Lu Wei had long since developed an immunity to empty promises. I am honored that Senior Qin thinks so highly of me, but I am already engaged and my wife and I are deeply in love. I would never do anything to break my promise. Hey! Isn't it normal for a real man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Don't even mention 1 wife, you could marry 10 or 8, it wouldn't matter. Senior Qin, there's no need to say anything more. I respect my wife very much and would never agree to such a thing, Lu Wei said with an air of righteous indignation. My heart was bleeding. I wanted to agree, but my wife was definitely watching from the sidelines. If I agreed, what good would come of it? Of course, the main reason is that Qin Xinyu is really not his type. Her figure is too thin, which seriously lowers his rating. Although other stats are quite high, there is one dragging down the overall performance, so the ultimate potential is limited. Qin Feng was somewhat disappointed when he heard Lu Wei say this, but he still did not give up. It's alright, don't rush to make a decision. Go back and think about it first. Let's go take a look at the treasure vault first. Alright, let's go to the treasure vault first. Let me tell you, if the stuff inside isn't good enough, I won't agree to it. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll get your money's worth. The two talked and walked further and further away. After they had gone far away, Zhou Muxue returned to her room in the neighboring courtyard with a complex yet gratified expression on her face. The situation is complicated because her mother was right, someone has their eye on Lu Wei, and that person is the city lord's daughter. It's reassuring that Lu Wei never wavered, even under such temptation. It's clear how deeply he loved her, which truly moved her. She even felt somewhat sorry for Lu Wei, because apart from giving Lu Wei some high-grade body-strengthening pills at the beginning, she hadn't given him anything else. She had never expressed her love to him, so how could she be worthy of Lu Wei's deep affection? Lu Wei, on the other hand, took meticulous care of her, sending her gifts in different ways every day, which showed how much effort he put into it. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Muxue bit her lip and finally made a decision. Some things are meant to be given to him sooner or later, so what's the harm in giving them to him sooner? At this moment, Lu Wei had already followed Qin Feng to the city lord's mansion's treasury. The first thing that caught his eye was gold, a huge chest of gold. Lu Wei's eyes lit up when he saw it. This gold must be worth at least tens of thousands of taels. If he took it all and returned it, he would never have to worry about money for a while. 1 tael of gold equals 10 taels of silver. After a 50-fold return, that's 5 million taels of silver, or 5 million minutes. If we calculate it in years, it would take 9.5 years. It's a fortune. It's really a fortune now. Besides gold, there were also chests of silver, worth at least tens of thousands of taels. Seeing so much money piled up together made Lu Wei swallow hard. However, although Lu Wei was very excited inside, he remained calm on the surface. You must maintain your composure. Why get so excited over a little money? Nephew, take a look at this precious sword. What do you think of it? This sword accompanied me in my campaigns across the north and south, slaying countless demons. Although it can't compare to a magical weapon, it's about the same. Xin Feng said, picking up a knife from the shelf and handing it to Lu Wei. Lu Wei took it and looked at it, feeling a murderous aura with a fishy smell rushing towards him. This is indeed a fine sword, its cold light gleaming, and you can feel a faint chill when you place your hand on it. If this knife were returned to its original state, it would definitely be a spirit weapon. However, Lu Wei calmly returned the precious sword to Qin Feng. It's alright. Then take a look at this gun. Although it can't compare to the fire-tipped spear, it's still a divine weapon, capable of cutting through gold and jade. And this one. Qin Feng introduced all the items in the treasure vault to Lu Wei. Perhaps Qin Feng's requirements were too high, because the number of items that could be included in the treasure vault was not large. There were a few weapons, some low-level martial arts techniques, some spiritual herbs and ores, and the rest were some rather strange or mysterious miscellaneous items. Of course, there were some good items too. What really appealed to me was a soft sword that could be wrapped around my waist. Because it is a magical artifact. Unfortunately, soft swords require specific martial arts skills to work with, and are not easy to use with ordinary sword techniques. The sword techniques of soft swords are relatively uncommon, which is why this magical weapon has been sitting here collecting dust. Lu Wei looked around and finally concluded, you have a lot of things here, but nothing is really useful to me. You think you can trade these things for spirit ascension pills? That might not be enough. As the saying goes, ask the moon and you'll pay the bill. If all these things were sold, they might be worth about the same as the spirit ascension pill. However, things are valued for their rarity. For Qin Feng, the spirit ascension pill is not just a pill, but also an opportunity to break through to the fifth realm. Chapter 131 Lu Ruyan's Plan. Nephew, most of the valuable things in the city lord's mansion are here. There's really nothing good left. Qin Feng said with a bitter expression. Lu Wei curled his lip. This old guy is shameless. When they need me, they call me nephew. When they don't, they call me that kid. Because of your shamelessness, I'm not going to believe your lies. The truly valuable items wouldn't be displayed here. These things are probably just a smokescreen. No? Then forget it. Your junk isn't even qualified to smell the spirit ascension pill. After Lu Wei finished speaking, he turned around and left. Qin Feng panicked immediately upon seeing this, realizing that this kid was not easily fooled, and quickly pulled Lu Wei back. Nephew, wait a minute, I was just joking with you. Ha, why did you take it seriously? Come, let me show you some real good stuff. As he spoke, he pulled Lu Wei to the entrance of the treasure vault and fiddled with it for a bit more. There was a hidden door next to the main entrance to the treasure vault. Lu Wei followed behind, secretly chuckling to himself. This old fox, he knew he wasn't so simple. Half an hour later, Lu Wei drove the carriage back to his courtyard. Qin Feng was left alone, on the verge of tears. Looking at the spirit ascension pill in his hand, he couldn't help but sigh. Oh well, as long as I advance to the core formation realm, I'll earn all this back sooner or later. Brother, what did you bring back in a cartload of stuff? Lu Xiaoxiao asked curiously as she looked at the entire cartload of things Lu Wei had brought back. Go away. You can't touch these things, they're dangerous. Lu Wei said, carrying the items into the house one by one. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan and Shen Wanwan quickly stepped forward to help. After working for a while, Lu Wei finally managed to put everything into the house and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he instructed Lu Ruyan and Shen Wanwan, remember, no one should be left unattended at home, and these things must not be lost. The two women quickly nodded in agreement. Lu Wei frowned as he looked at the pile of things. He thought it would be nice to have a storage space. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should exist in the cultivation world, so why do I seem to have never seen it before? Neither Yang Xiuhu nor Zhou Mushu seem to have any storage space. Young master. Shen Wanwan carefully walked forward to Lu Wei's side and gently called out to him. Ha? What's wrong? What happened? Lu Wei asked, looking at Shen Wanwan's expression. Shen Wanwan hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth and knelt down with a thud. Young master, I have a favor to ask of you. Seeing this, Lu Wei quickly helped Shen Wanwan up. Oh dear, what are you doing? Get up quickly, just tell me what's wrong. Didn't I tell you? We're family, there's no need for this. This girl's favorability is currently the easiest to improve. She'll ask him for help whenever she needs it, and Lu Wei couldn't be happier. Shen Wanwan was deeply moved by Lu Wei's words. Young master, I beg you to arrange a job for my parents in the city. I don't ask for anything else, I just want them to be able to survive. Lu Wei raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Is that so? Let me think about it. Although this matter was not too difficult for Lu Wei, he only needed to ask Yang Xiuhu for a word. However, things shouldn't be done that way. Shen Wanwan needs to know that things weren't easy, so that she'll remember this kindness. Otherwise, not only will it fail to increase her favorability, but it might also make her think that this is nothing to Lu Wei, and gradually become something she takes for granted. This kind of thing is not uncommon. It happens frequently even in modern society. Okay, wait for my news. I'll go out and ask around, and I'll let you know when I have definite news. Okay, thank you, young master, thank you, young master. Lu Wei patted Shen Wanwan's head and said with a smile, silly girl, your problems are my problems. Don't keep things to yourself in the future, remember to tell me in time, okay? Shen Wanwan blushed, lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, and whispered, okay, I understand. Ding, Shen Wanwan's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points, currently at 75 points. Lu Wei smiled slightly. Look, here it is. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan looked somewhat saddened. When Shen Wanwan wasn't around, the young master slept with her. Those were the happiest times. Since Shen Wanwan came, she has never slept with the young master again. No, I have to find a way to make up for it tonight. Before she knew it, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Wei, who had been busy all day, felt a little tired and went back to her room to lie down and sleep. But just then, there was a knock on the door. Ha! Who is it? Thank you everyone for the gifts, thank you. If this continues, I won't have to worry about going hungry. I can brag to my mom and tell her that writing novels is a legitimate business. Chapter 132 What to Do If You Catch a Cold? My dear son-in-law, it's me. Zhou Yuanshan's voice came from outside the door. Lu Wei wondered, what was Zhou Yuanshan doing here so late? However, he still got up, opened the door, and welcomed Zhou Yuanshan in. Father-in-law, please come in. Zhou Yuanshan walked into the house with a smile and casually asked, You're still awake? Did I disturb you? Lu Wei shook his head, I'm not asleep yet. Father-in-law, is something wrong that you're here so late? Come, sit down and tell me. The two sat down, and Lu Wei poured Zhou Yuanshan a glass of water. I do have something to discuss with you, Zhou Yuanshan said as he took the water. Lu Wei turned up the lights in the room and said with a smile, Oh? Father-in-law, please feel free to speak. Zhou Yuanshan took a sip of water, paused for a moment, and sighed, as you know, the world is in chaos, and Yunzhou is not necessarily safe. On our journey from Yangzhou to Yunzhou, we witnessed far too many partings and deaths. You never know when an accident might happen to a person. Your mother-in-law and I are both getting old, we might not be around any day now. Father-in-law, what are you saying? With me here, I will definitely not let anything happen to you. Zhou Yuanshan smiled and waved his hand, let me finish what I have to say. Birth, aging, sickness and death are the natural course of life, and no one can avoid them. If we go, leaving Mushui alone, a frail woman, none of us will feel at ease. So, I discussed it with your mother-in-law and we want you and Mushui to get married as soon as possible. There's nothing wrong with Mushui's side. What are your thoughts? After listening to Zhou Yuanshan's words, Lu Wei finally understood that Zhou Yuanshan was there to urge her to get married. Marriage was still quite a novel concept for Lu Wei. This is the first time in both lifetimes combined. He had no objection to marriage. Zhou Mushui was the perfect wife candidate in every way. They're going to get married sooner or later anyway, so what difference does it make whether they get married sooner or later? Moreover, he was just wondering how to give away so much silver, and now this opportunity had come his way. I am deeply grateful to my parents-in-law for their kindness in marrying Mushui to me. I am overjoyed and flattered by their favor. Hearing Lu Wei agree, Zhou Yuanshan smiled with satisfaction. Okay, then it's settled. I'll go back and ask someone to choose an auspicious date. Wait for my news. Seeing that Zhou Yuanshan was about to leave, Lu Wei hurriedly said, Father-in-law, please wait a moment. I have something else to tell you. What's up? Lu Wei told Zhou Yuanshan about the demonic beast's planned attack on Yunzhou in a few days. Zhou Yuanshan was shocked to hear this. He had just arrived in Yunzhou from Yangzhou and had been traveling for several months. He hadn't even settled in yet, and now he had to run around again. Are we going to have to run away again? No, I need to go back and prepare. Let's get going, Zhou Yuanshan said, getting up to leave. Lu Wei grabbed him and pleaded, "Father-in-law, please let me finish." Is there anything else? Lu Wei gave a wry smile. It's too late to run now. How can a human possibly outrun a monster? It's at least a month's journey from here to the next city. The demonic beasts will arrive in Yunzhou in about 10 days. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan's face immediately turned to despair, and he plopped down in a chair. So, we're doomed? He wasn't a cultivator, but he knew that in a race against a demon beast, even if you had a 20-day head start, it wouldn't matter. No, the city lord of Yunzhou is very confident this time. He has made thorough preparations, and we are not without our own trump cards. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhou Yuanshan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "What trump card?" Lu Wei smiled but did not answer. "If I tell you, it won't be my trump card anymore. But don't worry, our family will definitely be safe and sound." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. I need to hurry back and tell your mother-in-law about this. Father-in-law, you mustn't. What's wrong? It's not appropriate to let your mother-in-law know about this yet, lest she worry all the time and have her heart condition flare up again. You're right. Let's not tell her for now. The two exchanged a few more words before Zhou Yuanshan went back. After seeing Zhou Yuanshan off, Lu Wei sat on the bed and began to ponder that his cheap mother-in-law definitely had a problem. In the past few days, he noticed that Bai Linger's cultivation level was recovering very quickly. When we first met, her strength had only recovered to the foundation establishment realm, but after more than 20 days, her strength had actually recovered to the dew condensation realm. If this continues, won't it be long before we can condense the core? I just hope this person doesn't cause any trouble, otherwise things will get complicated. Knock knock knock, young master, are you asleep? Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat. No, come in. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and Lu Ruyan walked in carrying a wooden basin. Young master, I've prepared hot water for you. Wash your feet before you go to sleep. Lu Ruyan carried a wooden basin and knelt down in front of Lu Wei. She raised her small face and looked at Lu Wei with seductive eyes. Looking at Lu Ruyan's thin clothes, Lu Wei sighed. Let's go shopping tomorrow and buy you some clothes. It's so cold outside, what if you catch a cold wearing so little? Come on, quickly wrap yourself in the blanket to warm up. Chapter 133 The Lu Family's Revenge. Master, you're finally back. Something terrible has happened. Our son has been injured by Qin Xianyu again. You'd better go and see him quickly. Lu Shangyuan, as the commander of the city guards, had just returned home after a busy day when he saw his wife rushing towards him, crying all the way. Seeing this, Lu Shangyuan frowned immediately. Why are you crying? You weren't beaten to death, were you? You've been beaten so many times already, what's there to cry about? Isn't it always the same? Sir, this time is different. The beating was too severe. Please go and take a look. Upon hearing this, Lu Shangyuan walked into Lu Feiming's room with a sullen face. At this moment, Lu Feiming was lying on the bed, groaning in pain. His wounds were all bandaged up, but his face was swollen like a pig's head, and his father almost didn't recognize him. Lu Shangyuan only had this one son, so naturally he doted on him immensely, otherwise, Lu Feiming wouldn't have been so audacious as to commit such evil deeds. Seeing his son injured like this, Lu Shangyuan was filled with anger and rage. He was also very dissatisfied with Qin Xianyu. They usually bickered and fought, which was fine, but they were just minor squabbles. This time they really went too far. Father, you have to stand up for me. Qin Xianyu went too far. She knocked out half of my teeth. Upon hearing this, Lu Shangyuan was even more furious. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Lu Feiming recounted the events in fits and starts, emphasizing that he was innocent and only wanted to help. Lu Shangyuan dismissed these words as nonsense. How could he not know what kind of person his son was? However, even if her son is bad, he can't be that bad. Don't worry, Dad will definitely take care of this for you. Even if we can't do anything to Qin Xianyu, we'll make that kid who reported you wish he were dead. After Lu Shangyuan finished speaking, he turned around and went out to gather his men to investigate the boy's background. Soon, Lu Wei's background was revealed to him. At first glance, he was just a lowly caravan guard. Even if the caravan had a good relationship with the city lord's mansion, killing a mere guard was no big deal. I don't believe the city lord would do anything to me for the sake of a mere servant or guard. Having made up his mind, Lu Shangyuan made arrangements and was just waiting for an opportunity. However, he didn't expect that this opportunity would come so soon. The next morning, Lu Wei got up very early. I slept so well last night, I feel refreshed and relaxed. I haven't slept this well in a long time. Because I was in a good mood, I slept well. In his past life, he had a hobby: he loved slacking off. He especially liked catching those fluffy fish. Unfortunately, this kind of fish is not easy to catch. Ordinary methods don't work, and the only way is to use a harpoon. Every time you make these fluffy fish, water droplets splash out, which is especially exciting. For Lu Wei, who hadn't made fish briquettes in a long time, she didn't feel tired at all after making fish briquettes all night. Wan, go and stew this fish. Lu Wei caught a fish from the pond in the yard and gave it directly to Shen Wan. Yes, young master. After Shen Wan left, Lu Ruyan came out of Lu Wei's room and hurriedly went to wash and dress up. Today, the young master was going to take her shopping, so she had to dress up nicely. While everyone was busy, Lu Wei moved the 120,000 taels of silver and 10,000 taels of gold directly to the Zhou family's courtyard next door. At this time, the Zhou family had only just gotten up, and they were not surprised at all when they saw Lu Wei carrying boxes of things into the yard. Madame Zhou asked with great interest, "Xiao Wei, what did you send over today? Why are there so many boxes?" They were already used to Lu Wei sending them things every day. I tried to refuse at first, but eventually I couldn't refuse anymore and had no choice but to let it be. Lu Wei chuckled, "Inzi, mother-in-law, you've raised Mu Xue with such care for so many years, and now you're going to marry her off to me. As the son-in-law, I should at least express my gratitude. You can't refuse." Madame Zhou Linger smiled and said, "Even if I wanted to refuse, I'm afraid I couldn't." "You child, you have a lot to say to persuade me. I can't argue with you, so I'll just stop wasting my breath. Anyway, whether this money is with me or with you, it will be yours in the future, so do whatever you want with it." "Ah, that's right. We're all family. If we keep passing the buck, it'll just make us seem distant." As Lu Wei spoke, he continued moving towards the Zhou family's house until he had moved all the silver, amounting to over 10,000 taels. They then moved the 10,000 taels of gold into Zhou Mushue's room. Zhou Mushue did not stop them either, but said somewhat shyly that they were getting married soon and would not be able to see each other for a while. Lu Wei heard this and said, "How can that be? How can you send something without meeting in person? I'm planning to go out and explore Yunzhou City today, would you like to come along?" Zhou Mushue's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "I want to go, but I have to ask my parents what they think." Chapter 134, Can't Keep It a Secret Anymore? Ding! The host has gifted 120,000 taels of silver to the target by Linger, triggering a 50x return, resulting in a total of 6 million taels of silver, which has been deposited into the system space and can be claimed at any time. Ding! The host has gifted 10,000 taels of gold to the target Zhou Mushue, triggering a 50x return and obtaining 5 gene of gold essence, which has been stored in the system space and can be claimed at any time. Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat. Golden essence? The essence of gold, which is said to be worth 1 tael of gold out of 10,000 taels of gold. This is a really good thing. It takes 10,000 taels of gold to extract just 1 tael of gold essence. However, the actual operation is extremely complex and difficult to complete, requiring powerful flames and exceptional cultivation to achieve the refining. Therefore, even if you want to buy the essence of gold, you can't buy even 1 tael of it with 10,000 taels of gold, and you can't buy it even with 20,000 taels. The essence of gold is not only an excellent material for refining weapons, but it is even more important to Lu Wei. Because with the aid of the essence of gold, his jade bone golden body holy scripture would be cultivated much faster. Therefore, for Lu Wei, these 5 caddies of gold essence are more precious than 500,000 taels of gold. The time required to cultivate skills can be saved with money, but the golden essence that increases cultivation level cannot be bought with money. What are you thinking about? Zhou Mushue waved her hand in front of Lu Wei. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, I have something else to give you. What is it? Zhou Mushue asked curiously. Lu Wei took out a small box from his pocket, gently opened it, and inside was a white pill. The moment the box was opened, a clear and magical fragrance wafted out. Upon smelling the fragrance, Zhou Mushue's heart skipped a beat. This pill was definitely not ordinary, and she hurriedly asked, "What kind of pill is this?" Spirit Ascension Pill, Lu Wei said softly, smiling at Zhou Muxue. A Spirit Ascension Pill? Zhou Muxue's eyes widened suddenly as she stared at Lu Wei in disbelief. Lu Wei laughed even harder. What? You know? You little brat, keep pretending, let's see how long you can keep it from me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue was about to say, of course I know. How could she not know about the Spirit Ascension Pill? The Spirit Ascension Pill is an item even rarer and more valuable than a 6th grade pill. Rumor has it that the Spirit Ascension Pill can even help a peak Frost Transformation Realm cultivator break through to the Core Formation Realm. And he himself happened to be in the Frost Transformation Realm. Suddenly, Zhou Muxue raised her head sharply, looking at Lu Wei with a half smile in surprise. Her heart skipped a beat, and she stammered, You knew everything? What do I know? Are you hiding something from me? Lu Wei still had that ambiguous smile, which made Zhou Muxue feel very uneasy. Zhou Muxue remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, I can't tell you. If I do, I'll leave you. I don't know how long it will be before we meet again. That's why I've kept it a secret from everyone. Seeing Zhou Muxue's troubled expression, Lu Wei gently hugged her and comforted her. All right, if you can't say it, then don't. No one will force you. Keep the pill safe, let's go shopping. You don't blame me? Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei cautiously. Lu Wei pinched Zhou Muxue's upturned little nose and said with a smile, Silly girl, what's there to blame you for? Everyone has their own version of you, and so do I. Sometimes, not telling others is for protection, and I completely understand that. Zhou Muxue was deeply moved by Lu Wei's understanding and thoughtfulness. Suddenly, she kissed Lu Wei on the cheek, blushing as she said, Thank you. Lu Wei covered the spot where she had been kissed in surprise, staring at Zhou Muxue with astonishment. I've been so good to you, and you actually took advantage of me? How can you do this to me? Zhou Muxue was stunned by Lu Wei's mind-blowing words. She had no idea what modern jokes were like. Her face turned bright red, filled with shame and embarrassment, and she wished she could bury herself in the ground. Just as her mind went blank, she heard Lu Wei continue, No, I have to return it. 15 minutes later, Lu Wei was pushed out of the room by Zhou Muxue, who was both embarrassed and anxious. Humming a little tune and singing a song, I returned to my own yard. You and I are both mortals, born into this world. They toil away all day long, never having a moment's rest. Since I am not an immortal, I am bound to have impure thoughts. Morality aside, profit in the center. Young master, you're back. Dinner is ready. Shall we eat now? Lu Wei was somewhat unsatisfied after Shen Wanwan interrupted his singing. Are Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ya up yet? They're already up. All right, let's eat. A moment later, Lu Wei's family of 5 sat down together and began to eat. From the day Lu Ruyan arrived, Lu Wei stopped making a point of eating at separate tables. After all, they would all be his people in the future, so why bother with such formalities? At the dinner table, Lu Wei looked at Lu Xiaoxiao pouting and occasionally glaring at him, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He turned to Lu Ruyan and asked, What's wrong with this girl? I didn't offend her, did I? Lu Ruyan chuckled. Miss Xiaoxiao woke up this morning to find several boxes of treasures missing from her home. She was furious when she learned that you had sent them to the Zhou family. You call me a spendthrift? If you keep giving away money like this, you'll ruin this family sooner or later. Chapter 135 The Formless Shadow reached its perfection. After hearing this, Lu Wei suddenly understood. Looking at Lu Xiaoxiao's sullen face, he rubbed her head and said with a smile, Don't worry, Muxue will be married soon, and we will return all the things we gave her. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's previously sullen eyes instantly lit up. Really? Of course, you'll have a sister-in-law soon. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately cheered, Yay! Our family has finally gained a new member. Brother, you and your wife should have a baby soon, then I can finally rest easy. And when I see our mother in the future, I'll have something to say about it. Lu Wei's face darkened upon hearing this. This brat is really something else. If you don't discipline him for 3 days, he'll be climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles. She picked up her chopsticks and tapped Lu Xiaoxiao on the head, saying irritably, Where did you learn all this nonsense? Hurry up and eat your food properly. After being beaten, Lu Xiaoxiao finally calmed down. After dinner, she heard that Lu Wei was going shopping and insisted on going with him. Lu Wei hadn't originally intended to leave her behind. He wanted her to go back and change her clothes before setting off together. Lu Wei returned to his room and opened the system. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 85 plus. Comprehension, 80 plus. Constitution, 1820 plus. Chi and blood, 1820 plus. Mental state, 60 plus. Technique. Body tempering method minor success 25,500 plus yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant prison suppression technique entry level 51,000 earth level intermediate. Jade bone golden body holy scripture entry level 43,000 low level heavenly rank. Martial arts. Concealing breath technique minor success 10,000 low level spirit rank. Killing fist proficiency 300 plus yellow level low. 3/blade grandmaster 50,000 yellow level intermediate. Swift wind movement technique beginner 300 low level profound. Shadowless form minor success 10,000 low level spirit. Cultivation level. Yellow level blood exchange realm 1400 plus. One image realm 131,000 plus. Glazed gold mirror 120 10,000 plus. Freedom attribute. System level 42225. Target already bound 44. Lu Xiao click to expand. Lu Ruyan click to expand. Zhou Muxue click to expand. Bai Linger click to expand. This is the last time the complete system interface will be shown. Next time, it will be shortened to avoid accusations of padding the word count. With 65 attribute points, Lu Wei added 50 points to Constitution and the remaining 15 points to Mental Strength to increase the practice time for skill slots. Only with strong mental fortitude can one persevere for a longer period of time. System, transfer all 6 million taels of silver to the skill space. Instantly, 6 million minutes of time were added to the skill space. It takes about 11 years, which doesn't seem like much time for the average person to practice skills. However, for Lu Wei, who can improve his skill level by gaining proficiency, there are too many things he can do in these 11 years. The only thing that might limit him is his temperament and mental strength. My current mental strength is only 60 points, which is barely enough to last for a month in the skill space. No more than that. Persisting in a month of tedious practice is something that not everyone can do. It's like there's a punishment called solitary confinement, which is putting someone in a closed room. This punishment may seem insignificant, but few people can endure it for long. Lu Wei's situation in the skill space is similar. She is completely isolated from the world. Although the environment is better, it is just as dull and lifeless. Therefore, it is not so easy to persist in practicing for a month. After reviewing the system, Lu Wei decided to cultivate Shadowless form to its highest level. With 10,000 points of proficiency, taking 3 minutes per round, it would take approximately 20 days. Having just reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, he still had over 20 points of mental energy remaining. He would rest during the day and continue practicing the breath concealment technique at night. Instantly, Lu Wei's mind entered the practice space. Lu Wei, who was lying on the bed, suddenly stopped breathing as if he were dead. But in that instant, Lu Wei's aura returned to normal, as if the moment just now was an illusion. However, Lu Wei's eyes looked somewhat tired when she opened them. Even his eyes were somewhat numb. He had just taken a step off the bed, leaving an afterimage in his wake, when he was already several meters away. Lu Wei was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly. Muscle memory made him subconsciously use the Shadowless form technique as he took a step. However, the Shadowless formless technique at the Great Completion realm is indeed extremely powerful. It has reached a point where it is difficult for the human eye to perceive to the average person. It is almost like teleportation. However, those with profound cultivation can still detect it. Lu Wei was confident that with his current strength and martial arts skills, he could hold his own against even ordinary third-realm martial artists. The remaining skills can be practiced slowly. For now, the main focus should be on cultivation. Brother, are you all better yet? Alright, coming right away. Chapter 136 Wedding Dress. Lu Wei, along with several girls, picked up Zhou Muxue and left the city lord's mansion together. Since it was Lu Wei's first time visiting Yunzhou City, he specially brought along a servant from the mansion as a guide. Yunzhou City is very large, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to support a population of nearly 5 million. The city lord's mansion is located in the very center of the city. After taking a carriage and traveling south for a short distance, you will arrive at the most prosperous commercial street in Yunzhou. Take a look. These are special products from the ancient Forbidden Land. Those with a discerning eye may obtain a secret treasure. The stone has been opened. The stone has been opened. Raw spirit stone or a chance to win big with a small investment. You could become rich overnight from just one spirit stone. Freshly cooked monster meat is only 2 taels of silver per caddy. When the group arrived at the market, they were dazzled by the bustling and lively streets. Where should we go first? Zhou Muxue asked Lu Wei beside her in a low voice. Lu Ruyan and Shen Wanwan followed behind them, with the 2 children. Lu Wei had already made plans before coming out, so he said directly, let's go buy some clothes first. Most of our clothes are winter clothes, so let's buy some spring and summer clothes. Okay. No woman can resist buying clothes, not even Zhou Muxue, a 4th level expert. Led by the guide, the group entered a very large clothing store. The shop sells both men's and women's clothing, and Lu Wei first accompanied a few girls to buy a bunch of clothes. Lu Wei has never been stingy when it comes to spending money, and besides, buying clothes doesn't cost much. I bought 5 sets of clothes for each of them so they could change clothes later. Then the girls accompanied Lu Wei to buy some clothes. After buying all the clothes, everyone prepared to leave the clothing store and continue browsing. Before leaving, Lu Wei noticed that Zhou Muxue kept looking in one direction. Following her gaze, I discovered a counter selling bridal gowns. Lu Wei's heart stirred, and he led Zhou Muxue over directly. What are you doing here? When Zhou Muxue saw the direction Lu Wei led her in, her heart skipped a beat, and her face flushed slightly. Lu Wei didn't speak, but went straight to the counter and asked, bring out your best wedding dress. Yes, young master, please wait a moment. The waitress smiled and agreed. She could tell that these people were all wealthy and powerful, and there was no way they couldn't afford it. So they immediately brought out the best wedding dresses and gowns in the store. Generally speaking, the bride makes these wedding dresses herself. However, since the wedding is rushed, the couple doesn't have time to prepare and can only buy ready-made clothes. Young master and young lady, please look. This is a wedding dress made by an experienced tailor with decades of experience, which took 2 years to complete. The entire piece is made of blood-red silkworm silk, without any dyeing. The red color is festive and natural, and the gold threads on it are all fine gold threads, embellished with gemstones, jade, and gold leaf. Lu Wei nodded, not bad, I'll take it. How much? 9,999 taels of silver. Lu Wei, it's really not cheap, but for my little wife, I still have to spend the money. Deliver it to the city lord's mansion this afternoon, and pick up the money while you're there. Upon hearing that Lu Wei and his companions were staying at the city lord's mansion, the waiter's only remaining doubts vanished. Okay, I'll definitely deliver it to you. Lu Wei nodded and led the group out of the clothing shop. Lu Ruyan and Shen Wanwan looked at Zhou Muxue with eyes full of envy. Zhou Muxue, her face slightly flushed, followed Lu Wei and whispered, you can't pay for this. Lu Wei naturally understood what she meant. The bride's family had to prepare the wedding dress. So he didn't force him. Okay, I'll listen to you. The main thing was that he only had a little over 10,000 taels of silver in total, and if he bought the wedding dress, there wouldn't be much left. Brother, I want candied hawthorns. Lu Xiaoxiao held Lu Wei's hand, pointing to a candied hawthorn vendor in the distance with a longing look on her face. Wu Xiaoya, standing to the side, was so hungry that her mouth was practically watering. Young master, young lady, little girl wants one too. Lu Ruyan quickly glared at the maid and scolded, little maid. What kind of servant asks her master for things on her own initiative? It would have been fine before, but the young mistress is still here. Who knows what kind of temperament she has? What if she blames them for being unruly? That would be terrible. Lu Wei smiled and rubbed the little girl's head, saying, all right, the little girl is still a child. It's normal for her to be greedy. The fact that she knows to ask me for some means that our little girl is close to me. Come on, let's go buy some candied hawthorns? Yay! Buy candied hawthorns. I want to. Lu Xiaoxiao cheered and ran towards the candied hawthorns. I want 3. The little girl followed behind with her short legs. Then I want 4. Then I want 5. Can you finish it? I'll save it for later. In the end, Lu Wei spent 2 taels of silver to buy all the candied hawthorns, much to the delight of the candied hawthorn seller. Zhou Muxue saw this scene but didn't say anything. Instead, she smiled and said she really liked the harmonious atmosphere in Lu Wei's home. How could a great cultivator of the 4th realm possibly hold a grudge against a child, especially since she was originally a very kind person? Lu Xiaoxiao was about to take a candied hawthorn skewer when Lu Wei stopped her. Here, before you eat the candied hawthorn, I'll give you this first. Chapter 137. This pill is worth more than your life. Lu Xiaoxiao casually put the things Lu Wei gave her into her pocket, then grabbed a candied hawthorn and started eating it. Lu Wei sighed. He had already wasted one chance to get a refund from Lu Ruyan today, and he couldn't afford to waste another one this time. Ding, the host has gifted Lu Xiaoxiao one golden wound pill, triggering a 10x return, and obtained one recovery pill. Recovery pill, a second-grade elixir that can restore internal and external injuries. Not bad, a second-grade pill, it's not cheap. Just then, chaos erupted at one end of the street. A squad of fully armed soldiers came rushing over and surrounded them before Lu Wei and the others could even understand what was going on. Lu Wei looked at it, slightly taken aback. What did that mean? Was it coming for him? Immediately afterwards, two men slowly walked out from behind the ranks of soldiers. One of them was wearing armor, was burly, and had an imposing presence. The other person was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, but looked somewhat familiar. Father, it's this lowly commoner. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been beaten like this. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Wei immediately recognized who it was, the spoiled brat who had been beaten up by Qin Xianyu. The onlookers nearby sighed and shook their heads at the sight. This young man is doomed. Of all people to offend, he had to offend Lu Feiming. Sai, can't the city lord do something about it? Are you just going to let him run rampant like this? How can we manage him? His father is the commander of the city guard, second only to the emperor. Anyone who dares to report him will not survive until the next day. It's highly likely that Lu Feiming has taken a fancy to someone's family and is trying to abduct a woman again. Shu, are you out of your mind? You're dead if someone hears you. Lu Wei chuckled as he looked at Lu Feiming, who was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, completely disregarding these people. What? You don't dare seek revenge on Qin Xianyu? So you've come looking for trouble with me, a mere guard? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong? You're a disgrace to spoiled brats. Taking revenge and bringing your father into it? Why didn't you bring the ancestral tablets too? That would be even more intimidating. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiming's face turned red with anger, and the wounds on his face almost burst open. You only bring your ancestors into battle when you're fighting. That bastard's mouth is really nasty. Your sharp-tongued, I'm going to pull your teeth and tongue out bit by bit in a little while. Lu Shangyuan, who was standing to the side, was also angered by Lu Wei's words, and his face turned ashen. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and said, "Take him down. If he dares to resist, kill him without mercy." At that moment, two people were standing by the window on the third floor of a restaurant not far away, watching the scene below with great interest. Aren't you going down to help? Qin Xianyu asked with a faint smile. Yang Xiaohu said calmly, "This is the trouble you caused. Go and deal with it yourself. Isn't that your sweetheart? Aren't you afraid he'll get hurt? He is also the one you love. If we delay any longer, a real fight might break out. Whether I go or not is up to me. I'm not going," Yang Xiaohu said coldly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, what she saw below took her by surprise. Ignoring the possibility of backing down and being humiliated, he took action immediately. The soldiers slowly surrounded him, weapons in hand, their faces wary of any potential resistance from Lu Wei. Lu Wei was naturally not going to surrender without a fight. He slowly drew the long sword he carried with him, ready to fight. Zhou Muxue whispered a reminder, "That person is a third-grade martial artist, you are no match for him." Lu Wei chuckled, "Don't worry, I have a way." As he spoke, Lu Wei took out a spirit ascension pill and was about to swallow it. There was no other way the young wife couldn't reveal her true strength, so I had to take matters into my own hands. Although the spirit ascension pill is precious, it is not impossible for him to obtain it. Zhou Muxue's heart trembled when she saw this scene, and she was about to stop Lu Wei from wasting such a precious pill. Unexpectedly, someone was even more anxious than her. "Stop!" Yang Xiaohu shouted hurriedly, and with a wave of his hand, a glass of water on the table flew out instantly, turning into droplets in midair, making a whooshing sound as they headed straight for the city guards. Bang! 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 A series of blows caused screams to erupt from the city guards. Lu Xingyuan's expression changed, and he stepped in front of Lu Feiming, raising a shield to block the flying water droplets. Bang! 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 Every drop of water hitting the shield felt like a giant hammer slamming into it. Lu Shangyuan felt his arm go numb and his body kept backing away. After the water droplets finally stopped, Lu Shangyuan looked in astonishment in the direction from which they had come. With just a few water droplets, he possessed such power the person who made the move was far more powerful than him. Qin Xianyu looked at Yang Xiaohu with a half smile and said sarcastically, who was it that just said they would never make a move? Why couldn't they hold back? At the same time, he was secretly surprised that Yang Xiaohu's strength was so formidable. That attack just now was extraordinary in both cultivation and martial arts skills, and it was in no way inferior to her father's. Yang Xiaohu said calmly, see that pill in Lu Wei's hand? It's worth more than your life. She wasn't exaggerating. Qin Feng was willing to marry Qin Xianyu to Lu Wei for that pill, so by that calculation, it was indeed more valuable than her life. Chapter 138. The fight begins. The fight begins. You mean, that pill is the Spirit Ascension pill? Qin Xianyu reacted quickly and instantly understood what was going on. Upon seeing Yang Xiaohu nod, without saying a word, she jumped off the third floor and shouted, "Stop! Don't hurt my husband!" Bang! Qin Xianyu landed directly in front of Lu Wei and the others. With a whoosh, he raised his fire-tipped spear, pointing it at Lu Shangyuan and Lu Feiming. Lu Wei was completely dumbfounded. What? When did I become your husband? How come I didn't know? Suddenly he felt a chill, and when he turned around, he saw Zhou Muxue looking at him with a half-smile. Husband, when did you get engaged to Miss Qin? How come I didn't know? I didn't. Lu Wei hadn't finished speaking. Qin Xianyu interrupted, just yesterday, I gave him my dowry, and he emptied the entire treasury of the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei with even more resentment. Yesterday, Lu Wei brought back a bunch of treasures and gave her family a lot of money. She hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but she never expected that the money came from this source. If she had known it came from this source, she would never have accepted it. No, listen to me, I sold. Before Lu Wei could finish speaking, another voice interrupted him. That's right, I can testify, husband. You've already accepted the Qin family's dowry, and now the whole city knows that Xianyu is your fiancé. You can't be biased, taking Muxue out shopping but not us. Lu Wei was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. What did you call me? Yang Xiaohu blinked, looking completely innocent. My husband, what's wrong? Didn't we agree that I would give you the entire Yang family in exchange for your marriage? You're not going back on your word, are you? Yang Xiaohu said, looking at Lu Wei with tears welling up in her eyes. Those watching the spectacle were filled with envy and jealousy. That guy deserves to die. He let such a beautiful girl down. I really want to beat him to death. Lu Feiming, that lecherous glutton, was extremely eager to clench his teeth, only to find that he had no teeth left and could only stare helplessly. Whether it's Yang Xiaohu, Zhou Muxue, Qin Xianyu, or even Lu Ruyan and Shen Wanwan, they are all rare beauties. What makes this lowly guard so special? No, I don't believe it. Qin Xianyu is the daughter of the city lord. How could she fall for a guard? Lu Wei was stunned. He had indeed agreed to this, but wasn't it for the sake of the Yan family's assets? What do you mean by exposing this matter now, Yang Xiaohu? Lu Wei was about to speak when Zhou Muxue interrupted. Alright, let's go talk over there, so we don't become a laughingstock here. After saying that, he walked directly to the restaurant next door. Yang Xiaohu smiled at Lu Weizhan and followed her. Qin Xianyu smiled at Lu Wei and said, Husband, let's go. After saying that, she chased after Yang Xiaohu and the other two women. Lu Wei stared blankly at the backs of the three women, wondering what was going on. Brother, you're amazing. Lu Xiaoxiao praised Lu Wei, giving him a thumbs up. Go away, don't bother me. Lu Wei said, and followed after him. The group entered the restaurant, leaving Lu Shangyuan and Lu Feiming standing there like clowns. From beginning to end, no one paid them any attention. This act of blatant disregard is even more insulting than verbally abusing them. Especially for Lu Shangyuan, who had been in a high position for a long time, facing such an insult was worse than being killed. However, because Qin Xianyu was there, he couldn't retaliate. Father, shall we still seek revenge? Lu Feiming asked angrily. Lu Shangyuan was furious, and upon hearing this, his anger exploded. He slapped her across the face. I'll report you for. A worthy injury was compounded, causing Lu Feiming to let out a hoarse howl that sounded inhuman. Young master, Miss Sechi wants you to wait outside for a while. She has something to say to the other two. As soon as Lu Wei went upstairs, he was stopped by Xiao Huan outside the private room, and he was stunned. Won't the three of them fight if they get together? Just as Lu Wei's thought arose, he heard a series of clanging and banging sounds coming from the private room. His expression changed immediately, and he turned around and pulled Lu Xiaoxiao to the lobby to find a seat. Inside the private room, Qin Xianyu looked indignant. Why am I the youngest? Because you arrived last, and your cultivation level is the lowest. Although Qin Xianyu was unconvinced, she had nothing to say. Her eyes darted around, and she grinned mischievously. Fine, I admit I'm the youngest. So, between the two of you, who is the oldest? Yang Xiuhu chuckled. Mu Xue is engaged to her husband first, so naturally she is the eldest sister. Zhou Mu Xue smiled and said, What are you saying? Little fox, you are capable and older, so naturally you should be the eldest sister. Qin Xianyu sensed that the atmosphere between the two was somewhat strange, which made her inexplicably uneasy. Will they really start fighting? Fight! 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 However, Yang Xiuhu's next words caught them both off guard. Chapter 139. Let's have a wedding together. Alright then, I'll be the eldest sister. Yang Xiuhu's sudden turn caused Qin Xianyu's chair to wobble, and she almost lost her balance and fell to the ground. Zhou Mushue's face also darkened. This vixen was indeed difficult to deal with. Looking at their disheveled appearance, Yang Xiuhu chuckled and said, You two think you can fight me? On the surface, his attitude became even more enthusiastic. He took the two women's hands and said with a smile, My two sisters, let's discuss the wedding arrangements. Let's take this opportunity to hold the wedding together. Lu Wei sat downstairs, looking up at the building every now and then, seemingly bored. Seeing that nothing was happening, I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no fight broke out, that was good. Lu Xiaoxiao crept up to Lu Wei and whispered, Brother, should I go upstairs and gather some information for you? Lu Wei hesitated for a moment, then shook her head, Never mind. With Yang Xiaohu around, Mu Xue being gentle, and Qin Xianyu being naive and innocent, there shouldn't be any conflict. Today, we were caught off guard by Yang Xiuhu and Qin Xianyu's move. He was a little confused. What were these two women up to? She said she liked him, but her level of affection didn't seem to reach that level. Yang Xiuhu is alright, but Qin Xianyu only has 30 points of favorability, which is barely enough to be considered a normal friend. How did she suddenly become so determined to marry him? If it was for the Spirit Ascension pill, then it has already been given to Qin Feng, so that shouldn't be the reason. Just as Lu Wei was racking his brains for a reason, the door to the private room upstairs finally opened. Xiaohuan called downstairs, Young master, my young lady invites you up. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei instinctively wanted to run, but after hesitating for a moment, she still went up the stairs. To be honest, as a man, who wouldn't want to have women on both sides? However, his moral values from his previous life still have some influence on him, preventing him from completely letting go. Now that you have this opportunity, refusing it would make you a coward. As he entered the room, he saw three women sitting across the table, staring at him expressionlessly. Lu Wei walked directly to them and sat down, looking at Yang Xiuhu and then at Qin Xianyu. He cut to the chase, Are you two really planning to marry me? The two women exchanged a glance and nodded. Lu Wei continued to ask, No regrets? No regrets. I don't know what regret is. Okay, do you agree? Lu Wei turned to look at Zhou Muxue. Zhou Muxue said calmly, without any expression, You won't marry me if I don't agree? I won't marry her. Lu Wei said firmly and resolutely. We've been through thick and thin together, our hearts are one despite our different bodies. I swore I would never betray you. If you disagree, I will disagree. Putting everything else aside, just looking at the favorability rating alone, Zhou Mushue's favorability rating for him is almost as high as that of Yang Xiuhu and Qin Xianyu combined. With such deep affection, how could he possibly betray it? The three women reacted differently to Lu Wei's words. Yang Xiuhu's expression darkened slightly, but he remained silent. Because she knew that in matters of the heart, she could never compare to Zhou Muxue. Qin Xianyu turned her head away angrily. The contrast was a bit hurtful. But who can blame her for coming to him of her own accord? Although she felt a little wronged, she stubbornly expressed her disdain. Only Zhou Mushue's big eyes were filled with emotion. The reason she agreed to Lu Wei marrying another woman was because she knew that sooner or later she would leave Lu Wei and be taken to the sect by her master. I don't know how many years it will be before we meet again. At that time, Lu Wei will be all alone, and he will definitely be very sad. Now, if Lu Wei marries two more women, he should feel much better with them by his side. Moreover, both of them have extraordinary backgrounds. One is the daughter of the city lord of Yunzhou, and Yunzhou will belong to Lu Wei in the future. The other is the eldest daughter of the Yang family. Marrying her would be equivalent to having half of Ji province. With the support of the two states, Lu Wei will not have to worry about resources in the early stages of his cultivation. Once I've established myself firmly in the sect, I'll be able to help him. For all reasons, Zhou Muxue agreed to the absurd idea of two women marrying into the family. Your words are enough. I'd be more than happy to have two more sisters. Zhou Muxue finally smiled. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's start planning the wedding together. Yunzhou City is a slum, inhabited by the poorest people at the very bottom of the city. Inside an unassuming thatched hut, a man carefully moved his stove, swept away the ashes in the pit, and revealed an iron plate underneath. Lifting the iron hook revealed a dark hole. The man went down into the cave and came into a secret room. Master, we have just received news from above that the northern monsters will attack Yunzhou City in about 10 days. Headquarters has ordered us to begin preparing now, creating chaos, and looking for an opportunity to strike. Alright, give the order to spread the news that the monsters are about to attack the city. Chapter 140 Transcending the Four Realms. After everyone returned to the city lord's mansion, Zhou Muxue went back to her room to cultivate. With the spirit ascension pill given to her by Lu Wei, she needed to seize the time to break through to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances when the demonic beasts attacked the city. Lu Wei wasn't idle either. He began cultivating the jade bone golden body holy scripture. The essence of gold is a very peculiar metal. It is as soft as dough, but extremely heavy. The 5 gene of gold essence in Lu Wei's hand was only the size of 2 finger joints and less than 5 centimeters long. Moreover, the essence of gold has a special property: it can dissolve in water after being prepared with a special medicinal formula. While shopping, Lu Wei had already gathered the ingredients, and after returning, she began to cook them. These methods are all recorded in the notes of the Great Master. The special prescription, infused with the essence of gold, quickly transformed a jar of medicinal soup into a pure gold color, radiating a faint golden glow. This is the divine medicine for body refinement, the essence of refined gold. For martial artists in the early stages of body refinement or the tempering stage who are building their foundation, the essence of refined gold is the best spiritual medicine for cultivation. Lu Wei divided the golden glowing medicine in two, using one jar for internal consumption and the other for external application. It's a pity that the main ingredient of this refined gold liquid, the essence of gold, is obtained through a return process. Otherwise, returning it again would yield even more. Lu Wei took off his clothes and applied the essence of refined gold all over his body, leaving no part untouched, including the places where flowers were blooming. The area where it was applied felt slightly cool, and I could clearly feel something penetrating my body. Lu Wei gulped down the rest of the drink. Boom! As the original liquid entered her stomach, Lu Wei felt an intense heat suddenly erupt. However, although the heat was immense, it did not feel scorching at all. Instead, it was like warm water, so comfortable and warm that Lu Wei wanted to cry out. Cool on the outside and hot on the inside, a sensation of both ice and fire, it felt like being in heaven, making Lu Wei groan with pleasure. Just then, Shen Wanwan came looking for Lu Wei. Upon hearing this voice, her face turned red. She thought Lu Wei was up to something bad again, and ran away with a blush on her face. Although this feeling was an ultimate enjoyment, Lu Wei did not forget his business and hurriedly began to cultivate the jade bone golden body holy scripture. As the cultivation technique circulated, Lu Wei could clearly feel his body gradually becoming stronger, and his whole being radiated a faint golden light from the inside out. Gradually, the entire room was dyed gold, as if it had transformed into a golden palace. Lu Wei was so immersed in the thrill of rapidly becoming stronger that he didn't know how long it had been before the golden light slowly faded and everything returned to normal. He opened his eyes, a golden light flashed, and he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, which instantly shot out like a sharp sword. Lu Wei raised his palm to his eyes, slowly clenched his fist, and made a cracking sound. Then he threw a powerful punch. Boom! It was as if a bomb exploded in the air, and the force of the punch whistled, cracking the table several meters away in two with a crack. He lacked spiritual power because he hadn't reached the chi-gathering realm yet. However, the force of his punches, generated solely by his physical strength, was enough to injure someone. Open the system interface. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 85+. Comprehension, 80+. Physical fitness, 6,850 6850+. Chi and blood, 6,850 6850+. Spirit, 110 110+. Technique, omitted. Martial arts skills, omitted. Cultivation level. Yellow level blood exchange realm 1400 1500 plus. 1 image realm 131,000 plus. Glazed gold mirror 5120 10,000 plus. Freedom attribute 0. System level 42425. Target already bound 44. Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Lu Ruyan click to expand. Zhou Muxue click to expand. Bai Linger click to expand. Upon seeing the data, Lu Wei's mouth dropped open in astonishment. My qi and blood, and my physical constitution all increased by 50 points, and even my mental strength increased by 50 points. If he remembered correctly, Zhou Muxue, a great cultivator at the peak of the 4th realm, only had 5,500 points in qi and blood and physique. Could it be that my current cultivation level is enough to rival that of a cultivator at the 4th realm? That's impossible. If it's just a contest of physical strength, a cultivator at the 4th realm is no match for him. However, cultivators at the 4th realm possess spiritual power and can use powerful spiritual power martial arts, something Lu Wei simply cannot match. However, although he is no match for cultivators of the 4th realm, he no longer needs to use the Spirit Ascension Pill when facing cultivators of the 3rd realm. With the use of the Spirit Ascension Pill, even someone at the 4th realm would have the power to fight. In addition to a significant increase in combat power, the level of the glazed gold skin has also increased by 50, and it is only halfway to enter the next level. Looking at the systems level, I'll soon be able to break through to the next realm. You'll also get 5 free attribute points as a reward, but the current attribute points aren't that useful to Lu Wei anymore. So he plans to put all his points into his base stats, aiming to get it to 90 points first. Just as Lu Wei was about to go out and practice the body tempering technique to raise his cultivation to the final stage of body tempering, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 141 Yang Xiaohu transforms into a fox spirit. Husband, are you asleep? Yang Xiaohu's alluring voice, which made people feel a tingling sensation, rang out from outside the door. Lu Wei thought to himself, holy crap, what's this woman up to? The sound was so loud it almost made me unable to hold back. No, what brings you here so late? Open the door first, I'll come in and talk to you. Lu Wei stepped forward and opened the door, where Yang Xiaohu stood gracefully outside, wearing a fiery red gauze dress, her snow-white skin faintly visible. His eyes, seemingly crackling with electricity, gently caressed Lu Wei's body. Gudong, come in. Hee, why do you look a little nervous? Yang Xiaohu teased with a smile as she looked at Lu Wei. Lu Wei swallowed hard. Am I nervous? I'm just suppressing my anger. Speak up, you wouldn't come here if you didn't have something to do, would you? Lu Wei poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down. The cold tea seemed to extinguish some of the anger in his heart. However, Yang Xiaohu seemed to be playing with fire on purpose. She gracefully walked to Lu Wei's side, placed her small hand on Lu Wei's chest, and said with seductive eyes, "You are my husband. Can't I come to see you if there's nothing wrong?" Lu Wei frowned. Something seemed off about this woman today. Ruthless, decisive, domineering, and cunning, that was his impression of Yang Xiaohu. Today she's acting all girlish and even offered to marry him. Now she's doing this. What is she up to? Lu Wei would never believe that this woman had no ulterior motives. Don't give me that crap. Just tell me what you want. If you don't tell me, I'll throw you out. Hearing this, Yang Xiaohu was furious and could no longer pretend. He snorted coldly and turned to sit down on a chair. I'm asking you, when exactly are you going to help me break the bloodline restriction? Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, so that's what it was about. You can do it any time, provided you have all the necessary materials ready. Moreover, I need gold, the more the better. Yang Xiaohu frowned upon hearing this. I've almost finished preparing the materials, and the remaining ones are being transported back from other places. But what do you need gold for? Lu Wei didn't hide anything and said directly, help me cultivate. As long as there is enough gold, my cultivation will break through soon. After I cultivate the golden body, I can help you break the restriction. Okay, I'll figure something out. How much gold do you need? At least 10,000 taels, the more the better. This number startled Yang Xiaohu, who couldn't help but exclaim, so many. Gold is a much rarer cultivation resource than silver, and it can be used in many fields such as weapon crafting and alchemy. Although the market exchange rate is 1 to 10, in reality, it is easy to exchange 1 tael of gold for 10 taels of silver, but almost no one exchanges the other way around. The entire city lord's mansion only had a little over 10,000 taels of gold, which was Qin Feng's savings of several decades, and Lu Wei had bought it all. Qin Feng was heartbroken and twitched. Although Yan Xiaohu's family is wealthier, most of their wealth is in Jizhou, not in Yunzhou. Lu Wei also knew that Yang Xiaohu couldn't come up with that much gold right now, and even if he did, it would all be his future money. So, Lu Wei thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow, come here to pick up some things, take them out to sell, and exchange them all for gold." Yang Xiaohu assumed that Lu Wei had taken advantage of the city lord's mansion, so he didn't pay much attention and nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them suddenly fell silent, and the room became quiet for a moment. Lu Wei looked at Yang Xiaohu and blinked. Yang Xiaohu looked at him without saying a word. In the end, it was Lu Wei who spoke first. "Do you have anything else to do? If not, you can go back now. I still need to practice my skills." Yang Xiaohu. Although she was a little angry at being chased away, she did have something to say. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "I know that there isn't much affection between us. It has always just been a transaction. However, now that I've decided to marry you, I will be devoted to you for the rest of my life. I also hope to receive care and love." "Stop, stop, stop. Big sister, can't you just say what you want to say? I'm not confident with you like this." Lu Wei immediately raised her hands in surrender. "You need care? Who are you trying to fool, you she-devil?" Yang Xiaohu was furious and pointed a trembling finger at Lu Wei. You gave Zhou Mushua a spirit ascension pill, didn't you? They're both your wives, why didn't I get one?" "Well, Lu Wei finally understood, so that's the reason. You should have said so earlier. Here you go." Lu Wei said, taking out a spirit ascension pill and stuffing it into her hand. Yang Xiaohu was right. No matter what, she will be his wife from now on. At home, one should naturally treat everyone equally. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, startling the two of them. "Me too, I want some too." Chapter 142. The system upgrades again. After seeing Yang Xiaohu and Qin Shenyu off, Lu Wei sighed as he looked at the remaining 5 spirit ascension pills. "Looks like I need to think of a way to get some more spirit breaking pills." The spirit explosion pill is not a rare or precious item, it is readily available in most cultivator trading companies. Lu Wei plans to buy some things when he goes to sell them tomorrow, and then give them all to his mother-in-law. I wonder if my mother-in-law will fly into a rage after she finds out I gave her the spirit burning pill. But we can't worry about that now, getting the spirit enhancement pill back is the most important thing. Phew, let's begin cultivating. Tonight, I'll cultivate until I reach the marrow cleansing realm. Early in the morning, before the chief secretary of the city lord's mansion had even gotten out of bed, he was woken up by his subordinates who rushed over. The chief clerk, who had been busy for many days, thought he would finally have time to rest during the 2 days since the city lord returned. As a result, the city lord suddenly announced his seclusion yesterday. Before I could even be happy, I was once again put in the shackles of cattle and horses. I was woken up by my subordinates early this morning, before I even got out of bed, and I was furious. You'd better have something important to do, or you can forget about getting paid this month. My lord, something terrible has happened. News has spread from somewhere in the city that the demon beast army is approaching Yunzhou and will arrive in less than 10 days. The whole of Yunzhou city is buzzing with rumors now, prices are skyrocketing, and some people are already preparing to flee. Upon hearing this, the chief clerk's expression changed drastically. "Quickly, come with me to the city lord's mansion." Lu Wei cultivated for a whole night and finally raised his cultivation level to the marrow cleansing realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation has reached the marrow cleansing realm. You are rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Please check your account. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 85 plus. Comprehension, 80 plus. Physical fitness, 7,670-600 plus. Qi and blood, 7,670-600 plus. Spirit, 111-111 plus. Technique, omitted. Martial arts skills, omitted. Cultivation level. Yellow level marrow cleansing realm 1500-2500 plus. 1 image realm 131,000 plus. Glazed gold mirror 51-20-10,000 plus. Free attributes, 5. System level, 424-25. Target already bound, 4-4. Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Lu Ruyan click to expand. Zhou Mushue click to expand. Bai Linger click to expand. My chi and blood and constitution both increased by 800 points, and my spirit increased by 1 point. It's a yellow level cultivation technique, which is indeed weak. It's far inferior to the heaven level jade bone golden body holy scripture. No, I must get a good cultivation technique for the chi gathering realm. Lu Wei took out several cultivation manuals he had obtained from the city lord's treasury, as well as the ones Yang Xiuhu had given him. I'm going to pick one out from these to see which one is suitable for chi gathering realm cultivation. Having already reached the marrow cleansing realm, Lu Wei plans to cultivate to the chi gathering realm within 3 days. Therefore, we need to prepare the training method first, and now we can familiarize ourselves with the practice. Reaching the chi gathering realm in 3 days may seem crazy, but it is not impossible for Lu Wei. He already had a plan in mind. After choosing for a while, Lu Wei finally chose the Xian level cultivation technique Yuan Chi Tong Lu. This cultivation method is unremarkable, without any special features. It's just an ordinary chi gathering realm cultivation method. If one had to find something extraordinary about this manual, it would probably be that it is perfectly balanced and peaceful, being an authentic Taoist chi cultivation technique, with virtually no risk of going astray or developing demonic possession during practice. Lu Wei saw this as an opportunity. This technique seemed ordinary, and the cultivation speed was not fast. However, when one cultivates to a high level, one can nourish oneself, replenish the body, be upright and righteous, and possess unparalleled power. Most importantly, it has a solid foundation and no hidden dangers. After selecting the cultivation technique, Lu Wei took out a bottle of pills. This is a bottle of top-grade body tempering pills, which naturally came from the city lord's mansion's treasury. The effects of the superior grade body tempering pill are self-evident, as Lu Wei has experienced firsthand. However, this time he wants to upgrade and return the body tempering pill to see what he can get in return. If one could obtain a high-grade pill that could enhance body tempering by 50 times, reaching the chi gathering realm in 3 days would be a piece of cake. In addition to cultivation techniques and elixirs, Lu Wei also prepared some valuable spiritual herbs and treasures, intending to return them and then sell them for money. After everything was ready, Lu Wei went straight to the door and happened to meet Lu Ruyan, who was there to help him wash up. You've come at the perfect time. Here, take this. Lu Wei took out 1,000-year-old blood ginseng that he had prepared beforehand. Previously, Lu Ruyan was unable to return treasures like the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. But now that Lu Wei's cultivation level has improved, there is no problem at all. Lu Ruyan accepted it as usual, thanked him, and then handed it to Lu Wei for safekeeping. Then he said, "Young master, let me help you wash up." Lu Wei nodded, turned around and went back into the house. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding, the host has gifted Lu Ruyan 1,000-year blood ginseng, triggering a 20x return, and obtained 20,000-year blood ginsengs, which have been stored in the system space. Please check them. Ding, the system meets the upgrade requirements. Upgrade now? Chapter 143 Lu Ruyan's level up. Ha! A 20x return? Lu Wei's eyes lit up immediately. Lu Ruyan has leveled up? He quickly opened Lu Ruyan's interface to check. Name, Lu Ruyan. Age, 21. Root bone, 71. Comprehension, 68. Constitution, 55-55. Cultivation level, skin building realm. Appearance, 85. Body size, 88. Talent, scumbag woman's sacred body. Favorability, 95. Overall score, 82.4. Already bound, return multiplier 20. Both my figure and appearance have improved. It seems that good or bad circumstances really can change a person's appearance. Of course, the nourishment I provided certainly played a part in this. However, it seems that her potential is at most a 50-fold return. There's nothing we can do about it after all. Her natural talent and comprehension are too low, which is holding us back. Unless we can obtain a treasure that can improve our innate talent and comprehension in the future. Forget it, 50 times is already quite a lot. Let's talk about the future later. Let's upgrade the system first. System, upgrade. Ding, system level upgraded. Congratulations to the host for gaining 9 free attribute points, adding 1 more person to the bound account, and activating the storage space function. The return count has been refreshed. Ha! Another new feature? Lu Wei quickly inquired about the newly added storage space function. Originally, the system had a storage function, but it could only store items returned by the system. Moreover, once it's taken out, it can't be put back. The reward feature is now fully enabled, and you can freely withdraw and add rewards without any restrictions. The key point is that the space is unlimited, so you can put as much stuff as you want in it. This feature is so useful. Lu Wei finished washing up in a hurry, and after Lu Ruyan left, he hurriedly put all the treasures he had looted from the city lord's mansion into his storage space. Finally, we have the standard equipment for time travelers. It wasn't easy. Ruyan, come here. Lu Wei went out again and called Lu Ruyan over. You're here, young master. What's wrong? Here, take this. Lu Wei took out another cloud-edged flower and handed it to Lu Ruyan. This cloud-edge flower is a key ingredient in refining body tempering pills and is extremely valuable. Thank you, young master. Please keep it for me. I'll go prepare breakfast. Lu Ruyan took the money and then returned it to Lu Wei before heading off to make breakfast. Wait. Lu Wei called out to Lu Ruyan, who was about to leave. Lu Ruyan turned around and looked at Lu Wei with a puzzled expression. Lu Wei took out a bottle of high-grade qi and blood pills and a bottle of high-grade body tempering pills from the system space and handed them to Lu Ruyan. These 2 bottles of pills are for you, for your cultivation. Lu Ruyan subconsciously took it and nodded, saying, okay, thank you, young master. Please keep it for me for now. This programmed process has led her to develop an energy measuring response. Lu Wei said, both amused and exasperated, you don't need to give this to me. It's for you to use. Just keep it safe and use it when you're cultivating. They were all his women, and Lu Wei didn't want to show favoritism towards one over the other. Since we've given Yang Xiuhu and Zhou Muxue the spirit enhancement pills, we can't leave out Lu Ruyan's as well. Since Lu Ruyan can't use the spirit ascension pill yet, let's give her these low-level pills first. Given to me? You don't need to return it? Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Wei with surprise. Realizing what was happening, she quickly declined, saying, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Lu Wei's face darkened. Lu Ruyan shuddered in fright. She remembered what Lu Wei had once told her, she was not allowed to refuse anything given to her. Thank you, young master. Lu Wei's expression softened, and he smiled and said, that's a good boy. This is for your cultivation. You should work hard at your cultivation. You wouldn't want me to still be a handsome young man decades from now, while you're a white-haired old lady, would you? Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Lu Ruyan imagined the scene from that time and her expression immediately changed. Young master, I will definitely work hard in my cultivation. Okay, go ahead and call Wan Wan over. Yes. Lu Ruyan left, and a short while later, Shen Wan Wan arrived. Young master, I've arrived. Come inside. Shen Wan Wan seemed to be thinking about something, her face flushed slightly, and she hesitated for a moment before walking in. Please sit down. I have something to tell you. Your parents' jobs have been arranged, they'll be helping out in the city lord's kitchen. Is that all right? Shen Wan Wan immediately knelt on the ground and cowed out to Lu Wei, thank you, young master, thank you, young master. I am already grateful for being given a way out. Lu Wei quickly helped her up, smiling as he said, don't kneel down so easily, we don't do that in our family. Oh, right, this is for you. Lu Wei pretended to take something out of his pocket, but actually took it out of his storage space and handed it to Shen Wan Wan. What is this? Shen Wan Wan looked at the thing Lu Wei handed her with a puzzled expression. This is a cultivation manual. Take it back and study it slowly. If you don't understand something, you can write it down and come back to ask me later. I dare not speak for anything else, but when it comes to guiding others in cultivation, Lu Wei is absolutely second to none. Even Yang Xiuhu and Zhou Muxue are far inferior to him in terms of knowledge about cultivation. Shen Wan Wan looked down at the manual in her hand and suddenly remembered what Lu Ruyan had once told her. Chapter 140 for the Profound Origin Supreme Purity Primordial Qi Method. Thank you, young master, but please keep it for me for now. Lu Wei was taken aback. This girl was learning quite quickly. Take this back and look at it first. Return it to me when you understand it all. When Shen Wan Wan heard Lu Wei say this, she was clearly stunned for a moment. This was different from what Sister Lu Ruyan had taught her. However, she still remembered what Sister Lu Ruyan had taught her. No matter what the young master said, she must listen, especially when it came to delivering gifts. So he quickly nodded, okay, then. Lu Wei smiled with satisfaction, okay, go ahead and get busy. Ding. The host has gifted the target Shen Wan Wan a Xian level cultivation technique, the 100 Herbs Elixir Classic, triggering a 20x return and obtaining the spirit level cultivation technique, the Medicine King's Canon. Upon hearing that he would receive a 20-fold return, Lu Wei smiled and glanced at Shen Wanwan's attribute interface. Name, Shen Wanwan. Age, 17. Root bone, 95. Comprehension, 99. Constitution, 4-4. Cultivation level, none. Appearance, 90. Body size, 85. Talent, fragrance of medicine. Favorability, 75. Overall rating, 88.820x return. This girl has great potential. Reaching 50 times her original potential shouldn't be a problem. With 99 points of comprehension and the talent of fragrance of medicine in the body, it shouldn't be long before he can fully comprehend that profound level cultivation technique. As for the heavenly leveled Medicine King's manual as a reward, Lu Wei plans to give it to her when her favorability rating reaches 90 or higher. After all, betrayal is virtually impossible for those with a score above 90. You can't exactly raise a thankless ingrate. The reason Lu Wei didn't give Lu Ruyan advanced cultivation techniques wasn't because he was stingy. The truth is, she lacks the comprehension and natural talent. Even if she were given them, it wouldn't be of any use. Lu Wei tidied up and went to Lu Xiaoxiao's room first. He pulled the girl out of bed, gave her a kind of elixir, and then went to the Zhou family's courtyard. Zhou Muxue was in seclusion cultivating, and Lu Wei knew this, so he didn't disturb her. I was planning to slip the gift I wanted to give her through the crack in the door, but the door suddenly opened. Lu Wei was stunned, and walked straight in, only to see Zhou Muxue sitting cross-legged on the bed with her eyes closed. Lu Wei gently placed the manual in his hand next to Zhou Muxue, and seeing that Zhou Muxue did not react, he quietly withdrew. Ding! The host's gift of the Xin level cultivation technique Yuan Qitong Lu to the target Zhou Muxue has triggered a 50x return, granting the spirit level cultivation technique Xin Yuan Shang Cheng Han Yuan Ichi. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Wei quickly found a quiet place to receive the cultivation technique. In an instant, a massive amount of information flooded into my mind. After a while, the information was received, and Lu Wei opened the system interface to take a look. His face immediately fell. This technique was indeed powerful, but it was also incredibly difficult. It surpasses even the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture. Fortunately, this technique is a supreme secret method of Taoism, and it is also an extremely top-tier technique in this world. In any case, Lu Wei had never heard of this technique in the notes of the great masters, so it was probably lost long ago. Seeing that the cultivation difficulty was 10,000 right from the start, Lu Wei grinned bitterly. It seemed that without using resources and improving his innate talent, he wouldn't be able to practice this technique. Of course, no matter how difficult it was, Lu Wei had no intention of giving up. Because this technique is truly powerful, it is absolutely invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Moreover, it retains the characteristics of Taoist practices such as nourishing the body, cultivating the spirit, and achieving purity. The primordial qi is the origin of all qi, and it not only has a restraining effect on most spiritual qi. It can also simulate various spiritual forces, including metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. All kinds of energy can be used. In other words, Lu Wei cultivated the Xian Yuan Shang Cheng Han Yuan Ichi Fa, which not only allows him to absorb various spiritual energies for cultivation but also enables him to cultivate skills and martial arts techniques of various attributes. Unlike ordinary martial arts techniques, which can only cultivate a single attribute of martial arts skills. Young master, what are you doing here? Just as Lu Wei was examining the cultivation technique, Xiao Huan walked over, looking at him with curiosity as he squatted in the corner. Oh, nothing, just thinking about something. Are your parents up yet? They're already up and having breakfast. Let me take you over to have some with them. Okay, let's go. Soon, Lu Wei followed Xiao Huan all the way to the Zhou family's dining room. Zhou Yuanshan and his wife were having breakfast when they saw Lu Wei arrive. They quickly invited him to sit down and have some with them. Xiao Wei is here, come sit down and have something to eat. Okay. Lu Wei didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. Xiao Huan quickly served Lu Wei porridge. The Zhou family's breakfast was simple: white porridge, steamed buns, and a few side dishes. Mother-in-law, these are some medicines to nourish your body. Keep them and take them slowly. They have beauty and skin-nourishing effects, and I guarantee you will become younger and younger after taking them. As Lu Wei spoke, he handed over a small bottle filled with high-grade body-tempering pills. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. As Zhou Yuanshan ate his meal, he felt something was off. Lu Wei, that kid, always sends things to his wife, but it seems like he's never given anything to Lu Wei. Something's not right. Ahem, my dear son-in-law, Mu Shui came back yesterday and told us that there will be other women marrying you at your wedding. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei sighed. What was bound to happen would happen. That's right, it's all my fault, sigh. Lu Wei looked extremely guilty and helpless. Chapter 145 System Update. Oh dear, why are you saying all this? Didn't Xiao Shue say it herself? This isn't Xiao Wei's fault. How powerful are the city lord's mansion and the Yang family? How could a small family like ours refuse? This also shows how outstanding Xiao Wei is. As long as he and Xiao Shui have a good relationship, isn't it normal for him to have several wives? How many capable men don't have multiple wives and concubines? When Madame Zhou saw Zhou Yuanshan causing trouble for Lu Wei, she was furious. Her good son-in-law sent her gifts every day, and such a good child shouldn't be bullied by anyone. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan pursed his lips and muttered under his breath, I only married you. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou sneered, is it me who's stopping you from marrying him? It's your own fault for not being willing to spend the money, whose fault is that? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan fell silent. It was indeed something he was reluctant to spend money on. After finishing breakfast at the Zhou family's house, Lu Wei hurriedly left because he was anxious to go back and check on the returned pills. Ding, the host has gifted Bai Linger 50 high-grade body tempering pills, and received a 50-fold return, obtaining 50 marrow cleansing pills. Marrow cleansing pill purifies the body's constitution and enhances its fundamental strength. Marrow cleansing pill? It was actually a marrow cleansing pill? Lu Wei's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized this pill. The Great Master's manual records that the marrow cleansing pill is the best body refining and foundation building pill in the cultivation world. These are generally the pills used by major holy lands and top forces to cultivate their direct descendants' geniuses. Even in a major sect like the Qingling Sword sect, if a single marrow cleansing pill were to appear, it would be a coveted prize for all the top talents. Because the marrow cleansing pill not only has amazing cultivation effects, but also has no side effects such as poisoning. Crucially, it can also clear away previously accumulated toxins from the body, purifying the physical body. Most importantly, the marrow cleansing pill is one of the very few pills that can improve one's physical constitution. Moreover, the body tempering pill can be used not only by martial artists who are just beginning their cultivation, but also by martial artists at all levels. This kind of elixir is extremely rare, and no one who obtains it would be willing to sell it. Even if you've used it yourself, you can still let your family use it. Take Lu Xiaoxiao for example. Normally, she wouldn't be able to cultivate. Once she started cultivating, her body would be fixed and she wouldn't grow taller. However, if you use the marrow cleansing pill, you don't need to worry about this problem at all, and your cultivation will not affect your growth. Back in his courtyard, Lu Wei didn't say a word. He picked up a marrow cleansing pill, popped it into his mouth, and began cultivating. With each punch, Lu Wei felt his body grow stronger. After completing one round of the body tempering technique, Lu Wei felt a tingling sensation in his spine, as if something was about to burst forth from the ground. He knew that this was the spinal cord being strengthened. Through the strengthening of the spinal cord, the nerves throughout the body and even the brain would be strengthened, and even mental strength would be enhanced. Lu Wei opened the system and took a look, his face immediately filled with surprise. As expected of a top-tier elixir, just one marrow cleansing pill increased his cultivation progress by nearly half. If this continues, there's no need to wait 3 days to break through to the Qi gathering realm. Just 3 repetitions will be enough. What are you waiting for? Get to training now. Break through to the Qi gathering realm today. Lu Wei has been waiting for this day for far too long. The inability to use spiritual power in combat is a huge limitation. Lu Wei picked up a marrow cleansing pill, threw it into his mouth, and continued cultivating. If others saw him cultivating with the marrow cleansing pill, they'd probably be furious. The main function of the marrow cleansing pill is to purify the body and improve one's physical constitution. Who would use it to improve the pitiful cultivation level of the body tempering realm? This can't just be described as wasteful, it's an act that will be condemned by heaven. Unfortunately, Lu Wei didn't care about the body purifying effects of the marrow cleansing pill at all. Because his body had already been purified when he cultivated the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture. However, this method of improving one's physical constitution is quite useful for Lu Wei. However, the effect of the marrow cleansing pill on improving one's physical constitution is not without its limitations. The first marrow cleansing pill can improve one's physical constitution by 3 points, the second by 2 points, and the third by only 1 point. However, this was enough for Lu Wei. After using up the 3, his root bone level would be able to break through 90 points. Boom! After taking the third marrow cleansing pill, Lu Wei had only cultivated for half the time when he felt something explode inside his body. The sound was deafening, like the first sound of creation. The shock made him dizzy. It was like a grand, resounding bell, shaking his mind and spirit, as if enlightened, making him clear-headed and bright-eyed. After what seemed like an eternity, Lu Wei finally came to his senses. Subconsciously, I looked down into my lower abdomen, where it seemed as if a life was being nurtured. Holy crap! No way? I know, how can a grown man have a life inside him? Nobody told me that you could get pregnant through cultivation? Immediately, Lu Wei recalled the contents of the Great Powers Manual. The process he had just witnessed was the completion of body tempering and the opening of his dantian. Next, as long as you have a Qi-gathering realm cultivation technique to practice and draw spiritual energy into your body, you will reach the second realm of cultivation, the Qi-gathering realm. That's easy. The cultivation method has been prepared long ago. Without saying a word, Lu Wei hurriedly ran to the bed and began to cultivate the Xian Yuan Shang Cheng Han Yuan Yi Qi Fa. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation has been upgraded to the Qi-gathering realm. You are rewarded with 10 free attribute points. The system is about to update. Update time, 1 minute. Please stay tuned. Chapter 146 Breakthrough. Qi-gathering realm. Lu Wei now has 91 points of comprehension, which makes him a little genius, so his cultivation is naturally much faster. Although the mysterious origin and pure primordial Qi method is difficult to practice, after Lu Wei's 1 hour of effort, coupled with the fact that it is a method that directly brings enlightenment, he successfully guided the Qi into his body. At the same time, the system notification sound came. Not only were 10 attribute points awarded, but the system was also updated. Ding, system update complete. Please check, host. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 18. Bone structure, 91 plus. Comprehension, 80 plus. Physical fitness, 9,190 plus. Qi and blood, 9,190 plus. Spirit, 121 plus. Spiritual power, 1. Technique. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique Entry Level 51,000 Earth Level Intermediate. Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture Entry Level 42 3000 Low Level Heavenly Rank. The Profound Origin Supreme Purity Primordial Qi Method Beginner Level 1 10,000. Martial Arts Skills, omitted. Cultivation Level. Qi Refining 1 10,000 Qi Gathering Realm. Body Training 5300 10,000 Golden Lapis Lazuli Skin. Freedom Attribute, 24. System Level, 5530. Targets already bound, 55. My constitution and blood energy have each increased by 1,500 points, and they are about to break 10,000. My mental strength increased by 10 points, which is really slow, but it's enough for now, and there's no need to increase it too much. However, one's mental strength will have to be improved sooner or later, because in the later stages, mental strength plays a very important role. A new option has appeared below mental strength, spiritual power, which only has a pitiful 1 point. The cultivation methods and martial arts techniques haven't changed much. The only change is in the cultivation options. There are no specific cultivation methods. Instead, there are only 2 options, Qi refining and body refining, which is much simpler and clearer. Lu Wei looked at the 24 free attribute values. It seemed there was nowhere to add them for the time being. He decided to save them for later and add them to his comprehension when he had enough to reach 100. If your spiritual power doesn't increase after a few days, then add it to your spiritual power. After all, the monster siege is imminent, so improving combat power is the top priority. Lu Wei casually shut down the system and got out of bed to stretch his limbs. Then he took out some of the spiritual herbs he had received today and prepared to sell them on the street to exchange them for gold. After packing his things, Lu Wei got a carriage and left the city lord's mansion. I spent the whole day walking around yesterday, and I'm pretty familiar with this street now. However, coming back today feels completely different from yesterday. Yesterday, the streets were bustling with people. But today was much quieter, with most people looking like they were in a hurry, as if they had something urgent to attend to. Many people were carrying large and small bags, as if they were moving house. Lu Wei frowned more and more as he looked at the scene. Could it be that news of the impending attack by the demonic beasts had leaked out? It seems to be the only possibility. However, yesterday everything was calm and peaceful, but today the whole city is in a panic and fleeing for their lives. This was clearly a deliberate act of spreading the news, otherwise, it wouldn't have become known throughout the city overnight. This is terrible. These people are only thinking about running away, but they don't realize how many people will lose their lives on the way. Young Master Lu, we've arrived at your treasure pavilion. Just as Lu Wei was lost in thought, the coachman reminded him that they had reached their destination. Lu Wei looked up and, sure enough, they had arrived at the treasure pavilion. According to Yang Xiaohu's introduction, this Baibauj is a very famous chain store throughout the continent. The store is well stocked and the prices are reasonable. Moreover, even if something is unavailable, they can source it from elsewhere. Both its service and security are second to none. Therefore, many people come here to trade. The treasure pavilion seemed extremely busy today, with the hall packed with people vying for all sorts of elixirs and medicinal herbs. They scatter gold and silver in large quantities, as if it were free. I'll take the bigu pill. I'll pay 500 taels. I'll offer 1,000 taels. Are you out of your mind? How could a fasting pill be worth 1,000 taels of silver? I'm willing, I have so much money I can burn it all, okay? I want that century-old blood ginseng. I'll offer 600 taels. I'll offer 1,000 taels. You bastard, are you deliberately trying to mess with me? Seeing the noisy chaos in the hall, Lu Wei quickly moved away to avoid getting into trouble. The reason these people were in such a hurry to buy supplies was that gold and silver were really difficult to carry if they were fleeing the famine. It would be more convenient to carry elixirs and medicines instead, and more importantly, they can be eaten when you're hungry. This elixir not only strengthens the body but also contains a large amount of energy. One serving can sustain you for many days. Lu Wei walked through the crowd and went straight to the receiving counter. The delivery area was deserted, with only an old man dozing off with his eyes half closed, seemingly unaffected by the noisy environment. Hey! Old man, wake up, it's time to get up and do business. Hearing Lu Wei's voice, the old man stretched and yawned, complaining with some dissatisfaction. You young man, don't you have any manners? Can't you see that this old man is sleeping? Lu Wei raised an eyebrow and said irritably, I think you're the one who's being rude. Chapter 147. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Lu Wei pointed to himself, looking like he had a very powerful background. Upon hearing this, the old man's lips curled into a disdainful smile, and he said in a dismissive tone, Who are you? He had assumed the kid would say that his family was a high-ranking officials or a family of great cultivators. He had seen plenty of spoiled brats like this, but none of them could frighten him. I am a customer, someone who gives you the opportunity to make money? Is this how you treat your customers? What? Has your 100 Treasures Pavilion unified the entire continent? Do we have to put up with your attitude when doing business with your 100 Treasures Pavilion? Fortunately, you haven't unified all the businesses across the entire continent, otherwise, would ordinary people like us even have a chance to survive? Everyone come quick! This Baibauja business information platform is bullying people and forcing them to buy and sell. Holy crap! The old man's face turned green upon hearing this. That bastard! I was just a little rude, I admit. When did he force me to buy or sell? This bastard is blatantly threatening people. The world is never short of people who want to watch a show. As soon as they heard that a commotion had broken out, a group of people immediately gathered around to watch the excitement. Then they started discussing it amongst themselves. What? Forced sales? Baibauj does that. What's the big deal? Isn't it normal for big businesses to bully their customers? That's right, all crows are black. Yesterday a bigu pill was only 50 taels of silver, but today it has risen to 500 taels. Even vampires are not as ruthless as them. Pa, what a scoundrel. I thought Baibauj was a good deal, but now it seems they're no different from other unscrupulous merchants. By the way, what is this guy selling that would make the 100 Treasures Pavilion try to force a sale? Young man, what treasure are you selling? Take it out and let us see, maybe we can make a deal for you. Lu Wei chuckled inwardly upon hearing this, then opened the package with a look of grief and indignation. Everyone, please look at this 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. What do you think of its quality? This old man is only offering 1,000 taels of silver per piece, and he even said that if we don't sell it to their 100 treasures pavilion, it won't sell. Isn't this robbery? The old man was so angry upon hearing this that he almost spat out blood. He was already too busy at the shop today, so he came to the purchasing department, a quiet place, to help out. He never expected to encounter such a treacherous and cunning bastard. If there weren't so many people around, he would have loved to slap that bastard to death. But he couldn't do that. If he really took action, he might feel good, but the reputation that Baibauj had built up over 1,000 years would be completely ruined. The competitors will not let this opportunity pass them by. They will definitely take the chance to suppress us and promote themselves extensively. Just as he was about to explain, the onlookers gasped in surprise when they saw the blood ginseng that Lu Wei had taken out. My God, it really is 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. This is a treasure. No wonder the 100 Treasures Pavilion was trying to force us to buy it. This 1,000-year-old blood ginseng is of such excellent quality. It has a rich blood red luster and a translucent, water-like texture. It is simply the best of the best. They only offer 1,000 taels of silver for 1,000-year-old blood ginseng of this quality? That's outrageous. Even an ordinary 1,000-year-old blood ginseng is worth tens of thousands of taels. This 1,000-year-old blood ginseng is a top-grade medicine for increasing qi in blood, healing injuries, and curing diseases. It absolutely cannot be missed. Young man, sell it to me, I'll pay 10,000 taels. I'll offer 15,000 taels. You bastard, are you doing this on purpose? Why do you always try to take anything I want from me? Lu Wei quickly stopped them, saying, Don't worry, everyone, I still have blood ginseng. I just have one request, I only accept gold, not silver. No problem, I have gold, I'll offer 1,100 taels. I'll offer 1,200 taels. In no time, Lu Wei sold out of the 20,000-year-old blood ginsengs he had, and many people still hadn't been able to buy any. Lu Wei also obtained the gold he wanted, more than 23,000 taels, enough to break through to the second level of the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture. These 1,000-year-old blood ginsengs would definitely not fetch this much money if sold at a treasure shop. After all, as a trading company, it's inevitable that they will lower the price when acquiring and raise the price when selling. Lu Wei originally had no choice, but the old man gave him the opportunity. After packing up, Lu Wei prepared to leave and return to cultivate the Jade Bone Golden Body Holy Scripture in order to help Yang Xiuhu break the bloodline restriction as soon as possible. He swore that he was not lusting after anyone, but simply wanted to help others. There was no way around it. Lu Wei had always been such a kind person. However, when Lu Wei wanted to leave, the old man who had been tricked by him refused to let him go. You bastard, you used me as a pawn, made your money on my turf and then tried to run away? No way. Hey kid, you stop right there. However, Lu Wei seemed not to hear, and quickened his pace to run away with a large box of gold in his arms. The old man was clearly no pushover either, and in a flash he blocked Lu Wei's path. Kid, where are you going? Chapter 148 The Scoundrel, His Dog-Like Skills. What? You want to treat me to dinner to make up for it? Never mind, you're quite old and it's not easy for you, so I'll forgive you this time. Just be careful next time. Lu Wei waved his hand, looking very magnanimous. I'll pay you back my ass. Do I need your forgiveness? Boy, you stop right there. Don't you know where you are? You think you can just leave after you've schemed against me? No way. The old man's eyes were red with anger. He grabbed Lu Wei. He had never suffered such a loss in all his years. If I can't clear my mind today, I'll be burning the furnace every day when I'm trying to refine elixirs. Lu Wei glanced at the old man's hand gripping hers, then looked at the old man again, and said in a calm tone, You'd better let go of me, or you'll regret it. Let you go? Kid, if I let you leave this house today, I'm not a Qin. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei sighed, All right then, don't blame me, I've already warned you. As soon as Lu Wei finished speaking, he suddenly let out a loud scream, startling the old man. Murder! Robbery! Baibauj is blatantly robbing customers. Everyone, please help me. If you don't help today, who will stand up for you when it's your turn to face the same problem tomorrow? Look at this. Robbery in broad daylight. Is there no law? Is there no justice? The old man's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Wei with disbelief. Despicable, shameless, utterly inhuman, he had never seen such a brazen person before. The old man really wanted to slap the kid away, but by then the crowd had already surrounded him. The old man's aura surged, as if endless true energy flowed within him, clearly indicating he was ready to attack. On the other side, Lu Wei tightly clutched a box in his arms, his body trembling uncontrollably, looking utterly terrified. Upon witnessing this scene, the people present instantly erupted in excitement, their emotions becoming extremely agitated. What? Bai Baoge dares to openly rob its customers, someone shouted in disbelief. Isn't that the young man who sells blood ginseng? I heard he has tens of thousands of taels of gold, another person said with a sudden realization. My God! Such a huge fortune, anyone would be tempted. No wonder the 100 Treasures Pavilion had evil intentions, someone exclaimed. A respectable establishment like Bai Baoge has committed such a despicable act, it's simply a heartless shop, someone indignantly exclaimed. Hey! Old man, you're so old, yet you still act recklessly just because you have some cultivation. Let go of me right now, or we'll report to the city lord and have him punish you. Some even went so far as to directly warn the old man. That's right, it's because of scoundrels like you that the reputation of the 100 Treasures Pavilion has been ruined. The crowd echoed their sentiments, expressing their strong dissatisfaction and indignation at Bai Baoge's actions. The scene quickly became a cacophony of voices and shouts. Where is the shopkeeper? Shopkeeper, come out here right now. In no time, the entrance was crowded with people, and the crowd kept growing. The old man was so angry that his face turned ashen, and his lips trembled slightly, as if he was about to faint. Lu Wei, watching from the side, was worried for him. As for taking action, Lu Wei wasn't afraid of him. This old man was at most at the 4th realm, and at his age, his vitality had long since declined. Even though he had just broken through to the Qi-gathering realm, at such close range, with nearly 10,000 attribute points, he could easily crush him with just his physical strength. Just then, the shopkeeper of Bai Baoge ran out and hurriedly calmed the crowd. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Everyone knows that in all these years, has Bai Baoge ever robbed a customer? Believe me, there must be another reason for what happened today. The shopkeeper's words quieted the surroundings down. In all the years that Bai Baoge had been around, they had never heard of such a thing happening before. Lu Wei looked at him and couldn't help but feel uneasy. How could this be allowed? He immediately retorted sharply, Shopkeeper, what you're saying is wrong, isn't it? Are you saying that I'm making things up and framing your shop, intentionally causing trouble here? Besides, why is this old man holding on to me so tightly? I haven't owed your shop a single penny, nor have I stolen anything from your shop, so why are you making things difficult for me like this? The shopkeeper gave a fake smile, but his eyes were devoid of any real mirth. He said, Young master, please don't be impatient. Please calm down and I will find out the truth once I have investigated the matter thoroughly. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the old man, and asked softly, Old Qin, what exactly happened here that made you so angry? Upon hearing someone ask him a question, the old man felt he had finally found a place to vent his grievances, his eyes reddened, and he almost burst into tears. He pointed a trembling finger directly at Lu Wei and cursed, It's this bastard who tried to slip away after doing business in our shop. How could I allow that? Lu Wei helplessly spread his hands and argued, Everyone heard me clearly. I have completed the transaction. If I don't leave, am I supposed to stay here for a meal? Or are you trying to withhold my money and prevent me from leaving? You're talking nonsense. How dare you resell items to others in our shop and even dare to frame me? You won't escape this place today. The old man roared angrily, his eyes wide with fury. Lu Wei also looked aggrieved and retorted indignantly, You old man, you are simply unreasonable. Let me ask you, did I come to you in the beginning to sell you something? But what was the result? You acted so arrogantly, ignoring me and even hurling insults and foul language at me. I came here to sell my goods, not to suffer humiliation. Am I supposed to silently endure your unreasonable harassment? Please judge for yourselves, isn't this the truth? Upon hearing this, the people around nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. After all, although there is no such saying as if the customer is God in this world, it is a common understanding that we should maintain a good attitude towards consumers. How could someone who comes to our door to do business be treated with a cold shoulder? Lu Wei then added, Therefore, I am unwilling to sell the goods to you, so what is wrong with that? Do you perhaps intend to force a purchase or engage in a compulsory transaction? Lu Wei stared at the other person with a righteous and indignant expression, his eyes flashing with determination and unyielding light. At that moment, he was the embodiment of justice, as if declaring to everyone that he would never easily succumb to this injustice. Yes, that's exactly right. What others say makes perfect sense, so why should we sell it to you? Does everything in this world have to be according to your wishes? Someone shouted indignantly. Humph, how dare they argue that they weren't forcing people to buy? They're utterly shameless, another person retorted angrily. Pa! I never expected that Bibouch, which has always been known for its fairness and impartiality, would do such a despicable thing. It's really disappointing. Another person spat indignantly. If shops like this aren't closed, then we all bear an unshirkable responsibility. After all, if they continue to exist, they will only cause more innocent people to be harmed. Some people even appealed with great distress. That's right, it must be shut down. It must never be allowed to reopen, lest it continue to wreak havoc on humanity. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices deafening. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely heated, with people shouting that they wanted the store to be shut down completely. At the same time, a surging crowd began to pour into the store like a tidal wave, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Chapter 149: Cleansing the Marrow and Eliminating the Feathers. Lu Wei seized the opportunity and made a quick escape. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper and old Qin exerted tremendous effort to finally calm the restless crowd. They were panting heavily, their foreheads covered in sweat, but when they looked around, they were surprised to find that the troublemaker had already disappeared without a trace, making the two of them grit their teeth in anger. At this very moment, Lu Wei had already appeared in another shop. Before long, they had successfully gathered all the materials needed to make the refined gold elixir, and then returned to the city lord's mansion. However, even though the gold is in hand, a 50-fold return is needed to transform it into the essence of gold. Having used up today's refund opportunity, Lu Wei had no choice but to put the matter aside for the time being and make plans for tomorrow. The young wife has already returned the gold this time, she'll have to rely on her mother-in-law. Just as Lu Wei was holding his breath and concentrating intently, preparing to begin cultivating the mysterious origin pure primordial qi method. Suddenly, without warning, an immense pressure, like a tidal wave, descended upon the city lord's mansion. This oppressive force was like a towering mountain, majestic and magnificent, with an imposing aura. It is like a ferocious and violent beast, rampant and domineering, sending chills down one's spine and making one's hair stand on end. Those ordinary servants with no cultivation foundation were simply unable to withstand such earth-shattering pressure. They were all terrified, their faces ashen, and their bodies trembled violently. Fortunately, the oppressive force disappeared quickly, as if nothing had happened. Lu Wei's heart stirred. It seemed that Qin foam had broken through to the core formation realm. I wonder when my wife will break through her barrier. Just as Lu Wei had this thought, another wave of pressure descended. This time, the pressure came down like a raging torrent, its momentum and power far surpassing what it had just experienced. It was like a dark torrent gushing forth from an endless abyss, sweeping in with a chilling aura. Everyone could feel that irresistible sense of oppression, as if they were being pressed down by an incredibly heavy mountain, making it extremely difficult to even breathe. What's even more terrifying is that this pressure isn't limited to the physical level, it penetrates deep into the soul. The cold was like falling into an ice cellar, as if it would freeze one's very bones. At the same time, the once lush green leaves in the yard were also affected. As if by magic, they were instantly covered with a layer of pure white frost. These frosts, like exquisite works of art, covered the leaves, filling the entire courtyard with a mysterious and austere atmosphere. Lu Wei's expression brightened with joy. This must mean his little wife has broken through. With his wife breaking through to the core formation realm, his safety has increased even further. From now on, I might as well just let myself roam freely in Yunzhou City. Oh, right, I should send a few of those marrow-cleansing pills to my young wife. Thinking of this, Lu Wei hurriedly went out and soon arrived at the courtyard where the Zhou family lived. Everyone stared in astonishment at the frost covering the courtyard, wondering why the warm wine, which was bathed in the bright midday sun, had suddenly turned to frost. When Xiao Wan saw Lu Wei coming over, she quickly went up to greet him. "Young master, you've arrived? Look, it's the middle of the day, and suddenly it started snowing." "It was just snowing," Lu Wei casually said. "It's normal. It's common for cold snaps to occur in spring. Everyone, stop being curious and go about your business." Since the young wife wanted to conceal her cultivation level, Lu Wei naturally helped her do so. He casually dismissed all the servants and then arrived at the door of Zhou Mushue's room. Lu Wei did not rush in, fearing that he would disturb Zhou Mushue's cultivation. Instead, he stood quietly at the door for a while, helping her keep an eye on things. "Since you're here, why don't you come in?" Zhou Mushue's soft voice came from inside. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei pushed open the door and went inside. Seeing Zhou Muxue sitting cross-legged on the bed, her face somewhat pale, he couldn't help but step forward and ask with concern, "How is it? Did it go smoothly?" Zhou Muxue also knew that Lu Wei must have known about her cultivation level for a long time. Both of them were fully aware of the truth, so they no longer tried to hide it. So he smiled and nodded, "It's all right, everything went smoothly." This breakthrough to the core formation realm was indeed thanks to Lu Wei's spirit ascension pill. She had already reached the peak of the frost transformation realm, and was only one step away from entering the core formation realm. However, this step had been stuck for her for several years. Now, with a treasure like the spirit ascension pill, she had a chance to improve. "That's good. Look what good stuff I brought you," Lu Wei said, taking out 3 marrow cleansing pills. Zhou Muxue blinked her bright, lively eyes, staring curiously at the pill in front of her that emitted an alluring fragrance. She wondered to herself, what kind of pill is this? It emits such a rich and fragrant aroma, it must be of superior quality. As she thought this, a faint smile appeared on her lips, and she softly asked, "What kind of pill is this?" Seeing this, Lu Wei's lips curled into a barely perceptible sly smile. He replied in a deliberately tantalizing manner, "Hee, it'll be a secret for now, you'll know once you've tasted it yourself." With that, he gently reached out and picked up a pill, carefully offering it to Zhou Muxue's cherry-like, delicate lips. Zhou Muxue's cheeks flushed red, like ripe apples. This intimate act of feeding her made her feel a little shy and embarrassed. But at the same time, an indescribable warm current of happiness quietly surged into my heart, instantly filling my entire being. After hesitating for a moment, she stopped hesitating, opened her small mouth, gently put the pill in her mouth, and slowly swallowed it. In an instant, the pill seemed to come alive, quickly melting into a clear, transparent stream that swam and weaved through Zhou Muxue's body like a nimble little snake. She suddenly felt unbearably hot all over, and an indescribable tingling sensation surged through her, both intoxicating and tormenting. What kind of miraculous elixir is this?" Zhou Muxue's face was flushed, large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and she murmured breathlessly. At this moment, she was like a blooming, beautiful flower, exuding a charming and alluring allure. Looking at Zhou Muxue's shy and charming appearance, covered in fragrant sweat, Lu Wei's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. "Hee, this is my secret recipe elixir, its effects are amazing." Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue opened her mouth wide in astonishment, her big round eyes staring at Lu Wei, her face filled with disbelief. Clearly, she was skeptical of Lu Wei's words, but deep down she couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity and anticipation. Seeing Zhou Muxue's reaction, Lu Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter, pinching her cheek to comfort her. "All right, don't be nervous, I was just teasing you. Don't worry, this kind of pill is absolutely safe and harmless, it will only bring you unexpected benefits." Just as Lu Wei finished speaking, Zhou Muxue suddenly felt a strange power surging out from inside her body. She subconsciously looked down to check, only to find that the pores all over her body seemed to have opened a floodgate, continuously expelling a black, sticky substance that smelled foul, like black sludge, which looked nauseating. At the same time, she was surprised to find that her body was gradually radiating unprecedented vitality, as if every inch of her skin and every bone was becoming more and more crystal clear. This miraculous change left Zhou Muxue speechless, and a strong sense of shock welled up within her. Could everything happening before my eyes be the legendary marrow cleansing and body purification? Zhou Muxue stared wide-eyed at the miraculous pill in disbelief. What kind of miraculous medicine could have such incredible effects? In an instant, countless questions flooded his mind, but the most urgent thing at the moment was not to find out the reason, but to make sure that Lu Wei could not see him in such a miserable state. You should get out of here," Zhou Muxue said in a low voice, her face flushed with embarrassment. She was so embarrassed that she didn't want Lu Wei to see her like this. "It's all right, I don't mind," Lu Wei responded with a smile, his eyes revealing sincerity. "No. Get out of here right now, or I'll get angry," Zhou Muxue said coquettishly. "All right then, the pills are here. Remember to take them all. I'll go ask Xiao Wan to prepare bath water for you." Feeling Lu Wei's thoughtful care, Zhou Muxue nodded happily, After Lu Wei left, Zhou Muxue gradually ate all 3 pills as instructed by Lu Wei. After taking the 3 pills, Zhou Muxue felt as if her body had been cleansed, and the world seemed much clearer to her. Its affinity with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been significantly improved. What kind of elixir is this? How can it be so miraculous? I must ask this scoundrel about it later. Not long after, Xiao Huan came to tell her that the bath water was ready and she could take a bath. Zhou Muxue hurriedly went into the bathroom and washed off the filth on her body. Wow, miss, what did you use? Your skin is so white it looks like it's glowing. Xiao Huan was just wondering why her young lady's body was so dirty, as if she had fallen into a cesspool. After washing away the dirt, my skin was white, tender, and smooth without any blemishes, and it seemed to glow under the light. Zhou Muxue also noticed the changes in herself, quickly washed herself clean, hurriedly changed her clothes, and went to find Lu Wei. What kind of pill did you give me? Lu Wei chuckled, reached out and pinched Zhou Mushue's smooth, pink face, and nodded. It seems the marrow cleansing pill is quite effective. Your face has become much smoother. Next, Lu Wei curiously opened Zhou Mushue's data interface. Name, Zhou Muxue. Age, 18. Root bone, 96. Comprehension, 91. Constitution, 10,000 10,000. Qi and blood, 10,000 10,000. Cultivation level, core formation realm. Appearance, 96. Body size, 93. Talent, immortal spirit body. Favorability, 92. Overall score, 98.6. It's already linked, and you can get a 50% return. My physical attributes improved by 6 points, and my appearance and figure also improved a little bit. The rating will soon reach 100 points, at which point the return multiplier will increase again. However, improving these last few points is a bit difficult. We need to come up with a solution. What did you say? Marrow cleansing pill? Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei in shock. She had heard of the marrow cleansing pill before, and her master had even told her that he would get her one when she returned to the sect. Even a powerful cultivator like my master had to beg for it to obtain, which shows how precious the marrow cleansing pill is. But Lu Wei made her eat 3 candies today, which was a complete waste. Seeing Zhou Mushue's surprised expression, Lu Wei chuckled and said, "That's right, it's not anything precious. The function of the marrow cleansing pill is to clear away the accumulated toxins and impurities in the body and improve one's physical constitution. Since you've just made a breakthrough, it will be most effective for you. I just didn't expect that the marrow cleansing pill would also have a skin whitening effect. This is a huge windfall." Zhou Muxue was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. This guy was really arrogant. How could you be so foolish? Such precious pills, just give me one, it's a waste to give me 3. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei smiled and hugged Zhou Muxue in his arms, saying softly, "Here, no matter how much, it won't be a waste." Zhou Muxue couldn't resist such sweet words and fell for them on the spot. Half an hour later, Lu Wei came out of Zhou Mushue's room, smacking his lips as if he hadn't had enough. The young wife seems to have become a little sweeter. All of today's updates are in this chapter. Chapter 150 is finished. I've been tricked. After leaving the Zhou family's courtyard, Lu Wei paused briefly before turning and walking towards where Yang Shouhu lived. Along the way, the servants he encountered all bowed and greeted him. The news that he was about to marry the eldest daughter of the mansion had already spread far and wide. At this moment, the entire city lord's mansion was busy preparing for their wedding, trying to get it done before the monsters arrived. Before long, Lu Wei arrived at his destination. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Xiao Baihe, Yang Shouhu's personal maid, came to greet him. As Xiaobei's eyes darted around, she caught sight of Lu Wei walking in. Her previously calm gaze instantly brightened and lit up. Immediately afterward, a bright smile spread across her face as she quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Young master, you've arrived? Miss was just invited away by the people Miss Qin sent, so she's not home right now. Would you please come in and have a seat, a cup of tea, and rest your feet?" Upon hearing Xiaobei's words, Lu Wei nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. He thought to himself that since he was already going to Qin Xinyu's place, he could save himself the trouble of making another trip. After all, these 2 women were, in any case, his fiancées. If one has the ability, one will naturally not show favoritism or neglect towards anyone. Of course, if there was only one of these marrow cleansing pills, then without a doubt, he would give it to Zhou Muxue without hesitation. After all, deep down, his feelings for Zhou Muxue had long surpassed ordinary affection. Thinking of this, Lu Wei completely ignored Xiao Baihe's smiling face and turned to leave. Seeing that Lu Wei was about to leave, Xiao Baihe became anxious and quickly tried to persuade him to stay, saying, "Young master, look how hot it is today, you must be tired from traveling. Why don't you come inside and rest for a while? I have recently learned a new massage technique. Although my skills are still somewhat rudimentary, I am confident it will make you feel completely comfortable, my lord." After speaking, Xiaobei even winked playfully at Lu Wei, seemingly trying to flirt with him. However, Lu Wei is a cultivator, and a body cultivator at that. His senses are more acute than most people can imagine. Even from a great distance, he could clearly smell the strong, seductive aura emanating from Sayuri. Such a woman could hardly arouse Lu Wei's interest in the slightest, and even made him feel disgusted. Therefore, Lu Wei ignored Xiao Baihe's eager invitation and turned around without hesitation, walking straight to the front yard. Xiaobei watched Lu Wei's figure gradually disappear into the distance, her anger burning like a raging fire. She stomped her feet incessantly, as if trying to stomp a huge hole in the ground. At this moment, her mind was racing with thoughts, and she thought to herself, "Humph. Once you and Miss get married, I don't believe I won't have any chance." Usually, maids like her have the responsibility of serving as concubines. At the same time, Lu Wei was secretly planning to persuade Yang Xiaohu to sell the maid Xiaobei when he saw her later. It would be best to sell her to a brothel, so that we can get rid of this troublesome woman and make her receive the punishment she deserves. After all, keeping someone with malicious intentions in the house is like a ticking time bomb. It's a major hidden danger. "Young master, you've arrived. Miss and Miss Yang are inside. I'll go and call them for you." "No need, I'll go with you." "Okay, son-in-law, please come with me." Soon, Lu Wei followed the maid to a boudoir. As soon as they reached the bottom of the stairs, the maid called out to the inside, "Miss, the young master has arrived." "Come in," Qin Xianyu's voice came from inside the embroidered building. "Son-in-law, please." Lu Wei nodded and went straight inside. Pushing open the main door of the embroidered building, one finds a reception room where Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xianyu are sitting on either side, drinking tea and chatting. Lu Wei immediately sensed that Yang Xiaohu's aura was a bit off, and subconsciously opened the file to take a look. Name, Yang Xiaohu. Age, 22. Root bone, 5100 not activated. Comprehension, 102. Constitution, 5000. Qi and blood, 5000. Cultivation level, Frost Transformation Realm 4th Realm. Appearance, 99. Body size, 99. Talent, half-demon body, capable of captivating all beings. Favorability, 70. Overall score, 88. If not bound, you can get a 20x return. Sure enough, Yang Xiaohu broke through to the 4th realm, the Frost Transformation Realm. No wonder his aura had changed. He must have just broken through and hadn't completely concealed his presence yet. This woman truly lives up to her half-demon status, having just broken through to the 4th realm. Her blood and physique have already caught up with Zhou Mushua's peak 4th realm strength. Looking at Yang Xiaohu's attribute information, Lu Wei felt a little regretful. If it weren't for her poor aptitude, this woman might already be at the 5th or even 9th realm. This talent is simply too extraordinary. Once the shackles of bloodline are broken, one will surely soar to great heights. Yang Xiaohu was somewhat confused by Lu Wei's gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Qin Xianyu, standing to the side, snorted coldly, "Pervert." Lu Wei chuckled upon hearing this. "You two are both my fiancés. I can look at you however I want, and nobody can stop me." Qin Xianyu was speechless for a moment upon hearing this. The thought of living with this guy for the rest of her life and even doing that kind of thing made her feel uneasy. Was she being impulsive? Why did I have to get so impulsive and insist on marrying him? Even if I get married, I won't let you see me. Qin Xianyu felt she couldn't let this guy get away with it so easily. She practically offered herself up, but this guy never really valued her. He always treated her like she was dispensable. If she lets him get away with it so easily again, she'll probably be relegated to the sidelines in a few days. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei was not angry at all. Instead, he turned to look at Yang Xiaohu with great interest. "And you? Do you think so too?" Yang Xiaohu is such a clever person. Just by looking at Lu Wei's expression, she felt that this guy must have some unspeakable secret and had set a trap for the two of them. Yang Xiaohu immediately greeted him with a smile, saying, "Husband, what are you saying? I am your wife. You can look at me however you want. Or, why don't you come to my room tonight? I'll let you see even more clearly." Lu Wei felt a surge of passion from the woman's teasing, and thought to himself, "After we get married in a couple of days, I'll teach this vixen a lesson. Well, since you've been so good, I'll give you this pill as a reward." As Lu Wei spoke, he took out a marrow-cleansing pill from his spatial storage and tossed it to Yang Xiaohu. Yang Xiaohu quickly caught it and immediately felt a rich fragrance waft towards him. Just one sniff made him feel refreshed. Yang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. This pill was definitely extraordinary and might even be more precious than the spirit ascension pill. Qin Xianyu, who was standing nearby, also smelled the pleasant medicinal fragrance, and her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I've been tricked. Husband, what kind of pill is this? Yang Xiaohu asked Lu Wei with a smile, her big eyes radiating a seductive electric light.